Leon Kruger's hand burned with a phantom fire. The sensation began as a deep cramp in the palm of his missing left hand, then pulsed up his forearm in waves of increasing intensity. He fought the instinct to smash his scarred right knuckles into the ache, a futile gesture against a limb that wasn't there. His gaze dropped to the prosthetic peeking from his sleeve, a marvel of plastic rubber and biometric sensors that mimicked life with chilling accuracy. 2 decades of war, paired with leaps in armor and medicine, had created a grim new reality. Men survived wounds that once meant certain death, and the business of rebuilding them thrived. His own computer-augmented replacement was top of the line, but his nervous system refused to be fooled. The ghost pain was a relentless companion, its frequency and ferocity a direct barometer of his stress. And right now, the meter was pegged. A car turned into the gravel drive, its tires kicking up a pale cloud as it left the pavement. Leon, a son of South Africa's stunning coasts, had to admit California held its own unique charm. While many praised the Pacific's cold waters and endless beaches, he found the beauty here different, wilder. The sky was a breathtaking canvas, a soft cobalt near the horizon deepening to a rich azure overhead. The landscape rolled out in contrasts, golden brown hills dotted with pines and oaks, patches of wild grass giving way to dense shrubs. It was inviting, a place where both seasoned adventurers and casual hikers could lose themselves. Part of him longed to do just that, to walk into those hills and shake the tension knotting between his shoulders. But the approaching Tesla made that impossible. The elegant car carried a truly vile individual, and Leon was, unfortunately, an expert on the subject. He waited among the scrubby trees lining the granite path, not on the open gravel. This pull-off, bordering the vast Ritter Ranch Park, was marked by a sign promising a future Baptist church. The decaying garage with its rusted siding told a different story, one of long abandonment. Meeting in the open would have been simpler, but Leon had survived captivity and loss by being cautious. That caution extended to the array of cameras he knew were studying the Tesla's sleek frame. He had lost a hand, but he'd kept his head, a privilege some of his old comrades never enjoyed. He intended to keep it a while longer. Leon was no young man, and in his line of work, age brought either sharp insight or it brought nothing. The sleek car glided to a halt. The driver stepped out, shut his own door, and then swung open the dramatic upward-rising passenger door. Over his 60-some years, Leon had mastered a very specific and very useful set of skills, but he'd be the first to admit that luxury automobiles were not part of that expertise. Still, he couldn't help but see those gull-wing doors as pure vanity, a statement more than a function. It was a clear signal that the driver craved attention. While Leon wouldn't presume this applied to every Tesla owner, it certainly seemed to fit the man now digging through his back seat. Upon first glance, the man looked like he'd stepped out of a catalog for perfect California living. He stood a solid 6 feet with a swimmer's build, his hair a sun-bleached blonde, his skin deeply tanned, and his eyes a piercing blue that stood out against his handsome features. The hair was styled to look carelessly perfect, a deliberate rebellion against the stuffy image often associated with his profession. Today, he was dressed for a weekend in Malibu, a crisp, untucked white polo, tailored khaki pants, and leather loafers without socks. It wasn't exactly hiking gear, but Leon didn't much care if the short walk from the car was inconvenient for his guest. Though Leon's world was filled with questionable characters, the Tesla's driver was in a league of his own. The gull-wing door whispered shut. The man shrugged on a light windbreaker. He'd retrieved but remained planted beside the car, as if he could feel he was standing at the brink of something. Or maybe he just didn't want the desert dust on his bare ankles. His name was Daniel, but unlike the biblical figure he was named for, this Daniel possessed none of the fortitude to walk into a lion's den. This wasn't to say he lacked beliefs. He simply lacked the spine to back them up. Leon gave a slow, deliberate wave. Daniel acknowledged it with a tight nod before finally starting forward. His perfect blonde curls bouncing with each step, he had the whole package: wealth, looks, effortless charm. Men envied him, women adored him. By every outward measure, he had no business meeting a man like Leon in a desolate pull-off overlooking the stark park landscape. Yet here he was, a walking cliché about the dangers of judging a book by its cover. Daniel might embody the American dream, but his soul was a tarnished, hollow thing. Leon knew this better than anyone. "What's with all the secret agent nonsense?" Daniel demanded, stopping a safe distance away. "The traffic back to Santa Clarita is going to be a nightmare." Leon felt a twisted satisfaction seeing the fine layer of grit already coating Daniel's expensive loafers. The soft leather, likely hand-stitched calfskin, was now marred by dust and tiny pebbles, the grime clinging to the polished surface and smudging his tanned skin. Leon ignored both the question and the younger man's attempt at intimidation. Daniel was a software engineer in his early 30s, a full 20 years Leon's junior. His physique spoke of meticulous nutrition and a high-priced trainer, with any leftover calories surely burned off in his rigorous jiu-jitsu sessions. In a scuffle with another office worker, Daniel would be a serious threat. But this was not an office, and Leon was not an office worker. It was a distinction Leon hoped Daniel wouldn't need to learn painfully. "Plans have shifted," Leon said, his smile not quite reaching his eyes. Having spent most of his life across southern Africa, Leon's ear was finely tuned to language. He spoke English, French, Swahili, and Afrikaans, a skill that gave him an innate sense for the subtle music of speech and the truths hidden in its cadency. Leon had prepared meticulously for his move to the United States, immersing himself in American media to soften his South African accent. He practiced dialogue from TV shows and movies until the sharp edges of his vowels smoothed out. While he wouldn't be mistaken for a local broadcaster, he was confident his speech wouldn't draw unwanted attention. That was the plan, at least. "What are you talking about?" Daniel asked, his handsome face tightening into a frown. "I'm saying the nature of our request has evolved," Leon replied. "This conversation is finished," Daniel stated flatly. "I made myself clear. I can offer perspective on boardroom dynamics, but nothing traceable. That point is not up for discussion." Leon maintained a neutral expression, though inwardly he was amused. He had been carefully cultivating Daniel for weeks. Their initial contact had been through LinkedIn, with Leon posing as a corporate headhunter messaging about career trajectory. As a skilled software engineer, Daniel was highly sought after. In the tech hubs of California, professionals with his expertise often leapfrogged between major companies, securing significant pay increases with each move. Daniel, however, worked for a defense contractor rather than a flashy social media giant. Even though his profile gave no indication he was job hunting, recruiters constantly flooded his inbox. Leon's message had simply blended into that stream, at least on the surface. "Everything is negotiable," Leon said, allowing a slight smile. "I've just always found deals come together faster once everyone appreciates what's on the table." He pulled an iPhone from his pocket, scrolled through his photos, and selected one. "Do you recognize her?" Leon asked, tilting the screen. Daniel eyed the device warily, hesitating. Leon stayed perfectly still. This was the pivotal moment in Daniel's recruitment, a fork in the road where one path led back to his Tesla and his comfortable life for the pitch to work. The potential asset had to feel in control of his own choices. So Leon waited patiently, holding the phone like bait for a cautious fish. After a long pause, Daniel took the step forward, closing the distance to take the phone and examine the picture. The transformation was immediate. Just moments before, Daniel had carried himself with the assured air of a man of importance, the lead engineer on a lucrative defense project, driving a luxury car, living in an upscale townhouse, dining at the right spots. Corporate rivals and independent recruiters pursued him, and with his looks and apparent wealth, he had his pick of social companions. Yet in this area, Daniel was as selective as he was about his cars or his clothes. While he enjoyed the occasional office flirtation and nights out at trendy bars, he was searching for a very specific type of woman. The kind of woman now looking back at him from Leon's phone. "Who is she?" Daniel asked. Leon was impressed. The engineer's tone held just the right note of skeptical curiosity. If he ever quit coding, Daniel might have a knack for spycraft, provided he could learn to control his physical reactions as well as he masked his voice. Leon had been watching closely, genuinely interested in the man's response. He was not disappointed. The moment of understanding struck Daniel with a physical force. All the vibrant color vanished from the engineer's face, replaced by a sickly pallor. His confident stance collapsed, the charisma that usually surrounded him evaporating like steam. He looked utterly diminished, precisely the state Leon had intended. "Let's skip the pretense," Leon chided. "I was clear from our first meeting. My client is substantial, and the offer was genuine. A director's title, a generous equity package vesting immediately." "This," he said, gesturing with his phone, "was uncovered during our standard background verification." "Uncovered what?" Daniel retorted, pushing the device away. "A photograph of some attractive woman." "Suit yourself," Leon sighed, a note of theatrical disappointment in his voice. "You're opting for the hard way. That attractive woman is Maria Gonzalez. She was 14, a citizen of Zacatecas, Mexico. She traveled north with her mother and 24 others. Her mother died on the journey. The coyotes who brought Maria across the border were predictably scum. In El Paso, she was sold to a man who operates brothels, specializing in underage girls. They serve a very specific clientele, men with your particular tastes and resources." Each word landed like a punch. Daniel's body coiled, fists clenching, and he stepped aggressively into Leon's space. Leon had expected fear, but this bristling aggression was a surprise. The engineer seemed ready to throw a punch. The thought almost amused Leon. After facing down militants armed with machetes in the Sahel, a panicked tech executive in the California hills didn't rate high on his threat scale. Still, he was thankful for the state's strict firearm regulations. Terrified people were unpredictable, and Daniel was clearly terrified. It was why Leon had chosen this remote location over the plush hotel bar of their prior discussion. "This is insane," Daniel shouted, the words bouncing off the rocky slopes. "She told me she was 18. You can verify that with her." "Actually, I can't," Leon said calmly, navigating to another image. "Why not?" Daniel demanded. "Because she's dead." Leon extended the phone again. Daniel's hands trembled as he accepted it. If the first picture had drained him, this one shattered him. It showed Maria lifeless, her eyes empty and aimed at the sky, a small, precise hole just above the bridge of her nose. "You can swipe for a side view if you're curious," Leon offered, his tone almost conversational. "There's probably a photo of the exit wound as well, though I'd avoid it if you've eaten recently. Hollow point ammunition creates quite a distressing scene." "I wasn't involved in this," Daniel whispered, letting the phone fall to the dry earth. "Not at all, naturally, you weren't," Leon agreed, bending to pick up the device. "But local law enforcement might weave a different narrative. My reports indicate you have a noted aversion to protection, which unfortunately means your biological material was found all over poor Maria." "What is this?" Daniel stammered, retreating a step. "Who are you people? You know exactly who I am," Leon replied, his voice steady. "I'm a partner in a specialized executive search firm. I mentioned we operate differently. We safeguard our clients' assets. In this scenario, you are the asset. That is why Maria's remains were thoroughly cleansed and disposed of. Should any fragment of a teenage girl from Zacatecas ever be found, there will be no forensic trail leading back to you, none whatsoever." Leon observed the internal struggle on Daniel's face, a flicker of desperate hope battling against cold horror. The man was like a swimmer going under, seeing a rope but suspecting it was attached to an anchor. "What do you want from me?" Daniel finally asked, his voice hollow. "Want?" Leon echoed, allowing a dry, humorless laugh to escape. "You've got it all wrong," Leon said, leaning forward slightly. "I'm not here to ask for a thing. I'm here to offer you something." "Offer me what?" "A signing bonus," Leon replied smoothly. "My client selected our firm for several key reasons. First, we have a proven track record of securing the very best talent in the field. Second, we operate with absolute discretion. My client has no interest in, nor any knowledge of what happened to some young woman in a remote Texas town. Their sole focus is on your agreement to their terms of employment. Accept, and you will receive a one-time bonus of $100,000. Daniel fell silent, his eyes fixed on Leon. You could almost see the gears turning in his head, analyzing the situation from every possible angle. His expression shifted from bewilderment to a dawning comprehension. "And what's the price for this discretion?" Daniel finally asked. "There isn't one," Leon stated plainly. "My compensation is contingent solely on you accepting the position." "Then why mention that the request has changed?" Daniel pressed, his earlier suspicion creeping back into his voice. Leon paused, as if weighing his words carefully. "As I said," he began, speaking with deliberate slowness, "my client must remain anonymous until you formally depart your current role. But I'm confident a man of your intellect can deduce who I represent. Let's just say that certain legal commentators following a particular appeal believe the tide is turning. A ruling that overturns a previous, rather myopic government decision is expected very soon." He didn't need to name the appeal for Daniel and his colleagues. There was only one that mattered. Daniel's current company had recently secured an exclusive, multi-billion-dollar contract based on their prototype's success. Their primary competitor, having lost out, was naturally contesting the award. The defense industry was a high-stakes arena with a single powerful customer, the U.S. government. When a major contract went to one player, appeals were standard practice. Even with potential financial penalties, the cost was negligible compared to the prize. And in this instance, the appeal appeared to have legs. Whispers suggested the contract might have been awarded on questionable procedural grounds, a topic Daniel followed closely. "So your client is preparing for a potential shared award?" Daniel ventured. "I am bound by strict confidentiality," Leon said, a faint smile playing on his lips. "But I certainly can't stop you from connecting the dots. Now, if you're prepared to move forward, I can transfer your bonus to any account you designate." Today, Daniel pretended to consider it, but Leon saw right through the act. The hook was set. "All right," Daniel said. "What do I need to sign?" "Nothing," Leon answered. "This is a delicate matter. My client wishes to avoid any appearance of improperly recruiting from a rival. Everything must be transparent for potential government review. That's why the payment comes from my firm, not directly from your new employer. Instead of a formal document, they are asking for a simple gesture of goodwill." "No," Daniel said firmly, shaking his head. "I told you before I won't engage in corporate espionage, and my client would never ask you to," Leon assured him, his tone utterly convincing. "What they're after could be found through public records, but that's a slow and tedious process. They'd prefer you hand it over and save them the legwork." "Hand what over? The program supplier list?" Leon clarified. "My client needs to be ready to move the instant the appeal goes their way. They have a solid primary supply chain, of course. But as you're aware, the program's technical deadlines are ambitious. My client wants a backup plan, a roster of alternative suppliers in case their main partners can't ramp up production fast enough to meet the government's schedule." Daniel ran a hand over the stubble on his jaw, considering handing over another company's list of secondary suppliers definitely lived in a moral gray zone. It wasn't as guarded as design blueprints or test results, but vendor relationships were proprietary. Companies often made subcontractors sign strict non-disclosure agreements to stop competitors from swooping in. Still, as Leon hinted, a determined person could dig up that list. The main contractor had to report its subcontractors to the government, making it technically public information, if you were willing to endure the bureaucratic nightmare of filing the right forms. Most people weren't. "I could give you the vendors for my specific department," Daniel offered. "But I don't have clearance for the program's master database." "I get that," Leon said, reaching into his jacket. "But there's a shortcut." "Go on," Daniel said, his gaze sharpening. "The automated maintenance report function," Leon explained, passing Daniel a sleek metallic card holder. "Keep this in your pocket during the next firmware update. When the prototype connects to the internet, this will capture the data transmission, including the vendor list." Daniel finished. "Precisely," Leon confirmed. Daniel examined the seemingly ordinary object in his palm. "So I just carry this with me during today's update." "That's all." "That's all," Leon said. "And then I get my money?" "Not quite," Leon corrected. "Your signing bonus is contingent on your verbal agreement to leave your current job and accept the role of Director of Engineering with my client. Say the words, and the funds are transferred. If you pay me up front, what's to stop me from backing out?" Daniel challenged. Leon gave a casual shrug. "You're being invited into the company's executive leadership. If the team doubted your integrity, these talks would have ended weeks ago. Remember, my commission depends on your success. I fully intend to get paid." Daniel's eyes shifted from the device to Leon and back. A long, silent moment passed, filled only by the distant hum of the city outside. Finally, Daniel let out a slow breath he hadn't realized he was holding. "All right," he said, the word feeling heavy yet decisive. "I'm in." Leon had never doubted it for a second. Briarwood, Texas. The Mustang's headlights carved a path through the darkness as Jack Ryan Jr. shifted the 6-speed manual into 4th gear, surging through a sweeping curve. Between the roar of the 450 horsepower V8, the warm wind whipping around him, and the perfect Texas night, he didn't bother hiding his exhilarated grin. Honestly, the only flaw in this perfect drive was the empty seat beside him. Right on time, his phone rang. Jack glanced at the caller ID on the console, and his smile impossibly widened even further. Where the contact once showed a name, it now displayed a single glorious word in all caps: fiancé. He really loved the sound of that. "Hey, you," he answered, lifting his foot off the accelerator to let the engine's growls soften to a contented purr. Renting this convertible muscle car was a fantastic way to see Texas, but it was terrible for phone calls. "Hey, back? I'm feeling a little lonely over here. Know any handsome drivers who might want to chat?" Lisanne Robertson's low, smoky voice sent a pleasant thrill straight down his spine. The thought of Lisanne, waiting alone in their rainy street hotel room, made his right foot itch to press down on the gas. He could unleash the power coiled under the Mustang's hood, but he held back. Gunning it might shave a few minutes off the drive back to Austin, but he'd lose precious time hearing his fiancée's voice telling him how much she missed him. That was a trade Jack would never make. "Lisanne Robertson," he said, noticing the playful looseness in her words. "Have you been into the Champagne without me? You'll have to hurry back and see for yourself." Her reply did more than just rev the engine's RPMs. Glancing at the dashboard clock, Jack calculated his position. He was westbound on Highway 79, somewhere in the quiet stretch between Rockdale and Thorndale. The ranches and farmland had been scenic in the daylight on his drive to College Station, but now the night offered only darkness. This 2-lane highway was dotted with small towns, each a potential speed trap. The limit was 70 on the open road, but it plummeted to 35 through every incorporated area. Texas troopers were courteous, but they had no issue writing tickets to out-of-towners, turning lawbreakers into a municipal revenue stream. Yet, as her husky voice filled the car, a speeding fine started to feel like a reasonable price for getting to his future wife a little faster. "You promised me you weren't drinking tonight?" Jack reminded her. "That was the plan," Lisanne conceded. "But Dawn and Hawks had a last-minute gig at Carly's favorite spot, so we went. Carly might have mentioned my engagement to the bartender, who then insisted on celebratory shots. I declined, but Jack prompted. But then a group of college guys tried to buy us drinks, she said. Apparently my new ring wasn't shiny enough for them to notice. As a former college guy himself, Jack figured those boys likely saw the ring just fine and chose to ignore it. But he was too absorbed in the sound of her voice to argue.
What did you do?
I told them I was waiting for my fiancée. How'd that go over? Not great, she laughed. They just started buying rounds for Carly instead. He smiled, easing off the accelerator as a town limit sign approached. Carly Dill, Lisanne's college roommate and perpetual partner in crime, had been the first friend Lisanne called after sharing the news with her parents. Never one to miss a celebration, Carly had immediately demanded Lisanne bring her fiancé to Austin for inspection. Jack, who loved to travel, was less thrilled about a girls' weekend tag-along until Lisanne played her trump card, Texas A&M football. The Fightin' Aggies were playing a night game at Kyle Field, and tickets were still available. In a flurry of negotiation that Jack took as a promising sign for their marriage, they'd struck a deal. They'd fly from D.C. to Austin Sunday morning, check into the Van Zandt near Rainey Street, and then split up. Jack would drive to College Station for the game while Lisanne spent Sunday catching up with Carly. He'd return after the final whistle. They'd meet Carly for lunch on Monday, and then catch the evening flight home. It was a simple plan. Deceptively so. You still haven't explained the tipsy part, Jack said. I'm getting to it, Lisanne replied. After Carly shooed those University of Texas boys away, we were ready to leave. But the bartender said he was experimenting with a new cocktail and desperately wanted a taste tester. He practically begged me to try it, Jack. Jack could easily picture the scene. Lisanne Robertson, with the olive skin, raven hair, and deep brown eyes she got from her Lebanese mother, had a way of making bartenders very eager for her opinion. Her father's influence had instilled in her a deep sense of duty, which she first answered by serving in the Marine Corps. Then later, as a police officer, before her skills caught the eye of a group known as the Campus. Lisanne's slender, toned physique was a testament to that life of service, as was the absence of her left forearm. The injury that claimed the limb had almost claimed her life, too. For her, just as for Jack, staying in peak physical condition was a professional necessity, not a casual pastime. When he'd headed out for the game, she'd been in a snug University of Texas shirt and jeans that highlighted her long legs and outfit, combined with her grin that had almost made him cancel his trip to see the Aggies. Knowing his fiancée, she had undoubtedly swapped that for something far more impressive before meeting Carly for the concert. While Austin's 6th Street was never short of attractive women, Jack felt the city still wasn't quite prepared for someone like Lisanne Robertson. He knew he certainly wasn't. What did he mix for you, Jack asked. He dubbed it the McConaughey. Imagine a margarita with a serious kick. Absolutely incredible. The deliberate emphasis she placed on those final words drew a laugh from Jack, who smartly avoided inquiring exactly how many of those drinks she'd tried before reaching that conclusion. A beverage named for Austin's most famous hometown hero had to be worthwhile. Is that why you called? Jack said. Just to make me jealous? Not at all, Lisanne replied, her voice softened by the alcohol. I called because I'm missing you and I've had a few. Are you close? Jack sincerely wished he was, for several reasons beyond simple companionship. If he was being truthful, this weekend getaway was about more than just visiting her friend Carly. He and Lisanne had reached a critical juncture in their relationship, a point where two very different futures diverged. This time in Austin was meant to provide space to reflect. While he hadn't found a clear answer to their dilemma, he was certain of one thing. Everything felt right when he was with her. But the universe unfortunately pays no mind to slightly buzzed fiancés or the powerful growl of a Detroit-engineered motor. Regrettably, the laws of physics and distance meant he still had nearly an hour before he could surrender the Mustang's keys to the valet at the Van Zandt. Past experience suggested Lisanne would be sound asleep by then. He began to tell her just that when, in an instant, everything was different. The collision occurred with such startling speed that Jack barely registered it. Even though he was only about half a football field away, the ferocity of the crash was a chaotic blur. The initial impact instantly twisted into a snarled heap of steel and a burst of dust and fragments. Locked together, the two cars careened off the winding rural highway and vanished into the thick roadside brush. 1 second, the pavement was a nightmare of crumpling metal, screeching rubber, and wild, sweeping headlights. The next, the two-lane road was empty, all traces of the violence erased from the double yellow lines as if wiped clean by an invisible hand. Sudden, brutal events have a way of scrambling perception and warping one's sense of time. Especially for those unaccustomed to such chaos, Jack Ryan Jr. was not unaccustomed. Even so, it still required a few heartbeats for his mental process, his OODA loop to complete its cycle, for his mind to shift from observation to a decisive course of action. He wasn't in a fighter jet like the pilot who developed the concept, but he was behind the wheel of a Ford Mustang GT, its roaring engine carrying him toward the wreck at nearly 60 miles per hour. In roughly the time it takes to draw a single breath, he had to comprehend the scene and choose what to do. Given the severe time pressure, anyone might have driven right past while their brains struggled to catch up. Jack did not drive past Jack, was no race car driver, but he belonged to a select group whose skills were even more specialized. This wasn't the first time his mind had to instantly process chaos and make split-second choices that meant life or death, and it likely wouldn't be the last. Yet Jack didn't waste a moment pondering the peculiarities of his career, nor did he fret over how this crash would wreck his already tight schedule. He simply moved downshifting hard. He turned the engine's rumble into a furious roar, flicked on his hazard lights, and steered the Mustang onto the shoulder. "Listen, I've got to go," Jack said into the phone. "Just came up on an accident. Be careful," Lisanne replied, all traces of their earlier playful banter gone. There was a good reason for her shift in tone, like Jack. She worked for a covert intelligence outfit called the Campus. While their trip to Austin was purely for fun, the organization's lengthy roster of enemies didn't take holidays. "Always am," Jack answered. "Call me when you're moving again," Lisanne said, her voice steady and clear. "I love you. Love you too," Jack said. Ending the call with his fiancée, two realizations clicked into place. First, Lisanne hadn't been nearly as tipsy as she'd let on. Second, a random crash on a dark highway might not worry an ordinary person, but John Patrick Ryan Jr. was far from ordinary. Driving the back roads of Texas was a genuine pleasure, especially in a powerful convertible with no traffic in sight. Expanses of hay and grain fields gave way to wooded patches thick with mesquite, live oaks, and cedar. Rolling hills dotted with cattle flanked the winding gravel lanes that led to ranch houses. A few of those homes looked like they belonged on a TV ranch drama, but most were modest structures of river stone and timber, likely passed down through generations out here. Drivers followed an unspoken code of courtesy, a world apart from the cutthroat commuting habits of Austin, Houston, or Dallas. Even on long single-lane stretches, people would pull over to let faster cars pass. But the politest driver in the world can't avoid a collision if they never see it coming. And while the countryside's gentle pace was charming, there was nothing gentle about two vehicles, each a mass of several thousand pounds of metal and plastic meeting at 70 miles per hour, in a wreck that severe airbags would be little more than a fleeting comfort. Jack's headlights swept over the gravel shoulder as he brought the Mustang to a halt. A light rain earlier had left the pavement slick with a thin, greasy film of oil, dirt, and road grit. Having learned to drive on Maryland's snowy roads, Jack had initially chuckled when a Texan warned him about wet conditions. That arrogance didn't last. The infamous black ice of the north had nothing on a rain-slicked Texas highway. Tonight, that slickness had claimed at least two vehicles, though Jack was sure he'd seen two cars collide. All he could make out now was a car-sized gap torn through the roadside underbrush. Judging by the downward slope of the land, he guessed a ravine or a creek bed lay at the bottom. This was no minor scrape. The part of his mind trained in assessing violent situations whispered that whatever lay beyond those shattered branches and crushed foliage would be far worse than simple bumps and bruises. Jack pressed a button on the steering wheel, instructing the automated voice to dial 911. Even though the Mustang was a rental, he'd made sure to pair his phone. Cruising the back roads of Texas was an absolute blast. Finding your way, however, was another story entirely. 911, what's your emergency? The operator's voice crackled through the line. I'm reporting a multi-vehicle crash on Highway 79, Jack replied, his eyes scanning the empty stretch ahead. I'm roughly 10 miles west of Milano. Both cars left the north side of the pavement and look like they went down into the brush, probably over an embankment. EMS is on the way. If you can do so safely, can you approach and describe the scene? I need to know if there's any fire. Give me a second, Jack said. He'd tucked his phone into the console between the seats of the convertible Mustang. Driving a back road with the top down, the wind whipping, and a country song on the radio was pure joy, right up until a sudden sharp bend could send your phone flying into the great unknown. Not that he'd ever done that, mind you. While the open roof made retrieving his phone a minor chore, it did his hearing a huge favor. Or, more accurately, it allowed a specific all-too-recognizable sound to reach him with crystal clarity. Gunshots. 3 of them. Jack Ryan didn't have a normal 9-to-5. To be honest, very little about his life was standard. His father was the president, and his mother had once been targeted by a terrorist group. But next to his actual career, those were just interesting footnotes. His job was hard to pin down. He worked for a group that on paper didn't exist, doing things that officially never occurred. Because of this, he knew the sound of gunfire intimately and the weapons that made it. He stepped out of the Mustang, the Texas sun warm on his back, and drew the Sig Sauer P365 SAS from its holster under his shirt. The shadowy organization he worked for was tied to U.S. intelligence, but that didn't come with a license to carry a firearm on a commercial flight. That was fine by him. After finding himself on the wrong end of an ambush one too many times, Jack had made a personal vow he would never travel without a weapon again. So he'd checked his pistol and ammo with his luggage and collected them in Austin. Some might call that paranoid. Those people had never lived a day in his world. At 6'2" and 220, Jack was a substantial man, and the grueling hours spent training in the campus's fight facility had taught him how to use the strength his genetics and the weight room had provided, but only an idiot relied solely on muscle. A gun in skilled hands always beat fists, leading with the SIG. He followed the fresh scars in the earth left by the crash. He heard 2 different weapons now, the sharp crack of a handgun and the heavier, throatier boom of what was likely a rifle, maybe an AK. Whatever was happening in that thicket wasn't a simple case of road rage. Sure, Texans were armed, but your average commuter didn't bring an assault rifle to work. He moved forward, consciously fighting the adrenaline-fueled urge to sprint toward the noise. That instinct was a siren song, but answering it would put him at a fatal disadvantage. Instead, he forced his breathing to steady, making his body a stable platform, and focused on listening. The sounds painted a picture of a desperate, lopsided fight in his rush. He'd left the phone line open on the Mustang's seat. With any luck, the 911 operator would hear the distant pops and send the cavalry. But as he'd learned through bitter experience, you couldn't plan on luck. Hope was a feeling, not a strategy. With a little help from his Sig Sauer, Jack was determined to create his own opportunity. The sharp, rhythmic cracks of the pistol fell silent as he reached the cover of the undergrowth. The meaning of that silence could be taken several ways, but in these critical moments he had learned to impose strict boundaries on his thoughts. What was the most optimistic possibility? The shooter in the car had neutralized the threat, and the most dire, That shooter was now out of bullets, or worse. A chorus of male voices speaking English with a faint, unfamiliar accent, not British, but perhaps a regional dialect, drifted through the trees. Jack mentally bookmarked that detail for later analysis, forcing his focus onto the immediate task of survival. The road did indeed drop off, just as he'd guessed, but only by about 5 feet into a small clearing. 2 vehicles occupied the space below. Given the violence of the collision he'd heard, Jack expected to see them tangled together. They weren't. Instead, a 4-door sedan sat about 10 yards ahead of a mid-size SUV outfitted with a heavy brush guard. He noted their positions. The sedan was facing the SUV. The reason became clear. This wasn't an accident. The SUV had executed a precise pit maneuver, sending the sedan into a violent spin. The crash had been deliberate. A cold realization settled in his gut. This was an ambush in progress. 3 figures clad in black balaclavas were positioned around the SUV, armed not with the rusty junk favored by street gangs, but with modern, well-maintained AK-pattern rifles. These weapons were outfitted with holographic sights, polymer magazines, and customized forens. 2 gunmen used the SUV's doors as cover, firing disciplined, alternating bursts into the sedan's windshield. The third was on the move, flanking left under their covering fire. His movement, a smooth, rolling gait, was unmistakable. It was the walk of a trained combatant, a rhythm Jack knew intimately. Jack's assessment was instantaneous. He was committing to a lethal intervention. There would be no rehearsals or second chances. He had to be right. His swift survey only confirmed his initial instincts. 3 masked men with assault rifles had intentionally wrecked another vehicle. Their Tahoe showed none of the subtle markers of an unmarked police vehicle. No hidden light bars, no forest of antennas, no spotlight on the mirror. It was just a normal SUV. They wore practical outdoor clothing, lacking the overt tactical gear of a SWAT team or the uniformity of an official unit. More tellingly, he'd heard no commands to surrender, no offers of quarter. The shouted communication was purely tactical, meant for their own team. They weren't here to arrest anyone. This was an execution. The flanking gunman paused, settling into a stable firing stance near the sedan's side window. In a stride or two, he would be able to fire directly into the cabin, completing a lethal crossfire. The occupants of the sedan, whoever they were out of time. Jack's finger found the trigger guard. The moment for observation was over. Jack aligned the SIG's front sight with the center of the man's back, brought the rear notch into perfect alignment, and squeezed the trigger with a smooth, steady pressure. The countless hours and tens of thousands of rounds fired in practice allowed this sequence to unfold in a heartbeat. The shot cracked the air. As the pistol's sights settled back on target, Jack took up the slack for a follow-up shot, which broke a mere instant after the first. The gunman crumpled. Then, predictably, the situation unraveled. You can learn everything about a shooter's training by watching how they handle an ambush. The men Jack was facing weren't just good. They were professionals. His biggest problem was his complete lack of cover. He was standing in the open, a perfect silhouette. In a gunfight, there are no second-place trophies. Jack had hoped his approach from behind would let him drop 2, maybe all 3, before they could react. That would have been a reasonable hope if they were common thugs. Their reactions told a different story, with a fluid practiced motion that reminded Jack uncomfortably of the operators he'd trained with. The 2 men firing at the sedan switched their focus. By the time Jack swung his sights from the first downed shooter to the remaining pair, he was already staring into the muzzle of an AK-47. Probably 2, but a stroke of luck. The SUV's frame blocked the driver's line of fire. The passenger faced no such obstacle. Jack was committing to his own trigger press when 3 sensations hit him at once. The muzzle flash from the rifle, the sharp report of the shot, and a sudden tug and pinch across his shirt as a round passed close enough to shave the hair from his ribs. A detached part of his mind was almost admiring. In mere seconds, this gunman had processed the threat, repositioned to a new angle, and placed accurate fire. These were not amateurs. Thankfully, The larger part of Jack's brain was running on pure instinct, a deep well of muscle memory. In a deadly game of chicken, he kept his finger moving, making a microscopic adjustment to his aim to compensate for his first shot, which had only punched a hole in the SUV's door. He was outnumbered and outgunned. Trying to run for cover now would just give this skilled shooter a chance to turn him into Swiss cheese. It was kill or be killed, a brutal test of skill. And maybe, just maybe, a little luck. While he was at a firepower disadvantage, Jack held one critical card. He had started the fight. That split second of initiative meant he was already adapting to the new target. So when both their initial shots missed, Jack's second round didn't. It struck center mass. So did his third and fourth. The shooter folded and dropped. The lopsided fight had just tipped in Jack's favor. He allowed himself to believe that fairy tale for exactly 2 seconds, the time it took for a new rifle to open up. Dropping to a knee, Jack scanned to the right, searching for the source. He found it. The first man he'd shot was pushing himself up, very much alive, body armor, of course, which meant they all probably had it. Muttering a curse, he rolled toward a patch of scrub brush as geysers of dirt erupted around him. Surprise and overwhelming violence of action were the pillars of close combat principles he'd used to great effect. But not today. Today he just hugged the dirt behind a twisted mesquite tree, trying to make himself disappear. The scraggly branches of the bush offered little real cover from bullets, but with some luck, their twisted shapes might break up Jack's silhouette. That would have to be enough, because luck and the 9mm in his hand were his only assets right now. As he inched to the right, twigs, leaves, and a cloud of fine Texas pollen showered down around him. He was hoping to use the slope of the ground for concealment, aiming for a thicker patch of vegetation he'd spotted earlier. From there, he might be able to circle back toward the sedan. Maybe the car's owner could lend a hand, but at the very least, its metal frame would be far better than flimsy brush against a barrage of rifle fire. To emphasize the point, a sudden volley slammed into a tree just to his right, exploding wood into splinters and covering him in a gritty dust. This part of Texas was beautiful, but a nightmare for anyone with allergies, and Jack clenched his jaw, fighting back a sneeze. So much for moving right. He glanced toward the hill on his left. Taking the high ground was a basic rule, but getting there meant crossing open space, a complete impossibility. Every move these shooters had made confirmed they knew their business. With 3 of them focused on him, making a clean break back to his own car wasn't happening. That left one real option: stay put. Jack settled into the leaf litter, going prone. He pressed his back against the gnarled tree trunk, trying to limit the angles from which they could approach. 3 professionals wouldn't assume he'd just vanished. They'd come to flush him out and finish what they'd started. The job he'd interrupted. A branch cracked. They were coming. Jack drew a slow breath, digging his right elbow into the dirt to steady his aim. The SIG's night sights glowed a faint lime green in the darkness. The prone position was about as stable as it got for a handgun, and he'd need every bit of that stability. To walk away from this, he'd likely need perfect shots. In a perfect scenario, staying hidden would draw them in, negating their rifle's advantage and letting him fire first. But let's be honest, nothing about the last few minutes had been perfect. In a strange way, he was almost relieved it was nearly over. The tense anticipation before a fight was often worse than the fight itself. He'd played a terrible hand as well as he could. Now it was time to see the cards. Another twig snapped. Moving quietly through woods at night, on unfamiliar ground without night vision, was far harder than people thought. And when your life was on the line, your senses dialed everything up to 11. On a normal day with sunshine and birdsong, he might have missed that faint sound. But here, with his heart pounding and death in the air, every rustle seemed amplified. Or was it Jack fought the instinct to swing his pistol toward the noise? The human eye catches movement above all else. He also knew, had he been in their position, he might use a little misdirection, make a sound in one spot to draw fire while approaching from another. He knew that very well. Another crackle came from the same direction. Keeping the cig perfectly still, Jack turned his head just a fraction. Hunting a man at night was its own unique discipline, a discipline his mentor, John Clark, had been all too happy to teach him. Clark had learned his trade tracking enemy fighters through the dense Vietnamese wilderness, and the wisdom he passed down was extensive. Yet one principle felt particularly relevant. Now, in low light, your side vision often picked up movement better than staring straight ahead. Jack angled his head, hoping to engage that more sensitive part of his eye. The tactic succeeded, but not as he'd imagined. 1 second, he was motionless, every sense straining to parse the shadows. The next, an engine snarled to life, and a hulking black form surged toward him, an SUV, accelerating directly at his position. Jack dropped his SIG pistol, shoving hard against the earth with both palms. There was no time to stand. Instead, he executed a desperate gymnastic roll from a push-up stance, tumbling down the slope as twigs clawed at his skin. The vehicle blasted past, like an enraged beast, tearing through the underbrush, and one spinning tire hurled a wave of cold mud across his face. The engine growled, and Jack braced for another charge, but it never came. The SUV's rumble simply diminished as it sped away down the lane. Cautiously, Jack stood, retrieved his pistol, and slid it back into its holster. He had no idea why the attackers had broken off their assault, but he wasn't about to question a sudden gift. Maybe, just maybe, he could slip away without any more excitement. And then the sirens began. Like any upstanding citizen, Jack typically found the sound of police sirens reassuring. Tonight, however, he suspected the arrival of officers might turn a bewildering scene into pure chaos. When confusion involved firearms and fatalities, cops had a tendency to show up with weapons ready and fingers tense. Not an ideal greeting. The smartest move was to have a witness who could corroborate his story, someone like the person in that shot-up sedan. He scrambled down the incline toward the wrecked car. "Friendly!" Jack shouted as he closed in. "I'm coming in to help." Staying alive during the firefight had been a mix of luck and training, but luck was notoriously unreliable, and in a gunfight, Murphy's Law wasn't just a suggestion, it was a guarantee. If there was a guardian angel for gun battles, Jack figured the guy had a pretty dark sense of humor. It would be just like him to guide Jack through the storm of bullets, only to let him get shot by the very person he was trying to rescue. "Hello," in the car, Jack called, now level with the passenger door. "I'm here to help." Silence. It could mean the driver was unconscious, or worse, the fact that the return fire from the car had ceased earlier supported that grim idea. Then again, the occupant might be waiting for the perfect shot, exactly what Jack would do in their place. Choices, choices. The sirens swelled and pulses of red and blue light washed over the trees. The police were almost here, shrinking his window to frame what happened next. Time to commit. "I'm opening the passenger door," Jack announced. Despite the calm words, he approached from behind the door, using the window frame as a shield. The sedan's tinted glass turned the interior into a pool of darkness. He thought he could make out a shape slumped in the driver's seat, but it was impossible to be sure. Drawing a steadying breath, Jack gripped the handle and pulled. The door swung open with a soft shower of broken glass. Jack risked a glance inside the sedan, his mind capturing the scene in an instant before he pulled back from the line of fire. It was a technique he'd relied on in more firefights than he could count, and tonight it seemed to have paid off once more. Slumped across the front seat was a man, a pistol clenched tightly in his right hand. "Drop the weapon," Jack commanded, his voice steady. "I can help you, but you need to drop it now." Whether it was the authority in his tone or the approaching wail of sirens and glare of headlights from the patrol cars, the man complied. The metallic clatter of the gun hitting the floorboard was a welcome sound in the tense night air. Jack moved cautiously around the door until he saw the pistol lying on the rubber mat. Then he slid fully into the vehicle. The driver was in rough shape. His chest and shoulder were a mess of blood, his lips speckled with crimson. Jack couldn't tell how many times he'd been hit, but the injuries looked severe. In moments like these, there was only one priority: stop the bleeding. "You're going to be okay," Jack said, his hands searching the man's torso for the bullet's entry point. "An ambulance is on its way." He wasn't sure if that was true, but in these situations, certainty mattered less than conviction. Gunshot wounds were wildly unpredictable. What instantly disabled one person might barely slow another down. More often than not, survival hinged on the victim's own will to live. If they believed they had a chance, they usually did. If they gave up, shock and blood loss would swiftly prove them right. "Help me," the man whispered, a spray of red mist accompanying his words as his fingers weakly clawed at Jack's jeans. Jack gently pushed the hands aside, focusing on the wound. The blood in the airway pointed to a lung injury, likely a sucking chest wound where air seeped into the pleural cavity with every breath. Without sealing that entry point, rising pressure would collapse the lung and kill him, ambulance or not. "I've got you," Jack reassured him, unzipping the man's sweatshirt. "Just stay with me." Suddenly, the shadowy interior of the car was flooded with brilliant white light, transforming the dim space into something resembling an operating theater. A spotlight from behind Jack pierced the windshield, illuminating the driver in stark, almost cruel detail. The man wasn't what Jack had expected at all. While gunplay and masked assailants usually seemed like a young man's hobby, this guy broke the mold. Middle-aged, with a receding hairline, a sparse beard, and thick glasses. His round cheeks and heavy jowls looked perfectly at home in his faded college sweatshirt and well-worn jeans. He looked less like some paramilitary operator and more like someone's accountant or somebody's father. A glance at the sweatshirt confirmed Jack's hunch. The words "Proud Aggie Dad" were stenciled in black across the maroon fabric. If not for the pistol on the floor and the distinct hissing sound coming from the man's chest, Jack might have thought he'd climbed into the wrong car entirely. "Hold on," Jack said, pulling his money clip from his pocket. Almost anything could serve as a temporary bandage, but only an airtight seal would stop the flow of air into the wound. He needed something plastic. Jack slid a warehouse club membership card from the clip. Placing it flat over the entry wound, he held it in place with one hand while using the other to strip off his outer shirt and twist it into a crude pressure bandage. The fabric wasn't meant for stemming catastrophic bleeding, but he managed to knot it tightly enough across the man's chest to keep the plastic card sealed against his skin. The ideal solution would have been to secure the plastic sheeting on 3 sides with medical tape, creating a proper seal against the man's skin. Jack knew that, but a compression bandage and a rigid membership card from a warehouse store were what he had, and they were infinitely better than nothing at all. He was proven right almost instantly. The driver's desperate, ragged gasps evened out into a steadier, more controlled rhythm. The man would still need a proper chest tube to relieve the trapped air pressing on his lung, but Jack's makeshift intervention had stopped the situation from deteriorating further. Now he could assess the other injuries. A voice, electronically amplified, cut through the night. "You in the vehicle. Exit now with your hands where I can see them. Move slowly." Jack had been anticipating a command like this ever since the blinding police spotlight had flooded the car's interior. The method of delivery, however, was a surprise. It wasn't an officer standing a few yards away. It was a voice booming from a patrol car's loudspeaker. Whoever was in charge was choosing to stay in his vehicle instead of approaching to assist. "I am unarmed," Jack shouted, lifting his blood-smeared hands into the harsh light. "I'm providing emergency aid to a critically wounded man. He has multiple torso gunshot wounds. He requires immediate medical attention." The disembodied command repeated colder this time. "Exit the vehicle, hands up." Now, Jack swallowed the sharp retort on his tongue, forcing himself to consider the officer's perspective. In a quiet town like this, there was likely only one cop on duty. With no backup to cover him, it made a grim sort of sense for the man behind the spotlight to order Jack out before approaching what was clearly an active and dangerous scene. "All right," Jack called back. his voice deliberately calm. "All right, I'm coming out." The driver was fading in and out, but his gaze was startlingly clear and focused as Jack gave the bandage one final, securing tug. A weak hand brushed against Jack's leg. "Help me," the man whispered, each word a struggle. "Don't worry," Jack said, gently moving the seeking hand aside. "I'll be right back. You have my word." A final warning echoed from the loudspeaker. "Keep your shirt on," Jack muttered to the injured man, adjusting the bandage one last time. The driver's lips moved, trying to form another plea, but Jack shook his head. "Save your strength. I'll be right back." Then, louder for the cop, "I'm exiting the vehicle. Coming out now." Jack carefully backed out of the passenger seat, his stained hands held high at shoulder level. He took 2 deliberate steps backward, debating whether to wait for further instructions or simply turn toward the light to move this tedious, dangerous dance along. His brief time with the driver had sparked a protective instinct, but Jack had zero desire to end up on a stretcher right beside him. "Take 3 steps to your right now." Jack obeyed, moving with slow, exaggerated care. He took deliberately large strides, hoping that by clearing a direct path to the sedan, he might encourage the officer to finally get a move on. No such luck. The spotlight tracked him perfectly, keeping him pinned in its center. It was frankly ridiculous. Jack's hands were empty, and his fitted t-shirt left no room to conceal a weapon. The only real unknown, the only potential threat, was the car itself. The car that was now plunged into shadow because this genius was fixated on the wrong person. This cop's bravery was questionable, but his tactical sense was undeniably pathetic. "Turn and face me! Can we possibly pick up the pace here?" Jack asked, squinting into the blinding beam. "The man in that car is dying." "No," a new voice stated flatly. "He isn't." The words came from behind Jack, so there was a second officer. "What do you mean?" Jack asked, turning toward the sound. A second cop straightened up from where he'd been examining the interior of the sedan. "I mean, he's gone. He's dead. Walk me through it again." "Not happening," Jack said, his eyes locked on the man sitting opposite him. "We're finished here. You're finished when I decide you're finished." "See, that's not really how this process works," Jack replied, his tone dropping to a weary, flat finality. Jack leaned back in his chair, the metal legs scraping against the linoleum floor. "If I'm not under arrest, then I'm here because I choose to be, and if I am, I want my lawyer right now." The officer across the table just stared, his silence heavy in the small room. Jack had seen this tactic before, during his SERE training. A brutal course he never wanted to repeat. He'd faced interrogators who were masters of psychological pressure. Those long nights of simulated captivity taught him more about his own limits than any field manual ever could. Compared to those professionals, this local cop was playing a minor league game. "Here's how it is," the officer finally said, his words slow and deliberate. "Briarwood is a quiet town. Folks here like it that way. A busy night for me usually means breaking up a bonfire where some teenagers had a few too many. The last shooting we had was a decade ago, when old Tim Sellers accidentally blew off his own thumb cleaning a rifle. Since he was 3 sheets to the wind at the time, we wrote it off as a lesson learned." He paused, picking up a powdered donut from beside his coffee mug and taking a large bite. Jack's own untouched pastry and coffee sat between them, growing cold. After a loud sip from his mug, the officer continued as if there had been no pause at all. "Part of me thinks I should just call my buddies at the FBI and let them sort you out. I'm on good terms with the agents from the College Station office. I'm sure they'd be happy to make the drive, Mr. Richardson." He held up Jack's driver's license as he spoke. It was a good fake, one of several identities provided by the campus. Recent violent encounter with the Chinese assassination squad had made it clear that traveling under his real name was no longer an option if he wanted to stay off certain radars. So even for personal trips, Jack used a cover. Just because he wasn't working didn't mean a hostile government would see it that way. The license in the officer's crumb-dusted fingers would pass a routine check, but a deeper search into the alias could raise uncomfortable questions back at headquarters. And while Jack wasn't hiding anything criminal, the last thing he needed was an extended chat with an actual FBI agent. It wasn't about having secrets. It was about the sheer inconvenience. The cover would be blown, notes would be filed into a federal database, and Gavin Byery, their tech wizard, would have to spend days cleaning up the digital trail. All that would pull the team's focus away from real operations. Jack would rather avoid creating extra work for his friends. But this small-town cop shouldn't know any of that, which made Jack wonder if Officer Bradshaw was really as simple as he seemed. "Call anyone you like," Jack replied, rising from his chair. "But unless you're placing me under arrest, I'm walking out of here." The officer's heavy lip twisted into a scowl, but he remained silent. Jack interpreted that silence as permission. With a brief, acknowledging tilt of his head, he sidestepped the policeman and made his way into the hallway. The room he'd just left hadn't struck him as purpose-built for interrogations. To Jack, it felt more like one of those small, private conference spaces, somewhere you'd take a sensitive phone call or have a hushed discussion. Honestly, he doubted a town like Briarwood even needed a dedicated, soundproofed interrogation room. Given the modest size of the police station and its single holding cell, he figured most questioning probably happened right where the incident occurred, after the town's small force responded to whatever minor offense had drawn them out. The curious stares from the two other people in the station only reinforced his impression. A woman was handling both the front desk and the phones. Her uniform was similar in style to Officer Bradshaw's, though she wore no badge or duty belt, likely a hybrid dispatcher and administrative assistant. The second person looked like he'd just graduated high school. He had to be at least 18 to be an officer, but his youthful face and wide, earnest eyes wouldn't have been out of place in a senior homeroom. A faint, patchy attempt at a mustache adorned his upper lip, giving him the appearance of a kid playing dress-up, rather than projecting any real authority. The stern look he aimed at Jack only completed that image. "Morning," Jack offered with an easy smile. The woman returned a wary nod, while the young officer strained to appear intimidating. Jack let out a quiet laugh as he pushed through the front door into the cool night air. For better or worse, his business in this town was finished. Once again, he'd stepped in to help a stranger and ended up dealing with the fallout. The roadside ambush was far from a typical day, even for him. But he'd done what he could for the driver and provided Briarwood's version of law enforcement with descriptions of the shooters and their vehicle. What Officer Bradshaw chose to do with that information wasn't Jack's concern. Well, that wasn't entirely true. A man had been executed by what looked like professionals. While Jack's direct involvement was over, he wasn't about to leave the victim's fate solely in Bradshaw's hands. Jack generally tried to live as just another person, not as the son of one of the world's most influential figures, but sometimes he wasn't above using his family name to nudge the scales for those without his advantages. Once he got back to Washington, he planned to reach out to a contact at the FBI. Bradshaw might be in over his head, but an innocent man's blood had been spilled. This was Texas, for heaven's sake, not some lawless corner of the globe. In America, the rule of law was supposed to mean something for everyone, or it meant nothing at all. Jack believed that deeply, though he was no vigilante. Sure, he was often the stick called upon when diplomacy failed abroad, but the mainland U.S. wasn't his usual territory. Besides, the woman he loved was waiting at a hotel less than 60 miles away. His time in Briarwood was done. Reaching into his pocket for his car keys, his fingers brushed against something else, a folded piece of paper. He worked off the paperclip and unfolded the stationery, tilting it to catch the glow of the mercury vapor light above the door. The handwriting was thin and spidery, and several dark smudges made the words even harder to decipher. Still, he could make out enough: a name, a time, and a place. Amanda, 4 a.m., the Tipsy Chicken. Jack replayed those frantic final moments in the sedan, wrestling to keep the driver alive. That crumpled note cast the man's desperate movements in a new light. What Jack had written off as pure terror, the wild gestures, the choked attempts at speech, might have been something else entirely, a final, urgent attempt to communicate. He recalled the driver's wide, bloodshot eyes, the crimson spray on his lips, the ragged plea, "Help me, please." Was that desperate cry tied to the paper he'd stuffed into Jack's pocket? There was no way to be sure. All Jack knew was that a dead man had just sent him a message from the other side. The ball was now firmly in his court. The sensible and legally sound move was to turn right around, hand the blood-stained note to Officer Bradshaw, and wash his hands of the whole mess. This wasn't his city, after all, but Jack had never been one for the easy path. He pulled out his phone, tapped the Tipsy Chicken into the map app. A 24-hour diner just 2 miles away, the kind of place famous for strong coffee and questionable cholesterol. A glance at the time made him yawn. 3:35 a.m. Bradshaw had left him stewing in that interrogation room for hours, and the night had bled into early morning. He was already hours overdue back in Austin. "Help me, please." With a resigned sigh, Jack slid into the Mustang and fired up the engine. If he was going to chase a ghost at this ungodly hour, he at least hoped the diner's biscuits and gravy were worth the trip. Saghand Uranium Mine. Iran David Miller was having one of those moments where you question every decision that led you to your current location. For a guy barely past 21, this felt oddly premature. He was too young for a proper midlife crisis, and his solid upbringing in a Cincinnati suburb had steered him clear of major mistakes in love or money. Honestly, until he turned 19, his life could be summed up in one word: ordinary, dreadfully, mind-numbingly ordinary. His parents were still together, his older siblings were off living their own lives, and his hometown hadn't exactly run him out. As the youngest, he'd been granted a freedom his brother and sisters never had. Instead of heading straight to Ohio State, he'd opted for a gap year. That gap year had a way of stretching, leading to another opportunity, which ultimately led him here. And here was nothing like the grand, relaxing adventure he'd pictured. To be brutally honest, here felt like the middle of nowhere. What do you think? The whispered question came from his team leader, Elad Morag. David took a second before answering. The hesitation wasn't from fear, though Elad could be plenty intimidating. Israelis often seemed compact next to Americans, but Elad was short even by that standard. Yet within minutes of meeting the commando, David felt about 2 inches tall. Elad carried a weight of authority that made him seem 10 feet tall. He had a ready smile, but around his team, he radiated a focused, almost predatory intensity, a strange mix of protective mother hen and relentless wolverine. David's pause, however, came from a different place. Hebrew wasn't his first, second, or even third language, but it was the language of his new path, and he'd been grinding for 18 months to get a handle on it. Thankfully, Elad was asking for his opinion on something involving Persian, a tongue David had spoken since he was a kid. "Those are the trucks," David said, measuring each word. "The license plates are a perfect match." Hebrew was a complex beast, and so far David's practice had mostly involved the masculine forms, making every conversation a minor linguistic tightrope walk. While Israeli law mandated service for both men and women in the IDF, its combat units weren't integrated by gender like the American military. David had spent nearly 2 years in the Special Operations Pipeline, surrounded almost entirely by men, and his Hebrew had taken on a distinctly masculine, sometimes crude, character. This usually just earned him a few laughs from his teammates, but it was a genuine liability in his favorite off-duty activity, trying to talk to women. Thankfully, his Iranian mother had taught him Persian, a language he used with his grandparents who lived close by and visited frequently. Reading the elegant script on the tanker truck's plates was as effortless for him as breathing. If only talking to Elad felt that natural, you're absolutely certain. We don't get a do-over. That question came from Nimrod Diskin, the unit's second in command. Nimrod and Elad were like the father and mother of their 5-man reconnaissance team, their dynamic resembling a long-married couple. They had grown up together on the same small kibbutz and were the closest of friends, yet they argued constantly. David sometimes wondered if that was just a national trait. Even after 2 years, he couldn't be sure. "I'm sure," David said, injecting a steel into his tone that he knew Nimrod required. "Those trucks are registered in Isfahan province." Nimrod was tall and lean where Elad was built like a bulldog, but he carried a focused intensity that somehow outweighed his friend's physical presence. It was a gravity born of profound loss. Nimrod's older brother had been killed by a Hezbollah sniper in 2006, and his father had finally succumbed to the psychological wounds suffered as a tanker in the 1973 war. Nimrod understood the price of security in a way few others did, a sobering reality David was starting to grasp himself. "Isfahan means Natanz," Elad murmured, the implication hanging in the dry air. "David's correct, Natanz." The site of a once covert Iranian uranium enrichment facility, now openly acknowledged but no less threatening. "All right then, let's get on with it." That was Yossi Cohn, the team's sniper, and its most volatile member, of course, given that the safety of their nation might hinge on his ability to hit a target from nearly a kilometer away in shifting mountain winds. A little temperament was perhaps understandable. They were in Sagand, a remote village in Iran's mountainous heartland over 1,000 miles from Tel Aviv. The 8-day journey to this abandoned mountainside plateau had involved a dizzying array of transports, the final leg facilitated by a Mossad contact who had left them at the base of these hills 2 nights prior. Now, concealed in a hide site overlooking the Saghand uranium mine, they wore camouflage meticulously designed to blend with the local soil. But they weren't the only experts in concealment. If Mossad intelligence was accurate, the Iranians had converted the mine's old tunnel network for a new, ominous purpose. David's team was here to confirm that assessment, provided Yossi ever got the green light to fire. "Benny, your thoughts?" Elad asked. The Israeli military chain of command was far more fluid than its American counterpart. In a nation of 9 million where everyone serves, the lines between rank and family often blurred. The rigid hierarchy typical of American military units had given way to a more collaborative dynamic, a shift especially pronounced within special operations circles. Elad, as the team leader, held the final authority, but he consistently sought the input of his men before issuing any directive. "We've been stationary for half a day," Benny argued, his voice low. "If we delay any longer, we risk compromise. I recommend we proceed immediately." Benny Kokia, positioned to watch the team's vulnerable rear, was the squad's communications specialist. His role was critical. He would be the one to relay their success or failure back to command. This responsibility made him acutely sensitive to the shifting satellite positions, enabling their tenuous link to Israel and the persistent threat of Iranian electronic surveillance. A natural skeptic, Benny's cautious nature provided a necessary counterweight to Yossi's more impulsive confidence. "All right," Elad decided. "We're moving forward, David. Get the drone airborne." David served as both the team's Farsi linguist and its unmanned aerial systems operator, a duty assigned more due to his junior status than any particular passion for flight. He didn't resent the task. He enjoyed piloting the device, and privately, he agreed with Elad's quiet assessment of his skills. He knew he had considerable ground to cover before matching the operational prowess of his veteran teammates. With a final check of the optics and battery, he launched the slender glider-like UAV designed for stealth. Its efficient shape and near-silent motor were meant to evade detection in hostile airspace, a theory David fervently hoped would hold. Switching to his control tablet, he verified the drone's flight path before activating its camera. The grainy feed soon revealed a side profile of their target, a tanker truck parked by the roadside. "Target acquired," David confirmed. "Position is locked. It's directly over the marker." That marker was a sensor disguised as a rock and planted earlier by another Mossad operative. To the naked eye, it was indistinguishable from the desert scree, but it had been treated with a chemical agent that glowed in a specific spectrum visible only to the drone's specialized camera. Without that faint, telltale gleam along its edge, the device would have been impossible to spot. "Take the shot," Elad ordered. Yossi answered with his rifle. The substantial suppressor on his IWI-Dan bolt action muffled the report to a soft pop, though the distinct sound of the bolt cycling, a sharp clank, still echoed faintly in the stillness. "Miss," Nimrod whispered, a trace of irritation in his voice. Impact was low, a second pop, followed by another metallic slide. "Hit," Nimrod stated more firmly this time. "Solid hit confirmed," David said, watching the thermal display. He saw the tiny flare as the .338 Lapua Magnum round pierced the tanker's hull, followed immediately by the telltale shimmer of escaping vapor, like heat rising from summer asphalt. The ghostly plume drifted downward, washing over the still glowing sensor. This was the critical validation. "Sensor is reading positive," Nimrod announced, the tension in his voice giving way to grim satisfaction. "The package has been delivered. Kus imek," Elad muttered under his breath. "Go ahead and report it, Yossi." For once, I'd love it if our Mossad colleagues were mistaken. At that moment, David didn't grasp his team leader's frustration. He was about to learn why. Washington, D.C. Mary Pat Foley navigated the West Wing corridors with deliberate, measured steps. She offered polite nods to colleagues and a brief, practiced smile to a passing intern, her flats tapping a steady rhythm on the polished floor. Now in her mid-60s, Mary Pat could still outpace most of the younger staffers buzzing around her, a testament to the disciplined fitness regimen she'd adopted decades earlier in her career. But today, her controlled pace wasn't about stamina or keeping up with anyone. As the Director of National Intelligence and a close friend of the President, a hurried gait through these halls would spark whispers. That simply wouldn't do, even if the contents of the orange and white striped folder pressed to her chest might justify a full sprint. Old habits from her field days died hard. A spy's greatest tool was a composed exterior. "Morning, Mary Pat. Everything all right, or perhaps not so composed." "Good morning, Pete," she replied, her voice even. "Just another Monday." She managed a tight smile, but the Secret Service agent posted outside the Oval Office wasn't buying it. His returned smile didn't reach his eyes, which were watchful, and his hands, usually resting near his belt, had drifted subtly upward. It wasn't suspicion toward her, but rather an instinctive reaction to the tension she carried. Apparently, even veteran spies couldn't completely fool the service. "5 a.m. is awfully early for just another Monday," Pete observed. Mary Pat conceded with a slight nod as she placed her phone in one of the wooden cubbies on the wall. She enjoyed these small verbal jousts with the protective detail. They were a mental exercise, like iron sharpening iron, keeping her observational skills keen. It was a fitting warm-up for what came next. "The President's daily brief had some noteworthy items today," she offered. "I hate noteworthy," Pete said flatly. "So do I," Mary Pat thought. Stepping into the Oval Office, she found President John Patrick Ryan and his Chief of Staff, Arnie Van Dam, already waiting. "Happy Monday, MP," Ryan greeted her, rising from behind the resolute desk. "Coffee, no thank you, Mr. President," Mary Pat said as the door hushed closed behind her. "I'm already fully caffeinated." Ryan's smile remained warm, but his blue eyes grew intent. His habit of standing for her was partly old-fashioned courtesy, but it stemmed from more than that. Both had begun their paths in the CIA, Mary Pat in operations, Ryan in analysis, though their careers had taken highly unconventional turns. They had served together on gritty, clandestine missions, details still shrouded from public view. That shared history had forged a bond closer to family than mere professional respect. Mary Pat knew his pleasure at seeing her was genuine. She also knew the intelligence in her folder would soon replace that warmth with profound concern. Overall, Mary Pat viewed their shared history in a positive light. But on mornings like this one, she occasionally found herself wishing her rapport with the President of the United States was a little less personal. The news she carried wasn't the kind she'd enjoyed delivering to any boss. When that boss was Jack Ryan, the weight felt even heavier. "You're ahead of schedule today," Ryan observed. "Yes, Mr. President," Mary Pat replied. "We received some reporting overnight that has presented us with a rather unexpected complication." "I understand," Ryan said. "Should we call anyone else in?" That Mary Pat was handling the briefing herself at this hour wasn't lost on Ryan, but his professionalism kept him from commenting on it. His faith in his Director of National Intelligence showed itself in many ways. Yet this quiet patience was the one she valued most. Instead of jumping in with a barrage of questions, Ryan reined in his own analytical instincts. He trusted his friend and let her lay out the situation without interruption or unsolicited advice. But that didn't mean Mary Pat was without her own limitations. Having served in government for decades, she'd worked under several administrations and dealt with countless politicians and appointees. While she certainly voiced her opinions as a private citizen in the voting booth, professionally, she strived to remain nonpartisan. Her role as the nation's senior intelligence officer was to deliver the plain facts and suggest actions regardless of their political fallout. In an ideal world, intelligence and politics would occupy separate spheres. This, of course, was not an ideal world. Mary Pat had accepted long ago that her boss was, at his core, a politician. Because of that, Ryan needed a counterbalance to the information she provided, a voice to remind him that there were other stakeholders involved, even if they weren't physically in the room. Roughly 330 million of them, in fact. If Mary Pat was the conscientious angel on Ryan's right shoulder, then the part of the contrarian angel often fell to his endlessly patient chief of staff, Arnie Van Dam. Though she and Arnie maintained a cordial relationship, they frequently approached problems from opposing directions. Mary Pat knew her boss benefited from this clash of perspectives, even if her occasional run-ins with Arnie could be exhausting. Unlike the Secret Service agent stationed outside the Oval Office, Arnie didn't always back down after losing an argument. Then again, neither did she. "I don't believe so, sir," Mary Pat answered. "But if Arnie feels otherwise, we can certainly expand the circle. What I'm about to share is highly sensitive, and I'd prefer the initial audience be kept as small as possible. Are you comfortable with that?" Ryan asked, glancing toward Arnie. Like the president, Arnie had stood when Mary Pat entered, though she suspected this was less about courtesy and more because the seasoned political fighter sensed a confrontation brewing and wanted to be on his feet for it. While Ryan would always prioritize the safety of the American people above all, his responsibilities extended beyond that of commander-in-chief. Jack had sought a second term because he held a specific vision for the country. And in a constitutional republic, turning that vision into reality required cooperation from Congress. Consequently, the influence that both Arnie and Mary Pat held over their boss ebbed and flowed with the legislative currents. When Ryan was courting support on Capitol Hill, he tended to lend more credence to Arnie's counsel. When his agenda stalled in congressional gridlock, the president leaned more heavily on Mary Pat. It had taken her some time to adjust to the idea that her boss's focus was perpetually seeking a balance, but now Mary Pat appreciated the dynamic tension. The simple truth was that Jack Ryan served the American public, and she could accept that, even if this reality sometimes made her own job considerably harder. "Yeah," Arnie said, stretching the single word into a slow, thoughtful drawl. "Mary Pat doesn't offer that kind of assessment without good reason." Arnie, as always, looked like he'd slept in his suit. His perpetually rumpled appearance had initially struck Mary Pat as unprofessional, but she'd come to see it differently. Much like the famous detective with his raincoat, Arnie's disheveled style had lulled more than one overconfident opponent into a false sense of security, a mistake they never repeated. Behind that wrinkled, sometimes clashing wardrobe was a political intellect that came along once in a lifetime. It had taken her time to fully appreciate it, but she now considered the strategic guidance from the Chief of Staff as indispensable as her own intelligence reports, and given what she was about to present, Arnie's talents would be in high demand very soon. "Perfect," Mary Pat said, opening the file folder on her desk. "You might want to come take a look over here, Arnie. Sam is compiling everything into a presentation, but I didn't want to wait for the polished version." The last trace of Ryan's easy smile vanished as the gravity of her tone settled in. While he would have loved nothing more, the president was seldom given the chance to sift through raw intelligence data anymore. This wasn't due to any lack of skill on his part. Quite the opposite. Despite his years in politics, Ryan remained at heart an analyst. He was most in his element, with his sleeves rolled up, buried in documents, and filling a legal pad with notes. But that wasn't his role now. Mary Pat had gradually trained him to rely on the high-level briefings most leaders expected, reserving deep dives for only the most critical situations to focus his formidable mind on decision-making. When she bypassed that protocol, it always signaled a serious problem. "The Israelis passed this to us at 2 in the morning, our time," she said, sliding 2 glossy photographs across the desk. "You were at your desk then?" Ryan asked, leaning in to study the first image. "No, sir," Mary Pat replied. "I was sound asleep next to Ed. Thankfully, the Mossad director and I have an agreement. If something crosses a certain threshold, he calls me at home no matter the hour." "What does Ed think of that arrangement?" Ryan asked with a knowing grin. Mary Pat allowed herself a small smile. Her husband, Ed Foley, was a former CIA officer himself, though he'd retired years ago. Ryan's question was part of a long-running bit between them, a necessary pressure valve for the immense stress of the job. Today, she was especially grateful for the moment of lightness. By the time she finished explaining what Shahar Abu Hazira had revealed, they would all need it. Or something stronger. "What exactly are we looking at?" Arnie interjected, the attempted humor sailing right past him. His bulldog-like focus was usually something Mary Pat admired, but not today. "These are images of a convoy transporting compressed gas via tanker trucks," she explained. "You'll have to pardon the image quality. They were taken by an Israeli Shaldag Special Operations team during a long-range reconnaissance mission, think along the lines of the British SAS. "How long-range?" Ryan pressed. "Roughly 1,200 miles, Mary Pat answered. "Iran," Ryan stated flatly. She nodded. "Sag hand, to be precise. Israeli intelligence has suspected for some time that the Iranians were building a covert enrichment facility there in secret. Now they have the proof. Not this again." Arnie sighed with clear frustration. "The Israelis have been pushing this narrative for nearly a year now, long on speculation, but short on proof." The statement hung in the air, a challenge waiting to be met. Mary Pat responded by placing another set of glossy photographs on the desk. These images displayed a thermal view of a transport truck with an aerosol visibly leaking from its tank. "How's this for proof?" she asked. Arnie leaned forward, pointing a thick finger at the picture, but careful not to touch it, as if physical contact might make the implications real and shatter the fragile political agreement he'd recently negotiated between feuding factions of his own party. "What are we looking at here?" he asked, his voice tight. "This is a transport truck entering the Saghand uranium mine," Mary Pat stated, "a truck carrying uranium hexafluoride gas." "Damn," President Ryan muttered, the weight of confirmation settling on him. "The Israelis were right on the money." Arnie held up a hand. "Could one of you please explain this in plain English so I can properly join in the outrage?" Despite the tension, Mary Pat felt a flicker of dark amusement. She'd known what the images meant the moment she saw them, but the reality hadn't fully landed until this very second. No, that wasn't quite accurate. She'd never doubted the intelligence, but its true significance only crystallized now as the President of the United States absorbed the evidence and the inevitable course of action became clear. These trucks are carrying uranium hexafluoride, known as UF6. Mary Pat explained. It's the feed gas that's processed in centrifuges to create enriched uranium. There is no legitimate, peaceful reason for this feed gas to be transported to a uranium mine. You mine the raw ore there? You don't bring in the processed gas. Unless the mine is concealing a secret enrichment facility, Ryan concluded, a grim respect in his tone. You have to give the Iranians credit. They are cunning operators. Arnie shook his head, still not connecting the dots. But the whole world knows about this mine. Exactly, Mary Pat pressed. So the Iranians have no need to hide truck traffic or security around it. Uranium ore is extracted there and shipped to declared facilities like Fordow and Natanz for their so-called peaceful nuclear program. But if trucks are arriving from Natanz full of feed gas, then something very different is happening at Saghan. Israeli intelligence believes the Iranians have built a covert enrichment site inside one of the mine's abandoned tunnels. They're bringing the feed gas in, enriching it on site, and then shipping the weapons-grade material back out, disguised as ordinary mined uranium. Ryan sought final confirmation, and we're absolutely certain there's no other explanation for feed gas at a mine. Positive, Mary Pat affirmed. Hold on a second, Arnie interjected, squinting at the thermal image. These are just pictures of trucks. That leaking vapor could be anything. Coolant, pressurized air, you name it. It could be, Mary Pat conceded, her voice leaving no room for doubt. But it's not. She laid the final document on the Resolute desk. This is the chemical analysis of the leaked substance. When uranium hexafluoride gas meets the atmosphere, it decomposes into hydrofluoric acid and a fine, dust-like aerosol. The Israelis managed to position a sensor directly under the truck's path. It collected and analyzed the escaping aerosol. The chemical signature is a perfect match. Under the truck, Ryan said, a note of admiration cutting through the gravity. The Israelis have nerves of steel. Mossad is nothing if not thorough, Mary Pat replied. A heavy silence filled the room, though she sensed the two men were quiet for different reasons. Ryan's eyes darted between the images and the Mossad report, his analytical mind cross-referencing the data, verifying his Director of National Intelligence's assessment. Arnie also stared at the evidence, but his expression was that of a man who has just seen a catastrophic accident and is struggling to process the horror. He was no intelligence professional, but his long survival in the political arena meant he could recognize a looming disaster. Mary Pat imagined the chief of staff was already scrolling through a mental contact list, tallying potential votes and desperately brainstorming ways to contain the political fallout from this brewing crisis. How solid is the Israeli intelligence, MP? Ryan asked, his tone shifting into that of an analyst rather than a politician. When the pressure was on, he instinctively fell back on the rigorous assessment skills honed during his CIA days. Very solid, Mr. President, Mary Pat replied. Director Abu Hazira has assured me that once the Shaldag unit returns to Israel, they will forward the physical evidence they gathered directly to us. The Israeli team is still in the field? Arnie interjected. Ryan gave a slight nod. That's what long-range operation tends to mean, Arnie. Arnie shook his head, a grudging respect in his voice. Look, I don't always agree with our Israeli friends, but you have to admit, those guys have nerves of steel, so what's our move, sir? Ryan met Arnie's gaze for a moment before turning fully to his Director of National Intelligence. Your final assessment, MP? Mary Pat took a breath, mentally reviewing every piece of the puzzle one last time. No gaps, no inconsistencies remained. It's authentic, sir. The Iranians are pushing for a breakout capability. I'm certain of it. I've reached the same conclusion, Ryan said, releasing a weary sigh. Arnie gathered the full National Security Council. We have a critical decision to face. Out at Area 51 in Nevada, Colonel Bob Lorenzo Baylor was often called a dinosaur, though not for the reasons his wife cited. After 40 years of marriage, she claimed all men eventually revert to a prehistoric state. Bob's hairline had retreated. His waistline had advanced, and he now relied on his grandkids to update his smartphone. The rock bands of his youth were either retired or playing reunion shows that felt more like community bingo night than actual concerts. Yes, Bob was getting old, but he agreed with his wife's label for a different reason. Aging was inevitable. Becoming obsolete was not Snake. This is Maine confirm you're ready for transition over. Snake was the aircraft's call sign, and Bob trusted his backseater would respond. But like any seasoned pilot, he still scanned his instruments. And though some might see him as a relic, one fact remained unchallenged. Bob was an exceptional pilot. Maine Snake here. Optics are locked, recorder is running. We have visual on Corvair. All systems are go-over. Bob cringed at his backseater's casual radio etiquette. Then again, he shouldn't have been surprised. Nearly 35 years separated him from his sensor operator, and that was just the start of their differences. Charlie wasn't a pilot and had never served in the military. Instead, the 20-something prodigy was a mechanical engineer who favored faded band t-shirts, sleeve tattoos, and enough facial piercings to make Bob lose count. Their first meeting had been underwhelming, to say the least. The sentiment was undoubtedly mutual. Back then, Charlie was a sought-after propulsion specialist. He'd cut his teeth at Aerojet Rocketdyne, then moved quickly through the ranks at SpaceX, becoming a senior engineering manager. His reputation soon attracted an audacious startup aiming to build a passenger airliner capable of exceeding Mach 5. To fund such a wild venture, they turned to an investor with deep pockets, a high risk tolerance, and no need for financial return. The U.S. government, that's where Bob entered the picture. He'd retired from active duty a decade ago, and his fighter pilot days had ended more than 10 years before that. Most officers his age were on a golf course or a fishing boat. Bob would be too, except for one defining chapter of his past. He had once flown the SR-71 Blackbird to help the company achieve what seemed unattainable. The planet's fastest air-breathing aircraft had been pulled from the museum, accompanied by its final active pilot. "Snake Maine here. Yeehaw. Stand by for transition countdown over." Bob frowned, but kept his irritation to himself. While crew members often joked about who was more essential to the mission, Bob understood his role clearly. He was essentially a highly skilled chauffeur. Yet, what a vehicle he commanded. Officially designated the SR-71 Blackbird, the aviators who flew her had a different name: Habu. This title came from a venomous pit viper the aircraft's silhouette was said to mimic, and the speed-obsessed pilots who guided her to the edge of the atmosphere found it a fitting tribute to their demanding partner. Bob's own call sign, Lorenzo, stemmed from his lifelong craving for velocity, and the Habu delivered that thrill beyond measure. That didn't mean she was forgiving. The angled cockpit windows were notoriously difficult to see through clearly. Made of quartz 2 inches thick and rated to withstand 600 degrees. The forward panels now glowed a dull cherry red as air tore past, at a velocity exceeding a rifle bullet. From his extensive time in the sky, Bob knew the heat bleeding through the glass was intense enough to gently warm the tube of pureed meat he'd sipped through a straw for his meal. Cruising above 85,000 feet, the view was utterly breathtaking, but as mesmerizing as the star-dusted blackness was, Bob couldn't afford to daydream. His aircraft demanded constant attention. The SR-71 held a unique distinction among combat planes. Not one was ever shot down by an enemy. Yet flying her remained perilous. Of the 32 Blackbirds built at Lockheed's famed Skunk Works, a dozen had been lost to mishaps. The Habu was a stern and exacting companion. But in Bob's view, the best ones usually were. Snake, main transition in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, execute, execute, execute. At the command, Bob strained to turn his head right, the movement cumbersome in his 50-pound pressure suit. He hoped the view would justify the effort. It did. Just off his starboard wing, 100 feet away, a dark speck against the void suddenly ignited. The craft's designers, with a dark sense of humor, had named it Corvair, a nod to Ralph Nader's famous critique of the 1960s Chevrolet, unsafe at any speed. Bob sincerely hoped this version would defy its namesake's reputation. Twin plumes of cerulean fire erupted from the Corvair as its specially modified Pratt and Whitney engines achieved a long-sought breakthrough, shifting from turbojet to ramjet operation. For a heartbeat, the drone held formation with the Blackbird. Then it accomplished a first in aviation history. It began to outpace an SR-71. Even as Bob hurtled along at over 3 times the speed of sound, the Corvair edged forward, initially gradual, then gathering momentum like a racehorse finding its stride. In mere seconds, all Bob could see was the shimmering, superheated exhaust as the world's pioneering combined cycle engines transformed ram air into phenomenal thrust. Then it vanished. "Snake, main here, transition successful?" Corvair is hypersonic. We are at Mach 4 and accelerating to Mach 5. Over a smile spread across Bob's face, hidden behind his visor. At those 3 simple words, nearly 6 decades after the Blackbird's maiden flight, the Habu's long-standing speed record had finally been surpassed. A strange mix of pride and melancholy washed over him. He had just witnessed the future render his legendary bird obsolete. If this had been the conclusion of the day's demonstration, that alone would have been a triumph, but the real show was only just beginning. "Snake, this is Maine." Charlie's voice crackled over the intercom. "Copy that. Initiating our turn. Now call inbound over." With practiced ease, Bob guided the control stick into a gentle right bank, carefully staying within the Blackbird's nocturnal limit of 45 degrees. At this staggering velocity, the forces playing across the aircraft's slender frame were immense. This spy plane wasn't built for acrobatics. There was a notorious incident where a pilot, pushing past the 3G limit, had permanently warped the Habu's airframe. Even with Bob's smooth, deliberate inputs, executing a turn at Mach 3.2 meant carving an arc across 230 miles of sky. You couldn't exactly call it nimble, but that was fine. After cross-referencing his location with the jet's astro-inertial navigation system, affectionately dubbed R2-D2 by its crews, Bob leveled the wings. It was a marvel of an earlier era's ingenuity. This system, designed for pinpoint navigation in a world without satellites flying at the edge of space. The SR-71 was beyond the reach of ordinary radio beacons, and its blistering speed left no room for the guesswork of dead reckoning. At 80,000 feet, you weren't watching for other traffic. But if you strayed into contested airspace, the sky could get very busy, very fast, filled with missiles the size of utility poles. "We are on course and in position," Bob confirmed. "Roger that," Charlie replied. "Feeding the video to your screen now. This should be quite a spectacle." While the airframe was largely the same model retired by NASA decades prior, significant alterations had adapted it from a spy to a flying laboratory. The most radical overhaul was in the rear cockpit. The antiquated analog displays and their associated switches were gone, replaced by a cutting-edge monitor that used GPS data to precisely aim the modernized sensor array. A full cockpit redesign was cost-prohibitive, so engineers had installed a mount for Charlie's tablet and a dock for his laptop. Charlie had gripped endlessly about the clumsy pressure suit gloves hampering his typing, until a sobering video demonstration of what happens to unprotected hands during a rapid decompression shut him up. It turns out, potential Ebolism is a powerful motivator. Never one to be thwarted, Charlie devised workarounds, mastering a voice recognition program and an oversized joystick he used like a mouse. With similar determination, he'd even managed to secure a small tablet right in the center of Bob's instrument panel. Bob had initially balked at the intrusion. A fancy multifunction display would be nice. But he was perfectly content, flying the Habu the old-fashioned way, just as he had in his youth. Yet, he had to admit, he'd grown fond of that little screen, watching the imagery Charlie captured, seeing the Corvair, though it had never before touched these speeds, streak across the display, gave him a peculiar thrill. Each successful mission was a step forward for the project, and a quiet, ironic step closer to his own obsolescence. Bob was convinced that unmanned combat drones would soon be racing past Mach 5 and beyond, but they would be doing it alone. The era of human pilots was fading, and he knew he belonged to a dying breed. Snake. This is Main Corvair is turning inbound. Attack run begins in 60 seconds over. Main, Snake, Bob replied. Vector is set, ready for the run over. Following the pre-flight plan, Bob had swung the jet in a broad arc, placing him on a north-to-south track across the western horizon. To his left, the East Coast and New York City called out a trip he could make in just over an hour. To his right stretched the expanse the military called the Nevada Test and Training Range, known to the public as Area 51. Situated roughly 80 miles northwest of Las Vegas, this isolated desert patch had witnessed both brilliant triumphs and spectacular failures in American aviation. It was here that the U-2, the SR-71, and various experimental X-planes had been tested in secrecy. The F-117 Nighthawk, the aircraft that launched the stealth era, first took to the air over this barren ground. And while, to Bob's knowledge, no extraterrestrials had ever visited the secret base, what was about to happen tonight at a makeshift compound on a sandy stretch in a remote corner of the range might turn out to be just as world-changing provided everything worked. That is, which was far from guaranteed. "You set back there, Charlie?" Bob asked. His backseater answered with a low grunt. The millennial engineer still hadn't warmed to the fighter-pilot culture he'd been drafted into. Not Bob's problem, though. Tomorrow's aircraft would surely be ruled by code, but today the hands on the stick and throttle were still human. "Use your words, Charlie," Bob pressed. "Cameras are locked on target," Charlie said flatly. "Vehicle telemetry is all nominal. We are go for the attack run." Bob's Habu had a dual role in these tests. As one of the only other planes capable of surpassing Mach 3, he flew formation with the Corvair to live-stream the riskiest part of the flight, the shift from supersonic to hypersonic speeds. But that was only half the mission. Charlie also acted as a kind of safety officer. Even though data from the vehicle traveled at light speed, Charlie's close position and ability to keep pace gave him a real-time awareness the ground team back in Palmdale, California, simply couldn't match. It was the engineer's job to verify the vehicle was operating within safe limits and authorize the final phase of the demo. The forces involved were immense: extreme aerodynamic stress, blistering heat from high-speed flight, and the sheer intricacy of the Corvair made every moment of this test perilous. But the last segment wasn't just dangerous for the drone. Bob let his gaze sweep the instrument panel. After nearly 10,000 total flight hours, thousands of them in the Blackbird, his cross-check relied more on instinct than any printed checklist. The bird was flying smoothly now, but as the SR-71's 37% accident rate showed, smooth in this machine sat perilously close to disaster. And even the non-catastrophic incidents were no picnic. The Blackbird's engines were notorious for flameouts, or what pilots called unstarts. Except when you're moving fast enough to cover a mile every second, an engine failure could yaw the plane so violently it would slam your skull against the canopy. Honestly, Bob didn't so much fly the Habu as negotiate with her, like a circus trainer working with tigers. He had to keep reminding himself that even if the aircraft seemed docile now, a wild beast lived in its soul, one that wouldn't think twice about killing him if it got the chance. Bob's eyes settled on the attitude indicator before completing his scan of the engine gauges. Engine 1 was running a bit hot, but it remained within the green, whatever that really meant. Even in its prime, over 50 years ago, the SR-71 had always danced on the razor's edge between peak performance and catastrophic failure. Now the old jet felt like a retiree with stubborn aches and unpredictable moods. Of course, if this particular senior citizen threw a tantrum at this speed and altitude, the result wouldn't be a sore back. It'd be a fiery cloud of plasma. That was the job, though, and Bob wouldn't have traded it for anything. "Main, Snake here," Bob called. "All systems are green. You are cleared for throttle up, Snake. Main copies all. Stand by for." The rest of the transmission dissolved into a wash of static, but Bob didn't ask for a repeat. He didn't need to. Brilliant thermal flash at the horizon's edge seized his focus, blazing like a celestial intruder, even in the wispy atmosphere 16 miles up, pushing past 4,000 miles per hour, created serious friction. An unbelievable amount. He'd been briefed about the thermal signature, but the comet racing toward him defied expectation. For a heart-stopping second, Bob was certain he was witnessing the vehicle coming apart. Then the chorus of exhilaration flooding the intercom told a different story. Shifting his attention to the tablet, Bob saw why Charlie was cheering. The visual cameras were likely blinded by the intense heat plume, but Charlie had switched to a thermal view. The image was breathtaking. While a white-hot sheath still cloaked the U-Keeve, the sensor's processing peeled back the veil, rendering the aircraft in stunning clarity. Like a seed visible inside a glowing pod. The Corvair's fuselage was displayed in sharp detail. For a long moment, Bob forgot about the creaking jet around him, captivated by that small, perfect shape hurtling through the sky at an unprecedented velocity. A 5-decade speed record had just been shattered. Snake. Bob adjusted the radio's controls, but the distortion was baked into the signal. The friction between the Corvair's skin and the thin air was scattering energy across every wavelength, radio frequencies included. It didn't matter. The clever team back in Mission Control had anticipated comms interference and built the timeline around it. If radio contact failed, Bob's orders were simple: hold course, maintain speed, and keep watching. And as incredible as the U-Cave's light show was, it was merely the opening act for what was supposed to happen right about. "Weapon release," Charlie announced. Now, a slender white shard separated from the core, pitching into a steep descent. It happened in a blink. Without Charlie's call-out, Bob might have missed it entirely. The tablet screen split into 2 views. The right side continued tracking the U-Cave, while the left frame locked onto the diving projectile. "Trajectory is good," Charlie confirmed. "The weapon is in maneuver." Calling it a weapon almost felt inadequate. Sure, the 10-foot tungsten rod was a weapon in the traditional sense, but that was like calling a hydrogen bomb a firecracker. This was a kinetic kill vehicle, a dense spear of metal designed to obliterate hardened targets without a single gram of explosive. Instead, it relied on sheer velocity and mass to deliver a kinetic punch equivalent to 5 tons of TNT on impact. Yet its raw destructive force was only half the story. Instead of a simple projectile like a tank's sabot round or an early railgun slug, the sliver was equipped with both a guidance system and steering capability. Calling its method of flight control a control surface wasn't quite right. However, unlike an SR-71 or a UCAV using ailerons and flaps, this tungsten rod adjusted its path with a cluster of small, strap-on maneuvering thrusters fitted at its rear. Much like a spacecraft using precise gas jets to manage its orientation, the projectile relied on these tail thrusters for course corrections. "Entering terminal phase," Charlie announced. These thrusters were disposable by design. Even as the sliver decelerated after separating from the UCAV, it was still screaming through the atmosphere at over Mach 4. At that incredible speed, the intense air friction at lower altitudes generated heat capable of melting steel, meaning the thrusters wouldn't last long. They didn't need to. The projectile covered vast distances swiftly, and at hypersonic velocity, mundane factors like the Coriolis effect or gravity's pull became almost irrelevant. It was akin to firing a high-speed rifle at a close target. The journey was too fast and too short for significant drift once aimed. In theory, anyway. "Impact in 5 seconds," Charlie called. "Roger that," Bob replied, already adding right stick to establish a 15-degree bank in he. He fine-tuned the throttle to maintain the turn. A clever, simple solution he'd proposed when the engineers couldn't find a sensor gimbal tough enough for the Blackbird's harsh environment. This shallow, steady turn, tricky to hold in the thin air, would maximize the camera suite's viewing angle at the crucial moment. Their target was a barren mountainside 10 miles from the base. The sheer speed and the broad target area had sparked worries about a miss-impact in 3, 2, 1 strike. Charlie counted down for a heartbeat. Bob saw nothing. Then a searing flash violently tore the darkness apart. "Holy shit," Bob muttered, fighting his instinct to level the wings and slam the throttle forward. In his past life, a flash on the ground usually meant a surface-to-air missile racing up to meet him. But this wasn't combat, and the brilliance far exceeded any missile launch. Talk about an understatement. It was like someone had briefly turned the mountain into a sun. Bob refocused on the cockpit just as the sensor feed on his tablet began to clear, the image recovering from being swamped by the kinetic impact's blinding energy release. "Damn it," Charlie grumbled, frustration evident. "I must have slaved to the wrong coordinates. Let me pan out and—" "No," Bob cut him off, his voice firm. "Hold it right there." For once, the generational gap between the two crew members worked to Bob's advantage. Charlie in his 20s lacked the context Bob had from being alive and flying during the Vietnam War. Bob had conducted post-strike assessments after Blue 82 daisy cutter detonations. He recognized exactly what he was seeing on that screen. "Pan out one field of view," Bob ordered. "Why?" Charlie asked. "Just do it." With a very audible sigh, Charlie complied. As Bob had made perfectly clear during their very first crew briefing, Charlie was the mission specialist, but Bob commanded the aircraft. The tablet screen flickered, then cleared as Charlie adjusted the view from a tight zoom to a wider perspective. What appeared was now something Bob could actually identify. "Look," Charlie pointed out, "we're locked onto that crater, not the actual objective." "That crater is the objective," Bob replied flatly. "Or what's left of it, anyway." For a moment, Bob's backseater had nothing to say. Bob decided he could grow accustomed to this rare silence. Briarwood, Texas, sitting in his car outside the Tipsy Chicken, Jack Jr. weighed his choices. It was just before 4 in the morning locally, which meant it was pushing 5 o'clock back at campus headquarters in Alexandria, Virginia. While the D.C. area didn't exactly embrace the sun-up-to-sundown grind of the Midwest, a few government types were still early risers. Even so, calling anyone at 0500 was pushing it. But then nothing about Gavin Beery was standard issue. The consistently round-shouldered tech wizard had been a game-changer for Jack on more occasions than he could recall. In truth, Jack owed his survival more than once to the campus's director of information technology. That didn't necessarily mean Gavin was prepared to save the world at this ungodly hour. To be fair, it wasn't that the digital ninja was allergic to sunlight. Gavin kept vampire hours because that's when his global network of fellow hackers was most active. Jack knew Gavin wouldn't hold a work-related call against him, but he wasn't convinced his current situation even qualified as work. Sure, he'd witnessed a homicide and not some random act of violence. Having seen them operate, Jack would stack the trio of shooters who'd nearly ended him against any paramilitary operators he'd ever faced. They were technically sharp, well-equipped, and disciplined, but that didn't automatically connect them to Jack or his world. Contrary to what his career might suggest, sometimes he was simply in the wrong place at the wrong time, and while he felt a moral duty to assist the driver, much like he'd feel compelled to pull a drowning man from the water, that didn't justify mobilizing campus assets for what was probably a grim coincidence. Then again, here he was in the middle of nowhere, Texas, about to have coffee with a mysterious woman named Amanda, as his mentor, Domingo Ding Chavez, had drilled into him repeatedly. Preparation often trumped pure skill in a fight. Besides, the operational tempo at the campus had been unusually quiet lately. With no active missions in the pipeline, Gavin was probably just getting an early start monitoring some shady hacker collective overseas. At least that's what Jack told himself as he tapped the call button. The line rang and rang and rang. Jack was on the verge of hanging up when a groggy voice finally answered. "Jack, hey man," Jack said. "Sorry to wake you late night battling cyber villains." "Huh? Oh no, nothing work-related," Gavin mumbled. "I'm taking a personal day." "A personal day?" Jack racked his brain and couldn't recall Gavin ever taking an unscheduled day off. Ever? Everything all right? Jack asked. Honestly, not really? Gavin sighed, his voice uncharacteristically heavy. I've been waiting for this for years, and now that it's here, I'm terrified to actually do it. Despite the urgency of his own situation, Jack's curiosity was piqued over countless impromptu calls. He'd interrupted Gavin during all sorts of endeavors, practicing for an esports tournament, honing his ukulele skills, you name it. Gavin's eccentricities were a reliable source of entertainment. But this was the first time Jack had heard his friend sound so hesitant and withdrawn. "What is it you're thinking of doing?" Jack asked. "There's no thinking about it," Gavin said, his tone final. "It's happening. I just have to get out of my own way." I cleared my schedule for the next 48 hours, silenced my phone, and set an auto-reply on my email. The refrigerator is loaded with cold beer, and the freezer is packed with chicken wings. I'm prepared, Jack. Totally prepared, yet I just can't seem to pull the trigger. Jack let the silence hang, hoping his friend would fill it. But the old interrogation trick was no more effective on Gavin than it ever was on Jack himself. If he wanted answers, Jack knew he'd have to just come out and ask, and he really wanted to know. "Can't commit to what, Gavin?" Jack said. His thoughts spun with possibilities while he waited. The new Dragonlance novel. As usual, talking to Gavin felt disjointed. It was like Jack's reality was only a vague relative of the world his IT specialist friend lived in, which might actually be the case. "Run that by me again," Jack said. Dragonlance. You've read the series, right, Jack? Weiss and Hickman just dropped their latest book. But what if the spark is gone? What if reading this one tarnishes everything I ever loved about the earlier stories? "That's a real dilemma, man," Jack said, watching a dusty pickup truck roll into the lot. "Maybe I can offer a distraction." "How?" Gavin replied. "Are you suggesting I skim through the Amazon reviews? Because if so, don't. Some of those reviewers are absolute animals." The pickup eased into a space and rattled to a halt. Since the driver had chosen to pull in forward instead of backing up, Jack was willing to wager the occupant was a woman. In his experience, only police officers and men who drove pickups bothered to reverse into a spot in a mostly empty parking area. "No," Jack said. "But here's an idea. I've got a small research task that could use an extra set of eyes. Maybe tackling that will help settle your nerves. If you needed assistance, why not just say so?" Gavin said. "How many times do I have to tell you when you field operatives are on the clock, I'm on the clock. What do you need?" The driver's door of the pickup swung open, and a woman stepped out wearing what likely qualified as business casual around here, cowboy boots, denim jeans, and a Texas A&M t-shirt. The parking lot streetlights were fading, but their dim glow gave Jack a general sense of her: brown hair, slender, probably in her 30s. She scanned the lot with a slow look, her gaze lingering on Jack's Mustang for a moment before she turned toward the restaurant's entrance. "I appreciate that," Jack said, "but this isn't exactly official campus work. Not at this stage, anyway." "Is this about the wedding shower?" Gavin asked. "I already told Ding there was no way I was hacking into Lisanne's email calendar just so he could nail down a date." "The what?" Jack said. "The wedding shower? It's for Lisanne, though. I suppose you could show up, too." "What are you talking about?" Jack said. Gavin murmured. "Maybe you weren't in the loop. Better play surprised just to be safe." "I need you to focus, buddy," Jack said as the woman disappeared inside the restaurant. "Things have taken an unexpected turn, and I need you to do some digging. The kind of turn where Lisanne calls off the wedding. Because if that happens, I won't catch heat from Ding for spoiling the surprise. Or are we talking the standard kind of turn? Casualties?" Jack drew a slow breath, holding back his first reaction. The truth was, his calls to Gavin frequently did follow some kind of violent incident. As for the comment about Lisanne, maybe his fellow campus operators hadn't been entirely joking when they'd reacted to his engagement by wondering what the stunning brunette saw in him. Honestly, Jack still asked himself the same thing sometimes. The second option, Jack said, though part of him wanted to probe the first a little more. I'm running late for a meeting, so I can't explain right now, but I need information. Quickly? You got it, Gavin said. What do you have? Not a lot. Jack admitted. Jack relayed the license plate number, make, and model of the car the deceased had been driving, listening as Gavin verified the details. That's everything? Gavin asked. A corpse behind the wheel of an old Subaru. Not quite, Jack replied. There was also a three-man team of shooters, highly trained and well-armed. They wore masks, so I couldn't identify them, but their accents were distinctive. Not British, but similar. South African, perhaps, Gavin suggested. Possibly, Jack said. What makes you think that, an inference? What you're describing isn't common street talent, and a non-British accent rules out certain cartel affiliations. You have a sharp eye for skill, Jack. If you assess them as proficient, they're likely top-tier contractors. And the country most renowned for producing the world's finest mercenaries is South Africa, Jack finished. Mildly annoyed, he hadn't connected those dots himself. The surge of adrenaline and post-combat nerves had a way of muddying clear thought. You might be right, Gav. The accent did fit. Run your usual searches and see what surfaces. Also, add this plate to the query. He provided the license plate from the battered pickup truck and described its driver. Got it, Gavin confirmed. Who's the woman? Unknown, Jack said, but I intend to find out. Las Vegas, Nevada. I have a question, stated Sergeant. First Class Jad Mustafa. Master Sergeant Carey Marks let out a weary sigh, already bracing for the conversation. Though their bond was forged in the fires of shared combat like any brothers, they had their moments of friction. These instances, admittedly few, often began with one of Jad's notoriously probing questions, the kind Carey preferred to avoid, usually because he was wrestling with the same uncertainties himself. What? Carey responded, his tone sharper than intended. This wasn't solely due to irritation with his teammate, though he suspected that would follow shortly. He was half shouting for another reason. He could barely hear a thing. This wasn't due to the typical hearing damage common in their line of work. Despite countless hours on firing ranges, Carey had so far avoided the persistent ring of tinnitus. Even training with demolition charges or the team's 120mm mortar system hadn't compromised his ears. Yet tonight's venue was achieving what military-grade noise had not. Does it seem excessively loud in here to you? Jad asked, a broad grin spreading across his face, which made Carey chuckle despite himself. The two had deployed together to countless countries, operating in both recognized and unacknowledged conflict zones. As snipers, their accommodations were never luxurious. During one grueling rotation in Iraq, Carey had spent nearly 20 consecutive hours wedged into a sniper hide carved from a reeking garbage pile, with Jad beside him, waiting to engage a persistent Shia militant. Even now, he sometimes woke at night, haunted by the memory of that decaying stench. In that moment, he would have gladly traded this pulsating nightclub for that filthy hide site. Maybe the next song will be softer, Carey yelled back over the din. Or perhaps the rapture will occur, Jad quipped. Carey looked at his friend, surprised. I didn't know Muslims believed in the rapture. If it gets me out of this place, I'll align with any belief system, Jad retorted. Carey understood completely. Though their backgrounds were worlds apart, Carey from a small Texas town, Jad a first-generation Libyan American, those differences strengthened their friendship, much like the finest steel is tempered from varied elements. Physically, the two Green Berets were opposites in nearly every way. Carey Marks was a fair-haired farm kid from up north, his New England vowels slipping out whenever he got tense. Jad Mustafa, with his sun-darkened skin and laid-back California drawl, took endless ribbing from the team about secretly being a Navy SEAL, a joke. His fondness for hair product and sharp clothes only fueled skin tone and background aside. After multiple combat tours side by side, Carrie and Jad were brothers in a way blood alone could never forge. Carrie fully agreed with his spotter's take. Another minute in this Las Vegas club, and he might just start breaking things. As certain hostile elements in Iraq had learned the hard way, violence delivered by these two Green Berets was never a minor affair. "When this is gone, we're out of here," Carrie said, nodding toward his Jameson and ginger ale. The glass was still half full, bubbles rising in time with the thudding bass. It was a drink he usually enjoyed, but tonight he'd been sipping slowly, staying sharp. The taste was fine, but fun wasn't the mission. Reaching over his own beer, Jad snatched Carrie's glass and downed the contents in one go. "Problem solved," he announced, thumping the empty glass on the table. Carrie gave a low laugh. Green Berets stood apart in the special ops world for plenty of reasons, starting with their core task. While Army Rangers excelled at direct assaults and SEALs were, well, famously SEALs, Green Berets were trained to fight alongside and through the local forces they instructed. Instead of just hitting a target and vanishing, they lived for months in remote outposts, far from any American flag. That demanded a unique mindset, creative, self-reliant thinkers sometimes to a fault. All right, Carrie conceded. "Our contact's a no-show. Let's pack it in." He'd never admit it to Jad, but Carrie was relieved. Clubs like this had never been his style. As a married father of 3 in his 30s, an evening of deafening music, hazy air, and overpriced drinks surrounded by people trying too hard felt like a special kind of torture. His one consolation was that Uncle Sam was footing the bill for their VIP booth and drinks. But even that small victory wasn't worth another second in this circus. His patience had officially expired. "Best thing I've heard all night," Jad said. "I'll get the check from the waitress and hold up, boss." That word sent a subtle alert down Carrie's spine. Special Forces culture was intentionally less rigid than the conventional military, but that didn't mean discipline was lacking, quite the opposite. Every member of an ODA or A team was a seasoned, non-commissioned officer, unlike the younger ranks typical in other units. Standard military formalities were relaxed because these operators knew instinctively when rules applied and when they didn't. They were on a first-name basis, but as the team sergeant of ODA 555, Carrie was unquestionably in charge. In Triple Nickel, the nickname for ODA 555, the easy rapport between Jad and Carrie never overrode the military's clear hierarchy. Jad had a specific signal to shift their focus back to the mission, the word boss, that single term cut through everything else. While Carrie hadn't drunk much, the relentless thump of the music, the strobing lights, and the constant stream of barely dressed women had dulled his sharp edge. He'd been lulled into a haze before, during long static surveillance ops, and tonight's sensory assault had the same numbing effect. That fog was now gone. "Where?" Carrie asked, his tone steady despite the quickening beat in his chest. The team had secured a table in the club's VIP lounge, a balcony overlooking the crowded main floor. The velvet rope suggested exclusivity, but its real purpose was to stoke jealousy among those who couldn't afford the outrageous cover charge. When they'd claimed their spot, Jad had been a step quicker, snagging the seat with its back to the wall. Carrie was left facing the room, reliant on his partner to guide his attention, a dynamic not so different from their usual sniper-spotter relationship. Just entered from the VIP door, Jad reported, dressed like Eurotrash on vacation. Skin-tight trousers, a black silk shirt hanging open to his stomach. Can't see his shoes, but I'd wager a month's pay he's sockless. Don't be bitter just because the man knows how to dress. Carrie quipped, swirling the ice in his glass. Maybe he could give you some pointers. Please, Jad scoffed, the word drawn out with disdain. My pinky toe has more class than his entire wardrobe. I'm not bitter about his looks. I'm bitter because he's a scumbag for hire, and he's heading right for us. Carrie fought the instinct to stiffen at Jad's warning. Instead, he sank further into the plush booth, turning with his empty glass as if searching for a server. Their cover story was simple. 2 contractors unwinding after a security conference. He needed to sell it. A voice with a German accent cut through the bass. "Are you Jad? Who's asking, Buttercup?" Jad's retort would have raised eyebrows in a polite setting, but nothing about this club or its clientele was polite. This was doubly true for Hans Schmidt. Calling him Eurotrash was an insult to actual Europeans. A former member of Germany's elite KSK commando force, Hans had traded his maroon beret for a far more lucrative career. Carey knew plenty of good men who'd made that same choice after one too many underpaid deployments. Selling your skills didn't automatically make you rotten, but in Hans's case, the label fit perfectly. "The railroad man," Hans answered. This odd phrase was the correct counter to Jad's challenge. The exchange of credentials did nothing to soften Jad's expression. If anything, his features hardened, all traces of earlier amusement gone. This was the focused professional, probably for the best, Carey thought. Sensing the nightclub was merely the opening act for a much more demanding performance. Swiveling Carey finally got a look at Hans. Like many in his new profession, the German seemed to have swapped endurance runs for heavy weights. His glossy shirt was taut across his shoulders and biceps, the rolled sleeves revealing forearms where tendons stood out like woven steel. Carey, whose own profession required peak physical conditioning, recognized the telltale signs of performance enhancement in Hans's overly sculpted physique. "You're behind schedule," Carey remarked to Jad, deliberately turning his back on the newcomer. This simple act sent a clear dual message to the German mercenary standing behind him. First, it established that Carey held the leverage in this encounter. Second, it broadcast that he viewed Hans, for all his imposing bulk, as a non-threat, a profound insult to a man who traded on his combat prowess. The goal was to provoke a mistake from an angered opponent. With his own glass empty, Carey casually reached for Jad's beer bottle. He could sense the simmering aggression radiating from the man behind him, yet he took a slow, deliberate drink as if Hans had already ceased to exist. His posture was relaxed, but his eyes remained fixed on Jad. His spotter's face was an impassive mask, his slouch deceptively casual. Carey knew that slouch could vanish in an instant, Jad's reaction time making even legendary martial artists seem sluggish. Carey sincerely hoped that particular skill wouldn't be needed tonight. After finishing the beer, Carey set the bottle down. "Another?" he asked Jad, ignoring the tense heat emanating from behind him like a stove. "Sure," Jad replied. As Carey began to raise a hand for the waitress, Hans abruptly sank into the chair beside them, breaking the silent stalemate. "Oh," Carey said with feigned surprise. "I didn't realize you were still here. I heard you two were looking for work," Hans said, leaning in. "You heard incorrectly," Carey corrected, his tone cool. "We're considering proposals, substantial ones. Your seriousness is still in question." Carey was skirting a dangerous edge, a fact confirmed by the subtle shift in Jad's expression. But it was necessary. He didn't know Hans personally, but he knew the breed. When operators from different worlds collided, a ritual of assessment always occurred, a mutual sizing up, like predators in an alley, to gauge capability and intent. This was especially true for those transitioning from national service to private enterprise. A hierarchy had to be negotiated before any business could be discussed. Carey needed Hans to understand who was setting the terms of this dance, or at least who appeared to be. The truth was he and Jad had spent the last 2 tedious days in Las Vegas for this single purpose, to secure this very meeting with the fuming European. Officially, they were still on the rolls of their unit, but they were on an indefinite leave, pulled deeper into the orbit of the campus following that chance encounter with Jack Ryan Jr. overseas. This trip to Sin City was at their behest, not the Army's, while Carey was more than ready to trade the neon glare for open skies, showing that eagerness would hand the advantage to Hans. If even half the details in the mercenaries' dossier were accurate, Carey would need every scrap of leverage he could muster. For a tense moment, Carey feared he had overplayed his hand, judging by the storm brewing on Hans's face. Then the man spoke. "I had to verify your backgrounds," Hans stated. That sounds like a personal issue, not ours, Carrie countered. We're here as a professional courtesy to Billy. He put in a good word for you, so my partner and I carved out some time. If you want to talk, talk. If not, get lost. Carrie started to lift his hand to signal for the waiter again. Hans clamped a hand around his wrist. Hear me out, Hans insisted. If you're not interested, the next round is on me. If you are, you're done drinking for the night. A jolt of anticipation ran through Carrie, but he kept his voice flat and disinterested, the same tone he'd used with Jad. What's your take? Carrie asked. I think he needs to let go of your arm before I separate his hand from it, Jad replied casually. The words hung in the air, heavy with unspoken threat. Even though the menace wasn't directed at him, Carrie had to fight the instinct to recoil. Hans had no such buffer. The mercenary released Carrie's wrist as if it were white-hot. Nobody could radiate controlled violence quite like Jad. Excellent, Jad said, masking a yawn. We're listening. Hans's face reddened, but he was smart enough not to offer a sarcastic retort. Billy must have given one hell of an endorsement for the two of them, which was pretty ironic since neither Carrie nor Jad had ever actually met the man. That was the whole point. While the Green Berets undoubtedly had the operational credentials to justify any hype, Billy wasn't aware of that fact. This was because Billy was functioning as an asset for the campus. The American Special Operations community generally lived up to the media-driven legend, but that didn't make them perfect. In any group, no matter how elite, you were bound to find a few rotten eggs. That these incidents of misconduct happened far less often among special operators than in the general public was a credit to the military's rigorous screening. Still, nobody is completely immune to temptation. For Billy, that temptation came in the form of a Chinese-American girlfriend, who, as it turned out, was an undeclared intelligence officer working for China's Ministry of State Security. To his credit, Billy didn't take the easy path when she made her pitch. Instead of committing espionage, he honored his oath to defend the Constitution and confessed everything to his chain of command. Even though he hadn't gone through with the betrayal, he'd wandered too far off the reservation to simply return to duty. He expected a court-martial and prison time. He was wrong. Billy was a good soldier who'd made a terrible mistake, and his command was determined to offer him a path to redemption. His team sergeant had contacts in the intelligence world and made a few calls. As it happened, there was a way for Billy to clean the slate. At the request of an unnamed agency, Billy responded to a company ad seeking men with a very specific skill set. After learning the details, he declined for himself, but offered to connect the recruiter with two qualified friends, Carrie Marks and Jad Mustafa. I need 2 instructors to teach high-angle shooting, Hans stated, ideally graduates of the Special Operations Target Interdiction course. We graduated SOTIC, Jad confirmed, along with a few hundred other guys, Carrie added. Maybe try one of them. We're interested in opportunities that are a little more specialized. What does that mean? Hans asked, his accent thickening, a sure sign his temper was rising. The blue in what started to sound like a V perfect. It means we possess a very particular set of skills, Jad explained, and based on our discussions with other potential clients, these skills carry a premium. We plan to cash in. And you will, Hans countered. Once I get a chance to evaluate those skills myself. Not happening, Jad said flatly. What? Hans snapped, the V sound now unmistakable. He was getting good and angry, just as they'd hoped. My partner's point, Carrie began, his tone measured, is that our record stands on its own? Did Billy mention our previous unit? Hans gave a curt nod. Yes. Good, Carrie replied. Then you'll understand we're not interested in a skills review. That decision was made for us by professionals far more qualified than you. No offense intended, Jad added, though the deepening red flush creeping from Hans's neck to his ears suggested the message wasn't being received peacefully. The European mercenary drew a sharp breath, but Carrie cut him off. Let's keep this civil. You sought us out, remember? We have other options on the table? Very good options, Jad confirmed. So Carrie pressed, leaning forward slightly. Tell us what you actually need and what you're willing to pay. This is your final opportunity." Hans's icy blue eyes flicked between them, and for a moment, Carrie wondered if he'd pushed too hard. He knew the mercenary world was full of loudmouths, but the real operators let their work do the talking to sell this. He had to embody that confidence, even as his own pulse hammered a frantic rhythm against his ribs. Finally, Hans's shoulders dropped a fraction. "All right," he said, his voice dropping to a lower register. "I have a client in need of discreet individuals with your particular background." "What's the task?" Jad asked. "A rendition," Hans stated. Now they were getting somewhere. When a government did it, they called it a rendition. When private interests were involved, it was just kidnapping, dressed up in fancy terminology. The basics were simple enough: threaten an unarmed person and stuff them in a vehicle. So why would they need specialized skills for that? If it's a standard grab, why come to us? Jad voiced the question hanging in the air. Because the target is well protected and the environment is non-permissive, Hans explained. "What's the compensation?" Jad inquired. 25,000, Hans said. Each location, Carrie asked. Hans shook his head firmly. "You agree first? Then you get the specifics." Carrie glanced at Jad, both for a silent check and to buy a moment to think. This was accelerating faster than anticipated. Their official mission was straightforward: attend the conference, identify who was recruiting former American special operators, and report back. It did not include authorization to engage in an illegal operation, but if he shut this down now, what intelligence would he have? A vague report about a shady contractor looking for shooters for a shady job. Hardly groundbreaking intel. Across the table, Jad rubbed his chin thoughtfully. A gesture loaded with meaning. In their world, a simple motion could convey volumes. While Carrie couldn't recall the official military signal for jaw-rubbing, he knew exactly what Jad meant by it here. Your call. You're driving on even the worst days. It was the trust and shorthand with his team that Carrie valued most. He met Hans's gaze. "All right, we're in. What are the details?" "A man possesses something my client requires," Hans said, a thin smile appearing. "You two are going to retrieve it for him." "That doesn't sound particularly difficult," Jad remarked, his tone deliberately casual. Hans's smile didn't reach his eyes. "We'll see. He's in the next bar over. You have 10 minutes to get ready." There were definitely days when Carrie wished his job involved something far less complicated, like selling auto policies. Over in Briarwood, Texas, the morning light was just starting to warm the pavement outside a roadside diner. The bell above the door jingled as Jack stepped inside, and the air smelled of old grease and fresh coffee. A woman behind the counter, who seemed to be handling both the cooking and the serving, looked up. "Coffee, sweetheart?" she asked, her voice dripping with that familiar southern drawl, though Jack detected a thin layer of worry underneath it. The place was nearly empty, save for one woman sitting alone in a back booth. The same woman he'd seen earlier in the parking lot. "Yes, please," Jack replied, offering a friendly smile. "Cream and sugar. Comin' right up," the waitress said. "Take any seat you like." This was where things got delicate. The woman in the booth had glanced up when he entered, but her attention quickly drifted back to her coffee cup. She was clearly waiting for someone, and that someone wasn't him. Jack made his way across the worn linoleum, his broad frame feeling suddenly very conspicuous in the quiet room. He kept his smile wide and easy, hoping to seem harmless. It didn't work. As he got closer, the woman's shoulders tensed, and her eyes darted toward the exit. The diner had the unmistakable, slightly sad layout of a converted chain restaurant, cracked vinyl booths, a long formica counter, a single hallway leading to the restrooms. There was only one way out, and Jack was currently blocking it. "Hello," he said, stopping a polite distance from her table. "Are you Amanda? Who wants to know?" She shot back, her voice tight. "Well, that's a bit of a story," Jack said, keeping his tone calm. "Name's Jack. Do you mind if I sit up close?" He could see the years etched into her face, not from age so much as from hard living. She had that weary, weathered look of someone who'd learned life's tougher lessons early on. Hands were bare, and the shadows under her eyes spoke of long nights and even longer days. She had the vibe of a single parent constantly juggling bills and babysitters, which made her presence here all the more puzzling. "Everything all right over here, Amanda?" The question came from the waitress, who had appeared with Jack's coffee. Her tone had lost its earlier warmth, replaced by a steely readiness that Jack actually found reassuring. It was a silent show of solidarity between two tough Texas women. The waitress didn't sound scared, just prepared, and Jack had a strong suspicion that the area behind her counter, and possibly in Amanda's purse, held more than just spare change and receipts. God bless Texas. Indeed, we're fine, Shirley, Amanda said, not taking her eyes off Jack. All right, then, Shirley said, setting the coffee down with a firm clink. You just holler if that changes. That little exchange seemed to give Amanda a shot of courage. Her posture relaxed, just a fraction. She shifted slightly on the bench, and Jack caught the subtle movement of her adjusting her bag beside her. Since neither woman had yet felt the need to introduce a firearm to the conversation, Jack took the slight thaw as his cue. He slid into the booth opposite her. He'd been in plenty of tense situations before, but voluntarily sitting between two armed and wary Texans in a near-empty diner was a unique kind of adrenaline. If the atmosphere didn't lighten soon, he wouldn't need the caffeine. "It's good to finally meet you, Amanda," Jack said, using the same slow, steady voice he might use to approach a nervous animal. He was a large man, and no amount of gentle talk could disguise that fact, but he could at least try not to be intimidating. "You've got 5 minutes," Amanda stated flatly. "If I don't like what you're selling, I'm leaving. Don't you dare try to stop me." "Tell you what," Jack said, leaning forward slightly. "How about we start with just 60 seconds? If I can't put your mind at ease in under 60 seconds, I'll leave you and Shirley to enjoy your coffee in peace." Some of the tension faded from Amanda's expression. Her right hand was still buried in her purse, but she hadn't yet drawn the concealed weapon. "That was something. All right," Amanda replied, checking her watch. 1 minute, start talking. Jack had half hoped she might take his time limit as a suggestion rather than a strict rule. Clearly that wasn't happening, but he could work with it. "Here's the situation," Jack began. "A stranger asked me to find you." "Who?" Amanda's eyes narrowed. "I never got his name," Jack admitted, "but he gave me this." He reached into his jacket, pulled out the folded note, and smoothed it open on the table. Rotating it so she could see the neat handwriting, he pushed it toward her. Amanda took it with her left hand, her right still out of view. She studied the brief message, her eyes lingering far longer than the few words warranted. "Where is he now?" she asked, looking up. "Gone," Jack said. 3 shooters ambushed him on a back road." Amanda seemed to physically deflate as the news sank in. Jack wasn't a body language expert, but reading people was part of his job, and her reaction struck him as curious. There was surprise, sure, but it leaned more toward frustrated resignation than grief. He'd assumed she and the driver were connected. Partners in whatever mess had gotten him killed. Now, he wasn't so certain about anything. "Who are you, really?" Amanda pressed. "That's a longer conversation," Jack said. "For now, let's just say I'm a guy who got pulled into something." "How do I know you're telling the truth?" she challenged. "Call the sheriff's office," Jack suggested. "Pretend you're a curious local and ask what happened out on Ridge Road. Or drive out there yourself. The forensics team might still be working the scene. Even if they're gone, you'll see the skid marks, shattered glass, maybe some spent brass, 2 vehicles wrecked, 5 men trading bullets. The signs are there if you know how to look." Amanda fell silent, her gaze fixed on him as she weighed her options. Jack didn't try to sway her. Instead, he stirred cream and sugar into his coffee and took a slow sip. It was unexpectedly good. "This is excellent, Shirley," he called toward the counter. "One of our little town's best-kept secrets." Shirley answered with a smile. A local roast. Jack lifted his mug and a small toast. You really don't know about the reward? Amanda asked, disbelief coloring her tone. I don't know about any of it, Jack said. I was just passing through when things went sideways. Then why get involved? Jack let out a tired breath. Honestly, Amanda, I'm still figuring that out myself. I'm not from around here, and I have no stake in this. But I saw someone in trouble, and I couldn't just look the other way. Call it an old-fashioned sense of duty. So what? Amanda said, a hint of sarcasm creeping in. You're some kind of wandering do-gooder? Hardly, Jack said, shaking his head. Just someone trying to make sense of a bad situation. I know it sounds naive, but it's the truth. I've already used up my minute, and I'm sure you've got things to do. Tell me what you know or don't. It's your call. You're not here for the money? Amanda pressed. Ma'am, I don't even know what the money is for, Jack said. Hey, Shirley, can I get this to go? Coming right up, sweetie. Jack pulled out his wallet, left a 20 on the table beside the note, and stood. Have a good day, he said. Wait, Amanda said suddenly, reaching out to grasp his forearm. Her grip was surprisingly firm. Jack stopped, but didn't pull away or sit back down. The next move was hers. I called the tip line, Amanda said quietly. I set up a meeting with Jeff. Who is Jeff? Jeff Wellington, Amanda replied. I'm assuming that's the man you saw get killed. Why did you arrange to meet with him? Jack asked. The reward money? Amanda said, her voice steady. I have a teenager at home and a mortgage that's a constant struggle. Things have been tight since her father left. Lately, it's felt impossible. Not everyone has the luxury of turning down help. Her cheeks colored slightly, but she held Jack's gaze without wavering. Jack settled back into the booth. He wasn't a religious expert, but 12 years in Catholic school had drilled certain principles into him. Helping those in need wasn't a suggestion. It was an expectation. The very least he could do was listen. Look, Jack said, I just found out about the reward, and I don't want it. I'm only here because I made a promise to a man who died in front of me. That's the whole story. You staying or going? Shirley asked, placing a fresh cup of coffee on the table. That's her call, Jack said, nodding toward Amanda. Amanda studied Jack for another long moment, her expression unreadable. Then she glanced at Shirley. He's staying. What do you know about the Troy Wellington case? Amanda began. Nothing, Jack admitted. I'm from Washington, D.C. My fiancé is on a trip with friends here in Austin, and I tagged along to catch the A&M game. What's your job? I'm an accountant. You don't really look like one. I get that a lot, Jack said with a faint smile. Tell me about the case. Amanda gave a slow nod. Troy Wellington was a 21-year-old student at A&M. He vanished while driving through Briarwood on his way home for summer break. Jeff was his father. I called the tip line because I had information about what happened to Troy. Jack considered the violent scene in the parking lot anew. No wonder the dying man was so desperate to pass along the meeting details. Information about a missing child would eclipse everything else for a parent, even their own safety. What information? He pressed. Let me start from the beginning, Amanda said, her manner shifting now that she'd committed to talking. She took a deliberate sip of her coffee, gathering her thoughts. Troy was reported missing when he never arrived home. Jeff retraced the probable route and found Troy's car just outside the Briarwood city limits. It was wrecked into a tree and abandoned. Investigators found a trace of blood at the scene, along with a backpack, some clothes, and Troy's cell phone. That was it. That was 4 months ago. If you had information this whole time, why wait until now? Jack asked. Because I didn't realize what I knew until recently, Amanda explained. I live here, but I work about 10 miles east of town, running the register at a gas station. I work the Friday night shift. This case was a huge deal. Briarwood, Texas isn't exactly a crime hub. We have the occasional bar scuffle or shoplifting, but it's mostly quiet. A college student disappearing made national news. It was all anyone talked about for weeks. And then, Amanda shrugged, her thin shirt shifting over her shoulders. Then other details emerged. The Department of Public Safety, The state troopers botched parts of the evidence collection. Rumors started that Troy might have strayed from his route because he was involved in something shady. They found marijuana in his backpack, and someone in the local police leaked the idea he might have been trying to buy drugs. Once the media latched onto that, public interest dried up pretty fast. Why would that change things, Jack asked. Texas is a border state, Amanda said flatly. Drug stories aren't exactly rare here, but that's only part of it. A few years back, the local high school had a phenomenal quarterback, a real hometown hero. It was like something out of a movie. We really believed he was going to make our town famous, Amanda said, her voice tinged with a faded hope. Things didn't pan out? Jack asked. We'll never know for sure. He died from an overdose. Fentanyl. It felt like the whole town's spirit was torn out. People here have a deep-seated hatred for drugs. Jack gave a slow nod. So once the rumor spread that Troy was just another college kid from out of town trying to buy drugs, everyone stopped looking. It went deeper than that. Amanda continued, her fingers tracing the rim of her coffee mug. When the news crews and state police swarmed Briarwood, it brought back a lot of painful history. The media painted us as ignorant hillbillies, and the town just got fed up. Cooperation dried up. Honestly, some people started actively obstructing the investigation. Before long, Jeff was the only one still asking questions. Everyone figured he'd quit eventually. But he never did, Jack stated quietly. Of course he didn't, Amanda said, a flash of defiance in her eyes. What parent would? If my little girl vanished, I'd be on the police department steps every single day. The interest did fade for a while until Jeff put up a reward, a serious amount of money. How much? $50,000. Jack's mind worked quickly. It wasn't a life-changing sum, but in a town like this, it could be a year's salary or more. That kind of money has a way of jogging memories. The reward wasn't why I finally spoke up, Amanda said, anticipating his thought, or at least not the only reason. Once that reward was announced, the Briarwood police became even more fixated on their drug theory. The lead detective, a man named Bradshaw, claimed to have new proof that Troy was obviously impaired right before he disappeared. Bradshaw. Jack wasn't shocked to hear that name surface here. What proof? A cell phone video. Apparently, Troy accidentally recorded himself trying to take a selfie while driving. Anyone watching it would say he was completely out of it, except he wasn't. What do you mean? Jack asked. Even though the diner was empty, Amanda leaned in close, lowering her voice as if they were surrounded. Troy stopped for gas right before he came into Briarwood. He came to my station. Jack stayed silent, letting her tell it her own way. He knew the value of patience in moments like these. Naturally, I told the police all this when they first investigated, Amanda said. But back then, they were just piecing together his movements, establishing a timeline, Jack offered. Amanda nodded. The card reader on pump 3 was broken, so he had to come inside. He paid for the gas and bought an energy drink, and from that brief interaction, you could tell he wasn't high. He was wearing a Texas A&M cap, Amanda said, a small, sad smile appearing. I always wanted to go there, so I asked him about it. We talked. He told me he was driving home early to surprise his mother for her birthday. Her eyes grew misty, and Jack reached over to briefly squeeze her hand. He paid and left. That was the last time I saw him. Does the station have security cameras? It should. I assume the owner gave the footage to the police initially, but I don't know for certain. The place is corporate-owned, not a franchise. When I heard about the new evidence, I called the police. My boyfriend Brian is an officer. He's no fan of Bradshaw, so he gave me a direct number for a detective. The investigator took my statement, and I mentioned the surveillance footage from that day. I have no idea if he ever looked into it. Jack considered the same obstacle. Getting that video wouldn't be as simple as asking nicely. Most business owners wanting to avoid liability would demand a subpoena. Navigating a corporate legal department would make it a bureaucratic nightmare for local police. Back when Amanda first gave her statement, the case probably seemed straightforward. at least regarding her part in it. The kid had stopped for gas, which confirmed location data the police already had from his phone. Getting the station's footage back then must have seemed like more trouble than it was worth. That calculus had clearly changed. "You're absolutely sure Troy wasn't under the influence?" Amanda's expression sharpened. "I've had a front-row seat to addiction. I spent 5 endless years married to it. I can't tell you what Troy did after he drove away, but when he was standing in front of me, he was sober. And that was a solid 10 minutes after that selfie video was allegedly recorded." Jack let the word allegedly hang in the air without comment. We're a nation obsessed with true crime and conspiracy theories, as a million TV procedurals will tell you. Debating whether the video was faked was a rabbit hole. Jack knew about deepfake technology. Sure, it was possible the police imagery was manipulated, but that was far outside his wheelhouse. He needed to stick to what Amanda could testify to her direct encounter. "How can you be so precise about the timing?" Amanda leaned back, dabbing at her eyes. "Because the second Troy walked out, I called my daughter, Bella. She didn't pick up, so I left a message. She called back while I was helping a customer, so it went to voicemail. For once, her message was actually nice, so I saved it." She pulled out her phone, navigated to her voicemails, and pointed to an entry labeled, "Your favorite child." The timestamp was clear. "Do you have kids?" she asked. Jack shook his head. "Then you probably wouldn't get it." She was mistaken about that. Jack might not have children of his own, not yet, but that status was on shaky ground. His mind flashed to a recent heated conversation with Lisanne, a real crossroads moment. Lisanne's sister was a perpetual storm of bad decisions, terrible men, failed jobs, and a recurring dance with substances. She also had a 14-year-old daughter, Emily. Child services were stepping in, and Lisanne wanted to fight for custody. Jack felt the weight of it all. Becoming a husband was one thing. Becoming an instant father to a troubled teenager felt like being asked to summit a mountain without any gear. It wasn't just about him becoming a dad. It was about Lisanne becoming a mother to a wounded girl who might reject the whole idea. He'd asked for time to think, which was apparently the wrong answer. Lisanne saw his hesitation as a failure of commitment, specifically to her. That hadn't ended well, shoving his personal chaos aside. Jack refocused. "So, once you knew you had evidence, what did you do?" "I called the reward tip line," Amanda said. "I left my name and number and said I had information about Troy, but I'd only give it directly to Jeff." "Why the secrecy?" Jack pressed. Amanda's eyes turned hard. "Listen, just because I work at a gas station in the Texas sticks doesn't mean I'm stupid. Whatever happened to that boy, it wasn't some drug-fueled accident where he just wandered off. We're living in the kind of watched world that would make Orwell's head spin. We all willingly carry a tracking device in our pockets everywhere we go. On top of that, even the smallest towns are dotted with traffic cameras, and nearly every local shop has its own security system. Yet, with all that surveillance, Troy still vanished without a trace. Then, just as a $50,000 reward breathes new life into his cold case, a never-before-seen video gets leaked to the press. It's clear someone with serious influence doesn't want that young man found." Jack was in full agreement. He might not have known all the details surrounding Troy's disappearance, but he knew exactly what he had witnessed. 3 highly trained operatives executing a precision strike on one man. That man was on his way to meet a woman who insisted she had evidence that could change everything about his son's case. This was no accident. Other than calling the reward tip line, "Did you tell anyone else what you just told me?" Jack pressed. "Anyone?" "Why does that matter?" Amanda asked. "Because someone went to great lengths to stop Jeff from meeting you." Jack stated flatly. "They succeeded, but there's still a loose thread hanging." Amanda's eyes grew wide with realization. "Me? I don't know for sure," Jack said, "but I believe in playing it safe. Who else knew about your information?" "My boyfriend. The officer from Briarwood." She gave a slow nod. "Well, that complicated things. Is your daughter home right now?" Jack asked. She nodded again. She's in high school, plays varsity soccer, and works a part-time job. Our schedules are crazy, so she's pretty independent, used to being on her own. Call her right now. Amanda's hands shook as she tapped the screen and put the call on speaker. It rang and rang, eventually clicking over to voicemail. Does your call bypass her do not disturb? Jack asked. Yes, it always does. Let's move, Jack said already, heading for the door. Where? Your house. I'll drive you. Keep trying her phone. Amanda didn't put up an argument. Her home sat on an isolated stretch of land at the edge of town. A weathered barbed wire fence marked the property line, with a vast farm on one side and a thick cluster of mesquite, cedar, and assorted native shrubs on the other. From what Jack had seen driving Texas backroads, that wooded patch likely bordered a cattle ranch out here. Herds roamed freely, and bigger spreads often left stands of trees as shelter for the longhorns during the brutal summer heat. Amanda's place was a single-story house at the end of a gravel drive, patches of grass pushed through where rain had washed the rocks thin, and the siding was faded from relentless sun and wind. Yet the yard was neat, and the wraparound porch looked freshly swept. Amanda might not have much, but she took pride in what was hers. "Pick up, please," Amanda whispered, jabbing at her iPhone screen for what felt like the 100th time. "Come on, Bella." Jack stayed quiet, focusing on steering around the potholes that pocked the driveway. The first few times Amanda had asked if he thought her daughter Bella was all right, Jack had offered what reassurance he could. By the 6th time, he just stayed silent. The hard truth was, he had no clue what awaited them inside that modest home, and Amanda was sharp enough to understand that. But when a mother's fear for her child takes over, logic tends to take a back seat. "Do you see anything that looks off?" Jack asked, flipping on the Mustang's high beams. Twin halogen floods swept across the porch before settling on the empty carport. "Like what?" Amanda said, tearing her gaze from her phone. "A vehicle that shouldn't be here," Jack listed, "or a door or window left open that you know you closed." Amanda leaned forward in her seat, her phone momentarily forgotten. She chewed her lip, squinting through the windshield at her dark house. "Nothing looks different," she said, but her voice was thin and uncertain. Jack covered the last stretch of driveway in a rush of protesting suspension and grinding gravel. Instead of turning toward the carport on the left, Jack kept the Mustang rolling straight ahead, the tires crunching from the stone driveway onto the patchy, uneven lawn. The muscle car was hardly built for rough terrain, but its powerful engine had torque to spare. Jack downshifted, revving the RPMs into the red as he fought the rear-end sway caused by all that raw power. He knew Amanda's front yard was taking a beating, but if the single mother had any complaints about her landscaping, she kept them to herself. "Keys ready?" Jack asked, working the clutch and brake. "Yes," she answered, her voice tight. "Good," Jack said as the Mustang's front tires bumped up against the porch steps. "Unlock the door and stay behind me." Amanda gave a sharp nod, her mouth a thin, determined line. The keys were already clenched in her fist. Jack had braced for an argument about her staying back while he entered. But maybe he shouldn't have, after he'd explained. He worked for the Department of the Interior. She'd studied his forged credentials with surprising focus. Yet she never asked the obvious question, what was a federal employee from Interior doing all the way out in Texas? Instead, she seemed to accept that he was the professional, or at least the only one of them trained to use a pistol. And while Jack was grateful, she didn't put up a fight. His reason for going through the door first wasn't just about tactics. Her house sat perched at the top of a long, sloping driveway with zero cover. Since a discreet approach was impossible, Jack had swapped stealth for sheer speed. If an ambush waited inside, they'd know he was coming. But that wasn't the only reason he insisted on leading. The men now circling Amanda's life were professional killers. If they'd already come here, Jack didn't believe for a second they'd hesitate to execute a teenage girl. That was the real reason he needed to clear the house first. He might be too late to save Bella, but if the worst had happened, Jack wanted to be the one to find the scene. He wanted to control how a grieving mother learned her only child was dead. He yanked the emergency brake, but left the engine running and the high beams blazing. The intense light cut through the large bay window, flooding the front room. The very room Jack planned to enter. A flashbang grenade would have been nice right about then, but the headlights were better than nothing. Jack pushed his door open, drew his Sig Sauer, and moved swiftly around the front of the idling car with Amanda close behind. In 2 quick strides he was on the porch, covering the bay window to his right, just as he heard the scrape of Amanda's key, finding the lock behind him. "Here's how this plays out," Jack said, his voice low and steady. "You unlock the door. When I give the word, I want you to open it and immediately step clear." "Understood," Amanda replied. Her voice trembled slightly, but the hand holding her keys didn't shake. When it came to courage in the face of danger, a grizzly bear had nothing on the mother of a threatened child. "Good," Jack said. "Turn the key and get ready on the handle. I'll count down from 3. Open it on 1. "Okay," Amanda said, and already her tone sounded firmer. She wasn't about to try out for a SWAT breacher team anytime soon, but she was calm under pressure and could follow instructions. Jack could work with that. "Here we go," Jack said. 3, 2, 1. With impressive efficiency, Amanda turned the key, pushed the door open, and stepped aside into the entryway. "Bella?" Amanda called out, her voice echoing in the foyer. "Honey, are you here?" Jack wasn't angry with her. He was angry with himself. He should have seen this coming. As a mother, there was no force on earth that would keep her from entering that house first. He found her bravery admirable, even if it was dangerously misplaced. In close-quarters combat, most casualties happen during entry. That's why every doorway, especially the main entrance, earns the grim nickname, the Fatal Funnel. An open door draws a shooter's focus like nothing else, so assault teams are drilled to move through that space with explosive speed and aggression. The polar opposite of the hesitant scene unfolding here, Jack exploded through the front door with the force of a derailed locomotive, his shoulder catching Amanda and sending the small woman flying. The jarring impact might have been the best tactical move she made all day. A flicker of guilt registered as he saw her crash over a recliner in his peripheral vision, but the single mother's condition would have to wait. Every ounce of Jack's concentration was locked onto the short front sight of his Sig Sauer. He swept the weapon across the living room, hunting for a human silhouette, and found none. The cramped living area bled into a tiny, unnervingly tidy kitchen. Well, mostly tidy. His sight picture glided past a half-empty gallon of milk, an open jar of peanut butter, and a bag of rice cakes. A scatter of crumbs, dirty utensils, a milk-clouded glass, and a coffee mug painted a picture of a breakfast hastily abandoned or violently interrupted. He noted a door likely leading to the backyard, but that could be cleared later. The house came first. Swiveling left, he advanced down a narrow hallway from the kitchen. A quick glance into a bathroom on the right revealed an empty, steam-fogged mirror and towels heaped on the floor.
"Bella?"
Amanda's voice pierced the silence, raw with a desperation that was hard to hear. "Bella!" It was the sound of pure maternal terror. "Which room is hers?" Jack barked over his shoulder, his Sig's sight hovering between the 2 closed doors at the hall's end. "Right," she gasped, breathless. "The one on the right?" Any chance of a stealthy approach had vanished the moment he'd screeched the Mustang into the front yard, high beams flooding the bay window. But just because he wasn't hiding didn't mean he was being reckless. This long, tight hallway was a fatal funnel made manifest. An ambush from either room wouldn't require a skilled marksman. A simple blast from a shotgun through the door would end this whole messy operation in a heartbeat. Jack edged up to the door, his left hand settling on the knob as he shifted the Sig to his right. Playing both breacher and point man was far from ideal, just like having Amanda stumble into his line of fire. Yet her unpredictability wasn't the only reason he was going in first. His own substantial frame would block the doorway, keeping her safely behind him until he knew what horrors, or what heartbreakingly normal scene, lay within the small bedroom could harbor a gunman. Something infinitely more tragic. He squeezed the pistol grip until his knuckles ached, then consciously loosened his hold, forcing his nerves to steady. He turned the knob and entered. What met his eyes was disorienting, like stepping into a living kaleidoscope. The main light was off, but strands of white Christmas lights cascaded from the ceiling and traced the walls. A bookshelf held more soccer trophies than books, but it was the walls that truly made Jack stop. Instead of band posters or celebrity photos, the drywall was a mosaic of hundreds of snapshots arranged in intricate geometric patterns, softly illuminated by the tiny lights. The room was a mosaic of memories, not the frantic scribbles of a troubled genius, but a collection of sharp, fragmented glimpses into the girl who lived there. Jack's eyes found Bella on the far side, curled on a mattress that was pushed directly into the corner where two walls met. He couldn't guess why it was on the floor, but the teen's sense of style had transformed what should have looked like a dorm room disaster into something deliberately chic, as if pulled straight from a curated social media feed. Bella was facing the wall, utterly absorbed in her phone, her face hidden by a cascade of golden curls so thick they seemed almost unreal. She didn't stir at his entrance, and Jack hesitated in the doorway, his training momentarily paused by her lack of reaction. Then it clicked, earbuds. She was probably lost in a video or a playlist, the volume cranked to a level that could drown out the world. "Bella," Jack said, lowering his Sig Sauer pistol to his side. "Hey there." When she didn't respond, he moved fully into the room and tried again, louder. "Bella." This time, he paired the call with a wave of his free hand, the pistol held discreetly against his leg. The combination worked. Her head snapped up, eyes wide with shock. "It's all right," Jack said, keeping his voice calm. "Your mom is right behind me." He started to turn and gesture over his shoulder, hoping his relaxed posture would be reassuring. It wasn't. In the blink of an eye, the phone in Bella's hands was replaced by a can of Bear deterrent spray. "Wait!" Jack shouted, thrusting his palm out in the universal stop signal. But in this moment, it meant nothing. Bella peered over the top of the canister like an artilleryman lining up a shot, her expression chillingly focused. Then her thumb pressed down on the trigger. "Las Vegas, Nevada package is inbound." Carey answered the transmission with 2 quick clicks of his radio's button. For a guy who dressed like a Eurotrash relic, Hans was surprisingly well-equipped. Then again, given the caliber of people he was trying to hire and the money he was throwing around, maybe it wasn't so surprising after all. The comms gear Carey and Jad were using, for instance, was eerily similar to the low-profile kits they used on campus operations. Carey couldn't vouch for the phone radio hybrid's encryption, but Hans's voice came through with crystal clarity, which frankly was a shame. A convenient equipment failure would have been pretty welcome right about now. "Package confirmed." That call came from Jad, positioned at the opposite end of the pedestrian walkway. Even in the early morning hours, a handful of people drifted along the concrete, proving that while Vegas might dial back the glitter, it never truly closed its eyes. At this moment, Carey would have gladly traded the vibrant atmosphere for a few more pairs of eyes on his team. After nearly 15 years with 5th Special Forces Group, Carey was exceptionally good at his job, a skill set that extended far beyond just placing rounds on target with his Barrett sniper rifle. While the official mission statement never changed, what his team actually did on deployment had shifted with the tides of the War on Terror. The intense combat surges in Iraq and Afghanistan had honed their direct action prowess, but the later pivot towards near-peer competitors demanded new talents. Like many team sergeants, Carey had retooled their training to emphasize discreet surveillance and clandestine meetings in crowded cities. Places like Beijing, or, as it turned out, Las Vegas. "Talk to me," Carey said into his mic, his eyes straining to pick out details in the pre-dawn gloom. A sudden sharp laugh from a passing group of tourists made him tense, a reminder of how unpredictable a simple observation could become in a city built on distraction. The pedestrian plaza designated for the operation was one of the many walkways connecting Las Vegas's famous landmarks. Just as a casino floor is designed to guide patrons past a sea of slot machines and sensory distractions before any exit, these winding paths along the strip were engineered to funnel foot traffic past endless opportunities to spend restaurants, bars, and gaming halls, all vying for attention. Consequently, moving through Vegas felt less like a direct route and more like navigating a deliberately confusing maze. This particular promenade was a prime example. While it generally ran east to west, its course was anything but straight. Carey had positioned himself at a metal table on the south side of the cobblestone walkway, his back securely against the brick exterior of a coffee shop that had closed hours earlier. For a professional whose survival often depended on situational awareness, having a solid wall at his back provided an undeniable sense of security. The other sight lines, however, were more complicated. To his left, the west, ran Las Vegas Boulevard. Though vehicle traffic was light at this hour, a steady stream of tourists still flowed past the towering spectacle of Caesar's Palace on the far side of the road. To the east, the promenade curved past various storefronts and attractions before terminating at the base of the High Roller. The city's massive answer to the London Eye, the Mark was supposed to emerge from a bar on the north side of the plaza, roughly 100 yards to Carey's right. While that distance should have been clear, the path jagged north and then east again between two buildings, creating a perfect blind spot, a feature Carey planned to exploit. Roger Jadd's voice came through the earpiece. "Target is a single male moving west. White, untucked button-down, blue jeans, black shoes, short brown hair, clean-shaven, mid-30s, 6 feet tall and built like a linebacker. Pushing 300 pounds, easy copy, too," Carey responded. He paused, a flicker of doubt crossing his mind. "Break, 7. This is 1. Confirm identity?" Intel suggested a profile closer to 150 pounds, over. 1. This is 7, Hans replied, his German accent thickening with static. "That is the correct target. My earlier assessment was in error." "Fantastic. Just when you think you've got a handle on things, the universe tosses you a curveball." Carey's initial plan had been straightforward, a virtue in his line of work. Overcomplication was the enemy of execution. Too many leaders crafted elaborate schemes that fell apart the moment reality intruded. Yet there's a vast gulf between a flexible framework that trusts a professional's instincts and a half-baked idea launched on pure hope. His plan, conceived with limited time and assets, had been sound for the wiry runner they'd anticipated. It was decidedly less suited for the human bulldozer Jadd just described. Time to call an audible. 2, this is 1, Carey said, his tone shifting to one of wry command. "Break off and shadow the target toward my position. Stand by to execute Octavia, over." 2 copies all. Standing by for Octavia, over, Jadd acknowledged. 1. This is 7, Hans interjected, irritation evident. An Octavia contingency was not part of the briefing. "My mistake," Carey said, the picture of casual apology. "Must have slipped my mind." The burst of staticky sputtering from the radio was deeply satisfying, though Carey allowed himself only a moment's private smirk. The German's frustration was a petty consolation, given the significantly larger problem. Now lumbering down the promenade, his mind was racing with other pressing matters. Chief among them was the mystery of Octavia. 1, this is 2. Jadd's voice crackled in his ear. "Target is 50 meters out and approaching visual contact imminent." "Copy that," Carey replied, rising from his bench. "Prepare to move on my signal," Jadd acknowledged with 2 quick clicks over the radio. Carey knew the German Hans was probably seething with questions back at the command post, but the man had the discipline to stay silent. That was fortunate, because Carey's own certainty was crumbling. Their mission was straightforward: acquire the target's identification. 2 trained operatives against 1 average-sized man should have been a simple snatch and grab. The presence of this human tank, however, had completely recalculated the odds, yet hope wasn't entirely lost. Just because the guy was pushing 300 pounds didn't automatically make him a threat. This was America, after all, a nation winning gold medals in obesity, and Las Vegas was its capital of excess. The man about to round the corner could very well be just another tourist, here to gorge himself at the legendary buffets before losing his shirt at the blackjack tables. Then Carrie saw him. Calling him muscular was like calling the Grand Canyon a ditch. This guy looked like he was in town for a bodybuilding championship, and he was probably favored to win. He didn't have the sluggish bulk of a lineman. He moved with a disturbing predatory grace. Even concealed by a simple t-shirt and jeans, the man's physique screamed danger. His neck was as thick as a utility pole, and his shoulders looked like they could park a small car. But it was the classic V-taper of his torso, the impossibly wide back and chest narrowing to a lean waist that sent a cold jolt down Carrie's spine. The stories he'd fed Hans about his service history were fabrications, but his real-world experience was genuine. He'd faced men built like this before. They were the worst kind of problem, devastatingly powerful and surprisingly quick. In a word, trouble. With a swipe of his thumb, Carrie opened a text thread on his phone, typed a frantic one-word message, now, and sent it into the void, praying for a response. 2. This is 1, he muttered into his concealed mic, his hand cupped over his mouth. Execute, execute, execute. He stood up, not waiting for Jad's confirmation. The show was starting. Ready or not, the massive target immediately pivoted toward the movement, his eyes locking onto Carrie. This wasn't a casual glance. It was a professional assessment. Carrie felt the man's gaze sweep over him like a scanner, feet, hands, posture finally settling on his face. The lingering focus on his hands was a dead giveaway. This was no mere muscle-bound thug. He was looking at a fellow operator, just fantastic, offering a tight, cautious nod. Carrie deliberately shifted his attention to the neon-lit bar across the walkway, the very one the target was now passing. As if summoned, the bar's doors swung open, releasing a wave of pulsing music and laughter. Both Carrie and the target turned toward the distraction, a reaction as instinctive as it was tactical. And what a distraction it was. While beautiful women were a Vegas staple, these two were a spectacle. Blonde, long-legged, and strutting with practiced confidence in heels that defied physics and skirts that challenged modesty. They were a walking advertisement for the city's more carnal industries. Whether they were dancers, escorts, or both was irrelevant. Their curated appearance, a master class in surgical enhancement and strategic tan lines, was designed to command attention, and it worked perfectly. Even in their line of work, understanding that the woman's charms were manufactured rather than natural did nothing to diminish their allure. The mark's attention was pulled toward the duo as irresistibly as iron to a magnet. True to his disciplined background, the man's stare didn't linger for more than a heartbeat. But that heartbeat was all that was needed. In 2 swift steps, Carrie closed half the gap. Like a coiled snake striking, the target's head jerked back toward Carrie, his expression turning to stone. The man's right hand drifted toward his belt line while his left rose defensively near his chest, a stance offering the option to shove Carrie back or swiftly reach for a concealed weapon. He was clearly skilled. "Looking for some fun tonight?" the nearest blonde asked, placing a hand on his shoulder. "Not interested." The target stated flatly, brushing off her pink manicured fingers. "Oh, come on," her companion chimed in. "We've got a special deal. 2 for 1. I said no, the target repeated, his tone leaving zero room for discussion. "All right, fine," the first blonde replied. "No need to be rude about it." Though the exchange lasted mere seconds, the target recognized his error. He whirled back toward Carrie, but it was already too late. The Green Beret had drawn even with him, yet Carrie's focus wasn't on the mark or the 2 women. Instead, he was locked onto a figure stepping from the shadows. Jad? "Hey there," Carrie called out, raising his voice above the background noise. "You're Amir Albazi, right?" Jad slowed his pace with a theatrical sigh. "Yeah, but keep it down, will you? I'm trying to keep a low profile." "Told you he was around here," the first blonde said, nudging her friend. "Your last match was incredible," Carrie said. "You totally dominated that guy. Mind if I grab a photo?" "Sure, make it fast, though," Jed replied. "I'm on a tight schedule." "Thanks, man, I really appreciate it," Carrie said. Pulling his phone from his pocket, he moved to take a selfie, but then glanced at the group behind him. "Hey, could you do the honors?" Carrie pushed his cell toward the target, who reflexively took it. "Thanks, brother," Carrie said, slipping an arm around Jad's shoulders. "Means a lot. Can we jump in the shot, too?" the first blonde asked. "The more the merrier," Carrie agreed. The women slid in beside the two soldiers, and the target obediently snapped several pictures before returning the phone. "You want in the photo?" Carrie offered, gesturing to the group. "I can send it to you." "No," the target said, his face twisting into something closer to a sneer than a smile. Turning sharply, he marched down the walkway and vanished from view. "What's his problem?" the first blonde wondered aloud. "No clue," Jad said, "but I'm sure you could cheer him up." The ladies laughed at that. Hans, however, did not seem amused. Debrief at the pepper mill. Hans's voice crackled through Carrie's earpiece. 30 minutes! He sounds pissed, Jad observed. "Welcome to the club," Carrie replied. "Briarwood, Texas." Jack was intimately familiar with chemical irritants. Throughout his time with the campus, he'd endured mace, tear gas, and pepper spray. None of them came close to the agony of bear spray. One moment he was attempting to convince Bella of his good intentions. The next, he was fighting the urge to scratch his own eyes out as a sensation like a swarm of fiery ants tried to burrow out through his sinuses. Describing his eyes, nose, and throat as burning was as inadequate as comparing a lit match to an erupting volcano. Both involved heat, but the magnitude wasn't even in the same universe. "Your mom is right behind me," Jack tried to shout. What actually emerged from his swollen lips was a garbled mess, thanks to a tongue that felt like a watermelon and a throat narrowed to the width of a drinking straw. Luckily, Amanda could still speak, though just barely. Bella Amanda managed between ragged coughs. "It's me! It's me!" Jack retreated from Bella's room, more by instinct than sight, holstering his SEG before staggering into the hallway. "Mom?" Bella's voice was tentative. "Yes," Amanda managed between ragged coughs. "For heaven's sake, sweetheart, yes." "Oh," Bella replied, her tone shifting. "My bad, but you're the one who always said to shoot first and figure things out after." Of course she did, Jack thought. He wouldn't expect anything less from a girl raised in Texas, but he bit back that comment, focusing instead on forming a coherent instruction. "Dish soap." What did he say? Amanda hacked out. "No clue," Bella answered. "Sounded like fish rope to me." Jack's mother, the formidable Kathy Ryan, had a motto for moments like these. As a world-renowned ophthalmologist accustomed to high-stakes surgical frustrations, she understood setbacks. Though Jack doubted even his mother had ever been blinded and rendered speechless by bear spray. Her advice echoed now: when you can't laugh, you cry, except Jack's tear ducts were currently on fire, making either option impossible. He forced his heavy tongue to move, enunciating each syllable. "Dish, soap, wish hope," Bella said. Jack shook his head, blindly thumping a fist against the wall in frustration. "Hold on," Amanda cut in. "I think I caught it that time. Dish, soap?" Jack nodded, perhaps too vigorously. "Why didn't he just say so?" Bella muttered. "Because he inhaled half a can of bear spray, thanks to you," Amanda retorted. "Good grief, this stuff is vicious. Make yourself useful and start opening windows while I get our guest to the kitchen." Jack's eyes were now fully swollen shut, and the searing pain coating his nasal passages and throat showed no sign of easing. Yet Amanda's no-nonsense direction felt like a relief. While he'd never been hit with bear spray before, His experience with pepper spray had taught him the remedy: Dawn dish soap. Bear spray was engineered to cling like glue. Water alone was useless against its oily residue without soap to break it down. "Sink's over here," Amanda said. Her fingers closed around his bicep, guiding him down the hall as Jack tried very hard not to entertain violent thoughts toward Bella. In that, at least, he was moderately successful. "So, you're here to protect my mom from the bad guys?" The question dripped with a brand of skepticism only a teenager can perfect, a tone that implied both the stupidity of the person being questioned and the superiority of the asker. Jack wanted to snap back with some justified irritation, but the kid had a point. Though a thorough scrubbing with Dawn had reduced the volcanic burn across his mucous membranes to a dull simmer, he was in no shape to star in an action movie anytime soon. "Bella," Amanda called from across the kitchen, "play nice." Jack's vision was still blurry, but he didn't need perfect sight to catch the dramatic eye roll her mother's scolding provoked. That was fine. Here he was, sitting at a kitchen table, sharing coffee with a prickly teen and her mom. All things considered, this was a far better scenario than what he'd imagined racing down those Texas backroads. "I saw that," Amanda said, rinsing soap from her face. She hadn't taken a direct hit like Jack, but some overspray had landed on her shirt. At his urging, she'd cleaned up at the kitchen sink, though her eyes were still closed as she toweled off. Her maternal radar seemed fully operational. "I'm just saying I had everything under control," Bella insisted, shooting Jack a defiant glare as if daring him to contradict her, rather than take the bait he offered a slow, deliberate wink. Bella only scowled deeper. Maybe that famous Ryan charm wasn't as foolproof as Jack's dad had always claimed, or perhaps teenage girls were simply a different kind of challenge altogether. "Shouldn't you be getting ready for school?" Amanda asked, her gaze fixed on her daughter. "I am ready," Bella replied, her initial confidence wilting under her mother's steady look. Amanda's eyes moved from the crop top. That left little to the imagination, down to the jeans that hung perilously low on her hips. The single mother's expression darkened like a sky before a thunderstorm, each new inch of exposed skin adding to the brewing tempest. After a long, silent appraisal, Amanda finally met Bella's eyes again. "I don't think so," she stated flatly. "Mom, change right now." This dance felt familiar, and from Bella's reaction, it was one she knew she wouldn't win. "I don't have time," Bella argued, crossing her arms defensively. "Jeremiah's picking me up in 2 minutes." "Jeremiah?" Amanda's voice was deceptively light, but the temperature in the kitchen seemed to drop several degrees. Jack felt the sudden chill even from where he stood. Bella's triumphant expression vanished, replaced by a pale, defeated look. Jack recognized all too well. "Yeah," Bella said, attempting casualness, though her stiff posture gave her away. "You left early, so I asked him for a ride." "Jeremiah doesn't attend your school?" Amanda pointed out. "Actually, he doesn't attend any school." "What was I supposed to do? Walk?" "There's a very large, very yellow bus that stops right at the end of our driveway," Amanda countered. "Mo-om," Bella dragged the word into 2 whining syllables. "I'm a senior. Seniors don't ride the bus." "Change? Now? I will drive you, but you'll be late for your shift." Bella's hazel eyes darted nervously now. Impossibly, the chill in the room intensified. Bella wrapped her arms around herself as if for warmth. She opened her mouth and Jack braced for another argument, but it never came. Instead, her eyes welled with frustrated tears. "You just don't understand anything," she cried before turning and fleeing down the hallway. Amanda watched her go without a word, only after a distant door slammed with finality. Did she speak softly to the empty space? "Actually, I understand perfectly," she murmured. "That's the whole problem." She stared after her daughter for another long moment before turning back to Jack with a tired sigh. "Sorry you had to witness that." "Don't be," Jack said. "My fiancé has a teenage niece." "Then you have an idea," Amanda said. Jack shook his head. I think only a parent truly gets it. I see the edges of it, and I hear the exhaustion in my fiancé's voice, but I don't feel it here." He tapped his sternum. "Not the way you must with Bella." Amanda gave a slow nod, methodically folding a dish towel before hanging it precisely on the oven handle. The simple, controlled motion seemed to steady her. "Well, setting my domestic dramas aside, what's our next move?" It was an excellent question. Until now, Jack had been purely in reaction mode, responding to each new development as it came. While he was proficient at this tactical dance, merely reacting wouldn't solve the deeper puzzle he was facing. Worse, staying on the defensive meant he'd always be trailing whoever was orchestrating events. In his line of work, that was a surefire path to a bad ending. But knowing he needed a plan was different from having one. Through hard experience, Jack had learned a difficult lesson. While taking action was crucial, action without direction was just noise. Too often, his urge to do something, anything to seize control, had led to clumsy, self-inflicted mistakes. That he'd survived those missteps was more about good fortune than good judgment. Not long ago, that fortune had almost expired entirely, a memory that now sent a fresh wave of caution through him. He needed a vector, a clear point to aim for, and right now, that point was frustratingly out of sight. A botched mission in the Philippines had left Dom Caruso, Jack's cousin and fellow campus operative, with a near-fatal wound. Jack carried the weight of that responsibility squarely on his own shoulders, regardless of what his boss, the legendary John Clark, might say about it. The memory of that humid, fish-reeking warehouse was a permanent scar, a brutal reminder that his decisions as a team leader rippled far beyond his own skin. He hadn't become hesitant, exactly, but a deeper, more deliberate caution had taken root. Shaking off the dark recollection, Jack focused on the present. "I don't have all the pieces yet," he admitted, "but a man is dead. Until I can rule out that his death is connected to what you know, we need to play this safe." "What does that mean for us?" Amanda asked. "It means the people I work with are experts at finding answers," Jack explained. "But that takes a little time to stir the pot and see what surfaces I need. You and your daughter to relocate somewhere secure while we work." "Since when does the Department of the Interior investigate homicides?" Amanda countered, a sharp edge to her voice. Jack allowed a small smile. Working the night shift at a convenience store hadn't dulled her instincts. "Not our usual beat." "No," he conceded. "But what happened out on Highway 79 wasn't some random act of violence. Those were professionals." "Takes one to know one, I guess," Amanda shot back. This time, Jack's smile felt a bit tighter. "Look, the point is, I can't force you to do anything. I can walk out that door right now if you tell me to, but I'm asking you and Bella to come with me. I'll set you up in a nice hotel in whatever city you want. Houston, Austin, your pick. Order enough room service to sink a ship. I believe the men who killed Jeff were hired guns, probably already out of the country. They aren't your average criminals hanging around. Once I confirm the coast is clear, you can come home. If you're so sure they're gone, why do we have to leave at all?" Amanda pressed, her arms crossed. "Because being sure and knowing are two different things," Jack stated firmly. "And I'm not willing to gamble your lives or Bella's on my gut feeling." He felt the full intensity of her stare as she studied him, seemingly measuring his words, or more accurately, weighing the man behind them. If Bella was 16, Amanda couldn't have been much older when she became a mother. This was a woman who'd likely learned to read people quickly out of necessity. "I'd have to call my manager," Amanda finally said with a resigned sigh. "I can miss a day or two, but that's it." For a second, Jack was confused. Then he understood. "Don't worry about the lost wages," he said. "We'll cover it." Amanda's expression turned stony. "I don't want charity." "Good," Jack replied evenly, "because that's not on the table. Think of it like witness protection. The government is asking you to disrupt your life, so it's our job to make it right. This is obligation, not a handout." Amanda held his gaze again, but the silence this time was less charged. Perhaps he was getting used to her scrutiny, or maybe she was reaching a decision faster. "All right," she said. "Let me grab a few things and talk to Bella." Need any help? Jack offered. Amanda shook her head, a hint of weary amusement in her eyes. If you thought I was a tough sell, just wait. Hurricane Bella is preparing to make landfall. Really? Jack chuckled. I figured she'd leap at the chance to skip school for a few days. Not my girl, Amanda said, standing up. She sees her education as her one-way ticket out of this town. She's loaded up with AP classes and taking 2 lab sciences this semester. Trying to talk her out of a school day is like arguing with a brick wall. She practically has a meltdown if she skips a single class. I doubt your agency can fix that, can they? Even the federal government has its limits, Jack replied. That's what I was worried about, Amanda said, brushing past him and moving down the hallway. Bella, sweetheart. Jack's gaze drifted from the chipped mug on the counter to the nearly full carafe of coffee beside it. He'd lost count of how much he'd already drunk, which was always a clear sign he should stop. While caffeine didn't usually make him jittery, lately it seemed to linger in his system for hours. If he poured another cup now, he'd probably be awake until next Tuesday. Bella! He heard the soft creak of the teenager's door opening. Then came a scream. Jack was moving before his mind could fully process the sound, his legs carrying him down the hall as his thoughts raced ahead, bracing for whatever awaited him. Amanda had lived a tough life, a young single mother scraping by, doing whatever it took to provide for her daughter. Even when Jack had hinted that dangerous men might be after her, she'd taken the news with remarkable steadiness. A woman with that kind of grit didn't scream easily. The things that could make her scream were the kind of things Jack didn't want to imagine. But imagine them. He did. He sprinted past the bathroom and reached Bella's doorway. Amanda stood frozen on the threshold. Jack placed a hand gently on her back, guiding her aside. Beneath his fingers, her body trembled like a crystal glass about to shatter from a single high note. Steeling himself, he scanned the room. The kaleidoscope of photos, string lights, and hand-drawn art was just as disorienting as before, but Jack pushed past the visual noise, searching for the room's occupant. His eyes landed on a plump orange cat curled in the center of the bed. The feline watched him through half-closed eyes and let out a low, warning meow, a clear message that disturbing her would be a very bad idea. But of Bella, there was no trace. "Where did she go?" Jack asked, his eyes still sweeping the room for any clue he might have missed. Amanda's voice came out, flat, drained, out the window. Only then did Jack feel the cool draft against his skin. He turned toward the window. The blinds were down, but a narrow gap separated the pane from the sill. As Jack approached, the cat's meow sharpened into a hiss. "Relax," Jack muttered. "I'm not here for you." He gave the bed a wide berth anyway. The window was low, easy for a teenager to climb through. Jack parted the blinds just in time to see a pair of red taillights vanishing down the driveway. "Who do you think has her?" Jack asked. Amanda leaned against the wall with a heavy sigh. Jeremiah. The transformation in her was heartbreaking. Just minutes ago, she'd been unshakable. A woman life had knocked down again and again, but who always got back up. Now she seemed to deflate against the drywall, all her strength gone. "Do you want to go after her?" Jack asked. Amanda shook her head slowly. She'd never admit it. "But I know my daughter. They'll probably go get breakfast, but she'll make him take her to school. She has a calculus quiz every Monday. There's no way she'd miss that." Jack checked his watch. "What time does school start?" 7, Amanda said softly, which means they have plenty of time to get into trouble between now and then. She wrapped her arms tightly around herself, as if trying to hold the pieces together. The young man she's seeing is 3 years her senior and seems to have a talent for little more than downing cheap beer and finding trouble. Bella, on the other hand, aced her aesthetes over the summer, earning a Pell Grant and watching college acceptance letters stack up on our kitchen counter. If she can just make it to graduation, she can step into a completely different world, one far away from this dead-end town and the aimless men who fill it. Jack stayed quiet. It wasn't hard to see that Amanda was talking about more than just her daughter's future slipping away. He figured she was watching Bella walk a path that mirrored her own younger years, and now the mother was fighting to stop her girl from making a choice that would chain her to Briarwood forever. The anguish on Amanda's face was difficult to witness, carving years into her features and leaving her looking utterly drained. "What's your plan?" Jack finally asked. "I'll call Brian," Amanda replied, referring to the local deputy. "He can keep an eye out for them." Part of me wishes he'd pull that boy over and find some expired tag on his beat-up truck. But Brian harassing Jeremiah over nothing would probably backfire spectacularly. "Bella ran off last night, but I know she'll show up at school today. If she feels her precious relationship is under threat, she might just choose him over everything and vanish for good." Jack nodded, feeling a fresh wave of inadequacy about the whole parenting thing. The sheer grit required to guide a teenager made his old life in espionage seem like a simple, straightforward desk job. Luring a double agent with a clever trap was child's play compared to navigating the emotional minefield of a teenage girl's heart. Amanda met his eyes, her expression shifting from maternal worry to cold fear. "These men you believe are looking for us?" she said, her voice low. "Would they be a threat to Bella at school?" Jack was silent for a long moment, then slowly shook his head. "I don't think so. My read is they're here to tidy up a loose end, not create a new scene. Their focus would be on you either here at home or at the station." A flicker of confusion crossed Amanda's face. Then her eyes widened in understanding. "You think this was a botched robbery?" she whispered. Jack gave a single grim nod. "Maybe I should call Brian right now," Amanda said, her hand trembling slightly as she reached for her phone. "What do you think? I'm the last person who should give parenting advice," Jack said. "But I do understand how dangerous men operate. If it were my call, I'd take you both to a safe location for the day while I sort this out. Sometimes staying invisible is enough to make hunters lose the scent and move on. They likely intended to deal with you and Jeff together and then disappear. No matter how much the town tries to ignore it, Jeff's death is going to bring scrutiny. The kind of attention these shooters will want to avoid." Amanda nodded slowly, her gaze drifting to the worn rug on the floor as if the answers were woven into its fibers. Jack could almost hear the calculations clicking in her mind, weighing the risk of further fracturing her strained relationship with Bella against the very real possibility that armed men were hunting them. After a heavy silence, she dug her phone from her jeans. "Come on," she said, already dialing as she stood. "We'll drive past the diner where they sometimes get breakfast. If I don't see Jeremiah's rust bucket truck, I'll make the call to Brian. I really hope you're right about this." So did Jack. The insistent buzzing of his phone yanked Leon from his dark reverie. 1 second he was pondering what kind of cosmic joke allowed a world to contain both machete-wielding savages and polished psychopaths in Italian shoes and $200 haircuts. The next, the sound hurled him back to that single shattering moment that had irrevocably changed his life. As his iPhone vibrated like an angry hornet on the passenger seat, Leon scanned the roadside for a place to pull over. His prosthetic hand handled daily tasks well enough, but he didn't trust it, or his focus for one-handed driving. Especially not on a California highway, even at 3 in the morning. Leon could have answered the call through the rental car's Bluetooth system, but he had never connected his phone. Defying the common image of men in his line of work, Leon was inherently cautious. He avoided unnecessary risks. While his past injury hadn't made him fearful, it had cemented a clear understanding of what mistakes could cost. His profession wasn't one of spreadsheets and ledgers. When he erred, people didn't just lose money. They lost lives, or were left with permanent, devastating scars. As Daniel was so fond of pointing out every time a smart device linked to a network, it was like lowering a castle's drawbridge. You created an opening. Usually that opening sealed itself the moment the connection broke. Usually. But sometimes a skilled digital adversary could exploit that brief vulnerability, turning a temporary gap into a permanent gateway. And even if they couldn't, devices always left traces, digital footprints that persisted long after the pairing ended, clues waiting for anyone who knew how to look. Leon refused to pair his phone because he wouldn't willingly offer that point of entry or leave a trail for those who were certainly hunting him. This discipline, however, came with its own inconveniences. The burner phone in the cup holder finally fell silent after its persistent shuddering, but Leon wasn't relieved. He kept no contacts in the phone, but the 500 area code was unmistakable. Only one person would be calling him from Texas at this hour, and it wasn't for a friendly chat. Almost on cue, the phone erupted again, vibrating against the plastic holder with the angry buzz of a trapped hornet. Leon's foot pressed harder on the accelerator almost of its own accord, a conditioned response to the sound of urgency. Letting his prosthetic hand steady the wheel for a second, he snatched the phone and flung it onto the passenger seat, where it continued its feeble, muffled dance. He didn't have to wrestle with the impulse to answer for long. Rounding a long curve, he spotted an exit for a rest area and guided the car off the highway, rolling to a stop in the nearly empty lot. He killed the engine for silence, grabbed the still quivering device, and answered, "Hello. Captain, it's me. We've got a problem." Across the parking lot, an SUV pulled into a space. A disabled veteran license plate was fixed to its bumper. The doors opened, and a man, a woman, and two young kids spilled out. The man leaned back in to retrieve a pair of crutches before hobbling toward the restrooms, his family trailing behind him. Leon watched them, a familiar, bitter thought surfacing. He wondered, not for the first time, what his life might look like if his country had a proper system to support its worn-out soldiers. But dwelling on what if was as pointless in civilian life as it was in a firefight. It got you nowhere. South Africa was teetering on the edge, its government overwhelmed by crises. Caring for aging, damaged veterans was a forgotten footnote. This stark reality was precisely why he was here in California, dealing with despicable men like Daniel, and undoubtedly why his man was on the phone now. But so be it. His homeland had a turbulent past and had spent decades struggling to make a positive mark on the world, yet it produced one export in relentless abundance: fighters. And fighters did not stand by and watch their brothers wither away. They took action. "Talk to me, Hendricks," Leon said. "Our cleanup attempt had backfired. We've made an even bigger mess." "How big?" Leon asked, already feeling the tension coiling in his shoulders. "Beyond our ability to fix?" A different bystander got involved. This one wasn't some kid. He knew exactly what he was doing. Leon closed his eyes, pressing his thumb and forefinger against the bridge of his nose as if he could push the budding headache back inside. The night, it seemed, was only going to get longer. What was it with Texas and the people who lived there? This whole disaster started because some college student decided to stick his nose where it didn't belong. Granted, the situation might have been salvageable if Graham hadn't lost his cool. But when you hired men like Graham, you had to accept their flaws, the obvious ones, and the ones hidden just beneath the surface. Reading between the lines of Hendricks's report, it was clear his attempt to clean things up had only made a bigger mess. "What's your take?" Leon asked. A family was struggling at the entrance nearby. The father, leaning heavily on canes, faltered as he reached for the door. His wife quickly moved to support him, and after a moment of unsteadiness, the man regained his footing with a stubborn resolve and moved inside. Hendricks had commanded the rescue team back in Namibia. He hadn't arrived in time to save Leon's hand from the machete, but he had stopped those crazed attackers from taking anything else. The story went that the assault team found their captain missing a hand but still defiantly fighting. The less heroic truth was that Leon had been on the verge of pleading for his life when the sudden gunfire of his rescuers jolted him back to his senses. The memory of that sweat-drenched man holding the severed hand still invaded his dreams, but that wasn't his worst nightmare. No, what truly haunted him was the everlasting disgrace he would have suffered if his men had found him broken and begging in the dirt. The line between courage and cowardice could be as thin and fragile as a strand of silk. Leon's trust in Hendricks was absolute. If his lieutenant said the mission was exposed, then it was. This contract was important, but Leon would walk away from the money in a heartbeat if it meant endangering his team. He was building a future for soldiers the country had left behind, but he would never exchange their lives for a paycheck. "Our cover here is blown," Hendricks confirmed, "but we've managed to contain the fallout. More importantly, I believe the core operation is still secure. My recommendation is to wrap up here and reposition for the next phase, assuming the timeline holds." Leon pictured the software engineer, his agreeable face masking a rotten core. A young girl was dead because of Daniel's actions, and the man was only worried about his bonus and stock portfolio. Daniel had done his dirty work and taken his blood money. Like a modern Judas, he likely wouldn't live long enough to spend it. But that wasn't Leon's problem. "Agreed," Leon said. "I'm headed to the airport now. Get the men ready. I'll see you soon." "Understood, Captain," Hendricks replied. "It should be clear skies from here on out. See you on the high ground." "On the high ground," Leon echoed before hanging up. He hoped Hendricks was right about things going smoothly, but years of experience told him to expect more turbulence. Briarwood, Texas. Jack guided the car into another parking lot. Like every small Texas town, Briarwood had its required Pizza Huts and Dairy Queens lining the main four-lane thoroughfare, but it also boasted a curious number of other restaurants. His search for Jeremiah, and by extension Bella, had already taken him past 3 Mexican joints, a classic diner that reminded him uncomfortably of where he first met Amanda, a place boasting fresh seafood and sizzling burgers, and one strategically placed McDonald's sitting opposite the town's only traffic light. For a population that probably didn't exceed 8,000, the people here certainly had their pick of places to eat. Jeremiah's truck was nowhere to be seen. Amanda didn't bat an eye. "It's too early for the locals," she said, as they drove through the intersection with its blinking yellow light. "These places are just for the breakfast crowd passing through for the people who lived in Briarwood." There was really just one spot to get breakfast. The building itself was, to be generous, completely unremarkable. Sandwiched between a small gas station and a closed-up hair salon, it looked more like a forgotten storage unit than an eatery. Its sheet metal walls appeared to be clinging together out of sheer stubbornness, sagging in places, with a rusted door and grimy windows that let in very little light. Yet the parking lot told a different story, packed with pickup trucks and cars coated in a fine layer of dust. The moment Jack stepped out of the car, he understood the draw. The air was thick with the incredible aroma of hickory smoke and meat that had been cooking for hours. "What exactly is this?" Jack asked. Amanda gave a slight smile. "About the closest thing to paradise you'll find around here. On paper, it's a butcher shop." "And off the record?" Jack pressed. "Off the record, Ray's Meats serves the best barbecue you can find from here all the way to Memphis." "It certainly smells the part," Jack said, taking another appreciative breath. "Isn't it a bit early in the day for brisket, though?" "Never too early for brisket," Amanda stated firmly. "Especially when it's chopped up and stuffed into a breakfast taco with scrambled eggs, cheese, refried beans, and home fries." Bella, like any true Texan, is a big fan of breakfast tacos. "And that," she said, pointing, "is Jeremiah's truck." Jack's eyes followed her gesture to a filthy, heavily modified pickup parked in the corner of the lot. The suspension was lifted so high he wondered how Bella even managed to climb into the cab without a ladder. The tires were enormous, less for transportation and more like aggressive rubber-clad weapons designed to tear up the landscape. Their deep, jagged treads looked like rows of black teeth ready to chew through anything in their way. A row of powerful off-road lights crowned the roof, and a plastic snorkel tube ran from the engine bay up along the driver's side of the windshield. Completing the look, a pair of metal novelty testicles hung from the trailer hitch. This steel beast wasn't just a vehicle. It was a loud, obnoxious proclamation. "In case you were curious," Amanda said, watching Jack take it all in, That truck is Jeremiah in a nutshell. Jack nodded slowly. His interest in the truck, however, stemmed from a different angle than Amanda likely assumed. While he could see why she'd be uneasy about her daughter riding in such a contraption, Jack was looking at the gas-guzzling spectacle through a financial lens. He wasn't a truck enthusiast himself, but he had friends who were. He once spent a weekend with a group of Jeep fanatics and was stunned by the sheer amount of money they poured into their vehicles. Jeremiah's rig had every conceivable upgrade and then some. The total cost for the truck and its extensive modifications had to be well into six figures. Where on earth did a guy like Jeremiah get that kind of money? So what's the plan here? Jack asked. Jeremiah's a total jerk, but he's never outright defied me, Amanda replied. The seating area wraps around behind the counter to the back of the shop. There's a separate door in the rear. I'll go in that way. Give me a minute head start. Then you come in through the front. With a little luck, Bella and I will be walking out to meet you. And if you're not, Jack asked, you've got that fancy badge, Amanda said. Feel free to flash it. The thought of using his credentials to bully Jeremiah out of a private family moment had a certain appeal, but Jack doubted it would be very effective. Every detail of the truck, from the menacing black brush guard to the Mad Max-style spikes on the hubcaps and the juvenile decal on the back window of a cartoon dog relieving itself on a Ford logo, practically screamed for a confrontation. If his badge identified him as FBI or some other widely recognized federal agent, the intimidation tactic might have a chance. A badge from the Department of the Interior, however, was unlikely to make much of an impression. The credentials were designed to be legitimate but forgettable, which in this case worked against him. Life in a small town often moved to a rhythm of predictable routine. Jack was fairly certain the same handful of locals ate breakfast at Ray's most mornings, where the biggest excitement might be a sudden shortage of barbecue sauce. If he started flashing his badge around, people would notice and gossip. That was out of the question. He needed a different approach, and fortunately, Jack was an expert at improvising alternatives. Pulling his phone from his pocket, Jack took 2 quick photos of the truck, making sure the license plate was clear in one. He attached both to a text for Gavin. Run this plate and the vehicle. Send me everything you find on the owner. As much as he valued their occasionally bizarre conversations, Jack knew engaging Gavin digitally was usually more efficient. Plus, he was out of time. His self-allotted minute had passed. Can I help you, sir? The voice belonged to the friendly redhead behind the register. She looked about 18, probably fresh out of high school and saving for college. At least that was the story Jack hoped for. After his recent hours with Amanda, his optimism had taken a hit. Small towns made for great country music lyrics and charming TV settings, but they could also hold a darker, stickier reality. As Amanda knew too well, their pull could be hard to break. Big dreams had a way of fading slowly under the glow of Briar Wood's lone stoplight. I'll take 2 brisket breakfast tacos, Jack said, with egg, cheese, potatoes, and beans. You got it, the redhead replied. Corn or flour tortillas? Jack almost said, flour out of habit. But that would be like going to Baltimore and ordering crab cakes from some chain. Pointless. This was Texas, after all. He needed to eat like it. Corn, he decided. Excellent choice, she said, with a genuine smile. They'll be ready in about 10 minutes. He paid with his debit card and stepped aside, making room for 2 men who had entered from the parking lot during his order. For a small-town spot, Ray's was surprisingly busy. If the incredible smell filling the worn building was any clue, Jack understood why. Though he'd lived all over, his heart was still East Coast. He knew barbecue, and he was no stranger to smoked meats, but this place was something else. The rich scent of wood smoke and slow-cooked meat soaked into everything. It should have been overwhelming, but instead it was irresistible, like a kid catching a whiff of fresh cookies. Jack's stomach growled loudly at the thought of that first explosive bite. The anticipation nearly made him forget his real reason for being there. Nearly. The entrance area was simple. A counter where the redhead handled orders and charmed customers with ease, and a swinging door behind her that likely led to the kitchen. To the left, a smaller station held loaves of packaged white bread, squeeze bottles of house-labeled barbecue sauce, containers of diced onions and pickles, and an older fountain drink machine offering Coke, Diet Coke, and Dr. Pepper. A bubbling coffee pot stood guard on one side, flanked by two large silver thermoses labeled sweet and unsweet tea, the southern substitute for water. Jack drifted toward the drink station, nodding politely to a few others also waiting on their breakfast orders. Amanda was right about the seating. A couple of laminated picnic tables sat in this front section, but the main dining room lay just past a second pair of swinging doors. Inside, the space mirrored the building's no-frills style, rows of picnic tables, each stocked with 3 squeeze bottles of barbecue sauce and a roll of paper towels standing ready. The floor was bare concrete, and the walls were framed in wood with clear plastic tarps that could be rolled up when the weather was fine. Over in one corner, a wood stove waited for the occasional chilly day in this part of Texas. Though the doors were shut, large windows offered a clear view into the dining area. Most benches were empty, save for a few solo diners focused on their meals. At the far end, near the side entrance, Amanda had mentioned, one table was occupied even with her back turned. Jack easily spotted Bella's blonde braids. Amanda stood beside her daughter, and from her stiff posture, the talk wasn't going smoothly. Jack wasn't overly worried about Amanda. He'd seen enough to trust the single mom could hold her own. His attention fixed on the smirking young man seated across from Bella, Jeremiah. And, as Jack might have expected, Jeremiah was huge, the kind of big that suggested a former lineman. Jack was no small guy himself, but Jeremiah operated on a different scale. Still seated, the boyfriend's t-shirt strained over broad shoulders and thick arms. His hand nearly swallowed the fountain drink he held. Jack sighed inwardly. Why couldn't trouble ever come in a smaller, more manageable package? In the dining room, the tension was rising. Amanda was trying to talk to Bella, deliberately ignoring Jeremiah, but the young man wouldn't be sidelined. His lips were moving, and though Jack couldn't hear the words through the glass, he saw their impact. Amanda's face flushed, her shoulders tensed. She reached for Bella's arm. Her daughter pulled back, and that's when Jeremiah pushed himself up from the bench. Jack revised his earlier estimate. This guy wasn't just big, he was a mountain. Standing well over 6.5 feet, he'd have no problem hoisting himself into his truck, though Bella would likely need a boost. He didn't make an overt threat, but his size alone was intimidation enough. The smirk on his stubbled jaw looked more like a sneer. He said something else, and Amanda responded by pulling her phone from her pocket, holding it up as a clear warning. My daughter leaves with me. Try to stop us, and I call the police. A sensible plan, but it backfired, with surprising speed for someone his size. Jeremiah swatted the phone from her hand. It clattered across the concrete floor. Amanda recoiled, but Jeremiah knew better than to escalate things further. Other diners were starting to notice. After a final contemptuous look at Amanda, he crushed his taco wrapper and lobbed it into a trash can. In 2 long strides he was at the door. He shoved it open, then turned back to lock eyes with Bella. The moment of decision had arrived. Would the teenager stay with her mother or follow her disastrous boyfriend into whatever came next? Jack didn't know what was going through Bella's mind, but he'd made up his own. There was no chance he was letting Amanda's daughter get into a truck with that guy. How this ended would depend on Jeremiah, but Jack intended to settle the next part of this drama outside, away from witnesses. Now he just needed an excuse to step out of the restaurant. Excuse me. Is that Mustang convertible yours? Jack turned to see a man holding the restaurant door open. It is, Jack replied. Could you step outside for a moment? The man asked. I clipped your bumper pulling out of my spot. Sure thing, Jack said. His thoughts were elsewhere as he followed the wiry man into the parking lot. A scratch on a rental car was the least of his worries. Given the chaotic jumble of vehicles and the complete lack of painted lines, minor collisions were probably a regular feature at this little taco stand. If he'd been driving a beat-up truck instead of a shiny new Mustang, the guy likely wouldn't have bothered to mention it at all. But it didn't matter to Jack, even if the man had plowed into the car at full speed, turning it into scrap metal. The consequences wouldn't touch him. A recent clash with a private military group had made Jack hyper-aware of his digital footprint. The rental, like his airline ticket, was under an alias paid for, with a card linked to one of the campus's numerous front companies. The only hassle would be some paperwork when he returned the car. The real issue was the tense dynamic unfolding inside between Amanda Bella and that guy Jeremiah. Jeremiah wasn't the kind of threat Jack had expected to guard Amanda from, but he was trouble all the same. As someone whose job required rapid assessments of character, Jack recognized a manipulative person instantly. Seeing how Jeremiah spoke to his girlfriend's mother only confirmed it. Jack had already resolved that Bella was not getting into a car with him. The sound of raised voices from the back of the restaurant sharpened his urgency. While he was grateful this slender stranger had inadvertently given him a reason to slip outside before his food arrived, he knew he was needed, back inside immediately. This parking lot chat was over. "Listen," Jack said, reaching to pat the man's shoulder. "Don't sweat the bumper. I'm sure it's nothing." The moment his hand made contact, two realizations hit Jack. First, the man wasn't slender at all. His shoulder was a knot of solid muscle disguised by a baggy shirt. Second, the man's overly precise speech was trying to mask an accent. South African. In a flash, the man pivoted, trapping Jack's arm and locking his elbow. Jack shifted his weight, stepping back into the side to relieve the pressure, his body coiling to drive a left fist into the man's ribs. He never got the shot. Hands seized him from behind. Jack threw a blind elbow backward, feeling it sink into someone's gut, hearing the gasp as air was forced from their lungs. Then a sharp sting pierced the side of his neck, followed by an icy rush flooding beneath his skin. After that, there was only blackness. In Austin, Texas, Lisanne Robertson jerked awake. The sky beyond her open blinds was still dark, but the early murmur of commuter traffic already hummed against the glass. She'd only meant to rest her eyes for a minute, but she'd clearly been asleep for hours. She turned to find the other side of the king-sized bed empty. Checking her phone, she saw no missed calls from Jack. Part of her wasn't surprised. In the intense whirlwind time she'd known Jack Ryan Jr. waiting for his call had become a familiar state. It wasn't that Jack was a neglectful boyfriend. Quite the opposite was true. Jack always made a point of making her feel extraordinary, and she truly cherished those moments when she was the sole focus of his world. That, however, was precisely the issue. As paramilitary operatives for a perpetually swamped intelligence agency, she and Jack rarely shared the same space. This separation only intensified after a devastating injury permanently sidelined her from active field duty. Unwilling to retire completely and pursue a conventional career, Lisanne had been steadily transitioning into an operational support position. Quick intellect, ability to juggle multiple tasks, and her own brief but intense experience as a field operator gave her invaluable insight into the pressures faced by those on the front lines. Combined, these traits made her an exceptional battle captain. The downside was that this role now trapped her in a cycle of waiting for a phone to light up, a text to arrive, or a radio transmission to break the silence in her earpiece. While running the campus's operational nerve center was still preferable to the real estate career her mother had imagined for her, Lisanne had developed a newfound empathy for Tom Petty's famous lyric. The waiting truly was an agonizing game. But this wasn't a scheduled operation. Her phone displayed a time just shy of 5 in the morning. With hurried fingers, she dialed Jack's number, only to be met by his voicemail. Hanging up, she used a modern trick her mother never had access to when trying to discern if Lisanne's Marine father was genuinely working late or just having a beer at the officers' club, the Find My app. Tapping the icon, she was met with Jack's photo and the frustrating words, "No location found." She called again, with the same result, then checked the app once more, "No location found." Her pulse began to quicken. Lisanne had accepted long ago that a life with her fiancé would defy any ordinary definition. Beyond the fact that his father was a global icon and his mother a celebrated surgeon, Jack's own career path could at best be called unpredictable. She wasn't naturally an anxious person, but with Jack, the common worries many spouses had about their husband's safety felt far from trivial. Unlike the partners of firefighters or police officers, she couldn't simply relax when Jack was technically off duty. Campus operatives were never fully off the clock, and given the length and notoriety of Jack's career, trouble had a habit of finding him even when he wasn't looking for it. Take this very situation. Jack pulling over to assist a possibly stranded driver on a remote Texas highway shouldn't, in theory, be a major alarm. Fiancé was highly trained, armed, and had been through enough to never assume those advantages guaranteed safety. His phone going to voicemail didn't automatically spell disaster. The car situation might have taken longer than expected, or he might have decided to get a hotel room instead of driving back to Austin through the night. But the cold, sinking feeling in her stomach argued otherwise. She might be new to the fiancé title, but operational instincts were second nature. If this were a police scenario and her partner wasn't answering under similar conditions, would she be concerned? Her gut answered immediately. Absolutely verifying once more that Jack's location was still unavailable, she began scrolling through her contacts, searching for a name she hadn't needed in years. In her world, people were divided into two categories: civilians and everyone else. Civilians lived normal lives. For them, a bad day at work might involve a heated meeting or losing a client. While stressful, that kind of bad day still meant everyone went home alive to their families. For Lisanne, the term carried a very specific meaning. It described the tight-knit circle of friends she'd made over the years, first in the military, then in law enforcement, and now in her role with campus security. Her stint as a patrol officer had been short but impactful. She had a natural talent for the work. So when the opportunity arose for a local officer to attend an FBI-hosted seminar at Quantico, her sergeant had put her name forward without hesitation. Being a Virginia State Trooper at the time, the trip wasn't far. And while the training promised to be valuable, most of her colleagues weren't exactly thrilled at the prospect of a 5-day classroom session. Lisanne, however, had jumped at the chance. The draw wasn't just the high-caliber instruction. It was the rare opportunity to connect with officers from all over the country. That's where she met Paul Embry, a trooper from Texas. As often happens with people who share that unique badge, they hit it off instantly, swapping contact information before they parted ways. He'd extended an open invitation for a home-cooked meal with his family if she ever found herself in his state, and she'd offered the same. That was years ago now, but the best professional connections never really fade. Finding his number in her contacts, Lisanne pressed call and waited through the rings. This time, someone picked up. "Hello." The familiar southern drawl immediately eased a fraction of her tension. People in her line of work were used to odd-hour calls, but that didn't mean they enjoyed them. There was just something steadying about Paul's voice. "Paul, hey, it's Lisanne Robertson. We met a few years back at that Quantico seminar." "Trooper Robertson? Well, I'll be. How are you doing? All right," she said. "Thanks for answering." "Of course," Paul replied, his tone shifting from friendly to focused. "I'm guessing you're not calling at this hour just to chat about the weather. You Texans don't miss a trick, do you?" Lisanne said, managing a faint smile. "It's not Trooper anymore, but I do have a work-related situation. You got a minute for you? As long as you haven't turned into a federal suit, I've got all the time you need. What's going on?" Talking to him brought back a wave of nostalgia for the camaraderie of police work. Cops existed in their own world, part counselor, part peacekeeper, and when duty demanded, part soldier. Only another one truly got it, and she was profoundly grateful to be speaking with one of her own. "I've got a concerning situation," Lisanne began, organizing her thoughts as she spoke. "My fiancé and I are in Austin for the weekend. He drove out to College Station for the football game. Pretty drive, Paul noted. Shame about their team. A brief, unexpected laugh escaped her, cutting through the knot of anxiety in her gut. He was a good cop. I'm staying out of that debate, but he had a great time at the stadium. The thing is, he called me a couple hours ago to say he was stopping to help at a wreck on Highway 79. I haven't heard from him since. Where on 79? Paul asked. The easygoing twang was still there, but all the earlier lightness had vanished. His sudden seriousness did little to soothe her growing dread, but it did confirm one thing: her worry was justified. He didn't give me an exact location, Lisanne admitted. Just that he was headed back toward Austin. I've tried his phone repeatedly. It goes straight to voicemail. That's not necessarily unusual, Paul said, though his grave tone contradicted the words. That whole corridor between Taylor and College Station is peppered with dead zones. You trade city conveniences for wide-open spaces out here, and reliable cell service is often the first thing to go. Tell me about your fiancé, Paul said. Lisanne hesitated. What do you mean? Come on, Paul replied, his tone suggesting he wasn't buying her evasion. Once a cop, always a cop. You know exactly what I'm asking. She let out a slow breath, weighing how much to reveal. Work with Jack was classified. The campus operated in a gray area aligned with intelligence work, but without official recognition. Still, she was the one who had reached out to Paul. If she wanted his help, she needed to offer something in return. We worked together. She finally said, It's not law enforcement, but it's similar. He carries a weapon and knows how to use it. All right, Paul said, stretching the word. Describe him to me. His name is Jack. He's in his mid-30s, athletic race. Caucasian, dark hair, blue eyes. Are you issuing an APB? No, Paul answered. But I wanted to confirm a detail. Lisanne's mind raced, trying to piece together his meaning. Then it clicked. You know something about that accident, she said. The crash Jack said he was stopping to help with. I do, Paul confirmed. Your fiancé wasn't injured in it. But someone else was, Lisanne pressed. What's happening, Paul? Not over the phone, he said. Can you meet me? Sure. There's a bar called Revelry, about 40 miles west of College Station on the outskirts of a town named Briarwood. Meet me in an hour. A bar this early in the morning? Lisanne asked. Revelry is open 24 hours, Paul explained. A lot of folks from Briarwood work rotating shifts at the semiconductor plant a couple towns over. Lisanne quickly entered Briarwood into her Maps app. It showed a 45-minute drive. Okay, she agreed. I'll be there. Good. Keep an eye on Jack's phone. If it comes back online, let me know immediately. Absolutely. Great, Paul said. If you arrive first, you can wait in the parking lot if you'd rather not walk into a bar full of tired shift workers. Just don't go to the police station. Understand? Why not? Lisanne asked. I'll explain everything in person, Paul said. Are you armed? Yes. Stay that way. See you soon. Lisanne was left with a whirlwind of questions, but the opportunity to ask them was gone. Paul had already ended the call. Jack's consciousness returned in slow, disorienting waves, as if he were struggling upward through dark, muddy water. The first thing he registered was the desert-like dryness of his mouth. He'd been overserved before, but this was a profound, clinging thirst, unlike any hangover he could recall. Next came the headache, a relentless, pounding rhythm behind his eyes that would put his wildest college regrets to shame. With a jolt, he realized his predicament was far worse than just a brutal hangover. Beyond the migraine and the cotton mouth, he had no memory of where he was or how he'd gotten there. To make matters infinitely worse, the throbbing in his skull was sinking with a distant, piercing sound, a long, high whistle that felt like needles driving into his temples. A train whistle. The realization explained the blinding light burning through his closed eyelids. It wasn't a migraine aura. It was the genuine, searing glare of a locomotive's headlamp, as real as the tracks vibrating beneath him and the roar of tons of steel charging his way. Jack forced his eyes open, and the white light scorched his vision, pulling a sharp gasp of pain from his lips. He tried to push himself up, but his body refused to cooperate. The sluggishness wasn't confined to his thoughts. His limbs felt heavy and unresponsive. He'd never been so incapacitated by drink that he couldn't even stand. Abandoning the effort, he opted for a more basic movement, rolling. If someone on fire could remember to stop, drop, and roll, surely he could manage to move, but his body felt anchored, and the world tilted dangerously as the whistle screamed again. Closer now. Jack's body shifted, but the movement was cut short as his shoulder slammed into something cold and solid, the railroad tracks. He was stretched out between them. He bit down on the inside of his cheek until he tasted copper. The sharp pain cutting through the haze in his system, that jolt of adrenaline, was just enough to reconnect his mind to his limbs. With a strained groan, he twisted and rolled sideways, the unforgiving metal rail scraping against his side and face. For a second, he balanced precariously on the vibrating steel before tumbling onto his back, staring up at the indifferent sky. He tried to roll again, desperate to put distance between himself and the approaching rumble, but his body had shut down, as unresponsive as a car stalled in thick fog. Then the train was there. Jack had seen his share of danger, but nothing compared to the raw terror of that moment. For a heart-stopping second, he was certain the locomotive had left the rails as massive wheels, each 3 feet across, blurred past his face in a rush of scorching metal. He once believed the fear of a sealed delivery vehicle slowly flooding was the ultimate test. He was wrong. This train was a living, screaming beast, a leviathan intent on grinding him into the gravel. The ground trembled violently as the rhythmic clack, clack, clack of passing cars swallowed the engine's piercing whistle. The train wasn't just beside him. Its thunderous presence seemed to vibrate inside his very ribs. His heart hammered in sync with the shrieking steel, his lungs seizing, too terrified to even draw a breath. If not for his leaden muscles, he might have twitched right back under those wheels, in that artificial hurricane roaring inches away. He lost all sense of direction, his entire world reduced to noise and vibration. And then, silence. It was over. "Holy hell!" Jack whispered, the words less an exclamation and more a verification that he could still speak. His fingers, trembling badly, checked his arms and legs. His ears rang, his heart stuttered, and he felt the cold creep of shock threatening at the edges. He forced himself into a pattern of measured breaths, fighting to calm his racing pulse as he took inventory. A pat down of his pants confirmed his crotch was dry, a small, pathetic victory. His pockets, however, were empty. No wallet, no phone, not even a receipt. So much for clues. He squeezed his eyes shut, trying to piece together the night, but was met only with the blinding after-image of the train's headlamp. A full-body shiver racked him. Too close, way too damn close. With a pained groan, he pushed himself up to sit. The world listed like a ship in a gentle swell, but at least it didn't spin. He could manage that. After a tentative moment where his hangover seemed to agree to a ceasefire, he got on his hands and knees and slowly, painfully rose to his feet. That's when his body betrayed him. Doubling over, he retched violently, just missing his own scuffed boots. After a few more gut-wrenching convulsions, he wiped his mouth with the back of his hand and straightened up again. The world still felt tilted on its axis, but his stomach had momentarily called a truce. Maybe this was just the first skirmish in a long, ugly battle. Either way, he couldn't stay here. The need to move was primal. But before he could leave, he had to look. He might not know where he was or how he got there, but he owed it to himself to examine the spot that had nearly become his grave. Though the odds were slim that anything from his pockets could have survived a run-in with a locomotive, Jack felt compelled to look. Maybe a stray receipt or two had tumbled from his jeans and been carried by the wind across the rails. Or, if he was really fortunate, his missing phone might have found shelter among the rocks of the railbed, tucked safely beneath the tracks. Jack understood the chances were remote, But after narrowly escaping death, perhaps he was owed a bit of good fortune. To be honest, he had no clue how many intoxicated men passed out on train tracks and walked away alive. But he guessed the number was vanishingly small. Squaring his shoulders, he made his way toward the rails, clearing his throat and spitting to rid his mouth of the sour, lingering taste. It didn't exactly leave him feeling refreshed, but it did trigger a belch, one curiously free of any alcoholic aftertaste. That was odd. Pushing through the mental fog, Jack tried for the first time to piece together his situation. Even back in his college days, he'd never been one to hit a bar alone or drink himself into a stupor by himself. So where were his friends? The thought of friends brought a sudden, sharp image of Lisanne to mind. For just a second, he could sense something lurking just beyond the haze, something important about her. Then the memory vanished, chased away by the shrill blast of another train whistle. Trains certainly seemed to run often around here. Steeling himself, Jack crossed the remaining distance and knelt on the far side of the tracks, a safer distance from where he'd almost met his end. The full moon cast a decent glow, but the world still tilted slightly in his vision. Deciding it was wiser to search from a little farther back, he scanned the ground. After all, it's better to be lucky than skilled, but only a fool tests his luck twice, especially with something as unforgiving as a train. Right on cue, a locomotive rounded the bend to his left. Its spotlight swept the tracks, illuminating in stark, monochrome detail just how hopeless his task was. He could clearly see the disturbed gravel where he'd been lying, but nothing else stood out. Those scraps of paper had always been a long shot, even if they'd somehow avoided being shredded beneath the wheels. The wind from a passing train would have swept them away. What he'd really been hoping for was the familiar glint of his iPhone's screen. No such luck. A second, drawn-out whistle urged him to his feet. The engineer had probably spotted the idiot scouring the tracks, or maybe this stretch was a known gathering spot for drunks. Either way, it was time to move. But to where? Turning his back on the rumbling thunder, Jack shuffled toward the street running parallel to the railroad. His gait was less of a stumble now, more of a weary drag, though he was still far from clear-headed. And the more he moved, the more he questioned his initial assumption that alcohol was to blame. Too many details refused to line up. Suddenly, Jack realized his pants were hanging looser than they should. He was missing something even more critical than his phone, his SIG. The longer he thought about it, the less these absences felt like accidents. Sure, a receipt or his money clip could have fallen out. His phone might have theoretically slipped free. But his pistol and holster, that wasn't going to happen by chance. His belongings had been taken, but by whom and why? Just then a car appeared. Its headlights swept across the far side of the tracks for the first time, revealing a row of modest ranch-style homes. They were small, aging houses with tiny yards, and that uniform cookie-cutter looked straight out of a 1950s subdivision. The view from his side of the tracks was a portrait of neglect, with decaying brick structures and tired-looking houses across the way. This was far from a thriving city center. Jack halted, his gaze fixed on the approaching SUV. There was something about its shape that sent a ripple of apprehension through him, a feeling he couldn't quite articulate. The vehicle drove past, then swung left and came to a stop. As it moved alongside him, the glow from a street lamp caught a vivid decal on the door, police. In that moment, the fog in his mind shattered, and everything rushed back. He dropped flat to the ground, trying to make himself a smaller target as the memories crashed over him. His strange physical symptoms suddenly clicked into place. This wasn't a hangover. He was shaking off the effects of being drugged, and left for dead. To hammer the point home, a spotlight mounted on the SUV's mirror blazed on, cutting a swath through the damp night. The beam swept methodically over the railroad tracks. The officer was searching for something, or someone. Swearing under his breath, Jack began to crawl toward the deeper shadows thrown by the buildings to his right. Leaving him unconscious on the tracks had been a clever move. With no ID and little left but pulp after a train came through, his killers wouldn't have to sweat the forensic details. Police are trained to go for the simplest explanation. Forget conspiracy theories. Occam's razor usually gets it right. A guy found dead drunk by the rails? Case closed. It sure beats the alternative. A random bystander who saw something he shouldn't have and now needs to be permanently quieted. Yet that was precisely the situation. Failing to find what he wanted with the spotlight, the SUV's driver opened his door and stepped out. The dome light revealed a man roughly Jack's age and build. Leaving the bright circle focused on the tracks, the cop moved toward them, his hand resting on his holstered sidearm. Jack waited until the man passed his position, then rose into a hurried walk toward a dilapidated structure. His balance was improving, but the ground was a minefield of broken concrete, glass, and trash. Tripping and making a scene was the last thing he needed. He reached a sad-looking patch of landscaping and crouched within its thin, wiry bushes. It wasn't much cover, but it would help blur his human shape and let him watch. The officer skirted the edge of his own spotlight, using its glow without stepping into it. A few strides brought him to the tracks. He pulled a flashlight from his belt and clicked it on, sweeping the beam across the rail bed in a frustrated search for something that was supposed to be there. Jack's stomach sank. This cop wasn't just responding to a call. He was either the one who placed Jack on the tracks, or he knew exactly what he was supposed to find. A regular officer might give up and drive away. This guy wouldn't. The situation had just gotten a lot more serious. Jack scanned the area. He was hidden in the shadow of a massive, pyramid-shaped storage silo, a tin monstrosity that was one of several dotting the open lot, likely built to serve the steady stream of rail traffic. A cold drizzle began to fall, mingling with the grime on his skin, a miserable fitting detail for the night. He needed a plan, and he needed it fast. That Jack hadn't scouted the building's northern side, the intermittent sweep of headlights and the distant hum of traffic suggested a road lay beyond. If this town was anything like the other sleepy one-stoplight places he'd driven through near College Station, that road was likely Main Street. On the cop's side of the railroad tracks, the buildings were mostly houses with modest yards and weathered fences. To Jack's left, a thicket of trees ran alongside the rails, while to his right, a cluster of grain silos stood like quiet guardians in a neighboring field. A glance at the sky told him dawn was maybe an hour off, a mixed blessing. Normally, as someone familiar with being on the run, Jack would cherish the cover of darkness. But this wasn't some back alley in Beirut or a slum in Damascus. Unless he'd been out cold for a full day instead of just a few hours, he was still in Texas. The local Briarwood police might be crooked, but that didn't mean every law officer beyond the town limits was. A main street meant shops, which meant people and telephones. One call was all it would take for help to come charging in. Even if, against all odds, every single soul in this tiny town was in on whatever illegal scheme was happening, the next community was at most 10 miles down the highway. While that was farther than his usual casual walk, Jack was confident a few hours of determined hiking would get him to a place far less inclined to drug strangers and dump them on railroad tracks. First, though, he had to lose the cop. The trouble with a small town was, well, its size. While small usually referred to population, the actual downtown area tended to match that scale. A rural spot like Briarwood might sprawl across acres of farmland, but its central hub would be compact. Jack figured he was right in the heart of it, and his options for hiding from a local officer who knew every nook and cranny were pretty slim. Darkness would help. Fields and drainage ditches could serve as temporary cover, but many of those spots would become useless come morning. His choices boiled down to two: find a place to hole up until sunrise, or start walking for the next town. Now hiding wasn't really his style, and it felt even less appealing given his current situation without a phone. And more critically, without a weapon, a hiding spot could easily turn into a trap. Besides, the South Africans probably wouldn't try another convoluted accident like the one they'd staged for criminals. Daylight often brought desperation. The next attempt on his life would likely be straightforward, a bullet to the head. Honestly, the whole setup was almost laughable. Here he was, calculating survival in a Texas town that probably rolled up the sidewalks by 9, while some corrupt cop played detective with a flashlight. If the officer had any clue he was being watched, he didn't show it. He moved methodically along the tracks, his flashlight beam dancing over the rails. Twice he passed in front of his SUV's headlights or the glow of his spotlight, each flash revealing a sturdy, broad-shouldered man with cropped brown hair. He walked with the confident stride of someone who spent his days on patrol, not pushing paperwork. At one point, he knelt right on the tracks, shining his light down the line in both directions. The flashlight had to be a high-grade military model. Its powerful beam lit up a surprising length of track, belaying its compact size. After covering a solid 50 yards in both directions from the spot illuminated by his patrol car's light, the officer stopped and reached for the microphone clipped to his shoulder. Jack was too far away to make out the words, but the man's posture and tone spoke volumes. Instead of the tense, agitated movements Jack had expected from someone who thought he'd find a brutalized corpse only to discover an empty scene, the cop's demeanor suggested something different, plain annoyance. Unless this guy was an exceptionally cool operator, Jack would have bet the officer was genuinely irritated, like he'd been sent out on a wild goose chase, the kind of bogus call that probably made up half the dispatch log in a sleepy little town. Jack's frown deepened as he listened to his own instincts. Could he be reading this all wrong? Maybe the policeman was exactly what he appeared, a decent cop doing a straightforward job. If that were true, then the would-be killers weren't this lone responder, but the ones who'd phoned in the tip. The more Jack turned it over, the more it fit. Who better to locate a body than an officer with a clean record? If his hunch was correct, Jack didn't need to hike 10 miles to the nearest town or spend the night holed up in some vermin-ridden shed. He could simply walk over, explain his situation, or maybe just ask to use a phone with a less dramatic story. With the president as his father and John Clark as his boss, Jack had connections to spare, provided he was right. If he was wrong, the outcome wouldn't be nearly so pleasant. Though capable in a fight and familiar with lethal force, he wasn't in the habit of strolling unarmed into a potential ambush. At least not on purpose. Perhaps the wiser move was the cautious one. Sure, his feet would ache after a 10-mile trek, but a few new blisters seemed a minor trade-off. Decision made, Jack sank into a crouch, his back against the cold wall, waiting for the officer to wrap up his search and drive away. Even a town this small had to have its share of restless teens and a spot to buy bootleg beer. On a Friday night in football country, there was bound to be trouble elsewhere, except, judging by the shadows now peeling away from the grain silos to his right, trouble might have come to the cop. At first, Jack thought they were the teenagers he'd imagined. But instead of slipping around the tin building toward town and safety, the three figures flowed toward the unaware officer. Moonlight caught on something metallic in the lead shadow's grip. It wasn't a six-pack. For a second, Jack let himself believe he was mistaken. Maybe these were backup units responding to the officer's radio call. They had appeared right after he finished transmitting. Not an unreasonable idea, but backup doesn't aim weapons at the person they're supposed to assist. The front shadow had a rifle shouldered, the curved magazine marking it as some variant of an AK. Right then, Jack wasn't worried about the model so much as where it was pointed, directly at the oblivious policeman's head. Jack's grandfather had served as a Baltimore cop and came out relatively intact, but too many others in blue hadn't been so lucky. Jack might not be entirely certain what he was witnessing, and he was still a long way from sorting the heroes from the villains. Even so, one truth burned clear in his mind. He would not let an officer be gunned down from behind while he was there to see it. Without his Sig Sauer, Jack was undeniably at a disadvantage, but he was far from out of the fight. John Clark had drilled a lesson into him time and again. A man's most lethal weapon isn't held in his hands, but housed in his skull. Right then, though, Jack would have gladly swapped a chunk of that gray matter for his reliable, suppressed MP5. You work with what you have. He raised 2 fingers to his lips and blew with every ounce of breath he possessed. His father, Jack Ryan Sr., was known for many things: loyalty, courage, a brilliant analytical mind. While the public celebrated his daring exploits from a long intelligence career, his true legacy was his intellect. It was that sharp intuition, first shown as a young CIA analyst deciphering the movements of a rogue Soviet submarine, that had guided him for decades. Yet, in Jack's view, his dad's most impressive and least famous skill was something far more visceral. The man could produce a finger whistle so piercing it could crack glass. Of all the things Jack had ever wanted to learn from his father, mastering that whistle had been a childhood obsession, especially around age 7. Now the whistle he'd practiced for hours tore through the night with a ferocity that would have made the old man nod in approval. It wasn't as thunderous as the train whistle from earlier, but it was more than enough to seize the attention of the armed men. That was the good part. The bad part was how they chose to respond. The nearest shadow wheeled his weapon toward the sound and squeezed the trigger. Muzzle flashes lit up the darkness as bullets screamed from the AK's barrel, tearing through the corrugated tin just inches from Jack's head. For the second time that night, he found himself flattened against the dirt. But that was okay. Mostly, Jack's logic had been simple. A weapon aimed at him was a weapon not aimed at the officer. Since he was unarmed and the cop had both a sidearm and a radio, it had seemed like a solid plan during the split second. He'd had to think it through. Of course, as with most plans, what sounds reasonable in the quiet moment rarely survives first contact. Tonight proved no different. He scrambled away from the structure, diving for the shadows like a groundhog bolting for its burrow. Contrary to what action movies show, hitting a moving target is difficult. Hitting one at night under pressure is immensely harder. At least that was Jack's hopeful theory. All the hopeful theory in the world, however, feels flimsy when high-velocity rounds are cutting through the air your lungs just vacated. The gunmen were about 50 yards out, too far to charge, but well within effective range for even a beginner with a rifle. If he were alone, Jack knew all the zigzagging in the world wouldn't save him. With even rudimentary training, they could flank him. One team laying down cover fire while another advanced. In that scenario, he gave himself a minute left to live, maybe less. But he wasn't alone. The police officer, the group's original target, was still very much in the fight. By drawing their fire, Jack had handed the cop a perfect chance to balance the scales, if he took it. Jack's shoulders slammed into the grain silo, and he pressed himself around the corner, trying to make himself a smaller target behind the thin metal skin. While the tin wouldn't stop the heavy 7.62 millimeters rounds, it's hard to hit what you can't see, unless of course you're 3 men with automatic rifles. Then the old spray and pray method tends to work just fine. Jack was starting to seriously doubt the wisdom of his tactical choices when the sharp, distinct crack of a pistol joined the chorus of rifle fire. A pained cry cut through the courtyard air as the pistol shots continued, each one measured and deliberate. Well, I'll be... Not only did this cop have guts, but he clearly knew his way around a sidearm. Jack risked a glance around the corner of the building to assess the situation, and the view did little to lift his spirits. He figured the black Escalade parked tight against the wall belonged to the attackers, one of whom was now twisting in agony on the asphalt. Sadly, his 2 companions were holding their own just fine. They were employing a disciplined tactic, alternating short, controlled bursts of fire into the patrol car as they fanned out, effectively pinning the officer in a deadly crossfire. This was spiraling toward a very bad conclusion. The decisive moment for Jack arrived a heartbeat later. The rifle belonging to the gunman nearest to him went quiet. The distinct clack of an AK's bolt locking back, signaling an empty magazine. This was the critical window, the brief instant where the firepower aimed at the lone policeman was cut in half. If the officer had been conserving ammunition for a decisive moment, this was his chance to use it. but the reprieve was fleeting. With a fluid, practiced motion that spoke of countless hours at the shooting range, the gunman ejected the spent magazine, slammed in a fresh one, and sent the bolt home. Jack worked daily with elite shooters, and he recognized professional weapon handling when he saw it. This wasn't some random street crime. This was a coordinated professional hit with an almost lazy precision that embodied the old adage, slow is smooth and smooth is fast. The gunman brought his rifle back to his shoulder. At that exact moment, the cop rose from behind the cover of his SUV's open door, leading with his service pistol and firing in one swift motion. It was fast, but not fast enough. The instant the officer's head and arms cleared the doorframe, a hail of bullets tore into the vehicle, sending sparks flying and punching deep dimples into the steel. Jack didn't see the spray of blood or the jerk of a body hit, but the cop vanished from sight all the same. If someone didn't intervene immediately, that patrolman was finished. And as fate would have it, Jack was the only someone available. The geometry of the fight had placed him at the base of a lopsided triangle, with the police SUV far to his left, and the two gunmen positioned between their Escalade and his own spot. Their tactical movement had drawn them closer to the officer's vehicle, which, ironically, had cleared a path for Jack, a path straight to their Cadillac Escalade. He burst from his cover and made a desperate dash for it. The adrenaline surging through him had burned away the last cobwebs from whatever drug they'd pumped into him. He was actually running now, not stumbling, and his vision had steadied. On the downside, a heavy lethargy clung to him, making every stride feel like he was fighting through thick syrup. Gritting his teeth, he pumped his arms violently, forcing his leaden legs to move faster. After what felt like an eternity, he reached the massive SUV. Though he'd only sprinted about 45 yards, his heart hammered against his ribs and his lungs burned as if he'd just run a full lap at top speed. It didn't matter. His focus was entirely on the sounds, or rather the sudden silence behind him. The rifle fire had ceased just as his hand closed around the cool metal of the door handle. Even more alarming, the defiant cracks of the policeman's pistol had also stopped. Time was up. He threw himself into the plush leather driver's seat, immediately slumping below the dashboard as he stomped on the brake and stabbed the start button with his thumb. A cold wave of dread washed over him as a terrifying thought surfaced. What if the keys to this beast were sitting in the pocket of a very angry, very armed man outside? The V8 engine roared awake, though the 420 horsepower rumbling under the hood couldn't match the raw firepower of Jack's MP5. It was a solid beginning. He slammed the gear shift into drive, stomped the accelerator, and flicked on the Cadillac's high beams. The brilliant xenon lights trapped the two gunmen like startled insects under a sudden glare. Jack cranked the steering wheel right, aiming the grill at the nearest man, ready to wipe two pests off the map. But these shooters were no ordinary hired muscle. Neither panicked. Both swung their rifles toward him and opened fire. Muzzle flashes erupted, and the Escalade's windshield instantly became a constellation of cracks. Luckily, a vehicle that could hit 60 miles per hour in 6.1 seconds covered ground fast. A surge of acceleration shoved Jack back into the bucket seat as the Cadillac closed the gap like a predator on the hunt. Yet the gunmen held their nerve. A steady barrage of rifle fire continued, transforming the safety glass into a dense web of fractures. A sharp sting on Jack's cheek from flying glass or a bullet fragment, it hardly mattered to his vulnerable eyes or the rest of him, made him duck lower. The seat jolted as rounds tore into the cabin, spraying plastic bits and shredded leather. The urge to swerve was strong, but Jack held the wheel steady, keeping the hood centered on the men in this deadly game of chicken. For a tense moment, he was sure they'd stand their ground. Then the shooter on his right flinched, sliding left out of the grill's path while still firing. Smart move on the surface. By splitting up, he forced Jack to pick a target instead of taking them both out. Jack had already made his choice. He turned the wheel left, seemingly locking onto the other gunman. Like a bullfighter, that first shooter sidestepped neatly, trying to angle a shot at the driver's window. Jack, however, had a different playbook. Instead of following the dodge, he did the unexpected. He kicked the driver's door open. There was a sickening, solid thud as metal met flesh at nearly 50 miles per hour. Jack slammed the brakes and bailed out, hitting the pavement and closing on the downed gunman in a flash. He wrestled the assault rifle free, just as the second shooter kept firing into the now driverless rolling Cadillac. Jack shouldered the weapon, let the Escalade trundle past, and then squeezed off a burst into the second man's head. The shooter dropped, his expression one of pure shock, almost laughable if the stakes weren't life and death. A pained groan pulled Jack's focus back to the first gunman. Swinging the rifle around, Jack meant to issue a warning, but he never got the words out. The wounded man was already clumsily grabbing for the pistol on his hip, leaving Jack no choice but to fire a second burst. Part of him wished he could have taken a prisoner for questioning, but another part was quietly relieved. When you're up against a determined professional, sometimes the smartest move is to end the fight decisively, especially when they show zero sign of surrendering. A jarring crunch of metal came from behind. Jack turned to see the Escalade had plowed into the police SUV, using it as an impromptu brake. With a muttered curse, Jack sprinted toward the wreck, a knot of worry tightening in his gut over the missing officer. He glanced at the third gunman as he ran past. The man's motionless form and the dark pool of blood beneath him suggested the threat was over. "Friendly coming in!" Jack called out, stopping just short of the battered SUV. After facing down 3 armed assailants with assault rifles, Jack fully expected the responding officer to be on high alert, assuming the man had even survived the encounter. "Friendly!" Jack shouted, moving cautiously around the SUV. He spotted the patrolman's boots first, then the expanding pool of dark blood. Swearing under his breath, Jack set the AK down on the hood and knelt to assess the situation. Against the odds, the officer was still breathing, though his condition was dire. His right leg was soaked in blood, clearly hit by at least 1 round, and several fingers were missing from his right hand. In his left, he clutched an Israeli one-handed tourniquet, partially applied but not secured. Shock or blood loss or both had left him too weak to finish the job, and his pallid skin and ragged breathing told Jack he'd arrived just in time. Seeing Jack, the officer fumbled for the pistol on the concrete beside him. "I'm here to help," Jack said, gently moving the weapon aside. "You'll get it back, I promise, but first we need to stop this bleeding," though no doctor. Jack's trauma training kicked in. The hand injury looked brutal, but the leg was the real threat. Blood was pulsing out, suggesting a femoral artery hit. "Stay with me," Jack urged, threading the tourniquet higher on the thigh. "Did you call it in?" The officer's eyes began to drift shut. Jack worked faster, securing the band as high as he could. With a firm grunt, he tightened the Velcro and started twisting the windlass. The man's body stiffened in agony, but Jack didn't let up. "Almost there," he muttered through gritted teeth after several more turns. The bleeding from the leg began to slow. Jack kept ratcheting the plastic rod until the flow finally ceased. "How you holding up?" The officer groaned weakly, but he was conscious for now. That was enough. Jack reached for the radio mic on the man's collar, then paused as the wail of approaching sirens cut through the air. Help was already coming. Good. Rummaging through the officer's medical kit, Jack found a pressure bandage and did his best to wrap the mangled hand. Once both wounds were stabilized, he shifted focus to shock, pulling out a space blanket and tucking it around the trembling man. He stood to look for something in the patrol Tahoe to elevate the officer's feet. Untreated, shock could kill as surely as a bullet. Screeching tires and flashing lights announced the arrival of backup. Blue and red streaks painted the shadows in rhythm with the strobes. "Over here," Jack yelled, keeping his attention on the wounded cop. "Officer down." Doors slammed and voices shouted across the pavement as responders rushed forward. Jack hesitated, weighing his options. He could stand slowly with hands up, but he was covered in blood and looked every bit the part of a combatant. With tensions already sky-high, an officer down, a possible active shooter. He didn't want to test anyone's trigger discipline. Better to stay put, he decided. Maybe the sight of a civilian giving aid would cool things down. Maybe, don't move. The command came from his right. Jack fought the instinct to turn, instead freezing with his hands resting on the officer's chest, fingers spread. "He needs help," Jack said, not shifting an inch. I tightened a tourniquet on his leg and applied a pressure dressing to his hand. But he's lost significant blood volume. He's showing signs of shock. Get on the ground now. Jack stifled a groan and complied, lowering himself face first onto the pavement with his arms extended. His cooperation was met with a knee driving into his spine. "Take it easy." Jack managed. "I'm on your side. Give me your right hand. Do it slow." Jack obeyed the barked command, feeling the cold, familiar clasp of a handcuff snapping shut around his wrist. Hoping to score some points, he voluntarily brought his left hand behind his back. It didn't help. His wrist was wrenched into a painful joint lock as the second cuff was secured. Then he was hauled upright, not by an arm but by a brutal yank on the chain between the cuffs. The force shot straight into the nerves of his wrists. Jack gritted his teeth against the flare of agony, stumbling to shift the pressure off the bones. He'd tried to give these unseen officers the benefit of the doubt, but this move was pure, petty jackassery. The wounded man clearly hadn't treated his own injuries. While securing everyone made tactical sense, this was just cruelty. "Hey," Jack said, voice tight, "ease up, I'm a friendly." The blow to his kidney was utterly unexpected, dropping him back to his knees, body curled inward. Anyone who knew fighting understood a clean body shot could drop you faster than a punch to the head. "What the hell?" Jack spat, anger cutting through the pain. He started to turn a mistake. He glimpsed the silhouette of a fist in time to tuck his chin, but couldn't soften the impact. It was a professional shot. His teeth clacked together, his head snapping sideways. The muscles in his neck absorbed some of the force, but pinpricks of light still swam in his vision as he swayed. One more like that, and he'd be out. "You're no friendly, pal? Now look what you made us do." The voice hissed right beside his ear. Before the words fully registered, a hand fisted in his hair, holding his head still. A man stepped into the light. He wasn't in uniform. He wore cargo pants, a rugged outdoor shirt, and a ball cap over a shaved head, what Jack would call contractor casual. The man pulled on a pair of tactical gloves, then knelt beside the injured officer and yanked away the space blanket. The silvery material caught the wind, billowing wildly, but the man was ready. He trapped it under his boot before it could escape, then reached for the tourniquet. "It's cranked down all the way," Jack said. The response was a sharp, open-handed cuff to the back of his head. It wasn't as powerful as the earlier strikes, but it was enough to pitch him forward for a second. He thought he'd smash face first into the concrete, but an unseen hand grabbed his collar and hauled him back upright, cutting off his air. As his eyes watered and finally focused, the slow-building sense of alarm exploded into outright terror for a couple of seconds, while Jack was focused on not kissing the broken sidewalk. The man kneeling nearby had been working quickly. He'd loosened the tourniquet completely. Jack gaped at the loose straps, his brain struggling to catch up. Then it clicked. "No!" he roared, lunging forward. This time, his face stopped just shy of the asphalt as he was jerked back violently. The man holding him hauled upward with a strained grunt, having to manage Jack's full weight without any help. The move was rougher now, clearly fueled by irritation at Jack's resistance, which was precisely Jack's plan. Instead of staying limp, Jack threw his head and shoulders backward with all his might, searching for a soft target, a gut or maybe something lower. He didn't find one. Instead, he heard a distinct crunch as the back of his skull smashed into the man's nose. As Jack knew all too well, the reaction to a broken nose was pretty much instinctive. His unseen opponent proved no exception. The moment Jack's head connected, the pressure on his collar disappeared. It was a step in the right direction, but he was far from safe. Still, as Ding had drilled into him during countless sparring sessions back at the campus, when you have an opponent reeling, you don't let him recover. Pivoting on his knees, Jack scrambled to his feet and finally saw who he was up against. Not one, but two cops were staring back at him, and not just any officers. It was Bradshaw and the young baby-faced cop he'd seen at the Briarwood station. Part of him knew he should have expected something like this, but the idea of police officers standing by while one of their own bled out was a mental curveball. He didn't dwell on it. There'd be time for questions later. Right now, his only goal was survival for himself and the wounded officer. To manage that, these crooked cops had to be taken out. For good, Babyface was closer, already clutching his bleeding nose. He'd be first. If his hands were free, Jack would have locked him in a Muay Thai clinch and driven a knee into that shattered nose. But with his wrists cuffed behind his back, a knee strike was too risky, easy to miss, and here there were no second chances. So Jack shifted his weight to his right leg and whipped his left shin around in a vicious arc, aiming not for the thigh as he might in a sanctioned match, but lower. This wasn't a sport, it was a fight for his life. He twisted his hips, driving his shin into the side of the cop's knee with the intention of snapping it like a dry twig. He didn't quite get that clean break, but the result was still effective. The joint gave way with a sickening pop, and Babyface screamed as he crumpled to the pavement. One down, Jack spun to face Bradshaw, but he never got the opening. Something hard and fast slammed into the side of his head. This time, the fall was real. He dropped like a sack of rocks, clinging to consciousness by a thread. A sharp, high-pitched ringing filled his ears as his body tried to process the shock. It reminded him of a cheap shot he'd taken back in his high school football days, blindsided by a sneaky tackle. Only this was far worse. He wasn't sure what had hit him, but the meaning of the cold, circular steel now pressed against the back of his skull was unmistakable. A rifle barrel. They were going to finish him right here. In a bizarre turn of events, Jack found himself collapsed face to face with the wounded police officer. The man had been drifting in and out of awareness, but some sharp sensation, maybe the warm blood still seeping from his leg, had jolted him back. He knew his time was running out. With a trembling, clumsy hand, he fumbled at the tourniquet, his coordination ruined by shock and blood loss. His desperate gaze locked onto Jack's, and his lips moved silently, shaping a word that never made a sound. "I see you." Jack managed through his own bloodied mouth. "You're not going alone." The officer gave a faint, almost imperceptible nod before his head slumped to the side. A wave of fury, white-hot and absolute, surged through Jack. "You're all dead men," he roared into the space around him. "You just don't know it yet." He braced himself, wondering if he'd actually hear the shot that ended him, or if darkness would claim him first. His mind flashed to Lisanne, to the future they'd planned, and to his mother's grief. But above all, there was the rage, a consuming fire that left no room for fear. His greatest regret wasn't the life he'd lose, but the vengeance he'd never get to deliver. The sound that broke the tension, however, wasn't a gunshot. It was a low, amused chuckle. "I actually think you would give it a go if we let you brew." The voice carried a distinct South African accent. "Take these cuffs off and find out." Jack spat. "Not today, friend, but soon, very soon." Despite the promise, the cold gun barrel remained pressed to Jack's temple. "We're not finishing him like the others?" A different voice asked the shooter. "No, he's coming with us. Get him ready." Jack understood the command perfectly. The moment the pressure left his skull, he twisted, trying to roll and scramble to his feet for one last defiant fight. He never had the chance. With the bored efficiency of a professional, the gunman standing over him simply flipped his rifle and drove the wooden stock down. Jack instinctively raised his hands to block, forgetting they were bound. There was a blur of motion, a burst of pain, and then nothing. Briarwood, Texas. Getting to Briarwood presented a problem for Lisanne. The rented Mustang was gone, just like Jack. Calling her friend Carly crossed her mind, but she dismissed it. Carly had enjoyed the open bar a little more freely and, showing good sense, had taken a rideshare home, leaving her own car parked at the venue. Even if Carly answered, it would take her half an hour just to get back downtown, time Lisanne couldn't afford to waste. She ordered a rideshare herself. The 45-minute trek to Briarwood would, in theory, give her time to process Paul's cryptic hints and maybe even catch a few minutes of restless sleep. She accomplished neither. Instead, she spent the entire ride repeatedly calling Jack's phone, staring at the unchanging location on her app, and deflecting the increasingly awkward advances of her overly chatty driver. To be fair, it was nearly 6 in the morning, and she was leaving the vibrant heart of Austin for a remote dive bar on the edge of a tiny Texas town. Based on his clumsy but persistent questions, the driver had clearly pegged her as either a sex worker or someone in a similar line of nightlife business. He'd already made several poorly veiled offers to work something out, and Lisanne was mentally preparing a much sharper rebuttal, her patience wearing dangerously thin, as she considered pretending to be asleep, complete with some theatrically loud snoring. The bar finally appeared. To call the weathered building a bar was perhaps being generous. Lisanne was familiar with small-town taverns, but this establishment introduced her to a whole new tier of grit. It resembled something straight out of an Old West saloon, complete with a broad front porch, swinging double doors, and a wooden exterior. In the glow of the Uber's headlights, it looked like it could have been standing for a couple hundred years. The place was simply tired. Both the porch and the entrance sagged uniformly like the weary grin of an elderly man. The wood had faded to a nondescript gray, any original paint long since stripped away by the relentless Texas sun and the constant dust from the unpaved road. A neon sign in a deep maroon hue spelled out revelry above the door, though the R and the we remained unlit. Yet, despite its run-down appearance, the bar was clearly alive. The thump of a bass drum and the cry of a steel guitar pulsed against the car, making the windows vibrate. The parking lot was packed with a mix of motorcycles, pickup trucks, and jeeps, dotted with the occasional family minivan or sedan. Unlike the pristine luxury SUVs common in Washington, D.C., these vehicles showed their history. Most fenders were coated in a layer of dust or dried mud. Many trucks had sturdy brush guards, and the Jeeps and older Broncos were outfitted with auxiliary lights and gun racks in their windows, as common here as electric cars were in the suburbs back home. This was a bar built for, and by the locals, the heart of rural Texas. Is this the place? Her Uber driver's tone had lost the suggestive edge it carried for the past 45 minutes. Lisanne understood why. His pale blue Prius, utterly ordinary in Austin, stuck out like a sore thumb in this gravel lot. Yes, Lisanne replied, releasing her seatbelt. Had her driver been less of a creep, she might have waited for Paul inside the car, but she was more than ready to be rid of him. While the concealed pistol on her hip balanced the physical advantage he held, she had no desire to spend another moment in his presence. "It's been a pleasure," the driver said flatly. It had been anything but. But Lisanne didn't get a chance to reply. The Prius sped off almost before she had fully shut the door. Under different circumstances, she might have found his frantic departure amusing, but standing alone outside a bar in the middle of nowhere tempered that thought. The passenger door swung loosely as the hybrid vanished westward, a half-hearted wave goodbye. She assumed her so-called knight would eventually stop to secure it, but she guessed that wouldn't happen until the distant glow of Briarwood was far behind him. With a resigned breath, she pulled out her phone, checking for a message from Paul. Finding none, she quickly typed out a text to let him know she had arrived before slipping the phone into her back pocket. Either that Prius had a hidden turbo, or Paul had been held up. Knowing the Texas Rangers, with fewer than 200 active officers patrolling a state nearly twice the size of Germany, it was entirely plausible that something urgent had delayed him. Lisanne took a long, assessing look at the bar. She'd willingly stepped into peril before, but experience had taught her not to go courting it. In her profession, Trouble had a way of finding you on its own. Lisanne had planned to savor the crisp Texas dawn while waiting for Paul. That was the idea, anyway. She'd barely settled against the old wrought-iron hitch, a relic that had doubtless steadied more than one tipsy soul, when a jagged bolt of lightning tore through the dark sky. Thunder boomed right on its heels, and then the rain came, not a drizzle, but a proper downpour with fat, heavy drops. As a former Marine, Lisanne was familiar with what her drill instructors had cheerfully called liquid sunshine. But she could also hear her no-nonsense mother's voice in her head, pointing out that even cattle had the sense to seek shelter. With a resigned breath, she climbed the uneven wooden steps, grasped the tacky metal door handle, and braced herself to enter her second bar that night. Back at Reagan National, she'd told Jack she wanted a real taste of Texas. Something told her she was on the verge of getting exactly that. It wouldn't be quite right to say the music stopped when Lisanne walked in. George Strait was still pouring from the corner jukebox, rattling the glassware with a volume just shy of a jet engine. But if there had been a live band on the small stage, she was fairly sure the song would have died right then. Her entrance was something out of a vintage western. She'd tugged the heavy steel door open on a groan of hinges and stepped inside, just as another crack of thunder shook the building. This time, the lightning must have struck nearer to the town's aging power lines. The overhead lights flickered violently in sync with the thunder, causing King George to hiccup mid-lyric. And as if to guarantee every single patron turned her way, a gust of rain-chilled wind whipped through the doorway, tossing her dark hair into a wild cloud and sending cocktail napkins and cigarette packs skittering across the floor. If she'd been aiming for a dramatic introduction, the staging couldn't have been better. Too bad making an impression was the last thing she wanted. "Can I get you something, miss?" The bartender asked the question. The inside of the place matched the outside, worn, dimly lit, with a floor that had seen better days. But the man behind the long faux wood counter didn't fit the setting. Instead of a tattooed biker or a grizzled cowboy, he looked like he'd be more at home balancing ledgers, late 50s, with neat gray hair and a trimmed goatee, a button-down shirt with sleeves rolled up, and khaki. If their positions were switched, Lisanne might have led with the old line, "What's someone like you doing in a place like this?" Instead, she saw him as a welcome pocket of calm in the otherwise ruggedly masculine crowd. "Club soda, please," she said, moving closer. On inspection, the bar itself was genuine wood, old and richly polished to a deep caramel hue. Unlike the scarred floor and smoke-darkened walls, this stretch of oak had been tended with care. It gleamed under the neon beer signs, reflecting pools of crimson and blue light, much like the man serving drinks. It seemed to belong in a nicer establishment, but its presence here offered a strange, steadying comfort, as if not everything in the revelry had surrendered to Briar Wood's slow decline. "Would you like a lime with that?" "Sure," Lisanne replied, setting her small clutch on the bar. It turned out that having only one arm wasn't just a complication in a gunfight. Ordinary tasks she'd never given a second thought now demanded careful maneuvering. If fishing out her debit card felt awkward, she was at least grateful no one had witnessed her earlier clumsy battle with a bra clasp, a one-handed ordeal that had tried her patience more than any drill instructor ever had. "It's on the house," the bartender said, placing a tall glass in front of her. "Why?" Lisanne asked, the word sharper than she'd meant it to be. She had accepted the physical recovery from her injury would take time. What blindsided her was the emotional weight that came with it, particularly the one reaction she despised above all others: pity. "Because it's my establishment and I set the rules," the man behind the bar replied, a broad grin softening his declaration. "On top of that, you're a lovely woman who happens to have one arm. If that doesn't earn a complimentary drink, I'm not sure what would." Lisanne paused, her fingers stilling on the clasp of her purse as she studied the bartender. His expression held no mockery or hidden agenda, just a straightforward kindness. He wasn't wrong, she conceded. She was attractive, and she did have one arm. It had been a long road, but she'd gradually understood that how people reacted to her amputation was partly a reflection of her own attitude. The fact that her left arm ended just below the elbow was impossible to conceal. The real test was in how she acknowledged that unavoidable truth. "Thank you," she said, leaving her purse on the bar and accepting the glass. "Were you in the military?" The bartender inquired. Lisanne's eyes narrowed slightly. "Why do you ask?" "We get a lot of patriotic folks in here," he explained, polishing a glass. "Some of them are missing a limb. Also, I have a vested interest in your answer. Veterans get free refills." A genuine smile touched Lisanne's lips. The flirtation was obvious, yet she found herself appreciating his approach. Compared to the clumsy passes from her Uber driver or the obvious stares from other men in the room, this was a masterclass in charm, flattering without being unsettling, a nuance most guys completely missed. "Marines," she answered, "but I'll decline the refill. I'd prefer to walk out of here on my own 2 feet. You wouldn't be the first to need assistance," the bartender said with a chuckle. Then his friendly gaze turned steely as he looked past her. "Step off, Willie. She's spoken for, and she's a Marine. In simpler terms, she's in a different universe than you are." Lisanne turned to see a lanky man with crooked teeth, a poorly cut head of hair, and a worn-out t-shirt standing too close. Willie offered a smile when he caught her eye, but it withered under the cool, assessing stare she'd perfected, a look that was 1 part Marine Corps grit and 1 part Virginia State Police training, though the academy had been more about procedure than poise. "Easy there, Jim," Willie said, raising his hands in a placating gesture. "Can you blame a guy? A woman like her doesn't just wander in here. Never has," Jim stated firmly. "Return to your table, Willie. Next pitcher is my treat." Willie's appreciative gaze swept over Lisanne once more before he seemed to decide the promise of free beer was the better offer. Or perhaps the bartender, Jim, carried more authority than his easygoing demeanor suggested with a sloppy tip of an imaginary hat. Willie wobbled back to his 2 friends. "Don't misunderstand me," Jim said, leaning in once Willie was out of earshot. "But what brings you to a place like this?" "I'm meeting a friend," Lisanne replied, drawing her club soda closer. "He should be here soon." "Well, ma'am, you're welcome to wait as long as you need," Jim said, his tone turning practical. "But I feel I should warn you that offers of companionship from the regulars are likely to continue. They'll mind their manners on my watch, but I don't expect them to stop trying to introduce themselves." The long mirror behind the bar proved his point. While Willie and his buddies were now distracted by a fresh round of beers, the group at the nearby high-top table were far more interested in watching Lisanne than in their half-finished cocktails. Willie and his buddies in their trucker hats matched exactly what Lisanne had pictured when she thought of a Briarwood local guys who worked hard for their money and enjoyed letting loose on a weekend. But the 4 men seated nearby were something else entirely. Their demeanor was quiet and controlled, a stark contrast to the boisterous, backslapping energy of Willie's group, where the locals laughed loudly and traded rowdy jokes. These outsiders spoke in hushed tones and sipped their drinks slowly. Their clothing wasn't as glaringly out of place as Jim's office wear, but their cargo pants, sturdy hiking boots, and rugged shirts suggested a purpose beyond a simple night of drinking or dancing. It was a practical, outdoorsy look, but not the cowboy or farmer style common in town. This, combined with their subdued behavior, made Lisanne believe these men were on the clock. But what was their job? Strangely, it was this quiet group, more than the loud cowboys, that put her on alert. It wasn't their actions so much as their very presence. Her police training had taught her to spot what didn't fit, whether it was a hole in a witness's story or a luxury car in a run-down neighborhood. Noticing anomalies was what made a good officer. Acting on them was the real test. She stood up, pulling her phone from her back pocket while watching the room's reaction in the mirror behind the bar. The ag jeans she wore were a favorite, though, if she was being honest, her fiancé Jack was their biggest enthusiast. Judging by the cowboy's distracted stares, he wasn't wrong about their effect. The locals' chatter died down as she retrieved her phone, probably not in the middle of any profound conversation, but it was still gratifying to see her 30-something silhouette could halt a man's train of thought. Well, most men's thoughts, anyway. The four outsiders were also watching, but their gaze felt analytical, detached. She kept an eye on them as she set her phone on the clean bar and settled back onto her stool. The men exchanged a look, but it wasn't the usual hesitant glance guys shared before approaching a woman. The one nearest to her, a broad-shouldered man with a shaved head and a red mustache that kept him from looking exactly like the cleaning product mascot, pulled out his own phone. It looked comically small in his large hands. After a burst of typing, he met his companion's eyes and gave a slight nod. Interesting. Lisanne checked her own screen, hoping for a message from Paul. Nothing. Their last texts were from her hotel. He'd promised to be at Revelry in under an hour. That was over 70 minutes ago now. She typed out a quick message asking for an update and hit send just as Jim reappeared from the shadows. "Anything from your friend?" he asked. Lisanne shook her head. "I was afraid you'd say that," Jim replied. "Maybe you should wait for him somewhere else." She studied his face, expecting him to elaborate. He didn't. Usually, an awkward silence prompted someone to fill it, but not now. Either Jim knew that old interrogation tactic himself, or he had a stronger reason to stay quiet, like being scared, leaning in closer to bridge the gap between them. Lisanne lowered her voice. "Why?" Jim paused, his eyes flicking toward the group of outsiders. Whether it was their closeness, some instinct to assist a woman in distress, or simply his own conscience, Jim appeared to push past his hesitation. He leaned in as if to top off Lisanne's glass, his voice dropping to a murmur. But his words were lost. Just as he began to speak, the night was torn by the shriek of tires and a horrific grinding of metal. "Damn it," Jim muttered, his expression shifting to one of grim recognition. "Not again?" "Again?" Lisanne asked, rising from her stool. "Another wreck that curve out front is a real menace," he explained, already moving toward the entrance. "With the woods right there, it's practically invisible after dark. We average about one a month." Lisanne followed him out, steeling herself, while part of her was relieved for a reason to exit the tense bar. Her years as a state trooper had taught her the grim math of high-speed backroad accidents. At 70 miles per hour, the odds were rarely good. And with the late hour, alcohol was almost a given. Jim pushed the door open and paused on the porch. Lisanne moved past him, both to clear a path and because she had no intention of turning her back on the shadowy interior. She descended the steps, her eyes straining against the darkness. A swirling cloud of dust, smoke, and the sharp scent of spilled fluids obscured her view at first. Then a shape materialized, a shape she knew all too well. "Call 911, she ordered, already breaking into a run toward the overturned vehicle. It wasn't a car, she recognized, but its profile was unmistakable. A dark SUV fitted with a heavy-duty grill guard, a combination spotlight and mirror on the driver's side, and the subtle, low-profile housing for emergency lights, an unmarked police cruiser. Jim shouted something, but his voice was carried away by the wind rushing past her ears. As she closed the distance, her trained mind processed the scene in rapid flashes. The SUV was resting on its roof, the driver's side door catastrophically crushed. This suggested a collision with another vehicle, not simply missing the turn. She caught a glimpse of distant taillights vanishing eastward into the night, but could make out no details. A glittering trail of glass behind the wreck confirmed her theory of an impact, but that was a mystery for later. Right now, her entire focus narrowed to the person trapped inside. Just as a seasoned detective can absorb a crime scene and piece together a narrative, Lisanne assessed the vehicle's state and knew with a sinking certainty what she would likely find. Modern safety features, airbags, reinforced cabins were miracles of engineering, But they couldn't repeal the laws of physics. The brutal force of a 70-mile-per-hour impact was often unsurvivable, yet the crumpled door told a different story. This wasn't a tree, it was something else. With a final surge of effort, she reached the SUV. Her hand shot out for the door handle but slipped, sending her skidding across the wet asphalt. Anyone who mocked Texans for driving cautiously in the rain had clearly never experienced it. A wet road here possessed the same treacherous invisible slickness as black ice on a Midwest highway. Lisanne slid on her knees, throwing her hands out to catch herself against the vehicle's frame just in time. Scrambling back to her feet, she seized the door and pulled. It didn't budge. She set her weight and pulled again, her muscles straining against the mangled metal. "Let me give you a hand," Jim said, arriving beside her, slightly winded, but having covered the ground at a respectable clip. Jim possessed a distinct advantage, with two fully functional hands, a resource Lisanne simply couldn't match. She bit back her frustration, giving a terse nod before stepping aside. Jim seized the handle, planting his feet and hauling backward with his entire weight. Initially, the door resisted him just as stubbornly, but after a series of determined rocks, it emitted a piercing squeal and grudgingly gave way a few inches.
"That's it,"
Jim panted, his breath coming in ragged huffs. It won't budge another bit. The gap was far too narrow for a man of his build, but it was just enough for Lisanne. She contorted herself through the opening, squeezing into the wreckage where she was immediately met with the driver's suspended form. He hung inverted, limbs dangling like a marionette with cut strings. The unnatural cant of his head was a silent proclamation, but habit compelled her to press two fingers against his neck, searching for a pulse she knew she wouldn't find. There was only stillness. Retrieving her phone, she thumbed on the flashlight, the beam illuminating features now familiar in the worst way. Paul's vacant eyes reflected the artificial light, holding no answers. A sickening, wet smack of impact dragged Jack back to consciousness. This awakening was nothing like the drug-induced oblivion from before. His mind snapped back online with brutal, perfect clarity. He remembered it all, every horrific detail. The memory of the officer's desperate gaze as his life pulsed out in crimson arcs sent a fresh wave of fury burning through Jack's chest. The mysteries of this cursed town still swirled around him, but one truth had crystallized into cold, hard certainty. He was now a soldier in a war he never enlisted for. Another thud echoed. This one followed immediately by a burst of white-hot agony across his jaw. In a sudden moment of understanding, he identified the sound. It was a fist connecting with flesh. His flesh, that's sufficient. A voice cut through the haze. "He's no good to us if you turn his face into pulp. He murdered Johannes. Aye, Graham, and he'll answer for it. But if you let your temper do the thinking, we're back to square one with nothing." Judging by the symphony of pain radiating from his face, Jack deduced the beating had been ongoing. The spot where the rifle stock had struck his skull was a hot, tender knot, and his nose throbbed with a rhythm matching his heartbeat. He coughed, spitting a coppery mouthful of blood onto the floor mat. This defiance earned him another blow, a expertly placed shot to the ribs that drove the air from his lungs and made him crave the impossible relief of doubling over his cuffed hands behind his back, denied him even that small comfort.
I said to stop.
I didn't touch his pretty face that time, did I? Don't be daft. Johannes was a brother, but he chose this life, same as us. Don't shame his memory by wasting your energy on the fool who's going to get us out of this hellhole. Blood trickled from a gash on his brow, mingling with the swelling around his eyes to blur Jack's vision. He relied on his ears instead. The first voice, clipped and accented, South African, he guessed, came from the front passenger seat. The man arguing, the Scot named Graham, was seated right beside him. A third silent figure was at the wheel. It was a committee unanimously opposed to his well-being. "So what's the plan, Hendricks?" Graham's voice was a low growl. "Toss him in a ditch and be done with it. That's what I appreciate about you, Graham." replied Hendricks, the South African. Always direct, no, we're going to use him. He'll be waiting at the flesh house when the locals arrive. The evidence will point the police exactly where we need them to look. Not if this one decides to chat, Graham countered, emphasizing his point with a dismissive, stinging slap to the back of Jack's head. Though half-hearted, the impact sent jagged shards of pain ricocheting through his skull. Jack groaned, slumping forward to let his forehead rest against the seat back. I told you to leave him be, Hendricks said, a note of weary authority in his tone. I've been playing this game longer than a day, so grant me a little credit, brother. I said the coppers would find him at the scene. I never said he'd be in any state to hold a conversation. I want the final move, Graham stated, his voice thick with anticipation. Johannes was my friend? Of course, Hendricks replied, but let's focus on the task at hand. Agreed. A cold dread tightened around Jack's ribs as the two men chatted about killing him with the casual ease of discussing the weather. Amateurs boast and bluster to psych themselves up. True professionals just get on with the job. He'd already seen their ruthless efficiency against the Briarwood officer, but hearing it firsthand drove the point home. Jack coughed, his throat raw, and spat a dark glob of blood onto Graham's trousers. The gunman erupted with a colorful string of curses before driving his fist into Jack's gut. The man's hands felt like they were made of solid concrete. Jack folded over, the air driven from his lungs battling a rising wave of nausea. This painful hunch, however, brought his cuffed hands tantalizingly close to his back pocket. Working his thumb and middle finger into the tight denim, he desperately searched for that small 5-cent piece of metal that could mean the difference between walking away and being buried here. He felt only empty fabric. He needed to reach further. I'm gonna be sick. Jack gasped after another convulsive, only partially feigned, cough. Like hell you are, Hendricks snapped. Pull over now. The vehicle screeched to a halt, hurling Jack face first into the seatback. A galaxy of fresh pain exploded in his skull as his broken nose crunched from the impact. He gagged, fighting the heave. Not in the car, Graham growled. Already shoving his door open, Jack clenched his jaw, the sour taste of bile flooding his mouth, terrified of what they'd do to him if he actually ruined the SUV's interior. His stomach convulsed violently, and he was on the absolute brink when his door swung open, flooding the space with cool night air. Graham yanked him out by his hair, and Jack finally let go, vomiting a bloody mess that splattered the mercenary's boot. The Scotsman responded with a brutal shot to Jack's kidney, dropping him to his knees as a white-hot agony threatened to make him lose control of his bladder. As he fell, Jack plunged his fingers deep into the pocket and nearly sobbed with relief when his fingertips brushed cold, thin metal. The paperclip? The stupid paperclip he'd taken from Jeff's note and forgotten about until now. Hunching forward, he retched a second time, using the cover of the motion to slowly, carefully draw the tiny wire out with trembling fingers. He had it? Finished? Graham barked. Jack nodded weakly. He was finished. And soon, he vowed silently, so were they picking. Handcuffs is a difficult skill. Doing it with your hands pinned behind you in a bouncing vehicle, surrounded by armed men who've already decided you're dead, borders on insanity, but impossible was still better than the alternative. Jack harbored no illusions about his fate if these cuffs stayed locked. As his old mentor Ding used to say, nothing motivates quite like the prospect of a permanent dirt nap. What's the plan here? Graham asked. The SUV had just turned off the blacktop and onto a gated, pothole-riddled driveway. Rusting wrought iron sign arched over the entrance read RR Ranch, though if this was still a working ranch, it had seen far better days. While the electronic gate operated smoothly, the property beyond was a picture of neglect. The vehicle rocked and swayed like a boat in a storm as the driver plowed through one crater after another. In the sporadic sweep of the headlights, Jack saw no cattle, only sprawling thickets of mesquite and cedar trees and vast tracts of wild overgrown brush. Nothing had lived here or been cared for in a very long time. It was a perfect place for bad things to happen and never be found. "We keep it clean," Hendricks stated. "We go in, sanitize the location, then we incorporate your chatty American into the scene and make our exit." "That'll really wrap everything up neat and tidy?" Graham asked, a hint of dark amusement in his voice. Hendricks merely offered a non-committal shrug, as if they were debating where to get lunch. "The men operating this establishment are involved in a perilous trade, and the world won't mourn the loss of a few traffickers or their clients. We'll arrange the scene appropriately, and our contacts in the Briarwood Police Department will see the investigation to its logical conclusion." Graham offered a muttered agreement, but Jack was no longer listening. His entire focus was consumed by a single maddeningly difficult objective: maneuvering the paperclip into the handcuffs lock. It was a miracle he still had it. During the chaotic aftermath of his sickness, as Graham roughly shoved him back into the SUV, Jack had somehow managed to keep the slender piece of metal clenched in his fist. To call Graham's assistance rough was a profound understatement. While he technically avoided leaving new bruises, the Scotsman found other, more creative ways to inflict misery. A vicious kick landed below Jack's belt, which was agonizing but predictable. The real damage came from a knife-handed chop to the back of Jack's neck as he was forced into the vehicle. The strike was dangerously precise, a move that could sever a spinal cord or knock a man unconscious by targeting the carotid artery. Jack's immediate terror, however, was far more specific. Losing control of his hands, he never saw the blow coming. 1 second, he was collapsing into the seat. The next, a wave of electric numbness, like hitting his funny bone, surged down both arms. In that moment of paralysis, Jack made a silent, desperate vow to higher powers. Then, sensation returned, along with the horrifying realization his fingers were empty. A sudden sharp poke against his leg made him thrash against the door, his hand scrambling across the leather until his fingers closed around the paper clip once more. Graham's punishment was immediate, a brutal squeeze of Jack's broken nose that made him cry out, a sound that was part pain, part triumph. He had the tool. Now came the hard part. "Need a hand in there?" Graham asked from outside. Hendrick's voice replied, "Peter and I have it. 2 of us is casual. 3 looks like a raid. You stay with our guest." Jack blocked out the conversation, concentrating on the delicate work of probing the lock's mechanism. He recalled a brutally sadistic instructor from his training, a man who had subjected his students to escape drills while they were hooked to a TENS unit. Random electric shocks would jolt their bodies as they struggled with zip ties and cuffs. Jack had thought it gratuitous cruelty back then, but now he grasped the grim lesson. If you could pick a lock while your muscles were seizing from electricity, you could theoretically do it while battered and trapped with men who intended to kill you. The key word was theoretically. After an eternity of fruitless scraping, he finally located the torsion point. A new problem presented itself in the silent, confined space of the vehicle. The metallic click of the cuffs opening would be as loud as a gunshot. He needed a new distraction, and for once, his captors provided one. "Be right back," Hendricks announced, pushing his door open. The driver, Peter, followed without a word. Jack wasn't quick enough with the paperclip to catch the initial click of the door latch, but he was poised for the slam. As it shut, he twisted the clip and masked the sound with a cough. The lock gave way, and the steel cuff released its icy grip from his left wrist. He was free, in a manner of speaking. While the threat of death can sharpen a fighter's focus, Jack knew raw anger wasn't a strategy. Graham had worked him over thoroughly. Jack trusted his skills, but he wasn't a fool. A direct hit to his already battered face would rattle him, expected or not. A fair fight was out of the question. To survive, he needed to end this quickly, and absolutely, that meant catching the Scotsman off balance, which required making him furious, provoking people. Jack reflected with a grim internal smile, was a particular talent of his. He cleared his throat, gathering a thick mixture of blood and phlegm, then turned and spat it squarely into the mercenary's face. "You filthy little rat," Graham snarled. Enraged, he seized Jack's bloody collar with his left hand, yanking him forward while throwing a punch with his right, or he attempted to. As Jack was pulled in, he raised his left arm, shielding the side of his head. Graham's fist thudded harmlessly against Jack's forearm. Jack's elbow, however, told a different story. Using his right hand to pull Graham closer, Jack drove the sharp point of his elbow like a fencer's lunge straight into the man's face. After enduring the Scotsman's earlier brutality, Jack took a profound satisfaction in the moment of impact. Graham's overconfidence and rage had made him reckless. Jack felt the force of the blow travel up his arm and across his shoulders. It was intensely gratifying. Graham naturally did not share this sentiment. Jack's elbow missed the nose but crushed into the right eye socket with a sickening crunch of fracturing bone. The mercenary howled, jerking backward in instinctive pain. Jack capitalized on the movement, seizing Graham's forehead and slamming his head back against the passenger window. Once, twice. By the second impact, Graham's resistance faded. The third blow webbed the glass with cracks. The fourth ensured the Scotsman would never rough up another shackled prisoner, though a primal part of Jack wanted to unleash his stored fury on the now limp form. He had more pressing issues. 2 armed men were still in the house. Jack took Graham's pistol, checked the chamber to confirm a round was ready, and assessed his bleak options. He was in no shape to storm the building after the 2 mercenaries who had entered with violent intent. As if to emphasize the point, a rapid series of muzzle flashes strobed from the home's front picture window, punctuated by the sharp cracks of gunfire. Jack still hadn't fully unraveled what illicit operation had been housed there, but those flashes made one thing clear. The previous owners were permanently out of business. Jack was certain his body was meant to be added to the pile, giving the Briarwood police a neat and convenient story for the shocking bloodshed that had taken over their quiet town. That meant the shooters would be stepping out to collect him any second. Jack had no plans to stick around for that happy gathering. He squirmed past Graham's still form, slid into the driver's seat, and jabbed the start button. Nothing happened. For a split second, Jack reconsidered his recent vow to show up at church on Sunday, or maybe he should just promise to go twice. Then it hit him. He'd forgotten the brake. He slammed his foot down and pressed the button again. This time the engine roared to life. Unfortunately, the headlights blazed on at the same instant, twin spears of light cutting straight through the big bay window and into the very room where the gunmen had just finished off their disposable associates. Jack threw the SUV into reverse and stomped on the gas. The tires spun, then caught. Just as he saw the front door swing open, he was moving. He flicked on the high beams and ducked below the dash as a hail of bullets starred and cratered the windshield. Staying low, he sent a silent thank you to the inventor of the backup camera, steering by its grainy image while trying to ignore the sound of rounds punching through the vehicle's thin metal frame. After a few seconds of racing backward at nearly 40 miles an hour, the gunfire began to taper off. Still not daring to look up, Jack cranked the wheel hard to the right, swinging the heavy hood around in a wild, skidding 180. That he pulled it off in the dark, on rough ground, while people were actively trying to kill him, was about 1 part skill and 3 parts dumb luck. His mother's decades of prayers probably deserved some credit, too. He peered through the spider-webbed glass, spotted the gate, and floored it. 3 seconds later, he smashed through the flimsy metal barrier, and his tires found pavement again. As he turned right, heading back toward town, he rolled down the windows, telling himself it was to clear the stench of blood and death from the cabin. That wasn't the whole truth, though. With the engine screaming and the house of horrors shrinking in his mirror, Jack thrust his left hand out into the rushing air. It wasn't a wave of farewell, but a single, defiant, upright middle finger. What else can you tell me? It was a reasonable question, but the officer asking it wore an expression that suggested otherwise. Given that he was here talking to her instead of chasing the driver who'd fled, Lisanne figured he was either the newest recruit on the Briarwood police force or maybe another unit was already in pursuit. Either way, his demeanor was all wrong. A wrecked vehicle, a dead Texas Ranger, and a hit-and-run driver, this wasn't some everyday fender-bender, especially not for a sleepy backwoods town. This guy should have been furious about being left behind, agitated over the death of a fellow officer, or at least mildly energized that his boring shift had suddenly gotten interesting. But if Lisanne had to describe his reaction in one word, it would be bored with a major crime scene being processed just feet away. He might as well have been taking a statement for a scratched bumper. Maybe he was just in the wrong profession, or maybe something stranger was going on. "Nothing," Lisanne said, keeping her face carefully neutral. "I heard the crash and came out to see what happened, same as everyone else." The officer gave a slow, languid nod, a long yawn escaping his lips. He didn't even have the decency to look sheepish. Less than 20 yards away, an EMS team was carefully extracting a shattered body from a crushed car, and this guy looked like he was ready for his coffee break. Unbelievable! Actually, your reaction wasn't quite like the others. Lisanne frowned. "What do you mean everyone else just stood there watching?" The officer replied, his tone flat. "You ran across the parking lot and tried to get into that car with one arm. After the door was forced open, you climbed inside, checked the driver, and declared him dead. That kind of response usually points to a personal connection." His voice remained monotone, his expression blank, yet something about him had shifted. His eyes, a sharp glint of perception, or maybe shrewdness, lit their depths. Perhaps it had been there the whole time, and Lisanne had simply seen what she expected. She studied him now with a cop's practiced eye. He stood around 6 feet, but his lean build made him seem taller. He probably weighed less than 160 pounds, his uniform fitting neatly against a trim frame. A prominent Adam's apple on his long neck gave him a perpetually drowsy look. The name tag on his crisply pressed shirt read Bradshaw, aligned perfectly with the pocket seam. Officer Bradshaw was likely accustomed to being underestimated, a useful trait for police work, especially during questioning. "Yes," Lisanne said, feigning confusion. "I covered all that in my statement." Bradshaw watched her without speaking. She held his gaze, letting the silence stretch as a trace of genuine annoyance seeped into her puzzled look. "I know," Bradshaw finally said, when it was clear she wouldn't offer more. "I was wondering if you might have left out anything relevant. Like what?" Lisanne snapped, the irritation in her voice sharpening. The confusion was an act, but the annoyance wasn't. She was exhausted, on edge, and getting soaked. The earlier drizzle was now a steady rain. Unlike Bradshaw with his waterproof cap, she had no protection. A bold raindrop struck the nape of her neck and traced an icy path down her spine. This was becoming tedious. Quickly, "Like what you do for a living," Bradshaw said, his sleepy eyes fixed on her. "I work for Hendley Associates," Lisanne answered, giving the standard cover. "It's a financial firm." "Interesting work. I like it," she said, brushing wet hair from her face with her stump. "But I wouldn't call it interesting. Mostly paperwork." Bradshaw's glance dropped to her stump before returning to her face. "See many dead bodies while pushing papers." "Got my fill in Iraq," she said flatly. "I was part of the Second Battle of Fallujah." "Army, Marines, military police." "Interesting," Bradshaw remarked. "What is that? You didn't go into law enforcement after leaving the service." "Not really," she said with a shrug. "I saw enough over there to last a lifetime, and I came home with this handy souvenir." She lifted her stump. Bradshaw gave a slight nod. His expression remained as unmoved as stone, utterly unaffected by her deliberate jab. Just another small-town officer grinding through another dull shift, but his eyes told a different story. "Anything else?" Lisanne asked, shivering noticeably. "I'd really like to get out of this rain." A second and third raindrop followed the first's cold trail, and her next shiver was entirely genuine. Thick hair was holding up for now, but she knew it was only a matter of time before it fell in a damp, dark mess. The downpour seemed to echo the growing tension, a relentless backdrop to their exchange. "Just one more thing," Bradshaw said. "What were you doing at the bar?" Lisanne paused. The officer's question seemed routine, but something in his demeanor felt unsettling. Lisanne was no seasoned veteran like Clark or Ding, yet her years as a Marine and a Virginia State Trooper had honed her instincts. That inner alarm was ringing now, whispering that Officer Bradshaw wasn't being entirely straightforward. She decided to trust it. "Just waiting for someone," she offered. "Didn't show up?" Bradshaw pressed. "She canceled," Lisanne replied with a shrug, brushing rainwater from her sleeve. "You know how folks get about driving in this mess." Bradshaw gave a slow, deliberate nod, letting the silence stretch between them like a taut wire. Lisanne met his gaze, unblinking, the cold rain seeping through her jacket. "All right, then," he finally said. "I suppose that covers it. Need a lift somewhere?" "No, thank you," Lisanne said, her voice steady. "I'm all set." She was, of course, not all set in the slightest, but one thing was crystal clear to her as Bradshaw's patrol car finally pulled away, its tires hissing on the wet asphalt. She would rather walk every one of those 4 miles back to town in the pouring rain than spend another second in that man's company. Meanwhile, in Washington, D.C., the atmosphere in the Situation Room was charged with a palpable tension. The meeting had been called with little official notice, yet its urgent purpose had already leaked through the Capitol's porous walls, if her decades in D.C. had taught Mary Pat Foley anything. It was the sheer impossibility of asking politicians to keep a secret, a truth that became absolute when the secret involved Iran. "Let's begin," President Jack Ryan said, cutting through the low murmur. "Mary Pat, you're up." "Thank you, Mr. President," she said, seated at the head of the table to Ryan's right. She appreciated the gesture of trust, though she never enjoyed being the focal point for every pair of eyes in the room. When attention was on the president, she saw advisors and cabinet members. When it shifted to her, she felt like prey being circled. But so be it. Spies traditionally avoided the spotlight, yet her field days were long behind her. She possessed an advantage most of the ambitious faces staring back at her lacked. She wanted nothing from them. She served because her friend, the president, had asked her to stay, with no designs on a political career or a lucrative consultancy. In a city obsessed with monetizing influence, her indifference was a superpower. It meant she could do something increasingly rare in the halls of power: speak plainly. "Yesterday, at 9:30 a.m. Tehran time," Mary Pat stated, her voice cutting the quiet, "we confirmed the existence of a clandestine Iranian uranium enrichment facility. We assess with high confidence that the regime is pushing for a nuclear breakout. If operations continue unimpeded, our projections indicate they could accumulate enough fissile material for 1 to 3 nuclear devices within a matter of days." In their brief prep, the president had urged brevity and directness. His logic was sound. The faster they confronted the grim reality, the sooner they could focus on the grim task at hand, devising a response to a theocratic regime on the verge of crossing the nuclear threshold. Mary Pat had followed her boss's instructions in how she opened the meeting, but judging by the immediate uproar around the table, the Band-Aid analogy might have been off. This felt less like a quick, painful reveal and more like tossing bloody bait into shark-infested waters. "Forgive me, Mary Pat, but your timeline doesn't add up," countered Scott Adler, the Secretary of State. "Even if Iran began enrichment operations yesterday, it would take them many months to accumulate a sufficient quantity of weapons-grade material." Adler was positioned as usual on the left side of the long conference table alongside his fellow civilian advisors, while the uniformed military leadership occupied the opposite side. This physical separation was no accident. Lately, the civilian and military wings of President Ryan's administration had been viewing critical issues through increasingly different lenses, and Iran represented the epicenter of that divide. The Islamic Republic was a persistent and complex adversary. A nation with a rich historical tapestry dating back millennia, it had been dominated since 1979 by a regime of religious hardliners, and the pressure was taking a toll. Despite sitting on vast natural resources, Iran's economy was in shambles. Unemployment was soaring, wages were frozen, and the public's future looked grim. The government in Tehran seemed far more focused on exporting its brand of militant ideology through foreign proxies and controlling its own people via morality squads and public executions than on fostering prosperity. Even without nuclear arms, Iran was a destabilizing force with a bomb. It became a global existential threat. The ruling clerics, backed by the powerful and pervasive Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, adhered to an apocalyptic vision where the final hidden imam would only return after a cataclysmic war with the West and Israel. This wasn't just theoretical theology, it was state policy. It was why Israel, surrounded by hostile neighbors, took every threat from Tehran with deadly seriousness, viewing them not as the bluster of feeble old men, but as genuine promises. Everyone in the room agreed the Iranian regime was committed to this dangerous path. Where they disagreed profoundly was on how to stop it. Scott Adler, as the nation's top diplomat, instinctively sought a solution built on international consensus. He envisioned a coalition applying coordinated diplomatic pressure, a mix of economic incentives and sanctions, aiming for a grand bargain to persuade the mullahs that abandoning their nuclear ambitions was the only route to economic survival and political stability. Across the polished table sat General Clyde Woltman, chairman of the Joint Chiefs, a Marine's Marine. He had started as a raw recruit at Paris Island and clawed his way up through sheer grit. Woltman didn't disrespect diplomacy, but he saw it as someone else's job. His responsibility was the sledgehammer, the overwhelming force designed to shatter an enemy. The problem was, Iran stubbornly resisted both the carrot and the stick, a reality Mary Pat was preparing to underscore. "You're right in the conventional sense, Scott," Mary Pat acknowledged, her tone shifting from diplomatic to one of weary knowing directness. The standard enrichment process is textbook. You introduce gaseous uranium hexafluoride into a linked series of centrifuges, a cascade. These machines spin at incredible velocities, using centrifugal force to separate the slightly lighter U-235 isotopes needed for a bomb from the heavier U-238. It's a slow, meticulous, and easily monitored procedure. But we are not dealing with a conventional scenario. Our intelligence suggests they have leapfrogged several of these painstaking steps through a clandestine parallel program we were unaware of until very recently. She paused, letting the grim implications settle in the silent room. This process isolates the U-235, boosting its concentration to the 90% threshold necessary for a nuclear weapon. Conventional wisdom held that accumulating the required material would take several months. But the Iranians found a shortcut, Ryan stated. Though the president's comment was more of a declaration, Mary Pat continued her briefing for the wider group. The puzzled expressions around the conference table made it clear that not everyone grasped the complex steps of weapons-grade uranium production. "Exactly, Mr. President," Mary Pat affirmed. "The 2 to 3 month timeline Scott mentioned assumes starting material enriched only to 3 or 5%, the level suitable for reactor fuel at facilities like Arak. The progression from that low level to weapons grade is a well-documented, lengthy process. Iran, however, devised a method to bypass the usual steps." "I'm still not clear," Scott interjected. Mary Pat bit back the impulse to point out that letting her finish might help. Iran, with its population under 10 million, commanded a disproportionate amount of American strategic concern. The historic nation of Persia had mastered proxy warfare, and prior to the September 11th attacks, was linked to more American fatalities than any single terrorist group. While Iran ranks 18th globally in population, it sits firmly among the top 3 threats from a U.S. national security standpoint. In that light, Scott's impatience was almost understandable. Iran had a talent for grating on everyone's nerves. They avoided the conventional path, Mary Pat explained. Instead of one dramatic sprint, they've spent years quietly enriching their stockpile to around 60 or 70%. It's still not weapons grade, but it's far higher than traditional breakout models anticipate. If we knew they were cheating, why wasn't it stopped? The question came from Senator Colleen Brown, a newcomer to the Senate. She was already making her presence felt, intelligent, camera-ready, articulate, and fiercely ambitious. Brown had captured public attention. Television segments were full of memorable quotes, and she systematically dismantled pundits who dared debate her. Her isolationist stance on foreign intervention set her apart from many colleagues, and she didn't hesitate to challenge senior party figures, even the president. Her inclusion here was part of an effort to unify the party's factions around the Ryan Doctrine, though Mary Pat had opposed it, believing the senator too focused on her own agenda for such a sensitive discussion. Mary Pat had been overruled. Now the senator was questioning the administration's entire Iran strategy. Mary Pat felt Ryan shift beside her, his temper rising. She gently rested a hand on his arm before he could speak. She knew his anger was born of loyalty. He fiercely defended his team. Ryan rarely retreated from a fight, but as she'd told him in quieter moments, the presidency itself was larger than any individual's pride. Mary Pat was a political appointee serving at the pleasure of the president, while the senator answered directly to the electorate. In the high-stakes game they were playing, sometimes a pawn had to be sacrificed to protect the queen. An airstrike on Iran is a massive operational challenge, Mary Pat stated. The Israelis conduct raids, but let them manage their own battles. She met Senator Brown's gaze, attempting to see the situation from the other woman's perspective. Had she ever possessed that kind of unshakable confidence? That sheer arrogance? The honest answer was no. Mary Pat's early career had been forged in the shadow of the Iron Curtain, running human assets against the most formidable intelligence service on Earth. No amount of demanding training at the farm could fully prepare you for the brutal reality of the field, where a single misstep meant a buried informant. She had learned that lesson personally. Israel can hit targets near Isfahan, Mary Pat continued. But they have never attempted a full-scale assault on Iran's nuclear program. Why not? Brown pressed. Because it's beyond their capability, Mary Pat replied. First, the operational distances are extreme, and Israel lacks its own dedicated aerial refueling fleet. Second, they don't possess a strategic bomber force able to deliver the overwhelming payload required to guarantee the threat is eliminated. So, even if we loaned them tanker support, it would consume their entire air force for multiple missions. An Israeli attack wouldn't be a precise operation. It would be the opening act of a regional war. Only the United States has the capacity for that kind of decisive action. I'll leave the detailed military assessment to General Woltman. As for why Iran has been permitted to gradually enrich uranium, that's a more layered issue, but I'll simplify it. Tone was cool and analytical, the hallmark of a seasoned intelligence officer, but her eyes betrayed a flicker of something sharper, a readiness to educate the privileged newcomer on the ruthless realities of Cold War espionage. A subtle, reassuring pressure from President Ryan's hand on her arm suggested her edge might be showing. For 20 years, Iran has performed a delicate balancing act, Mary Pat said. Despite their rigid ideology, the Ayatollahs have become masters at probing limits. They repeatedly marched the international community to the brink, only to retreat at the last moment in exchange for lifted sanctions or other concessions, pretending to shelve part of their nuclear work. This time, it was Secretary of State Scott who shifted uncomfortably. The uncomfortable truth was that Iranian diplomats had made a career out of outmaneuvering their Western counterparts, and the current secretary was merely the latest in a long line to be outplayed. Hearing it stated so bluntly was clearly unsettling. Mary Pat paused, offering him a chance to respond. The look he gave her was icy, but he remained silent. Perhaps her blunt exchange with the senator had given him pause, or maybe he was just waiting for a better moment to counter. Either way, It made little difference to Mary Pat. As the chief of staff often quipped, if you weren't upsetting half the people in the room, you probably weren't doing your job right. The fundamental point is this, Mary Pat concluded. Everyone here, and most of the Western world, agrees a nuclear-armed Iran is unacceptable, yet there is no consensus on what exactly would trigger a military response. Iran has exploited this global hesitation perfectly, advancing their program in small, calculated increments while the world debates. A prominent scholar once labeled this approach the creep-out strategy. Forgive me, but I'm still unclear why we were aware this was unfolding and took no action. Senator Brown stated, "We did take action," Ryan replied, a flush of color rising at his collar. "My initial administration launched a maximum pressure campaign against Iran, employing a range of devastating sanctions. A later administration chose a different path. The undeniable fact is that Iran has now reached the nuclear threshold," Senator Brown countered. "This is simply unacceptable." "You're right," Mary Pat affirmed, "though not for the assumption you're making. The core of this crisis isn't Iran's slow enrichment of their known stockpiles. It's that they constructed a hidden enrichment site enabling them to complete the work in secret, and our entire intelligence apparatus failed to detect it. As the Director of National Intelligence, the responsibility for that failure rests with me." "I appreciate you taking responsibility," Senator Brown said, "though it seems remarkably convenient that this secret facility only comes to light now. Just as the American public is gearing up to debate a central pillar of the president's foreign policy agenda." For a fleeting moment, Mary Pat questioned whether the senator could genuinely be that naive. Jack Ryan might serve in political office, but he didn't engage in political theater, certainly not with matters of national security. Surely, Brown didn't actually believe Ryan would exploit the most grave intelligence lapse since September 11th merely to divert attention from a contentious domestic policy debate. Then Mary Pat caught the glint of calculated amusement in the senator's eyes and understood. The remark was a deliberate provocation, the kind crafted to spawn viral social media clips that drive engagement and fundraising. Even without cameras or an audience in the secure confines of the Situation Room, Brown was clearly rehearsing a soundbite for the upcoming Sunday talk shows. Not for the first time, Mary Pat felt a weary dismay at the state of the nation's discourse, wondering what it would take to foster a sense of common purpose among its leaders. But she kept these reflections to herself. As she had reminded her boss on countless occasions, she was no politician and had no desire to become one. Duty was to speak the truth, regardless of the consequences. So she did. "We didn't discover the facility," Mary Pat stated plainly. "Our allies did." "Which allies?" Mary Pat hesitated, weighing her response. Whatever her personal opinions, Brown was an elected senator, constitutionally tasked with overseeing the executive branch and its agencies, and yet this was a politician with a documented adversarial stance toward Israel. Would she knowingly risk exposing the operatives who secured this vital intelligence? Mary Pat doubted it. But as a former handler of agents, she knew all too well that careless words could doom missions, whether the leak was intentional or not. "Senator, Mary Pat began. "We will not be addressing questions concerning sources and methods," Ryan interjected firmly. "You've served on this committee long enough to understand the protocol." "I'm not asking for sources and methods," Brown pressed, her tone shifting to one of sharp, focused inquiry. "But I was invited here for a purpose. First, you tell me this development blindsided the intelligence community. Then you ask me to trust that you suddenly have everything under perfect control. Which version am I supposed to believe?" In that moment, Mary Pat was forced to revise her assessment. Those who dismissed the senator's acumen because of her polished social media presence or camera-ready smile did so at their own peril. She would be a formidable contender for the presidency. "Perhaps I can help clarify the apparent contradiction," Mary Pat offered, exchanging a brief staged glance with her boss, a bit of pure theater for the room. Mary Pat Foley's connection with President Jack Ryan had evolved to a point where she no longer required his explicit approval to disclose classified information. On matters of national security, the president placed absolute trust in her judgment. Senator Brown, however, was unaware of this dynamic. By framing the exchange as she had, Mary Pat deliberately placed Ryan in a position where he could appear to make a concession. This small gesture would hand Brown a perceived win and might foster some goodwill for the difficult request to come. Though not a politician by trade, Mary Pat had spent decades mastering the subtle art of handling assets. She found political maneuvering to be remarkably similar. Ryan feigned a moment of thoughtful hesitation before slowly nodding his consent, a fine piece of theater. "What I am about to disclose is classified at the code word level," Mary Pat stated, her expression now genuinely grave, all pretense gone. If this intelligence reached the wrong ears, it could mean death for the Israeli reconnaissance team still operating inside Iran. Our information comes from human sources. Alongside hidden sensors, our operatives used a specialized device to collect physical samples of uranyl fluoride, a dust-like aerosol produced when uranium hexafluoride gas leaks into the air. Our labs have confirmed the findings. We can say with complete certainty that Iran is on the verge of achieving nuclear breakout. "Is that sufficiently clear, Senator?" Ryan asked. Brown gave a terse nod. "Good," Ryan continued. "Then let's move to the real purpose of this meeting. I will not allow Iran to develop a nuclear weapon, full stop. This facility and its stockpile of enriched uranium pose a clear and present danger to the United States, to Israel, and to the world. We are going to eliminate this threat. I want to hear options. Beginning with the intelligence community. Jay, you're up." Mary Pat leaned back in her chair. Ryan's decision to call directly on the CIA director instead of her was intentional. While she led the intelligence community as a whole, her role was often more administrative. The influence of the Director of National Intelligence varied with each administration and the president's preferences. Thanks to her close ties with Ryan, Mary Pat's authority had grown significantly, but each agency director served a purpose. In a crisis like this, she could better support the president as an advisor rather than as a direct subordinate. She had, in fact, quietly advised Jay Canfield earlier that the president would want to hear from him directly, without her as an intermediary. She hoped he'd taken the hint. "Yes, Mr. President," Jay began. "I regret that my update will be brief. From a clandestine or covert standpoint, we have no actionable options within your timeline. We are pursuing several avenues to disrupt Iran's nuclear program, but even our fastest measures will take months, not days. Short of deploying a ground branch team to assault the facility, we have nothing concrete to propose." Despite her best efforts, Mary Pat's brow furrowed at Jay's reply. She didn't doubt his assessment, but she wouldn't have delivered it that way. Everyone in the room except Senator Brown worked for the president. Their job was to present possibilities, not to list limitations. Then again, she understood his frustration. The constraints were real, and the clock was ticking louder with each passing hour. For nearly 8 decades, the agency had repeatedly performed the kind of miraculous work the American public would never fully grasp. With origins in the bold operatives of the World War II OSS, the CIA's record throughout the War on Terror was, by most measures, solid. Regarding Iran specifically, the organization had spearheaded or supported countless missions through targeted eliminations, covert sabotage, and clever deception. These actions had stalled the radical regime's pursuit of a nuclear weapon. CIA personnel had, when it mattered most, purchased precious time for America's political leaders. Time that was meant to be used to craft a durable strategy to prevent apocalyptic weapons from falling into dangerous hands. Time that in retrospect appeared to have been utterly wasted. "I value the frank evaluation, Jay," Ryan stated, "but I don't need the defeated posture that came with it. Fundamentally, this is a failure of leadership, not of intelligence. Every commander-in-chief and senior lawmaker over the past 2 decades understood the Iranian nuclear threat was looming, and every one of them was happy to postpone dealing with it. It's not on you that the road finally ended during your tenure. Stand tall, understood, Mr. President, Jay replied. My apologies. Ryan held the man's eyes a moment longer before giving a slow, deliberate nod. He then shifted his focus to the chairman. All right, General, Ryan said. Walk us through the operational challenge. Happy to, sir. General Woltman responded. As Director Foley outlined in her briefing, eliminating this target will require significant effort. The wall-mounted LCD screen illuminated, displaying a detailed map of Iran. The Iranians selected an excellent site, Woltman explained. The covert enrichment plant is situated inside the Saghand uranium mine, likely within a disused tunnel network. The access shafts are carved directly into a mountainside. We assess the facility is buried at least 25 feet beneath the surface. Standard fighter bombers cannot deliver the munitions required for guaranteed destruction. Cruise missiles are also insufficient. So, what's the alternative? Senator Brown asked. B-2 bomber strikes? Normally, this mission profile would be perfect for the B-2, but our pre-strike analysis has uncovered some complications, Woltman said. The slide changed to display 2 images side by side. The right-hand image was a satellite overview of the site, overlaid with crimson diamond-shaped icons forming concentric defensive rings. The left-hand image depicted Russian SA-10 crumble surface-to-air missile batteries. Mary Pat had a sinking feeling she knew exactly where this briefing was headed. As anticipated, the Iranians are safeguarding the enrichment facility with a layered air defense network. Since Saghand has been a known uranium mine for years, the presence of these systems didn't raise alarms, which was part of the cleverness in choosing this location. Essentially, they hid their secret in the most obvious place possible. But those missile batteries depend on Big Bird radar systems? Ryan interjected. Our B-2s have successfully evaded them in the past. Not for the first time. Mary Pat marveled at how the president found the hours to stay current on Russian anti-aircraft technology. She made a mental note to check if he had once again managed to get direct access to raw intelligence streams. She knew Ryan possessed a keen intellect and an insatiable curiosity for military hardware, but surely there were more relaxing topics for his late-night reading. That's accurate to a point, sir, Woltman conceded. However, the primary concern here is the Big Bird radar software, not the missiles. A Defense Intelligence Agency assessment from last month indicated the Russians have made major advances in the targeting algorithms that process the radar's data. Preliminary findings from Redstone Arsenal suggest these software upgrades could potentially allow such systems to detect and lock onto our stealth aircraft. It seemed the bad news was determined to make a grand entrance. Mary Pat had reviewed the Defense Intelligence Agency's assessment of the radar system's expected capabilities, though she hadn't given the full report her undivided focus. In her role as the president's filter, she spent nearly as much energy determining what warranted her boss's time as she did examining completed intelligence summaries. She'd mentally bookmarked the issue for later, but as with so many matters in the intelligence world, the pressing subject of the moment usually found you. You rarely got to choose it. Let me be certain I understand, Ryan said, his tone sharpening. Iran is on the verge of becoming a nuclear power, and short of launching an all-out war, we have no viable method to prevent it. Is that the summary of our position? Mary Pat treated the question as rhetorical. Someone else, however, did not. With respect, Mr. President, there might be an alternative path forward. The voice came from the row of chairs along the back wall of the Situation Room. Mary Pat turned to see who had spoken. She recognized the woman from the crowd of aides and deputy secretaries who often trailed their bosses into meetings, but they had never been introduced. She appeared to be in her early 30s, tall and slender, with pale skin and reddish-brown hair. Though dressed in a professional pantsuit, her posture was ramrod straight, and the assured yet deferential way she addressed President Ryan practically announced a military background. "Forgive me," Ryan said. "I don't think we've been introduced. Who might you be?" "My apologies, Mr. President," the woman said, rising to her feet. "My name is Shannon Kent. I'm with the Air Force Special Projects Office." With apologies to Director Canfield, "We've been developing a concept precisely for scenarios like this one. The project is called Chaos." "I can't say that rings a bell," Ryan admitted. "I'm not surprised, sir," Shannon replied. "The initiative is still very much in the prototype stage, but given the critical nature of the circumstances, it may be worth a brief discussion. You're proposing to brief me on an untested solution that nobody else here seems to know about?" Ryan asked, a hint of skepticism in his voice. "Yes, sir. Shannon confirmed Mary Pat studied the woman. Her interest piqued. As a case officer, forming rapid assessments of a person's character was second nature. Every meeting with an asset was a kind of human lie detector test, a series of instinctive checks to answer the unaskable question. Is this person compromised? For reasons she couldn't fully articulate, Mary Pat liked what she observed in Shannon. The Office of the Director of National Intelligence wasn't exactly on a hiring binge, but Mary Pat had a keen eye for talent. Her instincts were signaling that Shannon Kent could be a valuable addition, assuming, of course, she made it through this high-stakes meeting without being shot down. "All right, Miss Kent," Ryan said, leaning forward. "Let's hear it. I'm listening." Shannon adjusted her already impeccable trousers, took a steadying breath, and began to speak. "Palmdale, California. I'm not seeing anything, Bob." Bob Baylor forced down his irritation, along with the sarcastic retort dancing on his tongue. While he was considered an old hand by pilot standards, the gray-haired, slightly stooped man beside him was practically a relic. Bob had no idea where the program office had unearthed Alec Van Tilburg, but his legacy at Lockheed's Skunk Works was the stuff of legend. Rumor had it, Alec had started on the F-17 Nighthawk program, moved on to the F-22 Raptor, and then worked on a series of experimental X-plane demonstrators that still weren't officially acknowledged. Bob couldn't quite make the timeline work in his head, but after months of working alongside the engineer, he could confirm two things. Alec was frighteningly brilliant, and the thick Coke bottle glasses perched on his nose missed absolutely nothing. If Alec said there was nothing to see, Bob trusted him. Yet that didn't silence the nagging feeling in his pilot's gut. Bob reached out a gloved hand to touch the Blackbird's titanium fuselage. Like most aviators, he harbored a few superstitions. He believed he could sometimes sense the subtle secrets his aircraft chose to share. A quiet communication felt more than heard. During his earlier test flight, Bob had sensed a subtle irregularity in the controls, a faint, persistent feedback through the stick that suggested something wasn't quite right with the aircraft's surfaces. Now, standing beside the Blackbird, he ran his fingers along the fuselage, hoping the familiar touch might dislodge some overlooked detail from his subconscious. To anyone who wasn't a pilot, he'd claim he was just checking for anything out of place. But deep down, Bob believed he could understand his jet the way a seasoned horseman understands his horse, through intuition, a quiet communion between man and machine. The SR-71 was trying to tell him something, and his inability to decipher it was gnawing at him. Misreading a horse might earn you a sore backside. Misreading this aircraft could be catastrophic. He couldn't shake the memory of the pilots who had lost their lives taming this speed demon. The Blackbird was a magnificent beast to command, yet it demanded absolute respect. "Here's what I think," Alec began, but his words were cut off by a burst of applause from across the hangar. Bob turned, a pang of wistfulness tightening in his chest. His SR-71, once the undisputed star of any airfield, was now upstaged by the sleek, pilotless shape that had just obliterated a 50-year-old speed record. The Corvair UCAV sat there, all shadowy curves and silent promise. It was, Bob had to admit, a stunning piece of engineering, a part of him a traitorous, eager part, asked to trade every remaining year of his life for just one flight in that machine. But no one would ever sit in its cockpit. It was built to fly alone. Rationally, Bob understood the shift toward unmanned systems. Emotionally, it felt like a slow, inevitable goodbye. He was becoming a relic, a living fossil in an era that no longer had a seat for him. That's some plane, isn't it? Alec's voice pulled him back. The old technician was right. Bob might be a dinosaur, but he wasn't extinct yet. He was still here, working on legendary aircraft, not retired, and waiting for a fish to bite. He needed to remember his luck. "It's okay," Bob said, nodding toward the Corvair and its admiring crowd. "But they don't make 'em like this anymore." "Amen to that," Alec replied with a grin. This beauty was born from slide rules and number 2 pencils. "And a little bit of luck," Bob added. "A whole lot of luck," Alec echoed. Their conversation was interrupted by a young woman approaching, phone in hand. "Excuse me, are you Colonel Bob Baylor?" Bob offered a tired smile. "I haven't been called anything that polite in a good long while, but you've got the right guy. What can I do for you?" "You have a phone call," she said, handing him the device from the White House. Though the call technically came from that famous Pennsylvania Avenue address, the person on the line wasn't a West Wing resident. That didn't make the situation any less surreal. "Hello?" Bob said, taking the phone and weaving his way toward a quieter corner of the hangar, a challenging task with the ongoing celebration around the UCAV. Bob wanted to grumble about the whole scene, but he couldn't bring himself to resent the Corvair team's joy. Sure, his own SR-71 days belonged to a different time. But the legendary, some might say notorious celebrations after a successful mission were something he remembered well. The line between those two words often depended on who was telling the story. "Is this Colonel Baylor?" Bob hesitated. The voice struck a chord, yet he couldn't pin it down. Operational security was also a real concern. The Corvair project had shifted into a classified Defense Department program, a direct response to rapid hypersonic advances by Russia and China, and was now housed at Air Force Plant 42 near Palmdale, California, the same secure complex that sheltered the B-21 Raider. Though Bob wasn't part of the design team, he knew the vehicle's capabilities intimately, and the non-disclosure agreement he'd signed was brutally clear about the consequences of any leak. Then it hit him how ridiculous his caution was. Someone had just called a secure hangar line and used his military title. The odds this was some spy's fishing trip were practically zero. "Yes, sir," Bob said, pressing the phone to his ear and blocking out the noise with his hand. "Who's calling?" "That stings a little," the caller replied. "I know you're not getting any younger, but I figured you'd still recognize the voice of your old backseater." Just then, the background buzz in the hangar seemed to fade, letting Bob truly hear the speaker for the first time, and the unmistakable rough-around-the-edges Boston accent the man had never fully lost. "Bean?" Bob said, a grin spreading. "Is that really you in the living flesh? Glad you finally connected the dots. I was starting to worry the old-timer's fog had settled in for good ed." Bean Alley had been among the last reconnaissance systems officers, or RSOs, to come through. He'd arrived at Beale Air Force Base just as Bob was winding down his own career. Normally, crew members with such different experience levels wouldn't be paired, but Bob had taken the eager young officer under his wing. They'd flown several training sorties together, plus a couple of operational missions over Central America, one of which involved an unexpected detour through a thunderstorm that left them both rattled but laughing afterward. "It's really good to hear your voice, Bean," Bob said. "Looks like all those taxpayer dollars spent on speech therapy finally did some good." In person, Bean's Boston accent was milder, but over the radio it thickened noticeably whenever he got excited. After one flight with a difficult pilot who blamed a missed navigation cue on not understanding Bean, things came to a head. Bob had always suspected the pilot was covering for his own sloppy waypoint logging. But there was no denying the Blackbird's intercom seemed to amplify Bean's distinctive dialect. To avoid a black mark on his record, the pilot pushed for a formal review, and a panel recommended Bean work with a speech pathologist. Bean agreed without complaint. Later, that same pilot was removed from the Blackbird roster after botching a turn with another RSO, but by then, the nickname had stuck. Beantown, in honor of Ed's Boston roots, became his call sign for good. "I'd give you my honest review of your pilot skills," Bean said, "but there are polite ears nearby." All joking aside, "I've got a question for you. A serious one." The shift in Bean's tone was unmistakable. Bob didn't need a reminder that this wasn't just two old buddies catching up over a casual call. The unusual crispness of the connection, paired with the strange fluctuating quality of Bean's voice, led to a single, undeniable fact. Their conversation was being scrambled by a digital encryption system. In plain terms, this was a secured line. Bob pulled the phone away from his ear and examined it. His knowledge didn't cover cellular technology, but anyone could see this wasn't a standard consumer model. The body was bulkier than the sleek devices most people used, and there was no camera lens. Most telling was the strip of red adhesive fixed to the back. Bob picked at it with his thumbnail, finding no edge or way to peel it off. That permanent red marker signaled this handset was reserved for confidential communications. Bean wasn't calling for a casual chat. "All right, hit me with it," Bob said. "The UCAV, what's your take?" Bob paused, considering his words. "Listen, Bean, I'm part of the program, but I'm not in the engineering loop. Honestly, I'm basically a well-paid driver for the brainiac who sits behind me in the Habu. I'm not the guy you should be asking." "That's exactly why you are the guy to ask, my friend," Bean replied, his tone leaving no room for argument. "I don't need program jargon or technical mumbo-jumbo. I need a straight answer to a simple question. Is that aircraft ready for a real-world mission?" Bob's silence this time wasn't from uncertainty. He knew precisely what Bean was asking, and more importantly, he understood the careful clandestine reason for the question. In the nearly 5 decades since Bob first zipped up a flight suit, technology had advanced at a mind-bending rate. What was once science fiction was now mundane reality. Yet, with all that progress, one hard rule remained. Unless you were speaking face-to-face inside a shielded room, you could never assume a conversation was entirely private. His old buddy was now a 4-star general, and 4-star generals handled problems of a certain magnitude. This wasn't a friendly, unofficial update between veterans. This was the real thing. "Here's my opinion," Bob said, the memory of the SR-71's heat-soaked titanium surface vivid in his mind. "It's an impressive technological showpiece, but it's still a demonstrator. I flew an aircraft that claimed a lot of good pilots' lives, so I don't say this casually, but if you're asking if I'd want to take it into combat, my answer is no, not at this stage." "Bob, it's Jack." A new voice cut into the line. "Mind if I jump in here?" A spike of annoyance flashed through Bob at the interruption. Bean could have warned him it was a conference call, and who was this Jack? The realization struck him a second later, clear and sudden. Instinctively, Bob straightened his posture. "Yes, sir," he said, quickly settling on the proper address. "Go ahead." "Good," President Ryan said. "We're both from the old school. You know what I appreciate about that? We're done with dancing around the point, so I'll be direct. If you were backed into a corner and this aircraft was the only tool you had, would you deploy it?" Bob turned, his gaze settling on the sleek form of the unmanned craft. Like any aviation buff, he'd followed the breakthroughs in hypersonic flight long before officially joining the Corvair team. While he considered some of the promised capabilities for hypersonic missiles to be overblown salesmanship, the strategic value of a platform that could deliver weapons at Mach 5 was obvious. A bomber could haul a far greater payload than a missile. It was reusable, and its incredible speed allowed for sheer kinetic impact, as the demonstration had just proven. But the appeal went deeper than raw performance. The weapons system the Corvair was evolving into promised to redefine America's strategic options. For the first time, a bomber capable of Mach 5 speeds could strike time-critical targets anywhere on the planet with overwhelming force. This fusion of stealth and velocity sent a clear signal to adversaries everywhere. There is nowhere to run and nowhere to hide. If the president was soliciting Bob's view on deploying a largely untested prototype for a live combat run, this was no simple training exercise. The aircraft would almost certainly be penetrating heavily defended airspace on a strict clock to eliminate a fleeting target. A refusal from Bob would mean the mission defaulting to conventional manned platforms. That entailed fighter jets to suppress radar and air defenses, followed by cruise missiles targeting command hubs, and ultimately B-2 Spirit bombers to deliver the final blow. The rumor mill, however, suggested the B-2's stealth was no longer the ghost it once was, and with a price tag soaring past $1 billion per aircraft, losing one was an unacceptable risk. Consequently, the initial strike package to pave the way would need to be even larger, putting more service members directly in the line of fire. Casualties would be inevitable. Given the target profile Bob was picturing, those casualties could be significant. Framed this way, the president's inquiry wasn't really a question at all. "Sir," Bob replied, "if you're asking what I believe you are, I'd green-light the bird. But I'd also want a rock-solid contingency plan ready to go." A lengthy silence followed Bob's answer before President Ryan's voice returned. "I appreciate your candor, Bob. I know that wasn't an easy position to be in." "I might be a grumpy old fossil," Bob said, "but deep down, I'm still a pilot. Difficult positions are our natural habitat." "I was hoping you'd say something along those lines," Ryan responded. "How would you feel about strapping in for one last ride?" Someday, Bob would finally heed his wife's advice about knowing when to stay quiet. Today, however, was decidedly not that day. Palmdale, California. Here she comes. The thrill in Charlie's voice was unmistakable. While Bob felt a share of that excitement, it was mingled with a touch of melancholy. He was back in the cockpit for a combat-style mission, yet he was no longer the star of the show. That distinction belonged to the dark specter now emerging from the cloud layer above them. "Visual on Corvair, 9 o'clock, same altitude," Bob called out. He'd been trying, mostly in vain, to get his enthusiastic backseater to use proper Air Force radio discipline. The young engineer was utterly immersed, treating the situation like the ultimate video game challenge, thrilled that his creation was being deployed operationally. The grim reality that a successful mission would mean casualties, or that failure could spark a wider conflict, seemed entirely abstract to Charlie. In his mind, this was merely an extreme field test. Snake, grip here. Are we cleared for refueling? Over, the transmission came from the KC-46A Pegasus tanker that had been holding a patient orbit overhead for the past hour and a half. While the Corvair's performance had shattered expectations, it remained an experimental platform with experimental problems, a massive understatement. As aviation technology grew more sophisticated, the list of potential failures grew exponentially. The most advanced aircraft often had surprisingly low mission-ready rates for this very reason. It was the difference between a Formula One car that needs a full crew for every race and a family sedan that runs for years with just routine care. Advanced machines demand advanced support and constant, meticulous attention. "Grip, this is Snake," Bob announced, pressing the transmit button on his throttle. "Running final diagnostics. Now stand by." Over, Roger. Standing by. The boom operator's reply followed standard procedure, but Bob sensed a subtle tension in the airman's tone. Tanker crews knew their role was vital support, yet no one enjoyed holding position in worsening weather. When Bob had connected for refueling half an hour earlier, the skies were merely unsettled. Now rising thermal columns jostled both aircraft violently. Thunderstorm flying was challenging enough, but turbulence during aerial refueling edged toward harrowing. While the Corvair carried no passengers prone to airsickness, the same couldn't be said for the tanker's crew, or frankly for Bob and Charlie themselves. In the boom operator's place, Bob would also be eager to move things along. "Are we set to begin refueling, Charlie?" Bob asked. True to form, his backseater was buried in his screens, seemingly detached from the pressing timeline. Bob held immense respect for the engineers and maintainers who built and sustained the aircraft, ensuring American air dominance, but he believed there was a time for meticulous checks and a time for action, and an active combat mission firmly fell into the latter. Huh? Oh, right, Charlie said, blinking up from his display. Sorry, there was a minor hiccup in the maintenance data stream. But it's resolved. Yes, she's ready to refuel, cleared to proceed into the mission profile. Much like the legendary Blackbird before it, America's newest hypersonic platform had taken off with just enough fuel to rendezvous with its tanker. This mission would require multiple refuelings. The next would occur over the desolate Atlantic, witnessed only by the tanker crew. According to the operational plan, Bob would fly the Corvair's designated route, though his own jet was nearly 40% slower. He wouldn't rejoin the unmanned aircraft until it was returning from Iran after completing its objective. Every refueling before that point would be fully autonomous, making this the sole live test, conducting the first aerial refueling on a mission with zero margin for error had everyone on edge. Well, everyone except Charlie, who seemed to treat it like another simulation. Roger that, Bob acknowledged, then switched the radio to SATCOM and keyed the mic. Main, this is Snake. Corvair is cleared for refueling over main copies all. Transitioning to autonomous control. Technically, the Corvair was already operating on its own. Pilots in a Palmdale bunker had guided it during takeoff, using technology refined over 2 decades of global drone operations. But once the aircraft passed 1,000 feet, command was handed to its internal autopilot. For the transit phases of the mission, technology had long since rendered human control unnecessary. The Corvair's incredible speeds made real-time human guidance impractical anyway. Even with redundant satellite links, transmission delays rendered precise inputs unworkable. Unlike drone operations in Afghanistan, where control could be managed locally from Kandahar airfield, there was no supporting infrastructure on the other side of the world. If the aircraft couldn't perform its mission autonomously, it couldn't fly the mission at all. Yet this moment marked the first time in the profile that full control was being surrendered to the machine, a silent, digital leap of faith into the stormy sky. The delicate maneuvers required for aerial refueling were ideally handled by the aircraft's own computer system. At least, that was the plan. Snake, main here. Corvair is now on the line. Snake acknowledges, Bob replied. Even through the Blackbird's heavy canopy, which wasn't exactly designed for sightseeing, he had no trouble spotting the Corvair just 200 feet away. Its silhouette was unmistakable, a spectral shadow, a dark brushstroke against the vast blue sky. He couldn't see any change in its flight path as the computer took over, but Bob felt a shift in the air. Loaded with live weapons and operating without a human pilot in the cockpit, the drone felt like a guard dog suddenly let off its chain. There it is again, Charlie's voice crackled in his headset. What's the issue? Bob asked. Another irregularity in the maintenance data stream, Charlie explained. Following a model pioneered by the F-35 program, the Corvair employed advanced machine learning to forecast its own service needs. This technological wizardry worked in 2 stages. First, the drone's extensive network of internal sensors gathered continuous performance data from its entire propulsion system. Second, this information was bundled, secured, and beamed back to the maintenance hub in Palmdale during scheduled transmissions. Once received, teams used predictive analytics to assess the aircraft's health, automatically ordering parts and scheduling repairs if any component showed signs of wear. If the onboard system itself detected a failure, it flagged the issue in its data burst, ensuring a repair crew and new parts would be ready upon landing. To Bob, who came from a time when pilots diagnosed problems by the feel of the stick and the sound of the engines, this leap in technology was as breathtaking as the Corvair's top speed. But, taking a page from the F-35's lengthy playbook, 10 million lines of code weren't debugged overnight. Charlie had been tracking these little data ghosts since the test flights began, and this maintenance glitch was a classic case. With limited engineering hours available, these quirks were deemed a lower priority than anything impacting the drone's core mission capabilities. Bob understood the logic, but a nagging doubt remained. His long career as a test pilot had taught him that tiny tweaks in complex machinery often led to big, unexpected consequences, a mechanical version of the butterfly effect. But that was philosophy, not procedure. The president had made the call. The Corvair was going into combat. Bob's role was to execute that decision, not debate it. Is there any indication this glitch could compromise the mission? Bob pressed. None, Charlie admitted. But I'm still trying to figure out what's causing. Then log it and refocus on the refueling operation. Bob interrupted. We're on the clock. He could sense his systems officer's frustration, but for once, Charlie didn't argue. Their pre-mission briefing had been clear. President Ryan's order had transformed everything. This wasn't an engineering experiment anymore. It was a combat deployment. Warriors like Bob were in charge now, not the engineers. Maybe Charlie had finally accepted that new reality. Or maybe Bob thought, with a trace of dark humor, he'd just found another intriguing puzzle to solve, blissfully ignoring the live missiles hanging in the balance. Charlie was undeniably brilliant. Yet when it came to his aircraft, the engineer became utterly fixated, like a hound locked onto a scent. Roger, Charlie responded, his voice crisp over the radio, a surprisingly proper bit of comms discipline. Maybe the engineer was finally adapting to the military mindset, or perhaps the sheer gravity of their task had pierced his usual tech entrepreneur bravado. Bob would accept it either way. The most significant state sponsor of terror globally was dangerously close to acquiring a weapon that could let its radical leadership fulfill their vile threats against their neighbors and push the world toward catastrophe. If ever there was a moment for absolute focus, this was it. Snake, grip here. Beginning refueling now over, Bob nudged his control stick gently to the left, cautious not to disrupt the delicate aerial maneuver unfolding off his wing, yet eager for a clearer view. Much like he still felt he could sense his jet's intentions through the controls. Bob saw this as the ultimate real-time test of the Corvair's autonomous systems. Aerial refueling in rough air demanded nerves of steel. He recalled a mission feeling like another lifetime where he'd fired a single afterburner just to maintain position behind a tanker as JP-7 fuel shifted in his Blackbird's tanks, constantly altering its balance. If the Corvair's computer could handle this, then a straightforward strike on a fixed target would be trivial, almost thoughtless. The dark, sleek form held its place with a precision that was less impressive and more unsettling. Intellectually, Bob knew the automated flight controls could react at speeds no human could match, but witnessing it firsthand was a different experience entirely. Usually, this dance with the tanker's boom involved a subtle, almost hesitant back and forth. Not this time. With an eerie, seamless grace, the Corvair slid into position and held it as if it were a model glued to a shelf, not a machine the size of a city bus riding the turbulent, invisible currents. The boom connected with the receptacle in one fluid motion. Damn. That was quick. The boom operator's muttered transmission, likely meant only for his crew, crackled over the channel. For once, Bob didn't mind the breach of protocol. If this effortless refueling was a preview of the mission to come, the Iranians wouldn't know what struck them. Snake, this is main confirmed fuel transfer is proceeding. Over, main Snake, Bob replied. Confirmed. That was some fine flying by the bird, smoothest link-up I've ever witnessed. Snake, main. Roger that. For the next several minutes, Bob maintained his formation position alongside the connected aircraft as Charlie monitored the fuel transfer and tapped away on his laptop. Falling into his usual habit, Bob used this brief lull to mentally rehearse his mission profile. Once the unmanned combat aerial vehicle launched its strike, Bob would initiate his own hypersonic dash, crossing the continental U.S. and rocketing out over the Atlantic. His role served a dual purpose. First, to provide a credible cover for the sonic booms the Corvair would generate, and second, to rendezvous with the aircraft post-mission. Penetrating Iran's dense air defenses was a formidable challenge, even for a sixth-generation hypersonic platform. There was a significant risk the UTAV could sustain damage, whether from enemy fire or more probably from the immense physical strain of its long-range mission on its still experimental frame. Either way, the command decision was clear. They wanted Bob's experienced eyes on the aircraft when it refueled for the journey home. If he assessed it was too compromised to continue, the flight path would be adjusted, or the UCAV would be directed to land at a secure, friendly airfield. The administration had made their position brutally clear. They would prefer to see the prototype slam into the Earth at maximum velocity rather than risk a mid-air failure that could deliver it into enemy hands. Bob was the contingency plan to prevent exactly that. This wasn't some adrenaline-fueled game of cat and mouse with Soviet MiGs, nor was it a provocative overflight of a South American regime. As final assignments went, Bob's role was unlikely to earn a footnote in the history books. Still, he was taking the Habu up for one last dance, and for a veteran fighter pilot, there was no more fitting curtain call. Besides, while uneventful missions made for lousy bar stories, they were infinitely preferable to the kind that left your flight suit in need of a change. "Snake, this is Grip. Fuel tanks are full and she's buttoned up. Grip, Snake copies all," Bob responded. He nudged his helmet visor toward the cockpit's heated glass, squinting for a clearer view. The refueling boom was retracting as the tanker shuddered in the turbulent air, yet the Corvair remained unsettlingly placid, as if moored to the sky, with an almost casual indifference. The drone's refueling receptacle sealed shut, and the sleek aircraft slid to the right, clearing both the tanker and Bob's intended path. "How's our status back there, Charlie?" "All systems are green. We are cleared for flight," Charlie confirmed. "Roger that. I'll make the call," Bob said. He switched to the secure satellite frequency. "Main Snake here. Refueling is complete and the bird is configured for hypersonic flight. She looks ready to light the candle. Over, Snake. Main copies all. Stand by for hypersonic flight profile. Over." Bob acknowledged, with 2 quick mic clicks. To his right, the Corvair began a subtle drift to the left. Then it was no longer subtle. "Bob," Charlie's voice cut in, "I'm seeing." "Not now?" Bob snapped, chopping the throttle and hauling back on the control stick. The Blackbird, with its modest G-force tolerance, was never meant for aerobatics, but the drone hadn't left him any choice. In a heartbeat, the UCAV transformed what Bob had assumed was a minor course correction into a violent left bank, slicing directly across the Blackbird's path. Bob stood the SR-71 on its tail, the maneuver so sharp he felt the airframe groan in protest. It was still a near thing, with the cold, calculated disregard only possible for a machine without a living soul aboard. The Corvair arced over Bob's canopy before its twin afterburners erupted, transforming the aircraft into a black wraith accelerating into the void. "Holy hell, that was close," Charlie breathed. "But you got your wish. That thing is moving like a bat out of hell." The Corvair was indeed a vanishing speck. Unburdened by the weight of 2 pilots and their life support systems, the UCAV possessed a stark advantage. The SR-71 had a staggering top speed, but its acceleration was a ponderous, majestic climb, reminiscent of the colossal Saturn V rockets of a bygone era. The Corvair, significantly lighter and armed with even more potent engines, leapt forward like a supercar unleashed. Judging by its swiftly shrinking silhouette, the hypersonic bird was already brushing up against the sound barrier. The near collision aside, the UTAV appeared to be proceeding to the next phase of its flight with single-minded determination. There was just one glaring issue. The pre-mission brief had charted a course almost due east, toward the rising sun. The Corvair was not heading east. It was flying south. Washington, D.C., run that by me again, please. Though the command wasn't aimed at her, Mary Pat felt a familiar knot tighten in her stomach. The president was typically a measured man, not prone to raising his voice. These, however, were not typical circumstances. "We've lost contact with the UK, sir." The silence that followed the Air Force General's statement was less deafening than it was lethal. Following Shannon Kent's comprehensive briefing on Project Chaos and the Corvair UCAV, President Ryan was captivated, yet he sought deeper insight. Kent had correctly directed him to the program's lead, an Air Force acquisitions officer named General Perkins. Mary Pat, however, had found the man underwhelming. In stark contrast to Kent's precision, General Perkins had been brimming with self-assurance yet alarmingly vague on the technical specifics. He had championed his new weapon with unflinching zeal, and with limited alternatives on the table, Ryan had reluctantly endorsed Perkins's proposal. That was the past. Now the condescending confidence Perkins had exuded mere hours earlier had evaporated. He offered no apology either. If Mary Pat had to define his demeanor, she would call it prickly and defensive. This was spiraling into a disaster. "Forgive any prior lack of clarity on my part, General," President Ryan said, his voice a low, grating sound. "I comprehended the term lost contact perfectly. My initial inquiry was a courteous request for elaboration. Since my communication seems to have failed, allow me to be unequivocal. Explain the mechanism of the loss of contact and identify the current location of the asset." "Understood, sir," General Perkins replied. "As I stated, the UCAV remained a prototype system, and consequently—" "You are misinterpreting me again, General," Ryan interrupted, his patience visibly thinning. "Perhaps our limited acquaintance is the cause, so I will be blunt. I do not care about assigning fault. The world's foremost patron of terror is on the cusp of obtaining a nuclear weapon, and to prevent that, the nation they have sworn to eradicate is prepared to detonate one of its own. I gave my personal assurance to the Israeli Prime Minister that I would stop this. So, using plain language, describe what occurred with the aircraft." Mary Pat adjusted her position, her mind racing through contingencies. While President Ryan required no rescue, she saw her role as more protector than mere advisor. The Air Force General was an insufferable peacock who richly deserved this reprimand, but he was also a walking vulnerability. If Ryan dismissed him on the spot, a distinct possibility given the trajectory of this exchange, she had little doubt the man would promptly stroll to the offices of the New York Times or the Washington Post and spin his tale under the convenient shield of an anonymous source. Ryan's political opponents would seize the story to bludgeon the president, and suddenly the crucial focus would shift from Tehran to partisan trench warfare. Mary Pat could not let that occur. The very idea of prioritizing politics over national security sickened her. Yet, as a career intelligence officer, she had executed numerous distasteful operations. It was an unsavory aspect of the profession then, just as it was now. Her duty, until Jack Ryan departed the White House, was to shield her principal's blind spots, a task not unlike her old missions in East Berlin. The memory of a frigid, rain-slicked street and a whispered warning in a shadowed doorway flashed unbidden, a reminder that the stakes were always personal. Upon concluding its aerial refueling sequence, the UKAV initiated an unscheduled deviation from its programmed course. Perkins stated, his words carefully measured. "We are currently in the process of evaluating the causal factors for this anomaly." Ryan fixed the general with a silent, penetrating stare. Having been both an observer and a recipient of that formidable gaze, Mary Pat understood its meaning perfectly. The general, however, did not. Instead of accountability, the officer chose a path of obfuscation. "As I have clarified, Mr. President," Perkins said, his posture rigid. The platform's evaluation was only 80% complete. Certain developmental challenges were statistically anticipated. That the general had omitted this crucial caveat during their private discussions was irrelevant now. The acquisitions officer had an audience, and he was performing for it, Perhaps he imagined his words being recited at a future reinstatement hearing, or maybe he was auditioning for a cabinet role in some hypothetical administration. The sheer audacity of his posturing in the face of a potential nuclear crisis struck Mary Pat with a wave of cold, contemptuous anger. This wasn't just incompetence, it was a dangerous, self-serving theater. The general was obviously protecting his own interests, and if there was anything President John Patrick Ryan despised more than a threat to the nation, it was a government official who prioritized his own image over the safety of the people he was supposed to serve. The tension in the room was becoming unbearable. "Mr. President," Mary Pat interjected, "I have a suggestion." She shifted forward in her chair, deliberately positioning herself between the president and the faltering general. While she had no desire to shield the arrogant man from consequences, Mary Pat was willing to step into her boss's line of sight if it helped him pause before reacting, though part of her would have enjoyed watching the general leave without his rank insignia. This wasn't the moment for that spectacle. Not here and not now. "I'm listening, MP," Ryan replied. "It's evident General Perkins is simply passing along reports as they come in," Mary Pat continued. "Perhaps we should bypass the chain and speak directly with someone at the scene." Her suggestion was meant as a diplomatic off-ramp for the uniformed fool, even if she seriously doubted he merited the courtesy. One aspect she had always cherished about her CIA days, as opposed to the bureaucratic maze of the State Department, was how the operatives focused on delivering hard truths to those in charge, not on massaging egos. Lately, as Director of National Intelligence, far too much of her time seemed devoted to soothing wounded pride. In that instant, she could almost hear her husband's pragmatic voice in her head. "That's your sign. It's time to hang it up, Mary Pat." Perhaps her imagined husband had a point, but whether it was an olive branch or not, General Perkins wasn't grasping it. He either rejected the gesture, was too oblivious to recognize it, or genuinely believed this was his moment to grandstand. The general drew a breath, ready to launch into another defense, but the president had zero interest in the airman's perspective. "I believe," General Perkins began. "What are you thinking?" Ryan said, directing his question solely to Mary Pat, as if the general had already vanished. And in any meaningful sense, Mary Pat supposed he had. Jack Ryan was without question the finest leader she'd ever worked for. Yet he never lost that Marine Corps directness. In a city that often rewarded activity over achievement, Ryan was decisive and action-oriented. He pushed his team to embrace risk and understood that aiming for major victories sometimes meant striking out. The president could handle failure. What he couldn't abide was anyone refusing to own their part in it. General Perkins had been offered 3 clear opportunities to accept responsibility. He'd declined every single one. With President Ryan, as in baseball, 3 strikes meant you were done. The acquisitions officer was already a non-entity in the Situation Room. He just hadn't received the memo yet. Mary Pat certainly had. "Before you greenlit this mission, you consulted with that Air Force SR-71 pilot," Mary Pat said. "What did they call him again? Lorenzo?" Ryan answered. "Right, Lorenzo," Mary Pat confirmed. "As I remember, he gave you a brutally honest evaluation of the drone. Let's get him on the line right now and hear his current assessment." "Excellent idea," Ryan stated. "Patch him through." Bob gently advanced the throttles again, struggling to maintain visual contact with the Corvair. From long habit, he checked the small rear-view periscope to monitor the aging Pratt and Whitney engines, seeing 2 solid columns of flame extending nearly 200 feet behind his aircraft. It was the only part of this entire messy operation that was running smoothly. His reconnaissance plane was designed for peak efficiency at its operational ceiling above 80,000 feet, cruising at Mach 3.2. Bob was currently at neither the right altitude nor speed, which meant he was guzzling fuel at an alarming rate just to keep the more aerodynamically sleek Corvair in view. He was burning through precious fuel he simply couldn't afford to lose. Bob's gaze fell to the analog TEB counter beside the twin throttles. The gauge resembled an old odometer. but its black and white numbers ticked downward instead of climbing. The faded display showed a 3. That simple digit represented his remaining shots of triethylborane, the volatile chemical cocktail needed to ignite the Blackbird's afterburners. When it hit 0, his ability to push the Habu past the sound barrier vanished. So here he was, guzzling fuel at an altitude where his jet was barely more efficient than a cinder block. With only 3 chances left to reignite the burners, slowing down risked never getting back up to speed. Just fantastic. Absolutely perfect. Bob was about to key his mic and deliver this cheerful update to ground control when Charlie's voice cut in. "Lorenzo, we've got an incoming call on the SAT comm. SAT comm." In Bob's era, missions were run under strict radio silence. That meant, during those 11-hour treks across the Atlantic, peering behind the Iron Curtain, the only voices he heard were his backseaters and the refueling boom operators. The world had been plenty dangerous then, but sometimes he truly missed the simplicity of those days. "Who is it?" Bob asked, carefully guiding the jet closer to the fleeing drone. "I'm a little occupied at the moment." "It's the president." Of course it was. This day was just a parade of wonderful surprises. "Washington, D.C. Hello, Mr. President. What can I do for you?" The SR-71 pilot's tone was so calm he might have been reading the weather report. Mary Pat couldn't decide if it was the product of a lifetime of high-stress training or if, at his age, very little actually rattled him anymore. Given her own seasoned tendency to brush off White House drama, she figured either was plausible. "It's Lorenzo, correct?" President Ryan asked. "Yes, sir," Lorenzo confirmed. "Good memory. I've always had a soft spot for race car drivers," Ryan said. "Maybe once this is over, you can visit the office and share a few war stories." I'd be honored, Mr. President," Lorenzo replied. "But if it's all the same to you, I'd prefer to keep the small talk brief. Things are a bit hectic up here." Jaws slackened around the Situation Room table, though Mary Pat had to stifle a grin. Lorenzo's blunt, businesslike reply was the perfect counter to the insufferably pompous general currently sulking to the president's right. If he wasn't careful, the pilot might talk his way into a cabinet post. "I understand completely, Lorenzo," Ryan said, a faint smile touching his own lips. "I'll be quick. What in the world is happening with my aircraft?" Silence answered the president's question, stretching on long enough that Mary Pat wondered if the satellite link had dropped. Ryan seemed to share the concern, leaning closer to the speaker unit on the table. He was about to speak when Lorenzo's voice finally returned. "Apologies for the delay, sir. This jet is a marvel of engineering, but it was never designed to be an interceptor. I'm trying to keep visual on the UCA while talking my systems officer through the sensor targeting. He's a brilliant engineer, but let's just say his hands-on flying experience is a work in progress." Mary Pat felt a sudden sense of familiarity. These were nearly the same words Lorenzo had used when Ryan initially asked for his assessment of the drone's combat readiness. She could only hope the man in the back seat today would fare better than the rogue Corvair. "All right," Lorenzo's voice came through again. "We are now streaming live video of the UCAV. Are you receiving the feed?" Ryan glanced toward the back of the room, where the ever-present communications officers were stationed. Mary Pat watched the two men across the console rapidly working their controls, their focused intensity giving her a flicker of hope. That hope was confirmed when the large screen shifted from a blurry, indistinct satellite picture to a crisp, clear video feed. "We have a visual," President Ryan confirmed. While Mary Pat saw the same high-definition image he did, what it actually showed was less clear. At first, it was just a vast expanse of blue with a single, minuscule dark dot at its heart. Then the perspective shifted, zooming in to reveal the sleek, unmanned Corvair cutting a clean, untroubled line across the sky. "Before we begin, Mr. President, I need to set some expectations," Lorenzo's voice came through. "This drone's performance envelope far exceeds my own jet, especially at its maximum throttle and altitude. Currently, I'm operating under significant constraints to avoid losing visual contact entirely. My point is, I'll keep her in sight as long as I can, but that window could be very brief." "Understood," Ryan replied, his tone all business. "I'll be concise." "We have zero telemetry, and the aircraft is ignoring all commands. What is your situational assessment?" "I can offer a bit more than that," Lorenzo said. "She's on a heading of 135 degrees, altitude 50,000 feet, ground speed approximately 1,200 miles per hour. I can also provide a limited window into her current mindset, for lack of a better term." "Explain," Ryan said. "We fighter jocks aren't exactly computer whizzes," Lorenzo admitted, "so you'll have to pardon the layman's terms." "Don't worry about it, Lorenzo," Ryan said. "Presidents usually aren't either." "Right. Here's the deal. Most of the Corvair's data streams back to command via satellite, and it receives orders the same way, but the design team also built a much wider, high-bandwidth data link for real-time deep-dive monitoring of all its internal software processes during testing. The catch is, because it pushes so much data, its range is very short. Think of it like the difference between your phone's Bluetooth and its cellular connection. For someone who just called himself technologically obsolete, Mary Pat thought Lorenzo was doing an admirable job translating the crisis for everyone in the room, President included. Ryan's slow, thoughtful nod suggested he agreed. "I'm following," the President said. "What intelligence can your systems officer provide?" "That's where our luck runs out, sir," Lorenzo replied. From his analysis, it appears the aircraft is executing a pre-programmed flight path. "Programmed by whom?" Ryan asked. "Unknown, sir," Lorenzo said. "I won't bog you down with the technical specifics he dumped on me, but the gist is the refueling maneuver activated something buried deep in its code, a digital sleeper agent, essentially." "Can your officer regain control?" the President pressed. "Negative, sir. We've attempted that." "All inbound command channels are sealed. Most outbound data is locked, too. My officer's theory is that the designers of this hostile code either weren't aware of this diagnostic backdoor, it was only meant for test phase monitoring and was scheduled for removal, or they simply didn't consider it a threat. Its range is so limited that only a chase aircraft like ours could possibly tap into it." "Understood," the President said. "Is there any other actionable information?" "Actually, yes," Lorenzo said, a new tension entering his voice. "While we've been talking, my backseater hasn't been idle. He still can't alter the flight path, but he has managed to pinpoint its intended destination." "Where?" Ryan demanded. "Texas." The single word sent a visible shockwave through the room, igniting a low, urgent buzz of conversation. The abstract threat had just been given a terrifyingly specific direction. Mary Pat looked toward Sam, but her assistant gave a slight shake of his head. Almost immediately, the President voiced the very question hanging in the air. "What on earth is happening in Texas?" Ryan demanded. Lorenzo could only reply, "I don't know, sir, but we're about to find out." Briarwood, Texas. Jack eased the SUV to a stop in Amanda's driveway, the engine falling silent. For the past 20 miles, he'd been wrestling with two powerful opposing instincts. The first was to abandon the bullet-riddled Escalade immediately, putting as much space as possible between himself and what was essentially a mobile crime scene. He'd left the gunman's body concealed in a thicket off Highway 79, but he wasn't naive enough to think it would stay hidden for long. Real life wasn't a movie. Making a body disappear properly was nearly impossible. His goal was simply to buy a little time to figure this whole mess out, and doing that from a jail cell was not an option. Yet ditching the vehicle came with its own severe problems. It was his only transportation, and walking away from it felt premature. The windshield was a spiderweb of cracks and holes, and the interior was a forensic nightmare, littered with DNA from both the dead man and himself. Any traffic stop would land him in custody instantly, if the officer didn't shoot first. The hows and whys of how he'd gotten into this situation were now a distant blur, overshadowed by one urgent priority, making sure Amanda and her daughter Bella were safe. The attack at Ray's BBQ had been a professional hit. That fact alone made the earlier scuffle between Amanda and her daughter's boyfriend seem far too convenient, a perfectly staged distraction. It had worked, letting a professional get close enough to jab a sedative into Jack's neck. The irony wasn't lost on him. A decade earlier, in his paramilitary days, he'd been the one administering such doses. The circle had closed, but philosophical reflection was a luxury he couldn't afford. Whether Amanda had been an unwitting pawn or something else, her life was likely in danger now, and even if it wasn't, Jack had some very pointed questions for her. Surviving 2 near-death experiences in one day had put him in a foul mood, and while the man named Graham wouldn't be a problem anymore, his associates were still out there. Jack had a long list of unresolved issues and almost no clues. Every path forward led back to Amanda. The house before him was quiet, almost too quiet. It stood neat and orderly against the vast, empty fields, a relic of stubborn perseverance. He could imagine the original settlers here, driving their stake into this hard Texas soil, fighting for a foothold and a future. Amanda, he thought, probably came from that same tough stock. He'd lost his own gear, but he'd appropriated a Glock and an Android phone from Graham. The pistol was familiar, but the phone required some clumsy maneuvering to reconfigure with his own biometrics before he powered it down. Taking a steadying breath, he stepped out of the vehicle, his senses alert to the unsettling stillness around the lonely house. Jack desperately wanted to call Gavin. His friend could clone the phone and start digging through its data, but Jack resisted the urge. These gunmen were professionals, and he had to assume their skills extended beyond just shooting. The safest bet was to treat the phone like a single-use beacon. The second he powered it on, they could be tracking his location. For all he knew, they had tricks up their sleeves that would make even Gavin raise an eyebrow. So the phone stayed off. It was a one-shot tool, and he wasn't going to waste it. What he really needed was to reach Amanda. But he didn't have her number. That left one logical, if increasingly daunting path. Drive back to her place and see what was what. The plan had felt solid, even smart, while he was putting miles between himself and the men who wanted him dead. Now, standing on her quiet street in Briarwood, doubt crept in. What if Amanda had been part of this from the start? A chilling, darker thought followed. What if the gunmen had already visited, silencing her and her daughter the way they'd tried to silence him? Was he prepared for what he might find behind that ordinary front door? The answer came instantly. No, he wasn't, but it didn't matter. Hours ago, he'd stopped to help a stranger on the side of the road, and that simple act had pulled him into the struggles of a mother fighting for her daughter's future. He was in it now. Honor wasn't some vague idea to Jack Ryan. Sure, there were times he'd wished for a simpler name, a quieter life, but he'd long since come to terms with the legacy he carried. He was raised by an honorable man to be an honorable man. That wasn't changing today. He tucked the silent phone into his pocket, gripped the Glock, and stepped out of the SUV. 4 quick strides brought him to the porch. He paused, gathering his focus, then knocked. His first series of knocks met only silence. For a fleeting moment, he let himself hope he'd gotten it all wrong. Maybe the tense scene he'd witnessed between Amanda, Bella, and that man Jeremiah had nothing to do with him. In this conveniently rewritten version, Jeremiah had backed down, Amanda had taken Bella to school, and life in this small town had simply reset, forgetting all about Jack Ryan. It was a nice, comforting fantasy. Then the door opened, and the fantasy dissolved. Jack drew a sharp breath. He hadn't known Amanda long, but he'd seen her spirit. The premature lines around her eyes spoke of a hard life, but they framed a gaze that was far from finished. There was a fire there, a stubborn refusal to let her current circumstances define her daughter's future. When it came to Bella, that fire burned with a protective ferocity. The woman who now stood before him, however, was extinguished. In the short time since he'd last seen her, decades of defeat seemed to have settled onto her shoulders. They slumped inward. The fine lines on her forehead were now deep trenches of worry. Eyes, red and swollen, held no fierceness, only a hollow, bottomless despair. "What happened?" Jack asked. "I can't talk to you," Amanda whispered, her voice as dry and brittle as the dead leaves scattered across her lawn. "I can't talk to anyone." "Why not?" "They'll kill her," Amanda repeated, the words hollow and final. Jack felt a cold dread settle in his stomach. "Kill who?" "Bella," she whispered. Her voice broke as she continued. "When they took her, they showed me a picture. A picture of Brian, just so I'd understand how serious they were." Brian, Amanda's boyfriend, the police officer. The puzzle pieces crashed into place in Jack's mind, accompanied by the relentless memory of the South African mercenary tightening that tourniquet. Brian hadn't been corrupt. That was precisely why he was supposed to be the one to discover Jack's body. When that plan fell apart, the gunmen moved to their backup option. Another innocent life, snuffed out for the simple crime of being connected to Jack Ryan, and now they had her daughter. "Tell me," Jack said, his voice low and steady. "Everything. I can't," Amanda insisted, a tremor in her voice. "They said they'd kill her. Her words were meant to be a wall, but her eyes told a different story. They were wide, desperate, silently pleading. She might manage a forgotten gas station in a town nobody remembers, but Amanda was far from naive. A life of hardship had forced her to grow up too fast and see too much. She knew deep down that the men who stole her daughter had no intention of honoring any bargain. A fierce, stubborn fight still burned inside her, a trait she'd clearly passed to Bella, even though she knew this battle was far beyond anything she could face alone. Asking for help went against every instinct she had until this moment. "What I told you earlier wasn't the full truth," Jack said, measuring each word. "I don't work for the Department of the Interior. Then who do you work for?" Amanda asked, her gaze searching his face. "Who isn't important?" Jack replied. "What I do is I find dangerous men, and when you find them," she pressed, "I make certain they never hurt anyone again," Jack stated. Amanda fell silent, but Jack could see the internal war raging behind her eyes. On one shoulder sat a crushing cynicism, the belief that her daughter was already lost, that her only slim chance was blind obedience to her captor's demands. On the other shoulder sat the hard-won wisdom of a difficult life, screaming that promises from evil men were worthless, that trusting them was a sure path to destruction. This latter voice was a faint, guttering ember of the fiery spirit she once possessed, nearly extinguished by despair. "I believe you," Amanda finally said, a fragile hope cutting through her exhaustion. "But this is too big for one person. Even I know that." "You're right," Jack agreed. "Which is why I'm not alone. I have friends, men like me. I call them and they come, and when they do, they bring a storm with them. But first you have to tell me what happened, every detail. If you trust me, I will get Bella back. I swear it." The oath felt heavy the moment it left his lips. In his line of work, only a fool guaranteed an outcome. As his friend Ding always said, the enemy gets a vote, and their vote often comes with a body count. Amanda was clinging to her last shred of hope, and he was asking her to invest it entirely in him. Realistically, the odds of bringing Bella home alive were not in their favor. He owed her the brutal truth, not empty comfort, yet in a moment of startling clarity, Jack realized he was being honest. He truly believed he could do this. The conviction wasn't born from arrogance or some notion of solitary heroics alone. He was just one man. But he wasn't alone. He had brothers like Ding Chavez, John Clark, and others, men who could make the devil himself take a step back. He wasn't a gambling man, but he'd stake everything on the skill and loyalty of his team. Together they were more than men. They were an undeniable force. Amanda met his eyes for another long moment, a single tear tracing a path down her cheek. What Jack was requesting went beyond simply entrusting him with her child's safety. He was demanding that someone who lived by doubt try to summon belief. "All right," Amanda finally whispered, giving a slow nod. "I'll tell you everything." The interior of the Starlight Inn was every bit as dreary as its exterior. Jack had been very specific in his search. He required a spot just beyond Briarwood's city line, near enough to be noticed, yet distant enough to minimize collateral damage. It had to feel isolated without seeming like an obvious ambush site. Above all, it demanded absolute privacy, a manager happy to take cash and forget a face. This roadside motel in Rockbrook, a mere 10 miles east of town, checked every box. If the Starlight had ever known glory days, they were a distant memory. A single sagging row of rooms faced a cracked parking lot, perched precariously close to the rumbling traffic of Highway 79. The walls of Jack's room shuddered with each passing tractor-trailer, a constant reminder of the world outside, but the dismal decor and questionable linens were a small price for the perfect location and the blessed indifference of the staff. Jack had paid up front in cash for the end unit, adding a hefty security deposit that made the gaunt, weary manager lose all interest in conversation. In a place that likely rented rooms by the hour, a guest booking multiple nights was a minor miracle. Jack figured the man was probably just relieved not to have to change the sheets more often. Privacy was assured. The office was a world away on the far side of the lot, and thick woods enclosed the back and sides. In one move, Jack had secured a hideout that was both secluded and suitably grim. The plan was coming together, though the thought of the shower he'd need afterward was already vivid. The room smelled of stale smoke and damp decay. The tap coughed up rusty water, and the bedding could probably have been used for light construction. Ironically, this made it all the more convincing. A man fleeing the law would naturally seek out such a forgotten, unwelcoming refuge. Now, with the trap built, it was time to place the bait. Jack surveyed the windows. Faded, sheer curtains trembled in the feeble breath of a wall-mounted unit that claimed to be both heater and air conditioner. He'd been genuinely shocked when the thing actually turned on, though his amazement was short-lived. A strained whirring suggested a fan was trying its best behind the cracked plastic veneer, but the air it pushed into the room was stubbornly room temperature. Its main achievement was stirring up a competing bouquet of mildew and old cigarettes. Jack's sinuses had declared war almost immediately upon sitting in the lumpy chair. His throat was scratchy, and his eyes had begun to water. He shrugged it off. His borrowed SUV was tucked around the side, adding to the persona of a fugitive. The flimsy curtains did little to block his view of the parking lot, and his position on the eastern edge gave him a clear line of sight to the road from Briarwood, the very direction from which his unwanted company would come. All that remained was to send out the summons. Jack pulled the dead gunman's phone from his pocket and set it on the grimy plastic coffee table. It looked right at home there, centered between a cigarette burn on one side and a permanent water ring on the other. Powering it up was the next logical move, yet his hand hovered. It wasn't doubt about the decision itself. He'd agonized over every possible angle during the long, tense drive from Amanda's place. The reality was stark. The local police in Briarwood couldn't be trusted, and he was now the prime suspect in multiple homicides. His DNA was everywhere, most incriminatingly at the railroad tracks where Brian had died. To any officer with a badge, Jack was a cop killer, and the system had a brutal way of handling those. Turning himself in meant immediate isolation and interrogation. Sure, his story would probably hold up eventually, and his ties to the campus would help, but all that would take precious time Bella simply didn't have. He hadn't voiced it to Amanda, but he shared her grim reading of the situation. These shooters were working against a clock. Once their objective was met, their leverage over her vanished. So would their need for her daughter. An optimist might see that as a promise of Bella's safe return. Jack, however, was no optimist, especially where kidnappers were concerned. These were professionals, seasoned operatives. By the time their deadline to Amanda passed, Bella would have been their captive for hours. More than enough time for a sharp kid to pick up details, accents, habits, maybe even a name. Any of those subconscious slips could help an investigator build a profile. True professionals would see the teenager as a liability, a loose end to be tidied up. It wouldn't be personal, but Bella would be just as gone. Jack refused to let that happen. With a tap, he brought the phone to life. The clock was now ticking. He was betting the remaining gunmen had wrestled with a similar calculus. On one hand, they could write him off as a sunk cost. He'd seen them and gotten away with one of their men. But was he worth the chase? Part of being a great operator was knowing when to walk away from a botched play, rather than doubling down on a losing hand. Pushing a compromised operation often turned a bad day into a disaster. But that's a cold, logical line to hold when your blood is up and you're mourning a teammate. Jack entered the passcode obtained after using the previous owner's fingerprint and watched the device connect to both the cellular network and the motel's shaky Wi-Fi. Somewhere, probably not far, the shooters were likely gathered around a table, maybe one as shabby as his own. They were probably running scenarios, debating what they'd do if their missing comrade's phone suddenly pinged back online. Well, now it had. Theory had just become reality. By activating the phone, Jack had chummed the waters, dangling a tempting target, an isolated motel in the next town over. If he were leading that team staring at that glowing blue icon on a map, he'd have turned to his crew and asked the inevitable brutal question, is the risk of one final cleanup job worth the reward? Jack had no idea how the men would respond in their position. He believed he knew what he would do, but the stark reality was that he wasn't wearing their shoes. He hoped aggression and bloodlust would drive their decisions, yet Jack had learned years ago that hope alone was a poor strategy. This was precisely why his plan had a backup component. Pulling up the dialing app, he scribbled a string of digits onto a scrap of paper. For what felt like the 100th time that day, he longed for his own phone. He'd memorized the primary number he needed, but the secondary and tertiary sequences were fuzzier in his mind. Those he'd saved in the Notes app on his mobile information, utterly useless to him now. After drafting and redrafting the message to fit the required format, Jack was ready to dial. This message service was a fairly recent tool added to the campus's digital arsenal, and, as seemed to be happening with increasing frequency, Jack was the one who had pushed for its creation. Their last major operation had seen the campus directly attacked and nearly dismantled. For a group used to moving in the shadows, protected by anonymity, it was a brutal wake-up call. The exhaustive review that followed left no stone unturned. Every historical practice was scrutinized, and every member was encouraged to contribute ideas. Though painful, the process yielded several crucial improvements, including the very capability Jack was preparing to use, the campus's official duress signal. The prior assault had left almost every field operator out of action and resulted in John Clark's capture, a scenario their off-the-books intelligence outfit was desperately unprepared to handle. When Clark later asked Jack what he had wanted most during those initial chaotic moments, trying to manage a crisis alone, Jack's answer was straightforward, a way to call for help. He'd said it almost offhandedly, but Clark immediately latched onto the concept. Military teams in hostile zones had a single duress code, one word that would mobilize every available asset to a compromised operative's aid. Clark was adamant about building a campus version. Enter Gavin. Campus operatives rarely carried military gear. They blended in as civilians, using discreet commercial tech instead of tactical radios. Therefore, any distress signal had to be accessible via a standard cell phone. In Jack's current predicament, the grimy hotel desk phone wedged beside the bed. He wasn't normally squeamish, but he would have given anything for an alcohol wipe to clean the handset before making the call. Of course, if his plan succeeded, phone germs would be the least of his concerns. He refused to dwell on the alternative. Lifting the receiver, Jack punched in the numbers. The line rang once, then twice. An automated, feminine voice answered, listing options. Jack ignored them, inputting the specific sequence that signaled a campus operative was in distress. The voice prompted him to press 1 to confirm. He complied. Next, he entered the number for the innocuous mobile phone sitting on the table. Another confirmation request, another press of 1. Then the opening guitar riff of Van Halen's Top of the World buzzed through the earpiece, a strangely upbeat fanfare for such a dire moment. The song Jack selected served as his audible confirmation that his unique campus identifier had been flagged for a duress mission. He listened until Sammy Hagar's distinct voice soared over the guitar riff, then placed the phone back in its cradle. It might be considered musical heresy in some circles, but Jack was firmly in the Van Hagar camp. David Lee Roth was an incredible performer, yet no one could touch Hagar's raw vocal power. Maybe when this was all finished, he'd get tickets to see Hagar perform with his current band. He'd heard a persistent rumor that before his passing, Eddie Van Halen had been contemplating a massive reunion tour featuring every former member. That dream was now gone forever. Lying there, Jack reflected on the paths he'd taken, the doors he'd walked through, and the ones he'd let swing shut. He couldn't turn back time for one more Van Halen show, but he could start making choices today that led to fewer regrets tomorrow. His upcoming marriage to Lisanne was that fresh start, a deliberate step toward building the life he actually wanted. After one last look at the innocent-looking cell phone, Jack stretched out on the worn bedspread and fixed his eyes on the ceiling's water stain. He'd essentially just launched a giant flare over this nowhere Texas town. Now he just had to wait for the knock on the door. A fierce internal conflict raged inside him. Part of him knew this was the single most reckless move of his entire campus career. He'd basically lit up the bat signal. Right now, his entire team was scrambling, redirecting every resource toward this dusty Texas dot on the map because they believed he was captured or facing imminent death. The ironic truth was, Jack was neither. At least, not at this exact moment. Of course, if his plan unraveled, there was a very good chance his life would still be over. The main difference would be that Clark, not some mysterious gunman, would likely be the one to end it. But that was a tomorrow problem. The kidnappers had given Amanda a brutally clear timeline, 4 hours of radio silence in exchange for her daughter's life. Jack didn't believe that deal for a second, but knowing their deadline was useful. Whatever was going to go down would happen before that clock ran out, which meant Jack realistically had 3 hours left, maybe fewer. He'd performed some impressive miracles during his time as an operator, but 3 hours was pushing it, even for him. With no other moves left on the board, Jack decided to play his final card, himself. These men were desperate to contain the fallout from the last several hours. They were so desperate they kept Amanda alive instead of just tidying up that loose end. Following that logic, Jack had to believe they saw him as a significant liability, too. While he still couldn't piece together their endgame, he felt reasonably sure they'd want to contain him. What method they'd choose for that containment, however, was a roll of the dice. Okay, fine. It was a massive gamble. He rolled onto his side, trying to avoid the solitary bedspring that seemed intent on burrowing into his kidney. The coffee table, once home to the gunman's cell phone, now stood bare. The motel's landline phone had been relocated to the nightstand. These weren't accidental adjustments. The cell phone was now tucked under a seat in the stolen car, a plausible place for it to have been forgotten. The desk phone, meanwhile, had been neutralized after Jack discreetly unplugged its line from the wall jack. He'd thought about just leaving the receiver off the hook, but that felt a little too theatrical. Even for a room he expected to soon become a battlefield, at least he sincerely hoped it would become one. A struggle meant they'd taken the bait. Jack felt reasonably sure the gunman wouldn't pass up the chance to check their fallen partner's phone, left deliberately in the open. His real gamble was whether they'd see him as a source of intel or just a loose end to be tied up. If they were as thorough about security as they seemed, they'd want to know what he'd learned about their operation. That meant taking him alive for questioning, ideally at the same location where they were holding Bella. The logic was sound, but the plan was riddled with flaws, starting with a brutal possibility. What if he'd misjudged them entirely? The safer, cleaner move for them would be a swift execution. 2 to the chest, 1 to the head, right here in this motel room. If that happened, the silent alarm he'd sent to the campus and any help racing his way would be pointless. Bella would be lost. But if he didn't draw them in, they'd finish their business, eliminate all witnesses, and Bella would die anyway. He glanced at the flimsy door, almost willing it to hold for a moment longer. Throughout his paramilitary career, Jack had never fancied himself a hero in a cape. He'd tried to limit collateral damage, but sometimes good people died. It was an ugly truth he'd learned to accept. Early on, Ding Chavez had given him some blunt advice. You can't save everyone. The words were simple, but the meaning was heavy. Trying to fix every broken thing in the world wasn't just impossible. It was a sure path to losing your mind. He barely knew Bella. Their brief interaction had been tense, far from pleasant. Was she an innocent kid who'd gotten a raw deal in life? Absolutely. Did that mean he owed her his life? Not at all. So why was he sitting here, using himself as bait? Jack let out a tired sigh, the answer circling his thoughts like a vulture. He realized he'd rather face a brutal interrogation or a bullet than confront the real question driving him. When he thought of Bella, the image that surfaced wasn't a blonde, blue-eyed teenager from Texas. It was a stubborn girl with warm brown skin and fierce dark eyes. Emily Lisanne's niece, Emily. This was always about Emily, at just over 30. Jack knew he was utterly unqualified to become an instant father to a troubled teen. But he also knew that, like Bella, if he said no to Emily, there was no backup plan, no one else in the wings. He loved Lisanne, and he knew she loved him. Enough that she had chosen their future together over taking in her niece. Jack refused to make her choose. He would reshape his entire life to learn how to be a father for Emily, for the very same reason he was risking it all for Bella now. Ding was right. You can't save everyone, but sometimes you can save someone. Or in this case, perhaps 2 someones. A faint, determined smile touched Jack's lips as he imagined Lisanne's relieved face. Then, with a violent shudder, the motel door exploded inward. Washington, D.C. Ma'am, I need you now. The voice cut through the meeting, and Mary Pat Foley stopped mid-sentence. After decades in government, very little could surprise the Director of National Intelligence. Being pulled from her weekly intelligence roundtable was one of the few things that could. Sam, I'm right in the middle of this, Mary Pat said, turning to her assistant with a hint of irritation. Can it possibly wait? In the middle was an understatement. As the DNI, Mary Pat occupied a unique and powerful niche within the vast federal bureaucracy. Much like the Department of Homeland Security, her office was a creation born from the tragic lessons of September 11th. Unlike the Department of Homeland Security, Mary Pat did not command a vast, multi-layered agency with thousands of personnel. She was the nominal head of the intelligence community, yet she held no control over the budgets Congress allocated to the separate entities that comprised this many-headed beast. In Washington, D.C., perhaps more than anywhere else, money translated directly into power without authority over their funding. The directors of the 18 organizations within the intelligence community viewed her position as largely ceremonial. Compounding the issue, directors who also held cabinet-level positions expected direct access to the president, further diminishing Mary Pat's influence. Early in her tenure as Director of National Intelligence, she recognized she faced a critical choice. One path mirrored what most of her predecessors had done, serve as a trusted confidant to President Ryan, wielding influence only within the White House walls. The other, far more arduous route meant genuinely establishing herself as the head of the IC. a journey riddled with obstacles, chief among them finding a way to bring her strong-willed counterparts into line. The first option was clearly the easier road, but Mary Pat had never been one to choose the path of least resistance. Though she planned to leave Washington the moment Jack Ryan's presidency ended, she believed he had appointed her for a purpose. He could have simply made her his national security advisor, a role offering the president's ear without the burden of leading a sprawling community. He did not, for reasons perhaps only he fully grasped. Jack Ryan had placed her at the helm of one of Washington's most notoriously dysfunctional entities. With each passing year, the hard lessons of 9/11s and the urgency they once commanded seemed to fade a little more. Mary Pat inferred that her friend had made her DNI because he actually expected her to direct the entities under her nominal authority, and that was precisely what she intended to do. "No, ma'am," Sam interjected. "It simply can't be done." Mary Pat chose to ignore the audible sigh coming from the far end of her conference table. Bill Jones headed the Department of Energy's Office of Intelligence and Counterintelligence, at least according to his official title. The real problem was Bill's glaring incompetence in the role. While President Ryan strived to keep political calculations out of his decisions, he was enough of a realist to understand the landscape. He was president, not an emperor, which meant politics was an inescapable force in the world of elected office. Everyone owed favors, and that list of creditors grew longer every day. From lobbyists and peers to party leaders and constituents, the endless trades and compromises were the grease that kept the governmental machinery turning. Bill's appointment was likely repayment for one such political debt. Since her boss despised this kind of maneuvering, Mary Pat suspected the handiwork belonged to Chief of Staff Arnie Van Dam. While granting Bill this position may have solidified support within the caucus, the result was an unqualified individual in a critical job. Now, as DNI, this was Mary Pat's problem to manage, a fact that might explain exactly why Ryan had put her in the job. "I apologize for the interruption," Mary Pat said, rising from her chair. "I know your time is precious, and I appreciate the sacrifice each of you makes by being here. Sam wouldn't disturb us without good cause. If you'll grant me just a moment, I'll return shortly." "Take all the time you need," Bill replied, his tone dripping with a sarcasm that suggested he'd rather be anywhere else. The remark was delivered in a low murmur, pitched perfectly to be heard by everyone at the long table, while maintaining the plausible deniability of a private grumble. A wave of heat rose in Mary Pat's cheeks, but she suppressed the immediate impulse to turn and address the jerk in a way that matched his crude manners. She deliberately hosted these intelligence roundtables at her office in Liberty Crossing, a world away from the constant political theater of the White House, to signal that her focus was on substance, not showmanship. Her goal was to foster an environment where analysts could lower their defenses and collaborate rather than perform for their next promotion. Today's challenge was balancing her need to remain near the president during the ongoing crisis without disrupting the productive cadence she'd built with these sessions. In a city where emergencies were a dime a dozen, canceling at the first sign of trouble would set a precedent her attendees would eagerly exploit. Bill, who resented the mandatory meetings, was always looking for an excuse to rebel. Mary Pat knew a confrontation with the pompous windbag was inevitable, but this wasn't the moment. Instead, she calmly exited the conference room, gently shutting the door as if Bill's comment had been nothing more than background noise. She had heard it, of course, and Sam's white-knuckled fists told her he had too. "Let it go, Sam," she said, cutting off the protest she saw forming. "We have more important problems to solve." Her assistant, Sam, was in his 20s, sharp, diligent, and possessively loyal. Mary Pat had hired him for his intellect and work ethic. The fierce protectiveness was a bonus she privately found touching, though she navigated it with care. She recognized the feeling because she harbored the same unwavering dedication to her own boss, Jack Ryan. She'd take a bullet for him, but years of experience had taught her how to funnel that loyalty into effective action. Sam, with the passionate impulsiveness of youth, hadn't yet learned that lesson. He might have been 130 pounds dripping wet, but when it came to defending her, he transformed into a honey badger, a part of her the part tired of bureaucratic posturing, indulged in a brief, satisfying fantasy of Sam, 2 centuries prior, slapping Bill with a glove and demanding satisfaction. The mental image of Bill sprawled on the ground, bewildered by a well-placed punch, was a balm for her soul. But she kept that to herself. Her job was to guide her protege, not to recruit a street enforcer. Besides, if anyone was going to punch Bill in the mouth, she had first rights. Sam's gaze flickered from her face to the closed door, his expression that of an eager dog told to heel. His youthful appearance was exaggerated by boyish features, which he tried to counter with a wardrobe of tweed jackets and khakis, and hair worn a little too long for a second. The mother in her wanted to smooth the stray curl from his forehead and nudge him toward the blushing clerk in travel, who had a crush on him. What did it say that she sometimes saw her ambitious assistant through the same lens as her own kids? That was a question for another time. "You're right, sorry," Sam said, refocusing. "Clark's on the line for you. The secure line." Any lingering warmth vanished instantly. "Did he say why?" Sam shook his head. "Just that he needs you immediately. I patched it through to the huddle room." He gestured to the cramped space beside them. "All right," Mary Pat said, stepping toward it. "But I need you to hold the fort. Make sure no one ducks out early." "You got it, boss," Sam replied, a grin spreading across his face that was all sharp edges. "Play nice, Sam. I mean it," she said, her tone leaving no room for debate. "Bill is my problem to handle, and I'll pick the time and place. That moment hasn't arrived yet. Understood. You can count on me to stay in line, boss," Sam replied, his smile growing. Mary Pat gave a stern shake of her head, though she fought the urge to return the grin. If her protege could navigate his 20s without burning bridges with the wrong people, this sharp young man was going to become a powerhouse in the political arena. But that, much like her long-running tension with Bill, was a conversation for another day. Stepping into her office, Mary Pat waited for the soundproof door to seal shut before lifting the red receiver. "John, it's Mary Pat, MP. We have a serious problem." Even though she knew John Clark never used the secure line for casual conversation, the gravity in his voice was immediately chilling. John Terrence Clark was a unique figure. Like Mary Pat, his history with President Ryan was profound and forged in conflict. Their bond was cemented during a disastrous paramilitary mission deep in the Colombian rainforest. Yet that brutal engagement was far from Clark's introduction to warfare. He had earned his stripes as a Navy SEAL and SOG operative during the Vietnam era. He later transitioned to the CIA as a paramilitary officer, where he frequently served as the government's sharp edge rather than its diplomatic hand. In the 1990s, Clark briefly emerged from the shadows to lead the inaugural Rainbow Counterterrorism Unit before vanishing again, this time to helm the campus. One way or another, John Clark had been dealing harsh justice to dangerous individuals for decades. If he declared there was trouble, Mary Pat took it as fact. "What's happening, John?" she asked. "Junior just activated an operator distress beacon." Mary Pat drew a sharp breath. While the campus was no humanitarian outfit, this covert paramilitary group had absorbed more than its share of blows in recent months. The individuals serving this off-the-books entity were exceptional, and the threats they faced were substantial. Any organization that consistently operates beyond its apparent weight class, as the campus did, inevitably draws the hostile attention of foreign powers. This harsh truth had become devastatingly clear when Clark himself was captured and the team was left staggered by a precision strike. Mary Pat had leveraged that crisis to advocate for the campus's formal integration into the broader intelligence community, not because she sought to control its agile operations, but precisely because she believed its independence was a core strength. However, a unit with only a handful of field officers could not be expected to confront nation-states relying solely on its own limited resources. President Ryan had agreed with her rationale in theory, but the integration process was moving cautiously, largely due to Clark's vocal resistance, while Mary Pat understood the need for deliberate pacing to protect what made the campus effective. She also believed in the power of preparation. From her viewpoint, the secret was already out. The campus had been attacked once, it would be targeted again. Now it seemed her concerns were not only justified, but possibly too conservative. This call wasn't about just any operator. The distress signal came from Jack Ryan Jr., the son of the president. "What do you need from me?" Mary Pat said. It wasn't the response she instinctively wanted to give the former CIA station chief, and her itched to take direct command. But it was the correct one. Clark was no stranger to compromised missions and possessed more field experience than almost anyone she knew. Her role was to be a resource for the director of operations, not his commander. "Nothing at the moment," Clark stated. "I already have one asset on scene, and I'm deploying additional personnel as we speak. If the situation shifts and I require additional personnel, you'll be my initial contact. Regarding intelligence assets, Gavin has access to the broader intelligence community databases based on his findings. We may eventually require assistance in directing domestic collection resources, but currently, we are also well covered in that regard." "All right," Mary Pat replied, drawing out the word as she processed the information. If Clark didn't need personnel or operational support, what was the purpose of his call? The realization dawned on her. "You need me to act as an intermediary with the president." "Precisely," Clark confirmed. "My assessment is that the president is already fully occupied with the ongoing Iran situation. I want you informed of our activities, but I don't want him distracted by matters we can manage independently. Should that change, you'll be the first to know." Mary Pat fell silent, weighing the ramifications of Clark's request. In a perfect scenario, this wouldn't be necessary, but their reality was far from perfect. As long as the president's son continued his covert operations, this inherent conflict would persist. The president's focus must remain on the nation, not personal matters. While not every incident involving his son would demand this approach, Mary Pat concluded it was the correct decision for now. "I agree," she said. "And, John?" "Yes?" "Bring him home safely." Clark offered no verbal response. None was needed. "Las Vegas, Nevada, you failed," Hans accused, jabbing a thin finger toward Carrie's chest. The German's intensity caused a waitress at the nearby table to glance over nervously. "No worries," Jad interjected with a disarming smile. "He's referring to us." The waitress offered a weak chuckle. Hans did not share the amusement. "You were handsomely compensated for a straightforward task, and you failed," Hans insisted, his voice low but sharp. "I want my deposit refunded immediately." Hans. Jad sighed, reaching for his coffee mug. "This is hardly the approach to build productive relationships." "What?" Hans snapped. "I believe what my partner is suggesting," Carrie said calmly, "is that you might consider reviewing the operational outcome before declaring it a failure." "I witnessed the results personally," Hans retorted, his fist thumping the table. "It was a complete failure." Carrie took a slow breath, momentarily reflecting on his career path. The three men were seated in the Pepper Mill, a restaurant known for its surprisingly excellent breakfast fare. Under different circumstances, Carrie might have been enjoying the moment. The rich aroma of coffee and sizzling bacon filled the air, and the expansive windows provided a stunning view of the sunrise painting the Las Vegas Strip in hues of gold and pink. Even at this early hour, crews were already busy maintaining the city's glittering illusion. Unlike some destinations that hide their flaws, Vegas presented itself openly, for better or worse, a city that delivered exactly what it advertised. This was more than Carrie could say for his agitated German client. On the contrary, Carrie stated, "We succeeded quite spectacularly, perhaps even too well." "What are you?" Hans began. "Shh," Jad interrupted, raising a finger. Show some consideration for our fellow patrons. Vegas mornings after a big night are notoriously delicate. Maintaining a composed expression, Carey placed his smartphone on the table and rotated it for Hans to see. You requested the target's driver's license, Carey said. Here it is. He swiped the screen. His name is Sebastian. You know that, of course, since he's on your payroll for the first time. An emotion other than irritation or rage flickered across the German's face. Genuine, unvarnished surprise. How did you possibly... Hans stammered. Because we're proficient, Jad answered smoothly. Exceptionally proficient. You never obtained his wallet, Hans countered, his expression hardening with suspicion. This is a deception, and how can you be certain we never had his wallet? Jad inquired, a faint, knowing smile playing on his lips. Hans met his gaze unwavering. I was watching. I saw it all. Maybe you were, Jad countered, leaning forward slightly. But how can you be sure you didn't miss a single detail? I'm sure, Hans insisted, his voice flat. You're right. He is sure, Carey interjected, reclaiming his phone with a deliberate motion, his fingers careful on its edges. The final question had been a calculated risk, but if there was ever a moment to push all your chips to the center, a Las Vegas diner was it. Hans's absolute confidence was a tell, as clear as the embarrassed flush creeping up his neck. Because Sebastian wasn't carrying a wallet, was he? He's playing us, boss, isn't he? Jad said, a slow grin spreading. Afraid so, Carey confirmed. Jad shook his head with a low chuckle. Guess he's never learned the hard way what happens when you mess with the wrong people. He's learning now, Carey said. The new voice came from behind Carey's left shoulder. I think they're police. For the first time, both Carey and Jad were seated with their backs to the restaurant's entrance. Carey could have easily taken the seat with a clear view of the hotel lobby. They'd arrived well before Hans, but he had deliberately chosen the position of vulnerability. It was a psychological play, granting Hans a fleeting sense of control. Now it was time to shatter that illusion completely. Hey there, sunshine, Jad said, smiling without warmth over his shoulder at the newcomer. We kept a spot warm for you. Sebastian took the offered chair without a word, his posture rigid. We're not cops, Carey stated, his eyes locked on Hans. Then explain how you acquired a copy of my associate's driver's license. The same way we now have a copy of yours, Carey replied. He unlocked his phone, spun it around, and displayed the image of a European driver's license. As we mentioned during our initial discussions, my associate and I come from a military background with a very specialized skill set. We have certain capabilities. One of them is called sensitive site exploitation. He tapped the screen, and it glowed a bright blue, illuminating 3 distinct fingerprint patterns. These are yours, Carey said, pointing. They're partials, so the quality isn't perfect. Sebastian's, however, were pristine. He was kind enough to pose for several clear photographs. The resolution for both of you was more than sufficient for a database search. What database? Hans demanded, his earlier bravado beginning to crack. One run by the Department of Homeland Security's Office of Biometric Identity Management, Jad supplied, his tone almost conversational. It's a mouthful, I know. It's also one of the largest biometric repositories on the planet, with links to U.S. intelligence and Interpol. And you have access to this system? Hans asked, skepticism warring with concern. Not directly, not anymore, Carey admitted. But I know a guy who owes me, or I should say, I knew a guy who owed me. After calling in 2 favors in the last hour, the debt is now mine, and I hate being in debt. So you're going to pay us what you owe, plus an additional $10,000 for what we'll call unnecessary complications. Complications have a price, Jad added dryly. Precisely, Carey said. You pay, and we part ways amicably. The unspoken consequence of refusal hung heavily in the air, but it didn't need to be voiced. Hans, like most men in his line of work, understood the language of implied threats. Hans pulled out his own phone, stabbed at an icon, and typed rapidly. After a tense moment, he looked up. The transfer is complete. It's in your account. Excellent, Carrie said, standing. "I'd say it was a pleasure, but we both know that's a lie as far as I'm concerned. You two are officially unwelcome in my professional orbit." "Wait," Hans said, urgency sharpening his tone. "What just happened?" "Consider it a demonstration. There's another job, a bigger one." "No kidding, and no thanks," Carrie said, turning to leave. "Just listen," Hans insisted, his hand shooting out to grab Carrie's arm. In a blur of motion, Jad was no longer seated. In the space of a heartbeat, Jad was across the room, his blade pressed firmly against Sebastian's throat. Carrie had been watching the whole exchange and still couldn't process the speed. It was less a movement and more an instantaneous relocation. Impressive, though Hans's expression remained unreadable. "Let's all just take a breath," Hans said, his voice a low, steady command. Hands flat on the table. "Or I open him up right here," Jad stated, his tone leaving no room for debate. "Do it now." Hans complied, pressing his palms down. Carrie scanned the other patrons, gauging their reaction to the sudden violence. Their utter indifference suggested either a profound lack of interest or that Jad's actions were too swift to fully register. "Probably a bit of both. Appreciate the assist," Carrie murmured. "Always, boss," Jad replied, his eyes never leaving his target. Leaning in, Carrie kept his voice to a conspiratorial whisper directed at Hans. "Listen closely. My associate and I are leaving. Any attempt to follow will end very poorly for you. The contract pays 25,000, Hans countered. "Each, that's the offer. We'll need specifics," Carrie said. "Then come to my suite," Hans insisted. "Not happening," Carrie dismissed. "You'll text an email address to me. You'll wire a $10,000 retainer, then send the full brief. We'll review it and decide. The retainer is non-refundable regardless of our answer." "That's absolute garbage," Sebastian choked out, the words distorted by the steel digging into his jaw. "Fine," Hans conceded. "You have The opening guitar riff of Van Halen's Top of the World erupted from Carrie's pocket, cutting the mercenary off. "One moment," Carrie said, pulling out his phone. "I need to get this." "You cannot be serious." Hans spat in disbelief. "Try the coffee," Jad suggested flatly. "It's surprisingly good." The line was delivered with Jad's typical deadpan, but Carrie caught the subtle shift, a thread of tension that hadn't been there moments before. They both knew what that ringtone meant. It wasn't just any call, it was a duress alert. A campus operator was in peril. Jack was in trouble. "Hello," Carrie answered, forcing a casual lightness into his voice. He hadn't worked with Jack for long, but the man had proven himself cool in a crisis and reliable when leads started flying. He wasn't one to cry wolf. If Jack had activated the alert, the situation was already critical. "Carrie, it's Gavin." "Jack's in trouble," Carrie bit back the obvious reply. This was the system's first live test. While every team member's phone would blare the designated alert tone, only Gavin, back at headquarters, would have the real-time data and coordinates. It was a logical setup. Gavin's expertise was most vital when he was plugged into the mainframe, coordinating the initial response from the nerve center, the first steps, pinpointing the operative's location, attempting remote access to device feeds, all fell under his domain. He was the logical first point of contact. "Understood," Carrie said, his mind already shifting gears. "I'm tracking. What do you need?" Carrie moved a few steps from the table, keeping his distance short. Jad still held the blade against Sebastian's neck, and Hans was growing visibly more tense. Operational security was paramount. Carrie needed to limit what the mercenaries could overhear. He saw Sebastian try to shift away, but Jad countered instantly, sliding into the booth beside him and repositioning the knife to press against his side. Hands started to speak, but Carrie raised a finger, his gaze firm. "Give me one more minute," he told him. His phone buzzed. "What?" came Gavin's voice. "Sorry," Carrie said, turning slightly. "Dealing with something. What do you have?" "Right," Gavin replied. The distress signal didn't originate from Jack's mobile. It came from a landline tied to a budget motel. The last cell tower ping from Jack's phone was roughly 15 miles west of that location. The signal also transmitted a secondary phone number that I believe... Gavin, Carrie cut in. Just the location now. Briarwood, Texas, Gavin said quickly. Nearest major airport is in College Station? Understood, Carrie said. We're en route to the Las Vegas airport now. Head to the General Aviation Terminal, Gavin instructed. This is a priority response. You're flying private. I'll handle all the arrangements. How do I identify the aircraft? Carrie asked. It'll be the one on the tarmac with its engines already running, Gavin answered. Cost isn't an issue. I'm chartering the fastest thing available to get you to Texas. Carrie could definitely get accustomed to this level of support. Roger that out here. He ended the call and turned to Jad. Let's move. We have a plane waiting. Jad delivered a firm push to Sebastian before standing folding the knife and concealing it in a single fluid motion. Wait, Hans interjected, frustration edging his voice. What about our contract? Find another team, Carrie stated flatly. Briarwood, Texas. The insistent vibration of her phone jarred Lisanne from an uneasy sleep. Disoriented and heavy-eyed, she groped clumsily for the device, finally seizing it. A glance at the clock on the nightstand made her curse under her breath. She'd only meant to rest her eyes while waiting for the rental car delivery. The glaring red numbers confirmed she'd slept far longer than intended. Hello, she croaked. Her voice rough and dry after her conversation with Officer Bradshaw. She had located the closest motel online and called a rideshare. To her surprise, the Brazos River Lodge defied her expectations of a dusty Texas roadside stop. While the exterior had a quaint, slightly weathered charm, the interior told a different story. The room was spacious and clearly renovated, with stylish decor and modern furniture instead of the dated, worn-out furnishings she had braced for. The dividing wall to the adjoining room had been removed, creating a comfortable suite. The bathroom was spotless with gleaming tiles, and the coffee station offered 3 coffee varieties alongside a note pointing her to the small refrigerator stocked with creamers and oat milk. If not for the gnawing anxiety of her situation, she might have tried to relax in the deep jacuzzi tub surrounded by the provided candles. Instead, she'd hung her damp jeans and shirt over the shower curtain rod and sat on the made bed, determined to stay awake by not getting under the covers. The cool room air was supposed to keep her alert, a theory that had just been thoroughly disproven. Lisanne, the voice on the phone said. Is that you? Gavin's voice was unmistakable, sharp with tension. Yeah, it's me. Lisanne managed the words thick in her throat. She swallowed hard and tried again. It's me, Gavin. You sound terrible, he said. It's been a long night, she replied, forcing herself upright. Her thumb moved automatically to the Find My app, tapping Jack's identifier. The same 3 words glared back. No location found. Jack triggered the duress signal. Gavin stated, the sentence hitting her weary mind like a live wire. The fog of exhaustion vanished, replaced by a sharp, cold clarity. How? Lisanne demanded. His phone is still offline. He used a landline, not his cell, Gavin explained. It's only a couple of miles from you. Can you check it out? She could. In what felt like mere moments, Lisanne was steering into the cracked asphalt lot of another budget motel. She marveled, not for the first time, at how these tiny towns supported so many cheap lodgings. This was no tourist destination, and she sincerely doubted the hourly rental business was booming. She mentally shelved the thought for a less critical time. Her focus was on the room at the far end of the lot, its door hanging open like a slack jaw. Lisanne parked directly opposite and shifted into park. When she'd booked the rental, she'd requested a sedan, but had been given a truck. The initial irritation was now gratitude. The higher seat gave her a clear sightline through the room's grimy window. She dialed Gavin. Are you there? He asked, bypassing any greeting. Yes, Lisanne said, forgiving the bluntness. Stress was a universal language. Gavin was more than just a tech voice. He was Jack's friend. At least I think this is the place. There's a room at the far end. It's exactly the kind Jack would pick. That's a good sign, Gavin said, some of the strain easing from his tone. Maybe not, Lisanne countered. The door's wide open, and from here the room looks completely empty. What does that mean? Gavin asked. Lisanne had a very clear, very dark idea of what it meant, but she kept that to herself. Instead, she asked, "Who are my closest campus assets, and what's their ETA?" "Jad and Carrie," Gavin replied. "They're coming from Vegas, so figure another 40 minutes or so until they link up with you." "That's moving fast," Lisanne said, wedging the phone between her shoulder and chin as she drew her pistol. "Are they flying into Austin or Houston?" "Neither," Gavin answered. "I got them a private jet." Lisanne stored that detail away with the others. While the imminent arrival of the Green Berets was a comfort, what came next was a solo act. Well, almost solo. "All right, Gavin," she said, setting the pistol on the seat beside her. "I've only got one good hand, so I'm routing the call through my watch. You'll be on speaker while I check the room." Understood. Nothing about this was okay. To his credit, Gavin didn't say it. He just cleared his throat and gave her the reason every operator trusted him. "Go get him, Lisanne. I've got your 6. Lisanne pushed open the truck door, gripped her pistol, and stepped out to do exactly that. The 10-foot walk from the parking lot to the motel room door felt like a mile. Though it took only seconds, it was time enough for a brutal parade of possibilities to march through her mind, from the simple mistake of having the wrong room to confronting a scene that would break her completely. The hyper-focused clarity of adrenaline sharpened every detail: the crunch of gravel underfoot, the buzz of a faulty neon sign, the stark rectangle of the open doorway. Lisanne focused on the world outside her own head. Trying to silence the storm of doubt within that intense focus, however, sharpened her senses to a razor's edge, making her notice details she would have normally overlooked. A cool draft brushed her neck. Faint, muddy boot prints were stamped into the cracked walkway. The tattered remains of a curtain fluttered through a broken window pane. Not an open window, but the aftermath of a deliberate breach. This was a tactical entry point, a blind spot cleared by professionals. "Moving in, Gavin," Lisanne murmured, her voice tight. She told herself the strain was from whispering, but she knew better. Raising her pistol to a high, ready position, she saw the door leaning against the wall and understood why. The blackened, scarred metal around the lock spoke of a breaching charge. With a sharp, steadying breath, she pushed through the deadly threshold of the doorway and into the room. "Police!" she shouted, the command echoing, "Get on the ground." It had been years since she wore a badge, but under pressure, instinct took over. Her body remembered the drills. She swept the room. Her pistol's front sight, tracing a path to her left, was a bed with a small nightstand. To her right, a wobbly desk held an equally precarious-looking television. Directly ahead were a mirror and a small sink with a door just beside it. The bathroom. Lisanne crossed the floor with the smooth, practiced stride honed on countless shooting ranges, fighting to steady her wavering aim. Firing accurately while moving was a brutally difficult skill. Doing it one-handed was nearly a fantasy. She desperately hoped she wouldn't have to test that theory as she reached the bathroom. The practical complication of having only one functional hand hit her. Clearing a shut door would be a serious problem. Fortunately, it wasn't fully closed, just slightly ajar. She shoved it open with her shoulder, letting the knob slam into the wall as she cleared the cramped space. A toilet and a combined tub and shower. The shower curtain was drawn back, revealing an empty, stained tub. The room was vacant. "Clear!" Lisanne announced, her body slumping against the doorframe in temporary relief. "The room's empty. Any trace of Jack?" Gavin's voice, tinny and anxious, crackled from her wrist unit. "Stand by," Lisanne replied. Backing out of the bathroom, she finally took a proper look at the hotel room, not just scanning for threats, but actually seeing it. Her hand found the light switch on the wall and flipped it. The overhead bulb flickered to life, and that's when she saw it. The dark, ominous stains smeared across the floor. The sight hit her like a physical blow. College Station, Texas. An unexpected wave of feeling washed over Lisanne as she watched the two men descend the aircraft steps. They looked utterly out of place. Easterwood Airport's private terminal catered to a wealthy, often celebrity clientele, serving everyone from Aggie sports boosters to attendees of high-profile events at the Texas A&M Conference Center. The staff here were doubtless used to seeing glamorous, sharply dressed figures emerge from private jets. Jad and Carrie were not that. The two Green Berets, dressed in their standard-issue contractor casual wear, moved with an almost apologetic shuffle down the portable stairs. Yet, seeing them, Lisanne felt her eyes grow hot. The last hour had crawled by in an agony of suspense, and while the arrival of these commandos didn't magically shrink the mountain of problems before her, it meant she was no longer facing it alone. That simple fact, in that moment, felt like everything. Lisanne watched through the sliding glass doors as the two men stepped onto the concrete. The polite but firm desk attendant had already informed her that only ticketed passengers were allowed on the flight line, and she had nodded in understanding. Yet seeing her fellow campus operatives just yards away, it took every ounce of her discipline not to rush out and meet them. She forced herself to remain in the lobby, standing stoically as they approached. Yes, the last time she had seen them was in a hotel room stained with Jack's blood. But in this moment, she was determined to be an operative, not a fiancée. That was the plan, at least. "Hi," Lisanne said, extending an awkward handshake toward Carrie as he entered. The Green Beret brushed it aside. "Come here, girl," he said, pulling her into a firm embrace. She tensed momentarily at the sudden contact, then felt herself soften within the circle of his strong arms. A second later, Jad's chest pressed against her back as he joined the hug. "We're going to get him back," Carrie murmured, his breath warm against her hair. "Damn straight," Jad added from behind her. "That boy still owes me a steak dinner." Though her eyes still stung with tears, Lisanne found herself laughing instead of crying. In that instant, she believed Carrie with a conviction that matched the depth of her love for Jack. They would bring him home. And heaven help anyone who tried to stand in their way. "I'd like to swing by the hotel room first, if that's all right," Carrie said once they were settled in the truck. "I don't doubt you collected everything useful during your sweep, but I still want to see the place for myself." "Why?" Lisanne asked. Carrie shrugged. "Call it a hunch. It just feels worth seeing. Jad and I are snipers. We're trained observers. When I'm building a pattern of life on a target, I have a checklist, but sometimes the most critical detail finds me. There's no replacement for laying your own eyes on a scene." Lisanne recited the hotel's address from the passenger seat, turning his words over in her mind. Could she have missed something? Absolutely. She was a cop, trained to secure a crime scene and gather evidence, but she couldn't ignore that this scene was unlike any other. The man she planned to marry had been attacked there, and pretending her connection to Jack didn't create blind spots would be foolish. There was a reason officers weren't assigned cases involving their families. Good investigation required objective distance, and objectivity was the last thing she felt right now. "Let's address the elephant in the room," Carrie said, clicking on his turn signal. "You're worried that being personally involved with Jack will mess with your performance. Don't." Lisanne stared at him, stunned into silence. Was she really that easy to read? Setting aside her surprise, she considered a diplomatic reply but quickly abandoned the idea. As a fellow veteran, she felt a natural kinship with these two commandos. She hadn't served in special operations, but her military time had taught her the value of direct talk instead of dodging. She charged ahead. "Why shouldn't I worry?" "Because we're here," Jad said, simply from the back seat. "That's right," Carrie agreed with a nod. "An ODA is only 12 men." "On a good day," Jad chimed in. "Exactly," Carrie said, catching his spotter's eye in the rearview mirror. "Operating thousands of miles from backup with just a dozen shooters teaches you what teamwork really means. Teammates don't hide their weaknesses from each other. They own them, Jad added. Will you quit that? Carrie said, a hint of exasperation in his voice. What? Jad replied, feigning innocence. I'm helping. Not from where I'm sitting, Carrie retorted. Fine, Jad conceded, leaning back with a smirk. I'll fill you in on what you missed once you're finished talking. Carrie fixed his spotter with a look that could kill, to which Jad responded with a wide, silent grin. As I was saying, Carrie continued, turning back to Lisanne, Jad and I are on your team. You have to trust us to watch your back, especially where Jack is concerned. If you don't, you'll hesitate when you should be moving. That's when missions fall apart. Understood. Lisanne gave a slow nod. She understood perfectly. Do you two take this act on the road? She asked. Jad chuckled. Man, I'd need my own tour bus to keep up with him, and we're not even going to talk about the snoring. I do not snore, Carrie retorted. What you're hearing is just the sound of your own breathing problems. The point, Lisanne, is that we're your guardrails. If we see you making a choice based on emotion over logic, we'll call it out. Trust your instincts, but trust us to be your safety net, clear. Aura, Lisanne said. You just had to remind us you were a Marine, Jad said, shaking his head. I'm a Marine, Lisanne corrected, once a Marine. Right, Carrie cut in, his tone shifting from serious to dryly sarcastic. Our little group hug moment is officially over. Instead of more touchy-feely talk, why don't you tell us what you've been up to while my associate here and I were enjoying complimentary peanuts and the thrilling world of in-flight magazines? Lisanne nodded, taking a moment to collect herself. The memory of Jack's hotel room still turned her stomach. The place was a wreck, furniture overturned, the sharp, bitter smell of explosives hanging in the air. But it was the bed that had really gotten to her, the sheets tangled, a dark, rusty stain spreading across the pillowcase and comforter like some grim modern art piece gone horribly wrong. She knew it wasn't paint. This wasn't a messy crime scene. It was the clean, brutal aftermath of a professional raid. Having been both an MP in Iraq and worked with Marine raiders, Lisanne recognized the chilling efficiency. These guys were pros. With a firm mental shove, she had boxed up the image of that bed. Someone was hurt. Likely Jack. Speculating beyond that was a waste of time and energy. Trying to guess the severity of an injury from bloodstains was pointless. A head wound could look like a massacre, while a fatal internal injury showed almost nothing. Besides, if they'd wanted him dead on the spot, they would have left a body. Jack was either injured or he wasn't. Job now wasn't to worry about that. It was to figure out who took him and where they might have gone, and then to get out. An operation this loud meant police were probably already en route, and the last person she wanted another cozy chat with was Officer Bradshaw. Shutting down her emotions, she had switched into investigator mode. She mentally divided the room into a grid and swept it methodically, searching for anything left behind. She found nothing. More telling, aside from the explosive residue, she had smelled nothing. Gunpowder has a distinct, acrid bite, a scent she knew intimately from countless hours on ranges as a Marine, a cop, and now an operative. That signature smell of a firefight was completely absent here. It was a quiet, unsettling detail that changed the entire picture of what had happened. The absence of gunfire was the first clue. Lisanne had felt a cold tremor as the realization settled in. With no body on the bed and no signs of a struggle, the most likely scenario was that Jack had been taken alive. That was the sliver of hope. The darker side of that coin was the chilling professionalism of the act. She had found nothing, no evidence left by the intruders. And more unsettling, not a single personal trace of Jack himself. No stray receipts, no discarded clothing, no hastily written clue. It was as if he had evaporated, and the room had been scrubbed clean of his presence. At least that was her initial assessment during a frantic search. Maybe Carrie was right. A second, more meticulous sweep was necessary. I searched his room, Lisanne said, her voice tightening. There was nothing, just blood, so much blood. Her words caught on the final syllable. Carrie's hand found her shoulder, a firm, steadying pressure, his gaze never leaving the highway. Working alongside special operators had required an adjustment to their physical brand of camaraderie. They called each other brother with a gravity she respected, greeting and parting with a ritual of backslaps that spoke of a bond forged in extremes. She'd witnessed it from the periphery during deployments, a lone analyst near Marine raiders or SEALs, but never within the circle. As a woman, she'd initially braced for these vigorous, masculine embraces. But to her own surprise, she'd come to welcome them. Carrie's grip on her shoulder now felt precisely like what it was, an older brother silently promising his sister they would get through this. Lisanne cleared the emotion from her throat and pressed on. "Gavin said you were inbound, so I grabbed some gear. You went shopping for us," Carrie said, a note of genuine warmth in his voice. "I'm flattered and slightly concerned," Jad chimed in from the back, sorting through the bags. "Finding shirts that fit our team sergeant's unique physique is a tactical challenge." "The tag clearly says large," Carrie retorted. "I can't help it if clothing companies have forgotten what a real shoulder looks like. Maybe stop browsing the toddler section," Jad suggested dryly. "Pay no attention to my spotter," Carrie said to Lisanne. "He's just anxious about his limited stock of hair product." "What did you get?" "A military surplus store," Lisanne answered. "2 assault packs and a comprehensive med kit." "I'm guessing you're already armed. We consider it a fashion accessory," Carrie said. Jad gave an appreciative grunt as he inspected the goods. "Not bad for civilian market. Welcome to Texas," Lisanne said with a faint, proud smile. "That's my girl," Carrie said, his tone shifting to business. "All right, give us the CTREP. What in the world have we walked into?" Lisanne nodded. She'd been preparing for this, though she was unsure how much Gavin had managed to relay during their quick flight from the glitter of Las Vegas to the sprawling campus town. "What's your starting point?" she asked. "That there's a world of hurt in this otherwise quiet patch of Texas," Jad offered. "For once, he's not being dramatic," Carrie confirmed, navigating a curve in the sun-baked road. "We know Jack was tangling with highly skilled shooters. That's about the extent of it. Gavin mentioned Jack had him running down some leads, but the full picture wasn't assembled." "Gavin didn't brief you on the flight?" Lisanne asked. "Connectivity was down on the plane," Jad said. "Besides, we were catching up on sleep." Lisanne's skeptical glance didn't go unnoticed. "What?" Carrie said, catching her expression in the rear view. "Even Green Berets require maintenance hours. We just wrapped a tedious operation in Vegas, and we're running on empty. Are you briefed on that?" Lisanne shook her head. "Not in detail. Jack and I were technically on vacation." "Famous last words," Jad muttered. "Doesn't matter now," Carrie said, dismissing it. "That Vegas lead turned out to be a dead end anyway, a complete waste of time, chasing shadows in the desert while the real fire was starting here." His voice, previously steady and professional, took on a sharp, sarcastic edge. "Nothing like flying across 2 states for a glorified paperwork exercise, only to find your friend's hotel room looking like a crime scene cleanup service had a field day. Really makes you feel productive." The brief, bitter outburst hung in the air for a second before he reined it back in, his focus returning to the road and the immediate crisis. "So, start from the beginning. Tell us everything." A private military contractor had put out feelers for former special operations personnel. Hardly a matter of national security on its own. Lisanne tucked that detail away for later. She understood John Clark's methods. If the campus's director of operations hadn't seen some genuine potential in that lead, he never would have diverted 2 of his perpetually scarce operators to check it out. But whatever investigation Jad and Carrie had been running was now secondary. Jack's duress signal changed everything, pulling every available resource toward Texas. The complication was that Clark, Ding, and their primary team were currently wrapped up in an operation in Europe. Gavin's latest update indicated they were extracting themselves to head stateside, But with a flight time exceeding 9 hours, their arrival wasn't imminent. For now, it was just Carrie and Jad. "All right, here's the condensed briefing." Lisanne began. Before sending the alert, Jack managed to record and attach an audio file. In a remarkably short window, he witnessed 2 homicides and found himself engaged in 2 separate firefights. "Sounds like a typical Tuesday for our intrepid boss," Jad remarked. Carrie shot him a look. "Really? Now?" "What?" Jad shrugged. "I'm just voicing the obvious. In the 10 months we've worked with Jack, we've seen more action than in our entire 12 years with the triple nickel. Trouble follows that man like flies to a picnic." "I'm not arguing that point." Lisanne cut in, preventing another sibling debate. "But this situation is different. What's unfolding there transcends a simple encounter with armed criminals." "Explain," Carrie said. "Jack's summary is disjointed," Lisanne admitted, putting voice to the confusion she'd been wrestling with for hours. "It began with the murder of a father searching for his missing son. That led him to a woman named Amanda, who possessed information that seemed to contradict the official police story regarding the teenager's disappearance. Then, everything accelerated." "How?" Carrie pressed. "Jack was ambushed and left for dead, and Amanda's daughter was abducted," Lisanne stated flatly. "Jack survived. A local police officer who was also Amanda's boyfriend did not." "So where's Jack now?" Jad asked. He was transported to a location outside of town, a site the attackers clearly intended to sterilize. He managed to escape, but not before the gunman eliminated everyone inside the building." "Listen," Carrie said, his tone measured. "I'm not minimizing what Jack walked into, but from your description, this still sounds like a local criminal matter, the kind of thing that typically doesn't warrant campus intervention, especially on U.S. soil. Aren't there protocols against that?" Lisanne hesitated. It was an excellent question. There likely were strict guidelines about domestic operations. The campus was designed as an agile entity to handle threats abroad that larger, more bureaucratic agencies like the CIA could not easily address. But that was a policy discussion for another day. Her only current priority was Jack. Still, Carrie had a point. "You're correct," she conceded. "Our mandate isn't ordinary crime, but this isn't ordinary." According to Jack's situation report, the men he engaged weren't street thugs or cartel soldiers. They were professional mercenaries, and they were foreign. Once again, Jad and Carrie exchanged a glance in the rearview mirror. This time, Lisanne sensed it wasn't born of irritation, but of shared recognition. "You thinking what I'm thinking, boss?" Jad said, his earlier sarcasm gone. "Seems like one hell of a coincidence," Carrie replied, his voice low. "What coincidence?" Lisanne asked, leaning forward. "The team we were tracking in Vegas turned out to be foreign contractors," Jad explained. "The negotiator had a German accent, and his partner was definitely South African. They were actively recruiting American operators. Their initial proposal seemed legitimate, but it was just a cover for their real objective." "Which was?" Lisanne pressed. Jad shook his head. "We were still piecing that together when the distress signal came through. Judging by the direction of their talks, I highly doubt their plan involved humanitarian aid in Haiti." "Agreed," Carrie nodded. "I had them pegged for dirty work, but I assumed it was overseas. Maybe we were mistaken, but even if this is the same crew, Jack's kidnapping is a domestic situation. Why not use a domestic solution, like bringing in the FBI or local authorities?" "Because we're not just dealing with mercenaries," Lisanne stated flatly. "The officer Jack saw get shot was hit by those contractors, but he was murdered by his own. One of the responding cops deliberately loosened the wounded man's tourniquet to ensure he bled out. Jack witnessed the whole thing." "Alama," Jad muttered, his face tightening. "That's a special kind of evil. It gets worse," Lisanne continued. "When Jack first stopped answering his calls, I got concerned. I contacted a friend of mine who's a Texas Ranger. I briefed him on the situation, and he became intensely interested. He arranged a meet just outside town and warned me explicitly not to engage with the Briarwood Police Department." "What did he tell you?" Carrie asked. I never found out, Lisanne replied, her voice steady. He was T-boned in a deliberate hit-and-run on his way to meet me. That's not good, Jad said. What's his condition? He didn't make it, Lisanne said. Of course he didn't, Jad sighed, a hint of dark humor in his tone. This is a Jack operation. After all, the man has a gravitational pull for chaos. Take it easy, Carrie said, catching Jad's eye in the rear view. We can't pin every casualty in his orbit on the kid. True or false, Jad countered. Whenever we work with Jack, the body count has a tendency to multiply. It's not a criticism, it's an observable fact. Carrie let out a short breath, but didn't argue. Instead, he looked at Lisanne. I see your point now. If your ranger friend was targeted by the same people who have Jack, then this goes far beyond some corrupt small-town cops. The Rangers are a state-level force. I'm also wary of federal involvement, Lisanne admitted. FBI agents are people and corruption is a cancer. It spreads. Anyone working closely with the Briarwood PD deserves a heavy dose of skepticism. I'm sure elite national teams are clean. But they're stationed in Virginia, Jad finished. Not here. Exactly, Lisanne said. Besides, Jack had the chance to call for federal help. He didn't. He called us. I follow your logic, Carrie conceded, but Jack's move still doesn't make sense to me. He must have triggered the distress signal before he was taken, which means he saw them coming. Yet he stayed in his hotel room and let them grab him. Why? That part I understand, Lisanne said, shaking her head with a mixture of frustration and grim admiration. He was using himself as bait. Seriously? Carrie's voice was incredulous. What possible reason would he have for a move that reckless? Come on, boss, Jad interjected, his tone shifting from serious to a dry, almost sarcastic weariness. Remember when we pulled that kid off a cross? Literally a crucifixion? His thank you? Running right back into the compound full of the very guys who'd just tried to nail him to it. With Jack, the only thing that surprises me is when things don't go completely sideways. He has a PhD in attracting catastrophic situations. Lisanne felt a flare of irritation at Jad's words, but she knew her anger wasn't truly directed at him. She loved Jack completely, but that love wasn't blind. Jack was impulsive. His history of following his instincts had landed him in hot water more times than she could count. Okay, let's be honest. It was practically a guarantee. Trouble didn't just find Jack. He had a standing reservation for it. But it was the kind of trouble only men built like him were meant to confront. Her fiancé was one of the most fundamentally decent men she knew. He wouldn't have surrendered himself to those gunmen on a mere whim. There was a purpose, a calculated risk behind that stubborn, infuriating nobility. There was a deliberate logic to his seemingly reckless actions, and she had to trust in that as she pieced together his plan. Still, the Green Beret's doubts held weight. Perhaps I overlooked something at the hotel, Lisanne offered. Something that could clarify Jack's approach. She said it more to soothe the team's nerves than from any real conviction. Had the shock of seeing what was likely her fiancé's blood on the sheets clouded her judgment? Possibly. Did she believe she'd missed a crucial detail during her initial sweep? No. Lisanne understood the brutal physics of a high-speed impact. Even without direct trauma from steering columns or shattered glass, the violent deceleration from 60 miles per hour to a dead stop in an instant could ravage the human body, tearing organs from their moorings. A stain on a mattress wouldn't break her focus. At least she prayed it wouldn't. Regardless, the point was moot. She needed the commandos to believe Jack hadn't simply taken a blind leap of faith. Building unity in this makeshift team was critical, and supporting a teammate's idea was a solid first step. Besides, the motel's entrance was just coming up on the right. In moments, they'd all see the room for themselves. Heads up, boss, Jad interjected. We've got police vehicles in the lot, or maybe they wouldn't. Lisanne instinctively tilted her head away from the window as they passed, offering any watching lenses only a glimpse of her dark hair. In an age of ubiquitous, inexpensive cameras, surveillance was a constant. She hadn't spotted any obvious devices during her earlier check of Jack's room, but it was safer to assume some were hidden. Curiosity, however, persisted. "What's the scene?" she asked. "2 squad cars," Chad reported, "and an ambulance. Either another guest had an emergency or Jack's grab wasn't as tidy as we assumed." Listen mentally replayed her prior visit. The lot had been nearly empty, save for one vehicle, a beat-up, rusted pickup truck parked in a distant slot, likely reserved for staff. "An employee," she said, annoyed at herself for the delayed realization. "Probably the desk clerk, most likely," Carrie agreed, driving past without slowing. "Either way, a room recon is off the table. What's our next move?" It was the essential question. "Gavin is pursuing a few leads," Lisanne answered, "but nothing concrete on Jack's location yet. He tried to ping the phone, but it's dark." "All right," Carrie said as the flashing lights receded in the mirror. "Let's operate on the assumption Jack is neither crazy nor suicidal. If he used himself as bait, he either left a trail we haven't found yet, or he believes he can signal us once he reaches the mercenaries' base." "Okay," Lisanne replied, turning the idea over. "So where does that leave us?" "I think we split up," Carrie stated. "You keep working with Gavin to trace Jack's path." "You're the operational mind here. What does that make you two?" Lisanne asked. "The muscle," Chad said plainly. "Exactly." Carrie nodded. "My spotter and I need to prep for an extraction. We have rifles to sight, gear to pack, and transport to secure. Odds are the hostiles have Jack stashed somewhere remote." A sudden sharp memory flashed for Lisanne, a roadside diner conversation with Jack months ago where he'd joked about leaving a trail of poker chips if he ever went missing. It was a ridiculous notion, but it underscored his peculiar brand of foresight. "If I were in Jack's shoes, I'd pick a spot way out in the open, somewhere I could spot trouble coming from a long way off and have time to react. Once we zero in on his location, we won't be able to just roll up to the front door like we're paying a social call." "I've got an idea," Chad offered. Carrie glanced at him. "I'm listening." "How about we pull over?" Chad suggested. "What for?" Carrie asked. "So that helicopter that's been tailing us for the last 3 miles doesn't decide to park on our hood." Lisanne tilted her head to peer out the side window. Chad wasn't kidding. A helicopter's landing skids were hanging about 50 feet above the truck's roof. The soundproofing in this vehicle must have been incredible, because she hadn't heard a thing. "Well, would you look at that?" Carrie muttered, flipping on his hazard lights as he guided the truck onto the shoulder. "Any guesses what he wants?" "We're going to find out real quick," Chad replied. To their credit, the 2 Green Berets weren't particularly impressed that a helicopter had nearly become their new sunroof. They also weren't about to sit tight and wait for a formal introduction. Though neither man spoke, Lisanne felt the mood shift the instant Carrie put the truck in park. Both commandos unbuckled and drew their sidearms in one fluid motion. "What's the play?" Lisanne asked, releasing her own seatbelt. The helicopters settled onto the road just ahead of them in a whirlwind of rotor wash and engine noise. It was a smaller model, the kind often used for training or scenic tours, with a shape that vaguely reminded her of a tadpole. A long, fin-like mast rose from the center of the fuselage, and the tail boom looked slender and fragile. It didn't have the deep roar of the high-end jet turbine models like the common Jet Bell Ranger, but the rotor wash was still powerful enough to slam debris and dust against the truck and rock it on its suspension. "Jad and I are going to go say hello," Carrie said as the helicopter's passenger door swung open. "Might be best if you stay in the truck." "Not a chance," Lisanne said. She reached into the glove compartment, pulled out her pistol, laid it on the seat beside her, and then pushed her door open. Adapting to life with one hand had meant relearning a lot of simple tasks, but nothing made her feel her limitation more acutely than the tense moments right before potential violence. "Figured you'd say that," Carrie said. "Stay about 10 feet back and to our right. Get an angle off the helicopter's nose. You've got the pilot." Now that was more like it. Lisanne gave a sharp nod and shoved her door fully open. By the time she climbed out, reached back inside to grab her weapon, and turned to face the threat. The two Green Berets had already closed half the distance to the helicopter. Muttering under her breath, Lisanne put her long legs to work, squinting against the grit, whipped up by the man-made dust storm. If the people in the helicopter were overly concerned about three armed and clearly capable individuals advancing on them, they didn't show it. The co-pilot's door opened, and a man stepped out. Lisanne wasn't sure what she expected a pilot to look like, but this wasn't it. He was wearing cowboy boots, faded blue jeans, and a plain white t-shirt stretched over a muscular frame. The shirt prominently displayed the black Gonzales flag with its cannon and single star, the "Come and Take It" slogan centered on his chest. A pair of Oakley sunglasses shielded his eyes from the swirling dust. He ducked slightly as he moved out from under the still spinning rotor blades, then straightened to his full height once he was clear. He stood waiting for the approaching soldiers with his arms crossed over his broad chest. With his thick red beard, wide shoulders, and height well over 6 feet, he looked more like a Viking warrior than a pilot. The gusting wind alternately pressed the t-shirt tight against his lean torso and then billowed it out like a sail. In one of those moments, Lisanne caught the clear outline of a handgun tucked against his hip. Disregarding Carrie's directions, Lisanne shifted her path to meet the Viking head-on. The Green Beret's tactical reasoning was sound, but she believed it wiser to confront the armed individual rather than the pilot, whose intentions and armament were uncertain. Even if the aircrew were involved in something shady, she doubted the pilot would fire through his own cockpit. More importantly, she needed to hear what the Viking had to say. Her sprint brought her to the scene just as the confrontation began, or rather, just as it failed to begin. Instead of words, the men stood locked in a silent, predatory stare down, like wolves from rival territories. Jad, demonstrating the seamless coordination born from countless missions with Carrie, had positioned himself to Carrie's left. This placed him within earshot of any conversation, while creating an angle that prevented the Viking from easily targeting both commandos at once. Their sidearms were drawn but aimed at the ground for now. The Viking stood immobile, a sentinel. Behind his sunglasses, his eyes were hidden, his features a blank slate. Only the deliberate motion of his jaw betrayed any life. Otherwise, he might have been a statue. He leaned to one side and spat a stream of tobacco juice onto the asphalt, skillfully avoiding his own boots. Lisanne, with her background as a cop and a Marine, understood the unspoken rituals of dominant males sizing each other up. But all she could picture were those blood-soaked sheets. Jack was with dangerous people, and time was slipping away. This posturing was a luxury they couldn't afford. "You've got our attention," Lisanne said, cutting through the thick, tense air. "What do you want?" Carrie remained perfectly still, but Jad's head turned a fraction toward her. Like his team leader, the Libyan-American's expression was guarded, though Lisanne caught a faint glint of humor in his dark eyes. "You must be Lisanne," the Viking stated. "Brilliant deduction," Lisanne replied, lifting her prosthetic arm. "And you are? The guy your boyfriend paid to watch his 6 name's Isaac Black. We're burning daylight, you getting in or not?" "I have a personal policy about helicopters," Jad said flatly. "I avoid them, especially when the pilot's idea of a greeting is trying to turn me into roadkill." "Spoken like a true long-tabber," Isaac said, a smirk touching his lips. "For the record, that was just my pilot's friendly." "Hello. Maybe he should try a handshake next time," Jad countered. "Nah," Isaac chuckled. "That's about as cordial as Kyle Hogan gets. He cut his teeth as a Black Hawk pilot, dropping infantry onto Afghan ridge lines." "You don't want to see him when he's actually annoyed," Carrie finally spoke. "What about you? Where'd you get your start?" Isaac's smile widened. "Unlike you triple nickel folks, I didn't spend my career enjoying the Kentucky bluegrass at Fort Campbell. I'm from Peenland." "Fiat ma'am," Carrie said, returning the smile. "Third group guys are all right for a bunch of divas." "Please," Isaac shot back. "You triple nickel boys get the magazine covers. We do the heavy lifting. You're the SEAL Team 6 of the Green Berets. If you were third group, You must know Big Fred Apicella, Jad interjected. Never met him, Isaac said. But if you mean Angry Frank Apicella, he and I graduated the Q course together. That madman is still in, believe it or not. Now, if we're finished with the Special Forces reunion tour, maybe you'd like to step into my office. Jet fuel isn't free, and your clock is ticking. Lisanne knew that was true on multiple levels. A sudden, vivid memory flashed of Jack nervously tapping his watch during their last breakfast together, a detail she'd forgotten until now, a silent plea buried under ordinary routine. Candy? This is Reaper Radio, check over. Reaper Candy, Lisanne responded, reading you loud and clear over. Roger Candy, same here. Reaper is standing by, over. While a final comms check before an op was standard procedure, Lisanne felt this brief exchange with Carrie was about more than testing the discreet earpiece nestled in her ear. It was a thread of connection, a silent acknowledgement in the calm before the storm, the communications equipment she and her campus colleagues had relied on for numerous missions was paired securely with her phone via Bluetooth, a link that had never failed. It seemed far more probable that the Green Beret was simply savoring the ritual of assigning her a call sign, a designation she absolutely loathed. Of course, call signs were rarely chosen with the recipient's preferences in mind. Forcing her fingers to relax their grip on the steering wheel, Lisanne guided her truck onto the gravel turnoff, a path that wound over a series of gentle hills before vanishing into the landscape. This was it. The team had agreed the mercenaries holding Jack would have layered the approaches with a network of sensors. In practical terms, from this point forward, she had to assume every move was being monitored and act accordingly. After pulling fully off the highway and onto the gravel, ensuring her truck was clear of the 60-mile-per-hour traffic, she shifted into park. Taking a steadying breath to quiet her pounding heart, she opened the door and stepped out into the dusty air. Isaac and his pilot, Kyle, hadn't lingered. Almost the moment Lisanne squeezed into the helicopter's back seat between the two Green Berets, the aircraft shot skyward like a cork from a bottle, fumbling with one hand. She couldn't secure her seatbelt as swiftly as the commandos, but she was in capable hands. Literally, the sudden ascent sent her lurching forward, but Jad and Carrie each caught a shoulder, settling her firmly back. While she appreciated the assist, she despised feeling dependent for something she could have managed effortlessly before her injury. She'd fully intended to use the headset Carrie handed her to voice her irritation to the pilot in at least 2 colorful languages, but Isaac was already speaking. What he said next dissolved her anger, replacing it with a cold, sharp fear. Jack had truly outdone himself this time. Isaac explained that he and Kyle ran a business catering to a specific Texas clientele. This part of the state had 2 things in abundance: firearms enthusiasts and an overpopulation of feral hogs. After meeting at the local VFW, they'd built a venture around both, offering guided aerial hog hunting excursions. For clients more interested in target practice than pest control, they also operated an aerial gunnery range, featuring everything from static silhouettes to precision shots on moving targets. Business was steady, but the call he'd received that morning was in a league of its own. After a secure exchange of credentials, similar to the Green Berets protocol, Jack had dangled a once-in-a-lifetime offer: provide aerial surveillance on his hotel, then track his kidnappers to their hideout. To his own surprise, Isaac agreed. The retired Green Beret was still a patriot at heart. A fellow operative needed help, and he was glad to give it. The substantial retainer and promised bonus from Jack certainly didn't hurt either. As Kyle piloted the helicopter toward the outskirts of town, bringing a remote ranch into view, Isaac continued his briefing. He'd spent enough hours patrolling these skies that he doubted his helicopter would raise suspicion, but he wasn't taking chances. Carrie agreed. Instead of flying directly over the property, they maintained a parallel course, while Carrie and Jad scanned the ranch through the high-powered Bushnell binoculars kept on board for clients. After their brief aerial survey, Kyle adjusted their flight path to circle back toward the truck they'd left behind in a hurry. What followed was a tense 15 minutes of negotiation, a rapid exchange of favors and called-in debts. It didn't matter that Jad and Carrie had never served alongside Isaac. The shared bonds of the special operations community were currency enough. Names were dropped, obligations both old and new were laid on the table, and a deal was struck. Texas Hog Hunters was about to have its most profitable day on record. In return, the resourceful business owners would supply Jad and Carrie with a pair of customized AR-15s from their rental stock, plenty of ammunition, and a steady firing platform from the helicopter. That settled everything except the question of Lisanne. Slamming the pickup truck's door shut, Lisanne put on an elaborate performance of searching for a street number. They all knew no such marker existed, but she played the confused driver perfectly for the benefit of any hidden surveillance. She shrugged her shoulders, shook her head, and even waved her prosthetic arm in the air a couple of times in apparent frustration before climbing back into the cab and shutting the door with a bang. The confusion was an act, but the simmering anger was genuine. She absolutely despised her call sign, even if in a bitter twist it was painfully accurate. "Candy, this is Reaper. Good work. We're set. Proceed to the target. This is Candy," Lisanne responded, her voice flat. "Copy that." She shoved the gear shift into drive and stomped on the accelerator. The tires screeched, kicking up a cloud of dirt and gravel as the truck lurched forward. While the Green Berets above prepared to provide sniper cover, Lisanne had been cast in a different part. She was the distraction, the eye candy. The assignment grated on her, a blunt acknowledgement of her current limitations. As much as she loved those over-the-top action films, a gunfight wasn't the place for a shooter with one hand. But being the bait didn't make her useless. In fact, the success of this whole desperate rescue hinged entirely on her ability to sell the role. Maybe, now that her days of kicking down doors were over, she should consider honing skills better suited to her new reality. She could take up amateur dramatics. "Candy, Reaper, heads up. We've got movement on the west side of the property. 2 military-aged males just stepped out the front door. One is carrying a rifle, the other just tucked a pistol into his waistband at the back. Rifleman is moving to a covered position in a carport at the corner of the west and south sides. The second man is lingering in the driveway. Over? It's your show, Candy? Your show." The absurdity of it almost made her laugh. 2 Special Forces soldiers in a helicopter, borrowed from a couple of veterans on a fishing trip, were asking a one-armed Marine if she wanted them to eliminate the men who might be holding her fiancé. Her mother was always annoyed that Lisanne never talked about her job. She was profoundly grateful for that policy. Now, her mom would think this level of insanity was pure fiction. "Understood, Reaper," Lisanne said, forcing calm into her voice. "Proceeding as planned. Candy out." She knew what Carrie was really asking. "Are you sure you can handle this?" The truth was, Lisanne wasn't comfortable with any of it. But then she figured if Jack was in that house, he probably wasn't feeling too cozy either, shoving her fear into a locked box in the back of her mind. She focused on what she knew, playing a part. Jokes about community theater aside, she had done undercover work before short stings to support narcotics operations and prostitution busts. They were never long-term infiltrations, but they weren't easy either. Once, she'd posed as the girlfriend of a well-known jeweler, a walking target meant to draw out a theft ring while she transported a shipment of uncut diamonds across the city. It turned out Lisanne had performed her part a little too convincingly. Standard procedure called for a SWAT team to provide overwatch during high-risk undercover meets, but the jewel thieves decided to handle things themselves, viewing Lisanne as just a beautiful but empty-headed girlfriend. They chose to rob her rather than pay for the gems she was offering. Instead of meeting at the prearranged exchange point where the SWAT team lay in wait, they ambushed her car while she was stopped at a traffic light. That choice proved to be an error, a devastatingly expensive one. Drawing her service weapon for the first time, Lisanne ended the lives of 2 would-be robbers and wounded a third. The SWAT commander heard the gunfire and mobilized his team, who swiftly apprehended the remaining crew. Losing her arm hadn't dulled her mind in the slightest. This was simply another undercover assignment, straightforward and clear. Her job was to stay focused on her role and trust that the Green Berets would react quicker than her old SWAT team ever could. As she navigated the last curve of the driveway, Lisanne switched the radio to a rock station, cranked down the windows, and let the volume climb. She crested the final rise with Eddie Vedder's gritty voice roaring the chorus to even flow. Though she'd missed the grunge era by a few years, Lisanne always felt a kinship with the flannel-clad spirit of that time. There was an unrefined, gut-level honesty to the music that spoke to something deep inside her. With her hand steady on the wheel, the wind whipping through her hair, and a pair of guardian angels orbiting above, Lisanne felt prepared for whatever lay ahead, even for the man waiting in the driveway. The man holding a gun, had he been aware of her thoughts, Carrie would not have shared Lisanne's confident outlook on the impending encounter. Where Lisanne was now fully immersed in her rescue role, Carrie remained mired in tactical calculations. While he trusted his own skill and that of his spotter to place rounds on target under diverse conditions, their current situation was far from perfect. He was firing from a moving aircraft with an unfamiliar rifle and an unproven team. He had no intelligence on the number or positions of the hostiles inside, nor any clarity on the status or location of the hostages. But those were puzzles to solve later. For Carrie, the more pressing danger was the man with a pistol planted in the center of the driveway and his unseen partner with a rifle. "Still red on two," Jad said, almost reading Carrie's thoughts. The Green Berets were equipped with headsets linked to the helicopter's intercom and Bluetooth transmitters synced to their phones. Both systems were voice-activated, freeing Carrie's hands to stay on his rifle. But this convenience created its own problem. With no way to toggle between the helicopter channel and his phone, Lisanne heard every instruction he gave the pilots, just as the pilots heard his transmissions to her. To put it plainly, the setup was a mess, much like the entire chaotic operation. Carrie tried to reduce confusion by using Lisanne's call sign each time he needed her attention, but he knew the extra radio chatter was fraying her concentration, and he needed her absolutely sharp for whatever came next. "Roger, red on two," Carrie acknowledged. "Candy, this is Reaper. We still have no visual on the rifleman. If possible, try to keep one between you and the house." Over a screeching guitar solo ripped through Carrie's headset as Lisanne keyed her mic twice in reply. "She's definitely committing to the part," Jad remarked, "even if her music taste is painfully outdated." Carrie, more inclined toward country tunes, didn't respond. Now was not the moment for a debate on musical merit. Jad's restlessness was a direct mirror of his spotter's own unease, the frustration of a target that had simply vanished. For Carrie, a veteran of countless Special Forces missions, there was a familiar grim satisfaction when a plan clicked into place. Lisanne's deliberate commotion at the front gate had worked perfectly, drawing two men out into the open for identification. Then, as if on cue, everything went sideways. Instead of joining his companion heading down the drive, the armed mercenary had veered off toward a shaded carport attached to the house, slipping into the shadows beneath its roof. To the four men in the helicopter, he had become a ghost. "My view's clear too, unfortunately." Isaac chimed in from the seat beside Carrie, binoculars raised and an AR-15 resting against his leg. "I could drop down and try to spook him out." Carrie felt the operation teetering on a knife's edge, and the dangers weren't purely tactical. This was a rush job, devoid of the planning, rehearsals, and full team he was accustomed to. More unsettling was the legal gray area they were operating in. The campus was designed for agility, free from the legions of attorneys that bogged down Langley and other agencies. But this wasn't some foreign battlefield. The men holding Jack could very well be American citizens. Carrie wasn't an expert on the jurisdictional nuances of campus operations, but he knew the Posse Comitatus Act. Cold, that law was the very reason the FBI had its hostage rescue team to prevent the military from acting on U.S. soil. Whether some obscure clause covered him in Jad was a mystery, but he was absolutely certain Isaac, a civilian pilot, had no such protection. Keeping Isaac out of the direct fight was a priority. Sadly, the enemy had other ideas. "Hold for now," Carey replied, his voice calm. "If we spread ourselves any thinner, we'll lose what little advantage we have. Keep looking, Kyle. Take us in a wide, easy circle. The action's going to be right there on that driveway." As a sniper, Carey had extensive experience firing from helicopters, but this setup was all wrong. His training involved Black Hawks with open doors, his boots dangling in the slipstream, or the exhilarating perch of an MH-6 Little Bird from the 160th SOAR strapped to an external bench. This Robinson, with its rear doors removed for sightseeing tours, was built for tourists, not Green Berets. The cabin was too cramped for him and Jad to work side by side, forcing his spotter into the co-pilot's seat. Isaac sat beside him, which gave both shooters the same field of view, but rendered Isaac a bystander in a firefight. The complications ran deeper. Effective aerial sniping required a delicate balance, compensating for the wind from forward motion against the rotor wash's effect on a bullet's path, especially in a hover standard procedure called for a steady 15 to 20 knot orbit. Here, that was a non-starter. Even though Isaac flew these Texas backroads daily, a helicopter slowly circling overhead was a giant red flag. It would spook the kidnappers instantly. For their desperate half-baked plan to have even a prayer of success, surprise was the only card they had left to play. Carey shifted his focus, adopting the brisk pace Isaac used when moving between hunting grounds. That old rhythm was about to be broken. "Let's go," Carey announced as Kyle completed a wide, deliberate arc. "Hold us at 20 knots. I've got target 1, Jad. You're on the fight." Jad's response was a distant murmur, like the muffled teacher from an old cartoon. It wasn't a comms issue. Even if Jad had shouted right beside him, Carey wouldn't have registered it. His entire world had narrowed to the single blood-red holographic dot from his EOTech sight, floating perfectly over the right ear of his designated target. Meanwhile, Jack Ryan Jr. was having a spectacularly bad day. While he was no stranger to trouble, this particular scenario was shaping up to be a masterpiece of misfortune. Any reasonable person would call it a total catastrophe. Jack's personal threshold for disaster was admittedly higher than most, but even he had to concede they'd be right. This was, without a doubt, a complete mess. The heated argument brewing in the corner of the room was escalating. Conducted in rapid Spanish, it made the specifics a challenge, but the intent was unmistakable. Jack was fluent in the unspoken language of threat, and the two thugs were broadcasting a clear, violent desire. They wanted to kill someone, and Jack had a strong suspicion about the guest of honor. Yet the prospect of his own murder wasn't the primary concern gnawing at his mind. It was the specific brand of killers who wanted him dead, MS-13. As if on cue, the gang member nearest him swiveled his head. The man couldn't have been more than 20, but his body was a brutal scrapbook. Tattooed tears the letters M and S, the number 13, and grotesque cloud faces adorned his skin. More telling than the ink were the puckered bullet wound near his shoulder and the long, ragged scar across his abdomen, likely from a machete. These weren't decorations. They were proof of life in a war zone. "Hey, dirtbag," Jack said, a grin spreading across his face. "Why don't you take a walk over here?" Uncertain of their English comprehension, Jack supplemented his invitation with a universally recognized gesture of goodwill. Both middle fingers extended, the effect was somewhat undercut by his circumstances. Shackled at the wrists to a short chain connected to leg irons, all anchored to a discolored eye-bolt, he was forced into a permanent crouch. To execute the taunt, he had to rock back awkwardly, resembling a flipped-over turtle more than a defiant prisoner. But the sudden spike in the volume and speed of the Spanish cursing confirmed his message was received. "Hey, puto?" Jack added, his tone shifting from taunting to a cold, deliberate challenge. "Come here, Jack. Like many who worked in the field, had a functional grasp of several languages, but possessed a doctorate-level fluency in global profanity. He knew the word he'd used carried a weight far beyond its literal translation. The gangbanger's reaction confirmed it. The man turned fully from the doorway, his dark eyes locking onto Jack with lethal focus. Jack was no coward, but he had to consciously steady himself against a creeping chill. It wasn't that the gang member's gaze held outright malice or a promise of violence. Jack was familiar with those. What unsettled him was the utter absence of feeling. Those dark, flat eyes could have been machine parts for all the human warmth they held. To this man, Jack was less than an insect underfoot. He had seen the horrors men could inflict. In Syria, the aftermath of a thermobaric weapon that suffocated those it didn't burn in Spain. The rubble of a bombed pub, a scene of indiscriminate carnage. Yet this cold detachment felt worse. "Hey," Jack said, stretching his smile, "there's actually something rattling around in that thick head of yours. Let's try another word. How about pendejo sound familiar?" He wasn't taunting them out of some heroic fantasy, like a matador facing a bull. At least a matador had tools and a chance. Jack, bound and weaponless, knew exactly how a fight would end. But he kept needling them anyway, playing the role of a distraction. A rodeo clown drawing focus so it wouldn't settle on the room's other captive, Bella. The teenager was tied up too, but where Jack had met her earlier sass with sarcasm, now she was a statue. Since the men entered, she had frozen. Her chains pulled tight while Jack had tried to create slack. Head was bowed, blonde hair veiling her face, but Jack could feel the cold waves of her terror. Like prey sensing a predator, she knew their arrival changed everything, and not for the better. Jack's own dramatic entrance might not have won Bella's trust, but seeing her after the mercenaries ripped the hood from his head convinced him his risky plan was, in a twisted way, working. The most perilous moment had been the initial breach of his hotel room. His whole gamble relied on the shooter's meticulous nature. They erased evidence ruthlessly, from a missing man's father to a dying police officer. Yet they were also cautious. They kidnapped Bella to pressure her mother, a temporary move. This told Jack two things. Their mission in Texas was nearly complete, and their earlier violence was causing ripples they couldn't fully control. In short, they'd rather handle a hostage than attract more attention with extra bodies. By that logic, Jack believed they'd want to question him, not kill him immediately. A sudden sharp memory flashed of a Barcelona market, the smell of oranges and spilled wine right before chaos, a reminder that survival often hinged on reading the room, not just the threat. The best place for this questioning would be somewhere private, away from any onlookers, which likely meant the same spot where they were keeping Bella. Jack knew his logic was flimsy, a threadbare hope more than a solid plan, but it was the only lead he, or rather Bella, had to go on. So he staked everything on a gut feeling and made himself the lure. When his hotel room door exploded inward, that confidence wavered for a critical second. The assault team didn't bother with warnings or tasers. The lead man simply raised his shotgun and fired, again and again. The fact that the shells were less lethal beanbags, not buckshot, offered Jack little comfort in those initial moments of impact. Each bag, traveling at 300 feet per second and packed with lead shot, hit with the force of a sledgehammer. He wasn't struck just once. A searing pain erupted in his abdomen, an agony so intense it would have buckled his knees had he not already been sprawled on the bed. He instinctively curled up, which only presented a better target. He lost count of the impacts hammering his torso. Some distant analytical part of his mind noted that the unbearable pain was centered in his midsection, and not his skull, where a beanbag could be fatal, but that thought felt miles away. Mostly, he heard himself making raw, guttural noises as his hands and feet were bound and a hood was yanked over his head. He remembered a time in high school baseball taking a 95-mile-per-hour fastball to the kidney. He'd pissed blood for a week. That had been severe pain. This was a different category of torment altogether. And then the real ordeal began. Jack's cold, tactical assessment had missed a key variable. These mercenaries, while professionals, were also human. Jack had killed two of their own. Their orders were to take him alive, but apparently those orders came with some flexibility regarding his condition. Or maybe they were just furious about their dead friends and wanted some immediate payback. Either way, the beating started the second he was tied up and didn't stop until they dumped him onto a cold, rough concrete floor. On the bright side, they'd largely avoided his head, aside from a couple of glancing blows. So, while his nose throbbed, his left eye was swollen shut, and a front tooth felt loose, his mind was still clear. On the decidedly dark side, he had a sinking feeling that this time the blood in his urine might be a permanent feature. Maybe a forever kind of thing. Bella, for her part, was utterly unimpressed by his dramatic entrance. "Why are you here?" she demanded the moment their captors left the room. "To save you," Jack managed, his voice thick. He wasn't sure what reaction he'd expected, but her tears weren't it. He didn't get a chance to elaborate. His captors returned before he could say another word. Then, in a grim, methodical rotation, each man took a turn. The blows were brutal but calculated, aimed at his limbs rather than his core. This wasn't an execution. It was a softening up, a prelude to the interrogation. At some point during this process, Bella began to cry quietly. In the fleeting moments they were alone between attackers, she kept asking, her voice a desperate whisper, "Why are you here?" His answer never changed. "For you." She pressed for details, but Jack stayed silent. The room could easily be bugged. More importantly, his entire plan hinged on buying time, enough time for his team to track his signal and find this place. As long as these men believed he was completely at their mercy, Jack clung to a thread of hope. He just had to endure hour by agonizing hour and wait for the cavalry to arrive. Jack understood the precarious nature of his deception. If his captors suspected he was manipulating them, he would instantly be reclassified from a potential asset to a dangerous liability. He knew their methods for handling liabilities all too well. While he trusted his own capacity for deceit, he had zero confidence in Bella's ability to maintain a facade. Beyond his initial promise that she wasn't alone, he deliberately withheld any glimmer of hope from the terrified girl. As agonizing as it was to withstand her tearful, pleading stares, Jack couldn't risk a subtle shift in her demeanor, tipping off the mercenaries that he wasn't the broken man he appeared to be. In a grim way, he didn't need to act very hard. His body was a tapestry of bruises. His legs were numb, and a persistent tingling shot through his arms. Yet, he braced himself for more. Drawing on his SARE training, Jack had already mapped out a strategy for the impending interrogation, a careful, incremental release of information. To sell the illusion of breaking, however, he would have to let his interrogator physically beat the story out of him. This was the delicate balance he had to maintain. Yield too quickly, and suspicion would flare. Hold out too long, and he risked permanent injury. It was a Goldilocks scenario. Everything had to be just right. Up to that point, Jack felt he was walking that tightrope with surprising skill. Then the MS-13 members arrived. Jack didn't grasp their role in the situation, but one look at the men told him everything had just escalated dramatically for the worse. The mercenaries' brutality had been a predictable, if savage, ordeal. Each blow was a trade, pain for precious time, another moment for his team to find him. Every outburst of rage that wasn't a question delayed the true interrogation he dreaded. That was the real threshold. Once the serious questioning began, they would start inflicting irreversible damage, and his usefulness and his life would swiftly expire. Until then, he was relatively safe, or so he had believed. The arrival of the tattooed killers shattered that illusion. These men weren't here for delicate tasks. They were the cleanup crew. The game was over. He had no time to analyze why the situation had changed. After entering and sealing the room, They glanced at Jack with the detached indifference of a butcher surveying livestock. They wanted nothing from him. No information, no revenge. Bella, however, was a different story. The moment their eyes landed on the frightened girl, their entire posture shifted. Bella instinctively curled in on herself, trying to vanish. Jack chose the opposite approach. He would make himself a target, a distraction. "Hey, dirtbags!" Jack snarled, his voice raw. "I've got a present for you!" He unleashed a torrent of curses, insulting the men, their heritage, and their future. He burned through his limited Spanish vocabulary and jumped to phrases in other languages, searching for any flicker of reaction in their dead black eyes. He found none. In a final desperate act, he gathered the bloody phlegm in his throat and spat, hitting the nearest man square in the chest with a wet slap. "You like that?" Jack grinned, a manic light in his eyes. "Because I've got plenty more." He tried to clear his throat again, but he never got the chance. The gangbanger closed the distance in 2 furious strides and backhanded him hard across the face. Then the man drew a knife. The figure blocking the road hadn't reached for the weapon. Lisanne knew was tucked at the small of his back. He didn't need to. Her aerial surveillance had already confirmed his partner was positioned in the carport roughly 80 yards to her left. At that range, even an amateur could score a hit with a basic rifle. Given the customized AK platform these contractors favored, she was certain the hidden shooter could drill 2 rounds through her skull without breaking a sweat. Her old MP platoon sergeant loved to say knowledge was power. Right now, Lisanne was leaning toward blissful ignorance. Either way, the sniper was Carrie's problem. Her focus had to stay on the immediate threat. The man with the gun. She stomped on the brake, the pickup skidding to a stop in a swirl of Oklahoma dust. Then she leaned on the horn. The blaring sound made the man flinch. His right hand drifted toward his back, his left gathering the hem of his loose shirt to clear the draw. She noted the trained movement but wasn't ready for a firefight. If bullets started flying, the unseen rifleman held all the cards, and she'd be stuck in the open. So instead of giving Carrie the signal to take the shot, Lisanne slipped into her role. She swung the door open and hopped out. "Hey!" she yelled, her voice sharp with impatience. "You're blocking the whole road, what?" the gunman said, bewilderment plain on his face. "I said, move it," Lisanne over-enunciated, popping an impressively large bubble from the wad of gum in her mouth. "I'm on the clock here. If he'd looked confused before, he now seemed utterly lost." Lisanne figured she'd be perplexed, too. For her cover, she'd done a full transformation. The practical clothes were gone, replaced by a snug tank top and denim shorts so short they'd make a cowboy blush. Aviator sunglasses hid her eyes, but with fresh makeup and her hair down, she could easily pass for a college student. She just needed to sell the act. "What are you delivering?" he asked, suspicion still threading his voice, but his hands had drifted away from his waistband. Progress. DoorDash. Lisanne sighed, dripping with the exasperation of a minimum wage gig. "You taking this order or not? I've got a whole stack of these." She gestured vaguely toward the truck. The merc took a cautious step closer, angling to peer past her into the open cab. His eyes narrowed at the cluster of white bags on the passenger seat. "We did not order food." Lisanne reached for her pocket, ignoring how he stiffened. "Look, mister," she said, pulling out her phone with an exaggerated eye roll. "My app says this address ordered 40 hot wings. You gotta take them or I don't get my tip. It's not my problem if your buddy forgot to tell you." "We did not order." His accent thickened with anger. Lisanne rattled off the address. "That's this place right here. See for yourself." She thrust her phone toward him. He took it reflexively, his fingers closing around the device just as his expression shifted, realizing the error. "Buckeye," Lisanne said softly. A fraction of a second later, the gunman's head jerked violently to the side. He collapsed, a marionette with severed strings. Lisanne didn't spare the body a glance. She was already in motion, sliding across the worn bench seat in one fluid motion. The moment she landed, she slammed the gear shift into drive, punched the accelerator, and cranked the steering wheel hard to the right, the tires biting into the gravel as she sped away. The silence from the Green Beret team's radio told her everything she needed to know. The sniper was still out there, a patient hunter in the shadows. Her attempt to lure him into the open had fallen flat. It was time to call a new play on the spot. The thug snapped the knife open with a practiced one-handed flick. The blade caught the scant light, a sliver of cold promise. Jack watched the reflection skitter along its edge as the world seemed to decelerate. He heard Bella's scream pierce the air, a raw sound of dawning horror. In the fraction of a second that stretched out before him, his mind became a whirlwind of a million thoughts. They started with desperate, useless calculations on how to block the coming attack, but his reality, bound and helpless on the floor, crushed those notions instantly. His subconscious, accepting the grim inevitability, sent his thoughts spiraling down other paths. He remembered the searing burn of a blade from a past wound. Would this final one feel any different? The attacker drew his leg back, and Jack saw the brutal choreography of his own death unfold with terrible clarity. A savage kick to his ribs would buckle him, a knee would pin him down. Then one swift final draw of the steel across his throat. Oddly, this foresight brought a wave of calm. Knowing how it would happen freed him from worrying about if. His mind turned not to the knife, but to Lisanne and Emily, his raven-haired fiancée and the little girl she loved. The logistics of their future together were still a beautiful, complicated mystery, but the core truth was simple. They loved each other. They would figure it out. That's what love did. But first, he had to get out of this room alive. The gangbanger grunted, beginning his kick. To Jack's heightened senses, the sound elongated into a slow, guttural sigh. His brain, now operating on pure instinct, locked onto the single flimsy thread of opportunity he possessed. It wasn't an advantage. It was merely a procedural step his killer had to complete. By choosing the intimacy of a knife over the distance of a gun, the man had to come to him. In that narrow sense, Jack controlled the battlefield. He could, in theory, ambush his own executioner. And if theory was all he had, then he'd have to make it work. A sudden blaring car horn shattered the tense silence. Bella flinched. The killer hesitated, his kick frozen. His accomplice spun toward the noise. The unexpected sound had stunned everyone into a momentary pause. Everyone except Jack. Moving with the speed of a coiled snake, Jack seized the man's planted leg and wrenched it with all his remaining strength. The thug crashed to the floor. The fight was on. "What in the world is she doing?" Jad muttered, peering through the scope. "Improvising," Carrie replied, though he was just as confused. Combat was often like that. The person in the thick of it had to read the situation and change the plan in a heartbeat. Everyone else just had to keep up. He watched the pickup truck with Lisanne at the wheel jolt and bounce across the ragged lawn, its radio blasting and horn still honking. For a few seconds, the former Marine's maneuver made no sense. Then understanding dawned. A smirk touched Carrie's lips. "Clever. Get ready, Jad," he said, his voice tightening. "She's using the house as a shield. She's putting the building between her and that sniper's line of fire. He's going to have to move if he wants a clean shot." Carrie's assessment was correct, but only partly so. The roar of the helicopter and the static in his headset drowned out the world below, but Carrie could see the brutal impact of the sniper's fire. Geysers of dirt and shredded metal erupted around the fleeing pickup as high-caliber rounds chewed through its frame. The mercenary on the ground was putting up a fight, but in a handful of seconds, Lisanne would clear his line of sight if she survived that long. "See anything?" Carrie barked, sweeping his rifle's sight across the shadowy carport. "Negative," Jad replied, his voice tight. "He's either still under hard cover or we're staring at the wrong damn building." Carrie finished, a surge of frustration boiling over. Just perfect. A new, calm voice cut through the comms. "Gentlemen, I hate to break up the party, but might I offer an idea?" Carrie wasn't in the business of taking advice during a firefight, but he'd been around the block enough times to recognize the signs. He was losing his grip on the operation. As the team sergeant, his role was to orchestrate the chaos, directing the assault, while others handled supporting fires, or sometimes the other way around. Situations like this one had a nasty habit of spiraling, of becoming a confusing mess where the plan fell apart. The issue wasn't that he had too much to do, it was that he couldn't concentrate his limited resources. He and Jad were the only ones poised to breach the house and find Jack, but they were stuck, pinned by an invisible threat. Every second they spent hunting this ghost shooter was another second the enemy inside could fortify their position, or worse, execute their hostage. Between himself, Jad and Lisanne playing bait, they were spread too thin. The math was simple and grim. They needed more shooters in the fight. Carrie glanced over his shoulder. In the opposite seat, Isaac met his gaze, a knowing, almost amused smile on the weathered face of the former third group soldier. The old veteran had already pieced together the solution and was simply waiting for Carrie to catch up. The lesson from his first team sergeant echoed in his mind. With enough bravado and gear, anyone could pretend to be an elite warrior, but it took real cunning to earn the green beret. "All right, Isaac," Carrie said, a new edge of resolve in his voice. "You're in? Here's how we're going to handle this." Lisanne Robertson's confidence had evaporated, replaced by a cold, sharp clarity. Mere moments ago, she'd felt a surge of arrogant certainty. Deviating from the plan to race across the yard like a mad woman wasn't standard procedure. But she'd seen an opening and seized it. That was what being an operator was all about. Or so she'd told herself before the sniper turned the truck's cab into a colander. She'd been under fire before, but always as part of a coordinated team advancing on an objective. This was different. This was just her alone in a shot-up truck, serving as a glorified target. It was, in a word, humiliating. Passenger window had exploded early in the ordeal, and now the windshield was a mosaic of cracks. Tiny feathers of seat stuffing, torn free by the bullets, floated in the acrid air. Shards of glass stung her face and arms. She'd calculated she'd be safe by now, but the relentless impacts told a different story. Either the original shooter had repositioned, or there was a second gunman joining the fray. The technical details didn't matter. The outcome was the same. She was one well-placed round away from being finished. A bitter, sarcastic laugh almost escaped her. So much for her brilliant, impulsive play. Now she was just trying not to die in a pickup truck in the middle of nowhere. A hornet's angry buzz snapped past her ear, and Lisanne flinched, pressing herself lower behind the cracked dashboard. The fractured windshield offered only a sliver of a view. From this crouch, she was driving blind. Where was her team? "Candy, this is Reaper. You're doing great, but I need one more favor over." Lisanne fumbled for the radio, twisting the volume knob down to hear the Green Beret's instructions clearly. In that split second of distraction, the truck's front tires plunged into a rut deep enough to swallow a car. The vehicle lurched violently, throwing her sideways. She scrambled upright, grabbing the wheel as the world tilted. Seeing the ground fall away to the left, she cranked the steering wheel into the slope, fighting to keep the pickup from rolling. The maneuver saved them from flipping, but it also presented the truck's entire side to the sniper. The single hornet's buzz became a furious swarm as automatic fire ripped into the metal. A searing line of pain opened across her shoulder. A cry escaped her lips, and her hands nearly flew from the wheel. Heart hammered against her ribs, and each breath was a ragged gasp. For a terrifying instant, she was back in that other ambush, feeling the punch of a round that had severed an artery and taken her arm. Clenching her jaw, she forced herself to look, a bloody furrow, deep and angry, but just a graze. She sobbed, a wave of dizzying relief washing over the pain. It would hurt like hell, but she was intact. For now, Reaper, this is Candy, she said, fighting to steady her voice. "I'm running on fumes here. Overcopy that, Candy. That's why we're keeping it simple. Just listen up." Carrie's calm voice was an anchor in the storm of noise, the relentless thwack, thwack, thwack of rounds chewing into the truck. At this point, she couldn't tell if the shuddering came from the gunfire, the brutal terrain, or her own failing control. Her universe had narrowed to the drumbeat of her own pulse and that steady voice in her ear. The plan sounded straightforward. Whether she had anything left to execute, it was another question entirely. But it didn't matter. She would go down fighting. She was a Marine. Peter swapped the magazine on his AK-47 with a fluid, practiced motion that was pure muscle memory. At 59, selling his expertise was second nature. He'd been doing it ever since he was pushed out of the South African military 2 decades prior. Over the years, his rifle had served causes across the vast expanse of the continent. Some he believed in, many he did not. The moral ambiguity never troubled him. When he'd worn the red beret of the Rekkas, no one asked for his opinion on missions. You were given an order, and as a soldier, you obeyed. This life was no different. Sure, some clients were despicable, but were they really worse than the politicians who had bled his own country dry? People who didn't know him might call it indifference. Peter saw it as realism. He was far from indifferent. In his youth, he took contracts to feed his family, having no other marketable skills. Now, in his later years, the obligations had only grown. His wife of 40 years battled diabetes, and his children, like so many in South Africa, fought for a foothold in a crumbling economy. His oldest had tried farming, only to be slaughtered by militants. His youngest, fresh from university, stared across the Atlantic at the gleaming promise of America or Europe, a dream priced far beyond their reach. A new life required capital, and Peter's rifle was the only bank he had. Peter's financial burdens were relentless. His wife's mounting medical bills, along with the support of his grandchildren who had lost their father, kept him firmly in the fight. While his peers in the West were enjoying retirement, Peter was still trading his skills for cash, dreaming of a future payday that might finally bring peace. This contract had promised to turn that dream into reality if he could just live long enough to see it. Survival, however, was starting to feel like a fantasy contact front. Peter called out, swapping magazines and working the charging handle. The familiar mechanical clatter of the bolt chambering around was a small comfort against the chaos unfolding before him. I'm engaging an unknown-sized assault force. Jan is down. I repeat, Jan is down. Request immediate backup. Over. The mercenary circles in South Africa were intimate and interconnected, a reflection of the country's long history of supplying skilled fighters to conflicts across the continent. This tradition was born from both a warrior culture and economic necessity. For Peter, the broader politics meant little. His world was simple, his family needed funds, and his rifle was the only currency he had to offer. Static buzzed in his earpiece as responses to his distress call came through. But to the seasoned veteran, the voices were just noise. His entire universe had narrowed to 2 points, the glowing red dot of his reflex sight and the pickup truck careening across the lawn toward the house. He'd honestly hoped his earlier volley would have sent the vehicle veering away. He'd already broken a mercenary's golden rule by getting a clear look at his target during the engagement. The woman behind the wheel was young, with dark hair, perhaps around his own daughter's age. Contrary to popular fiction, Peter took no pleasure in killing. The thought of sending another round into her skull sat heavily with him. But she'd forced his hand, driving relentlessly toward the structure he was paid to defend. With a resigned breath, he flicked the selector to semi-auto, settled the red dot just above her left ear, and began to apply pressure to the trigger. He couldn't save her, but he could make it swift. He only hoped someone might one day offer him the same mercy. Hard left candy, now. Listen wrenched the steering wheel left, pressing the accelerator deeper. Carrie's instructions had been straightforward: ram the front of the house. True to his word, the helicopter pilot was feeding her steering corrections, a method meant to let her keep her head down and avoid the sniper's aim. There was just one glaring flaw: it wasn't working. Half a turn right, Candy, now. Lisanne corrected, as the truck jolted over another rough patch, her head smacking against the frame. Carrie's plan was tactically sound, and might have succeeded if Lisanne still had two functioning hands. She didn't. Her attempt to brace the wheel with her stump was futile. The high speed and rugged terrain kept tearing control from her grip, sending her off course. She was serving her purpose as a distraction, but she knew that to truly aid the assault team, she needed to change tactics. Hiding wasn't cutting it anymore. "Kyle, this is Candy," Lisanne transmitted. "You can stop the talk on—" "I've got it from here." She didn't elaborate on her new approach. The pilot was sharp. He'd figure it out. A sudden grim determination washed over her, a shift from fearful pawn to resolved participant. She lifted her head, eyes fixed on the house's porch, and gripped the wheel with all her strength. The truck surged forward, a final defiant charge toward its destination. Lisanne had more pressing matters to attend to. Rising in her seat, she quickly assessed the scene before her. Carrie's plan of ramming the front door was now off the table. Thanks to the chaotic drive, she'd veered offline, and there was no room for correction. A bullet whizzed by, exploding the sunroof glass, a near miss that would have painted the interior with her thoughts adapt or die. She jerked the steering wheel right, lining up the hood with a broad bay window beside the door. The window was framed in weathered river rock, the color of old cigarette stains, and for a heartbeat she doubted her truck could breach it. Doubt was a luxury she couldn't afford. She stomped the gas, wrestling the wheel to keep the window centered in her cracked windshield. Whether the impact came from rifle fire or stone, she knew the collision would be brutal. A flicker of dark humor crossed her mind. When had plowing into a rock wall at 40 miles per hour become her best available option? Then metal met masonry. Peter's initial shot veered left. He told himself it was due to the truck's jolt, not the split second he'd wasted firing a warning shot past the woman's head. Whatever the reason, he wouldn't fail again. Like any skilled marksman, Peter shut out the world, his entire being focused on the small red dot of his scope. The target was barely 50 yards off, her profile so large in his sight that aiming center mass would have been effortless. He refused to take the easy shot. An old lesson from his soldiering days echoed: aim small, miss small. Even though hitting her now would be child's play, Peter instead chose the precise spot above her ear where a single dark curl fell against her cheek. He exhaled, waited for the stillness between breaths, and squeezed the trigger. The rifle cracked, but the bullet found no purchase. This wasn't due to a sudden pang of mercy. If anything, the mercenary was furious he hadn't acted sooner. It was because the red dot no longer rested on the woman. Where her hair had been, Peter now saw the metallic skin of a helicopter. He started to lift his eye from the scope, brain scrambling to process the image. He never completed the thought. His subconscious registered a figure leaning from the helicopter's open door, a rifle in hand. A muzzle flashed. Peter's world ended there. Jack drew his knees to his chest and drove both feet toward his attacker's face. The chain hobbled one leg, but the other connected, his heel scraping the man's jaw and whipping his head sideways. Without the restraints, Jack could have finished it then and there. But the chains held. With desperate speed, the gang member kept his grip on the knife. To make matters worse, his companion flipped his AK-47, gripping it by the barrel, and lunged across the room, straight into the path of Bella's powerful right leg. She was no martial artist, but years on the soccer field had taught her how to take someone down. With a fierceness Jack admired, she swept a kick into the second man's shin, dropping him to the floor. Meanwhile, Jack's opponent reversed his knife and thrust for Jack's stomach. Jack yanked his hands up, catching the blade's tip on the links between his wrists. He then clamped both hands around the man's knife arm, fighting for control. Outside, the blaring horn was now underscored by sporadic gunfire. "Don't hold back, Bella!" Jack grunted through clenched teeth. "Those are my friends," Jack said, though he had no idea if it was true. The words seemed to spark something in the teenager. Bella let out a sharp cry, and the sounds of a struggle intensified. Jack attempted to drive his elbow into the attacker's head, but the chains jerked him back, thwarting the move. His next strategy was to stall, to keep controlling the knife until help could arrive. That plan fell apart just as quickly. With both of Jack's hands locked around the gang member's wrist, the assailant had a free fist, and he used it, throwing a rapid series of hooks into Jack's jaw and temple. Jack absorbed the first two blows, but the third landed hard above his ear. His vision flashed with stars, and he felt the killer's wrist slipping from his grip. He was finished. With a furious scream, the gangbanger tore his hand free and drove the knife down. "Reaper, this is Ancient." Isaac's voice came over the radio. "Crow is down. I say again, Crow is down. You're cleared hot, over." "Reaper copies cleared hot," Carey responded. "Reaper is breaching." Carey took his left hand off his rifle and gave Jad a firm squeeze on the shoulder. Even though the other Green Beret had certainly heard the transmission, he wouldn't move until his team leader gave the physical signal. On paper, close quarters combat sounded straightforward. Enter, locate, eliminate. But the apparent simplicity masked a brutal reality of execution. It was the difference between casually humming a tune and composing an entire symphony. Both involved music, but one demanded infinitely more precision and nerve. The steady thrum of the Robinsons' rotors was a comfort, yet Carey felt the familiar prickle at the back of his neck. Breaching was always the most perilous part of any assault. No amount of planning, rehearsal, or preparation could change the fundamental truth. The moment the lead man crossed that threshold, he was stepping into the enemy's world. It was like charging headlong into a wolf's den, going toe-to-toe with a predator on its own turf. Today, that lead man was Carey. Jad tested the door handle, turning it slowly, unlocked. Normally, this phase was the most explosive, a violent ballet of speed, surprise, and overwhelming force, often announced by breaching charges, flashbangs, and a stacked team of 6 to 8 operators ready for war. Carey had none of that luxury. He and Jad were stacked on a door on the structure's green side, the less exposed flank. While Lisanne was doing a stellar job causing chaos at the front, the white side, and Isaac had clearance to engage from the helicopter, the heavy lifting would fall to just the two of them. For a target this size, Carey would typically want at least 6, preferably 8, Green Berets. He had 2, but then nothing involving Jack Ryan Jr. was ever simple. This shortage forced Carey to flip the standard playbook. Instead of a dynamic, explosive entry, he was betting entirely on the element of surprise, hoping the distractions caused by his team would keep everyone inside looking the other way. Now it was time to see if that gamble would pay off. Jad eased the door inward, and Carey slipped past him. His first impression upon moving from the outside in was one of sudden confinement. The side entry opened into a cramped mudroom, barely wider than his shoulders and only about 2 body lengths deep. The cramped mudroom forced Carey and Jad to enter one at a time, its tight walls creating an ideal ambush point. If hostiles waited beyond, this was where Carey would meet his end. He pushed forward into the next space, trusting Jad to be right behind him. The suppressor on his rifle threw off the weapon's balance slightly, so he adjusted his forward hand closer to the muzzle, sweeping the red dot of his sight across the shadowy room. He knew their element of surprise was fading fast, and he would have much preferred to clear the deadly bottleneck of the mudroom entirely before any shooting started. That hope evaporated halfway through. A rough-looking man with an AK-47 materialized in his sight, eyes going wide as he tried to bring his weapon to bear. Carey double-tapped the trigger, the 2 rounds striking the gunman in the face. Even suppressed, the shots were deafening in the confined space, but not as loud as the full auto roar of an AK that suddenly erupted from the next room. Clenching his jaw, Carey fought the primal urge to retreat from that wall of noise. Falling back now meant certain death. The shooter only needed to lean around the corner and hose down the mudroom exit. It would be a turkey shoot. So he did the opposite, surging forward out of the funnel and hooking sharply toward the sound of the gunfire. What he saw next froze the blood in his veins. 5 armed men stood framed before the large bay window. Close quarters battle doctrine for a 2-man team was straightforward. The point man picks an entry direction, and the second man mirrors him to cover the opposite sector. Carey had hooked right, so Jad should have hooked left, guarding his back. Right now, however, it was Carey's front that was the problem. As if on cue, the grill of Lisanne's pickup truck exploded through the stone wall, sending one of the gunmen flying. 4 remained. 4 was still an impossible number for one shooter to handle, a cold, logical truth that did nothing to slow Carey's actions. Years of drills in the shoot houses at Fort Campbell took over, the red dot settled on the first target's chest, and Carey fired twice. Almost automatically, the dot floated to the next man, and he placed 2 more rounds center mass. He was swinging toward what would likely be his final target when the rifle reports he'd been waiting for finally cracked, except they came from over his left shoulder, not from ahead. Jad was beside him. The last 2 gunmen dropped, but Carey's focus had already shifted to the closed door leading out of the main room. The door behind which he prayed Jack was held. He kept his weapon trained on it like a hunter's dog on point, until a firm squeeze on his shoulder prompted him to advance toward that final objective. He'd have to discuss Jad's creative room-clearing tactics later. For now, there was still work to do. Had the gang member opted for an upward stab into Jack's stomach, it would have all been over. Pinned on his back with his limbs tied, Jack could have offered no defense. The blade would have plunged into his abdomen, slicing through tissue and muscle before puncturing his liver. Death might not have taken him instantly, but it would have been a certainty moments later. Fortunately for Jack, that wasn't the move his attacker chose. Driven by raw fury rather than any tactical discipline, the tattooed man abandoned caution. He drove the knife toward Jack's face with a brutal overhand strike. Jack's earlier blow had wounded him, stoking a humiliated rage that now demanded the visceral satisfaction of burying the blade in Jack's eye. That satisfaction was denied. This time, Jack didn't try to block the descending arm. He embraced its momentum. As the knife flashed down, Jack seized the gangbanger's forearm, yanking and twisting his own body to the right. The sudden shift in force unbalanced the attacker, and Jack rolled with him, pinning the man's knife arm securely beneath his own weight. The gangbanger thrashed, desperate to free his weapon. Jack had a different priority. The chain on his wrists was too constricting for a neck wrap, but it allowed just enough movement for one brutal alternative, a cross-collar choke. Jack crossed his bound hands, gathered the fabric of the man's collar in his fists, and torqued his wrists, driving his knuckles deep into the soft tissue of the neck, targeting the carotid arteries. This was a blood choke, not an air choke, a critical distinction. Someone deprived of air fights with panicked awareness. A victim of a blood choke, especially one distracted, like this man fixated on his knife, might feel a strange, light-headed euphoria before everything went dark. Jack felt the knife's edge bite into his side as the man struggled. He ignored the searing line of fire across his ribs, grinding his knuckles deeper into the yielding flesh. This was it. If the man broke free, Jack was finished. He had to end it now. A sharp slap and Bella's piercing scream cut through the chaos beside him. The limits of soccer as self-defense had apparently been reached, but Jack couldn't afford to look. Like a determined predator, he focused everything into his hands, imagining the windpipe collapsing under the pressure. His arms trembled with strain as 2 more lines of fire scored his abdomen. Then, abruptly, the resistance vanished. The gangbanger went limp. Jack shoved the unconscious weight off his chest. The man wasn't dead. Not yet. He was merely unconscious from oxygen deprivation. To ensure a permanent end would require maintaining the choke for several more uninterrupted minutes. Time Jack did not have. Scrambling, his fingers closed around the plastic knife handle. He turned, seeking to help Bella, and his heart froze. The teenager was slumped against the wall, limbs splayed in a disturbingly lifeless sprawl. A roar of pure, helpless rage tore from Jack's throat, demanding a target. He found one. The cold, circular kiss of a rifle barrel pressed against the back of his skull. Jack spun and slashed with the knife, but he cut only empty air. The chains jerked him to a halt, leaving him staring into the flat, merciless eyes of the second gangbanger. The man made a guttural hawking sound and spat a glob of phlegm directly into Jack's face. The gesture was petty, infuriating. Knowing it was futile, Jack lunged anyway, a final defiant stab. He was a Ryan, and Ryans did not cower. As expected, the chain snapped taut, stopping the blade inches from the gunman's exposed calf. The gangbanger let out a low, grating chuckle, and Jack braced for the muzzle flash that would send him to his grandfather. It never came. Instead, the man's head jerked violently to the side, and his brains painted the wall with a sickening, wet splatter. The body crumpled to the floor like a discarded sack. Two figures stormed through the doorway, Carrie and Jad. Carrie's rifle barked twice, and the first gangbanger, still at Jack's feet, twitched under the impact. The sharp scent of gunpowder and copper hung thick in the air. "Clear," Jad announced, his voice flat. "Clear," Carrie confirmed from across the room, letting his rifle hang from its sling. Jad crouched next to Jack. "Well, hell, boss, seems you've gone and found another mess to crawl into." "Bella," Jack managed, his throat raw as he gestured weakly. "Check the girl." Carrie was already moving. The teenager looked fragile, nearly swallowed by the Green Beret's shadow, but his hands were surprisingly tender as he checked her pulse and pupils. "Hey there, can you hear me?" Carrie's voice was a low rumble, calm and steady. Bella's eyes fluttered open, her gaze swimming before focusing on him. "Who are you?" "We're the good guys," Carrie said, offering a small, reassuring smile as he helped her sit up. "A friend said you'd come," she murmured, her words slurred but clear. "He promised you would." "Damn right we came," Carrie said, his tone softening. "Wouldn't be much of a rescue team otherwise, would we?" Jack felt a sudden, unexpected tightness in his chest, a surge of emotion he quickly swallowed down. The sharp trill of a cell phone cut through the moment. Jad fished it from his pocket, listened for a beat, and nodded. "Hang on," he said into the receiver before turning. "It's for you, Jack. Hello?" Jack's own voice sounded shaky in his ears. This time, the tremor wasn't from the adrenaline crash, the two lifeless gang members on the floor, or even the bloody knife glinting nearby. No, it was the sight of Lisanne bursting into the room, her face pale as chalk. Though her eyes were dry, her expression was a raw portrait of terror. The realization hit him like a physical blow. She had believed he was gone. Pressing the phone to his chest, he opened his arms as far as the chains would allow. "Come here," he said, his voice rough. "I'm all right, I swear." He was decidedly not all right, a fact underscored by the jolt of pain that shot through his ribs as Lisanne threw her arms around him. The intensity of her embrace stunned him. They were colleagues, partners, who meticulously maintained a professional distance at work. All those careful boundaries evaporated in that instant. "I thought you were—" Her voice broke into a choked sob against his shoulder. "I was so sure." "Shh," Jack murmured into her hair, ignoring the protest from his battered body. "I'm here, we're okay." Nothing was okay, of course. A dull, comprehensive ache told him he was probably bruised from head to toe. His solo investigation had spiraled into a bloody disaster, forcing his team to break protocol on home soil. The town was a wreck. A key witness was still in danger, and a whole crew of foreign shooters was now a problem in the middle of Texas. But in a bizarre, twisted way, it was a start. Bella was breathing. Lisanne was holding him. He could build on that. Boss?" Jad's voice intruded, a hand tapping his shoulder. "Might want to take that call. Right now." Jack couldn't care less about the phone. "Who is it?" "Mary Pat," Jad said, and Jack inwardly groaned. Some days the universe just refused to cut him a break. "Mary Pat?" Jack said, bringing the phone back to his ear. "Jack, are you in one piece?" That was a complicated question. I'm operational, Jack replied, which was mostly true, provided someone found the key to these cuffs. What's the situation? You're going to think I've lost my mind. Mary Pat's voice was urgent, strained, but I need you to verify something immediately. I'll brief you en route, but we are at a critical juncture, and the epicenter is less than 30 miles from your position. Jack's eyes drifted to the two fallen gang members as he answered, his own voice heavy with exhaustion. We're on our way. Mary Pat wasn't often mistaken, but in this instance she had missed the mark. Her suggestion didn't seem unreasonable at all. Leon's gaze shifted between the quiet phone in his palm and the sprawling anomaly on the ground, weighing which silent demand unsettled him more. The phone's stillness was a stark report on the fate of the men he'd left with the MS-13 crew, while the grotesque, expanding blue form, now stretching into a teardrop, shouted for his focus without making a sound. Its color was supposed to reflect the clear Texas skies typical for the season, but today thick iron-gray clouds huddled above, mirroring the turmoil in Leon's own mind. What's your read, Captain? He turned to his second-in-command with a weary sigh, grappling for his own assessment. When the client first pitched this mission, Leon had been doubtful yet curious. Operating on American soil was notoriously tricky for foreign operatives, with FBI surveillance a constant threat, doubly so in a remote Texas town like this one. The client knew the risks and offered a staggering contract fee for Leon's agreement. Staggering wasn't even strong enough. If he secured the success bonus, he could bring all his remaining brothers onto the company payroll. No more desperate visits from spouses, no more aging warriors taking dangerous jobs for shady employers who'd betray them for a quick dollar. Just this morning, he'd confirmed with his financial advisor that the Veterans of Africa Fund was nearly solvent, ready to start disbursements, structured like an endowment where the interest alone would cover health care and support for those everyone else had forgotten. Yet now, Leon was seriously considering walking away from it all. I used to think Namibia was the worst we'd ever see, Leon muttered, as the azure fabric pool began to define itself. Now, I'm not so convinced. I did this to us, Hendricks. Not some corrupt official or incompetent client, me. I'm accountable for more lost men. That's not true, Hendricks replied firmly. Every man who took this contract knew the stakes, same as ever. Before you, I was nearly homeless. Others already were. You gave us a chance. Don't forget that. Leon gave a slow nod, but Hendricks's encouraging words didn't make the phone ring or ease the phantom pain burning from his missing hand. Good intentions were fine, but Leon had learned long ago that outcomes mattered more than noble feelings. He commanded soldiers for hire. His duty was to please the client and protect his team. But what happened when those aims clashed? Peter and Jan are likely gone, Leon said. The taste of the word sour, but we could still pack up and leave. What about the contract terms? Leon shrugged. We could claim a breach based on the last day's events. Without the completion and success bonuses, the fund won't stay afloat. On the flip side, we'd still be breathing. We can always find more work. Hendricks fell silent, stroking his beard thoughtfully, a habit he always had when deep in consideration. Leon had joked before about whether his friend's face actually itched or if he just thought it made him look perceptive. He didn't bring it up today. The old quip felt hollow, and frankly, he could use a little insight. I think we're finished here, Hendricks said at last, his voice measured and low. I still can't get on board with you keeping the client's name to yourself. Leon shifted, but Hendricks raised a hand. Easy. I'm not picking a fight, even if I don't like the call. You don't need to be a genius detective to narrow down the possibilities. How many organizations are out there that both desperately want that aircraft and have the deep pockets to meet our outrageous price for stealing it? The list isn't long. Hendricks tempered his statement with a slight grin, then waited, as if expecting Leon to push back. Leon stayed quiet. His friend had something to say, and Leon was willing to let him say it. Hendricks gave a slow nod as if acknowledging the silent permission. He turned his gaze back toward the staging area. "Honestly, I don't think your strategy to shield us is going to hold," Hendricks continued. "Whatever our client plans to do with their fancy new acquisition is going to create blowback, serious blowback that will land right in our laps. And that tidy exit we had mapped out, it's contaminated now. This is it for us. We either finish this job, get paid, and disappear, or the whole operation collapses. Either way, our time is up." Leon remained silent. A part of him knew Hendricks was probably correct, but he wasn't prepared to concede. Not yet. "I'll handle getting that thing ready to fly," Leon said, gesturing toward the bundled fabric. "You manage the outer security. Are we anticipating company?" Hendricks asked. Leon held up his phone, which remained dark. "It would be stupid to think we aren't." Jack Ryan was beyond tired, exhausted, didn't even cover it. This was a deep systemic weariness that only settled in after you'd poured every last ounce of yourself into an operation. His chest and back were a mosaic of bruises. His arms and legs protested with every slight movement. His broken nose pulsed with a dull, rhythmic ache that matched his heartbeat. Carey had done his best to tape the nose back into some semblance of alignment and had offered painkillers. Jack had refused them. It wasn't some macho act right now. He felt a strong gust of wind could probably knock him over. He'd turned down the pills for one simple reason: the mission wasn't over. "So where'd you serve, Jack?" The question came from Isaac, who had reclaimed his rightful place in the co-pilot's seat. The Robinson helicopter was cramped on a good day, and with 5 broad-shouldered operators crammed into its tiny cabin. Jack was starting to feel the walls close in. Being wedged between Carey and Jad certainly didn't help, but the Green Berets hadn't exactly consulted him on the seating chart. They were probably worried if they gave him a seat by the door, he'd just tumble out. Jack carefully adjusted his boom microphone, avoiding his swollen, melon-sized nose and his freshly split lip. The MS-13 thug hadn't looked like much, but he'd fought with a feral intensity. Then again, Jack had a real talent for making people want to hit him. "I didn't," Jack replied. His words came out thick and mumbled, though that might have been due to the new architecture of his face. His jaw wasn't broken, but he was now the proud owner of a couple of new gaps where teeth used to be. "Come on, Isaac. Press, this is a circle of trust. Everyone here is special operations, except our pilot over here." But he's too busy playing with his joystick to listen in. Heard that Kyle called from the front. More flying, less talking. Isaac shot back. "You're not pretty enough to be a SEAL, Jack. And any self-respecting Green Beret knows better than to take on a team of hired guns alone." That's the kind of reckless move a ranger would pull. "You a bat boy? I've never been in the military," Jack stated flatly. "At all. Seriously?" Isaac said. "Seriously? Then how in the world did you? My last name is Ryan," Jack interjected. "Ah, here we go," Jad muttered. "Ryan, huh?" Isaac said. "You mean like?" Yes, Jack cut him off, exactly like that. Jack wasn't sure if it was his utterly drained tone or the name itself that did it, and he didn't care. For the first time in what felt like ages, Isaac was blessedly quiet. The group had been flying westward for the past 20 minutes, heading toward a set of GPS coordinates that could mean absolutely anything. Mary Pat's orders had been light on specifics, but heavy on the need for speed. For reasons locked inside its digital mind, a cutting-edge aircraft, carrying the world's best hope of stopping Iran's nuclear ambitions without starting a full-scale war, had suddenly decided to take a scenic route over Texas. Its new flight path brought it within 50 miles of Briarwood. Jack still couldn't piece together what a band of international mercenaries had to do with a multi-billion-dollar experimental plane, but his job wasn't to figure out the why. With Bella safe under Lisanne's watch and a small army of federal and state law enforcement descending on Briarwood, he was confident the corrupt operation there was about to be thoroughly cleaned out. Yet despite all that official firepower, none of it could reach the remote coordinates. The drone was heading toward faster than Jack and his hastily assembled crew. Once again, the final move was his to make. "Widow's Peak is just ahead," Kyle called from the pilot's seat. 10 o'clock, about 2 miles out. Jack shifted, trying to get a view around Carrie's frame. He'd studied photos on his phone, but the images failed to capture the massive scale of the terrain. The dome, a colossal egg of pink granite, rose nearly 3,000 feet. Its summit was a vast, flat tabletop, easily the size of 3 football fields laid side by side. Unlike the more tourist-friendly Enchanted Rock to the south, Widow's Peak offered no welcoming path. The ascents were notoriously dangerous, often blocked by rock slides or eroded trails. A rough gravel road led into the surrounding park from the highway, though the park's website clearly stated it was closed for repairs. The group gathered at the peak, however, seemed to have missed that memo. "What in the world is happening up there?" Carrie muttered, voicing the question on everyone's mind. Even without binoculars, Jack could make out a strange scene among the sparse trees and scrub brush clinging to the granite. A loose triangle of rugged off-road vehicles formed a perimeter, with men positioned around them in a defensive ring, leaving the center conspicuously clear. "Almost clear? Carrie, what's that in the middle?" Jack asked, squinting at the unfamiliar shape. Carrie adjusted the focus on his binoculars. "Hard to say for sure, but it looks like a winch. And it's feeding out cable right now?" "Going over the cliffside?" Jack asked. "No," Carrie replied, his voice tightening. "The cable is going straight up into the air." "Up to what?" Jack pressed. The answer came not from Carrie, but from Kyle. The pilot was tapping a finger against the plexiglass canopy above him. Jack looked up, and a low curse escaped his lips. A balloon. It was a high-altitude balloon, climbing steadily into the overcast Texas sky like a silent, determined ghost. The sight was so absurd, it almost felt like a joke. A billion-dollar international crisis. And here they were chasing a party balloon. "We might have a problem," Leon's lieutenant, Hendricks, stated flatly. Leon tore his gaze from the ascending balloon and looked at the man, wondering what fresh complication could possibly arise. The balloon system itself was top of the line, paid for, with no expense spared client funds. The massive trailer-mounted winch, however, was a different story. The procurement team had clearly cut corners. The mechanism was rusted and bulky, requiring considerable force just to get the cable to unspool. Getting the balloon back down was going to be a chore. At this moment, Leon was sorely tempted to just sever the line and let the balloon and the client's precious representative drift off into the great Texan beyond. He pushed the satisfying thought aside, set down the heavy hammer he'd been using, and asked the expected question. "What is it?" "Company," Hendricks said, simply pointing toward the sky in the distance. The massive winch drew its power from a generator just as formidable, a 40-kilowatt beast mounted on a skid and trailer. While designed for portability, hauling it up the rough road had been a brutal task. With its 100-gallon diesel tank topped off, the unit weighed over 2 tons. Unlike the bulky winch it fed, the generator ran perfectly, but it was deafening. So when Hendricks gestured toward the sky, Leon was genuinely startled to see a civilian helicopter painted a bright blue hovering in the distance. "What about it?" Leon yelled over the mechanical roar. Hendricks leaned in close. One of Pieter's last comms mentioned a chopper, right before he went silent. Hearing "went silent" sent a jolt through Leon Pieter. Wasn't just another contractor. He was a brother from their days in the wreckers. A friendship forged long before this mercenary life. This job was meant to set guys like Peter up for a comfortable retirement, not to bury them. Leon shoved the rising fury down. "There'd be time for blame and what-ifs after the mission, not now." "Can you handle it?" he asked. Hendricks pointed to a heavy-duty case on a nearby truck's tailgate. "Just give the order and we'll drop it from the sky." Leon gave a curt nod, his eyes narrowing as he studied the aircraft. He was no helicopter expert, but he knew military and paramilitary air assets. In the U.S., police and military units typically used turbine-powered birds, and this small, bulbous craft clearly wasn't one. A paramilitary machine would also likely sport sensor pods along its smooth belly, but this one was clean. Everything suggested it was just some hobbyist out for a joyride, and yet Peter had reported a helicopter just before his transmission cut out. After nearly 40 years in this violent trade, Leon had stopped believing in happy accidents a long time ago. But blowing a helicopter out of the sky wasn't like cleaning up a messy situation in the woods. Choppers had radios. Even if this pilot wasn't chatting with a control tower, a fiery crash would draw every kind of attention imaginable. And attention was the one thing Leon couldn't afford, not until the client's man on the ground finished his work. His entire team needed to stay invisible in every sense. Assign a man to watch it, Leon decided. If that bird drifts any closer, you take it down. I'll go light a fire under our client's representative. Make sure everyone is prepped to move the second we get the green light. Hendricks acknowledged with a sharp nod and immediately began barking orders to his crew. Leon watched for a moment, always appreciative of his lieutenant's crisp efficiency. Then he unclipped the radio from his vest, thumbed the transmit button, and steeled himself to deliver some motivational pressure of his own. I've got it. Bob flinched at the shout from his backseater. While the rest of him was still airworthy enough to pass a flight physical, with only minor fudging, Bob's hearing was a complete disaster. A lifetime of earplugs and flight helmets had been utterly defeated by the thunderous roar of Pratt & Whitney engines and their staggering combined horsepower. He'd flown in an era before noise-canceling tech existed, and his eardrums had paid the permanent price. Like any seasoned pilot, he had the eye chart memorized, but his ancient ears were useless in the soundproof booth, with its subtle, taunting beeps. After failing the hearing test 3 consecutive times, Bob had finally convinced the technician he could compensate for the deficit by simply cranking up the volume knob on his aircraft's radio, a solution as old school and stubborn as the pilot himself. The doctor had cleared him for duty, a mix of professional courtesy and a sense of public service, and Bob had been flying with his headset volume maxed out ever since. The constant roar was still brutal on his hearing, but Bob had learned to live with it. Unless Charlie decided to shout, then it was like having a white-hot needle jammed straight into his brain. "In the name of all that's good, Charlie," Bob growled, "we do not scream in this line of work, period. If you're going to crash and burn, you do it with dignity, in silence." "Now, what is it?" "My apologies," Charlie replied. "I believed you'd want to know I've identified the reason the Corvair is circling this location." "All right. So perhaps there was the occasional justification for raising one's voice." "Well, don't keep it to yourself," Bob said. "Out with it." Bob's wife often remarked that he'd softened with the years. Bob figured she'd say that because she'd never been trapped in a cockpit with him. It was likely the very reason their marriage had survived. The Corvair is accepting a new flight plan. Bob glanced at his center console, displaying the feed from Charlie's sensor pod. The engineer had zoomed out to a broader view, making the unmanned craft look more like a dark smudge drifting against the blue than a distinct aircraft. Even so, from Bob's vantage, it didn't seem to be doing much. The Corvair had made it to Texas quickly, but it hadn't pushed anywhere near its maximum velocity. That had allowed Bob to just barely keep up. While the drone had the power to muscle through the thicker air at lower levels, Bob had been compelled to climb above 60,000 feet, where the thin atmosphere provided far less drag. He hadn't admitted it to Charlie, but the engineer's skill with the sensor array had been their saving grace. Charlie had maintained a solid lock on the Corvair's heat signature, enabling Bob to shadow its every move. Had the drone kicked into Mach 5, or if a bank of clouds had drifted between them, they would have lost it for good. But fortune had favored the Habu crew. Bob arrived on station just moments after the Corvair, and that's when the situation shifted from puzzling to downright inexplicable. After slowing to what was clearly a loitering speed, the Corvair had begun a slow, wide orbit. Bob had been fairly convinced the thing's computer had a major glitch, but Charlie had maintained the aircraft was there for a purpose. It seemed he was correct. That's promising, then, isn't it? Bob said. Has the ground team at Palmdale re-established command? Negative, Charlie said. The transmission isn't coming over SATCOM or any standard data link. The upload is occurring on the UCA's maintenance diagnostic frequency, the exact same short-range radio band I use to pull flight data. How short is short? Bob asked, a cold dread beginning to pool in his gut. Strictly line of sight, Charlie confirmed. 1 mile 2 at the absolute maximum. I can't pinpoint the source. I believe I can, Bob said, his eyes fixed on the wide-angle sensor display. Do not, under any circumstances, lose visual on that aircraft. I need to make a radio call, Washington, D.C. Miss Kent, the floor is yours, President Ryan stated. If Shannon Kent felt any anxiety about briefing the commander-in-chief, she gave no indication. She also showed no unease about presenting in place of her superior. Following his unsatisfactory performance, General Perkins had been summarily dismissed by the president, with orders to funnel all subsequent information through his deputy. Shannon. Now she was in the spotlight, though. To Mary Pat's experienced eye, the young officer appeared not just capable but utterly composed. Thank you, Mr. President Shannon began. I aim to address 3 fundamental questions. Who is controlling the Corvair? What are their objectives? And why is its destination Texas? I appreciate straightforwardness, Ryan said. As do I, sir, Shannon replied. Regrettably, straightforward questions rarely yield straightforward answers. I'll lay out what we know and what we suspect, and I'll make sure to separate the two clearly. Shannon paused, giving Ryan a moment to interject if he wished. The president took a different approach. Miss Kent, Ryan began, did you serve in the military? Yes, sir, Shannon replied, a faint flush coloring her cheeks. I was in the Navy. I had a feeling, Ryan said with a nod. I'm a Marine myself, so I suspect we'll speak the same language. Here's the deal. I don't blame the person bringing the news, but I have zero tolerance for nonsense. I need you to give me your assessment straight. No sugarcoating, clear. Aye, aye, sir, Shannon affirmed. And please, it's Shannon. All right, Shannon, Ryan said, a brief smile touching his lips. Let's hear it. Shannon's eyes dropped to her notes. Though Mary Pat was fairly certain she didn't require them, Shannon had been the first to arrive in the Situation Room after Mary Pat herself, waiting patiently while the president gathered updates from everyone else. There was something familiar about her, a younger version of myself. Mary Pat thought. Now it was time to see if that similarity ran deeper than surface-level composure. Here are the facts, Shannon stated. The Corvair's systems have been entirely hijacked. The aircraft is ignoring all commands from the ground team. It has also stopped transmitting telemetry data and has deactivated its transponder. Frankly, if it weren't for the SR-71 tracking it, we likely would have lost the aircraft completely, thanks to its stealth design. The bad news kept rolling in. So, how is it being controlled right now? Ryan asked. His earlier promise to Shannon about not shooting the messenger wasn't entirely accurate. While he didn't punish people for bad news, he rarely let a briefing follow a predetermined script. Ryan's mind moved quickly, and he expected everyone around him to match that pace. Shannon would need to be on her toes. We don't have that answer yet, sir, Shannon admitted. Our working theory is that a segment of malicious code was activated, instructing the Corvair to change its flight plan and proceed to its present location. Why? Ryan pressed. We don't know, Shannon repeated. We also don't know who wrote that code or what their ultimate goal is. That's a weaponized aircraft, Ryan pointed out. Is this the start of a terrorist strike? No, Shannon said firmly. Why are you so sure? Ryan asked. Shannon gestured toward the large LCD screen on the wall, which displayed a map of the United States. A thin blue line traced the Corvair's journey from its starting point in Palmdale to its current position over Texas. As you can see, Shannon explained, the UCAV flew past numerous high-value potential targets to reach Texas. That journey also consumed roughly half of its available fuel. We estimate it now has a range of about 1,000 miles before the tanks are empty, and that radius shrinks with every minute it spends circling in Texas airspace. Shannon pressed another button, and a vivid red ring materialized on the screen, centered on the UCAV's location and depicting a 1,000-mile radius. The circle covered a vast swath of territory, though its northeastern edge stopped well short of Washington, D.C., around Roanoke, Virginia, a small but welcome piece of good news. However, a significant portion of the country's heartland fell within that red ring, along with much of Mexico and northern Central America. Based on this, Shannon continued, we assess that the primary intent is theft, not an immediate attack. Who's behind it? Ryan demanded. Shannon shook her head. Unknown, sir, but seizing control of the aircraft like this demonstrates a very high degree of technical skill. The kind only a nation-state could manage? Ryan suggested. Shannon gave a slow nod. Arnie, scratching his head, chimed in, I still don't follow. If someone's trying to steal our plane, why take it to Texas? Range. Ryan answered, his tone shifting to one of weary sarcasm. That bird only gets about 2,000 miles on a full tank, and it can't refuel mid-air without our tankers. If it flew west from California, it would end up as a very expensive piece of debris in the middle of the Pacific Ocean. Someone is thinking practically, even if they are stealing from us. Mary Pat was the first to answer, Cuba. Jack Ryan gave a curt nod. Exactly. Arnie Van Dam's neck began to redden. Those communist bastards, he muttered. Hold on, Arnie, Ryan cautioned. Every good analyst knows confirmation bias is a trap. Cuba is a logical landing point, and its current government is friendly with plenty of nations who'd love to get their hands on that aircraft. But we can't jump to conclusions. First, we need to understand why it's in Texas at all. A technician wearing a headset interrupted. Mr. President, we have a radio call for you from Lorenzo, Ryan gestured. Put him through. Let me make sure I understand. President Ryan said, his voice tight. You believe the Corvair is getting new flight instructions from someone in a hot air balloon? Explain. Mary Pat kept her face carefully neutral, a skill honed over decades of handling assets from Moscow to Berlin. You never let them see you react. But the sheer absurdity of the situation was testing her legendary composure. A crackle of static cut through the speaker before Lorenzo's voice returned. Apologies, Mr. President. We're having comms issues up here. My backseater keeps accidentally cutting you off. I'm no engineer, so I'll keep this simple. A bad actor with access to the operating system could easily insert a subroutine telling the aircraft to fly to a single GPS coordinate and circle. With millions of lines of code, they'd be confident the intrusion would go unnoticed. But actually, seizing full control, that's a much heavier lift. My backseater's theory is they used that first Trojan to get it to Texas and are now uploading the rest of the instructions while it orbits. Shannon chimed in. That tracks, sir. So far, the UCAV has only flown to a waypoint. To land it or do anything more, they'd need far deeper access. I assume the same applies if they want to use its weapons? Ryan asked. Yes, sir, Shannon confirmed. The president's silent nod spoke volumes to Mary Pat. The best-case scenario was $1 billion theft. The worst case didn't bear thinking about Ryan. Was quiet for a long moment, lost in thought. Mary Pat knew better than to press him. The analyst in him still preferred to work things through alone. He'd speak when he was ready. Lorenzo? Ryan finally said. How is the hacker accessing it? More static preceded the reply. The UCAV has a software backdoor accessible by short-range radio on a specific frequency. My backseater uses it to monitor telemetry during tests. Until today, the techs believed it was a one-way portal. Apparently, they were wrong. A low murmur of dismay rippled around the table. Senator Brown drew a breath to speak, but the president silenced the room with a single raised finger. To those outside his trusted circle, Ryan could easily be written off as just another politician climbing the ranks. Yet beneath that exterior was the heart of a United States Marine. "You're certain the signal originates from the balloon?" Ryan pressed. Lorenzo's reply was measured. "Certainty is in short supply at the moment, sir. But this isn't a pleasure craft for a scenic ride. It's a military-grade platform built for extreme altitude with a pressurized capsule instead of a basket. My systems officer confirms the antenna on its side is tuned precisely to the frequency band required to access the drone's maintenance systems. It's also anchored by a cable that unspools as it climbs, and it's ascending at an alarming rate. The assessment is that the balloon can only establish intermittent contact with the UCAV until it closes the distance and reduces the transmission gap." Ryan's mind raced for alternatives. Why not simply command the drone to descend? Lorenzo was blunt. "The Corvair is notoriously fuel-hungry, sir. It's designed to cruise at Mach 5 above 80,000 feet. The controller likely wants to conserve every drop for their endgame. That means moving the balloon into the drone's operational sphere, not the reverse. So how do we neutralize the balloon?" Ryan asked. Lorenzo's tone shifted. "The balloon? I don't have a solution for that, sir, but I might have a way to stop the UCAV." When Ryan demanded details, the pilot's answer was chillingly simple. "I ram it. My Habu isn't built for dogfighting, but the Corvair's holding pattern is consistent. It wouldn't be a graceful maneuver, but I believe I could force it down, provided it doesn't alter course." This time the stunned silence in the room wasn't orchestrated by the president. Lorenzo's casual proposal of a suicide mission seemed to strip the air from the space. Mary Pat felt her secure device buzz. Turning it over, she read the two-word message, "On station." Ryan's voice cut through the quiet as he scanned the faces around him. "Does anyone have another option? Anything at all?" Mary Pat spoke up. "I might, actually." Ryan's eyes found hers, the hardness in his expression easing just slightly. "Let's hear it, MP." "Yes, sir," she began, choosing her words for the broader audience. "We've redirected a nearby paramilitary unit. They are now in position." Vague terminology was deliberate, a shield for the campus, whose existence remained compartmentalized. Ryan was still determining which advisors to fully brief, while her phrasing was a glaring signal to him. Mary Pat sensed a more personal question forming. He raised his brows in silent query. She gave a slight, confirming nod. He held her gaze for a long moment before nodding back, a decision made. "Lorenzo, maintain your position," Ryan ordered. "You're our contingency." "Mary Pat, proceed with your approach. Everyone else, if you'll excuse me, I have a call with the Israeli Prime Minister." As the others, save for Arnie Van Dam and Scott Adler, stood to leave, Mary Pat discarded all decorum, where she would normally exit with measured steps. Today she ran at Widow's Peak, Texas. The roar of the Robinson helicopter filled the cabin. "Go ahead, Mary Pat," Jack said, his voice clear through his noise-canceling headset, which was linked to his phone. The setup allowed communication, but the environment was far from ideal for a confidential talk, especially since everyone on board could listen in. He hoped for positive news. "Jack, everything hinges on that balloon," Mary Pat stated urgently. "Whoever is inside is transmitting continuous updates to the orbiting drone." Another military aircraft was tracking the unmanned combat aerial vehicle, though it carried no weapons. Jack turned his head to peer through the open cabin door. The balloon was drifting toward a scattered cloud layer, thousands of feet above, if there were unidentified planes circling somewhere in that dull gray sky. He hadn't been aware of them. "Any clue what their interest is in the drone?" Jack asked. "None," came the reply, "but here's the reality. We must recover that aircraft, Jack. It's armed for a combat operation. If it doesn't complete its flight, the world edges toward war, and if it were captured by Russian or Chinese forces, that would be like a B-2 pilot defecting to Moscow with the plane. We cannot let it escape." Jack shut his eyes, resisting a groan. His hand started toward the bridge of his nose, but he stopped, remembering the swollen, throbbing ache centered there. Just once, He wished the weight of all humanity wasn't dumped onto his already bruised shoulders. Seriously, this weekend was supposed to be about relaxing with Lisanne and catching a college football game. Couldn't someone else take a turn saving the world for a change? The man doesn't choose the moment. The moment chooses the man. The phrase surfaced in his mind unexpectedly. He wasn't sure where he'd heard it. Most of the wisdom in his life came from his parents or from Ding Chavez. This didn't sound like either of them. Maybe he'd read it on a fortune cookie slip the last time he and Lisanne ordered Chinese. Regardless, the sentiment was right. There was a job only he could do. Time to get moving. "We'll handle it, Mary Pat," Jack said. "Jack, you need to realize I understand," Jack said, his tone gentle but firm. "Tell my father I understand." Silence followed, long enough that Jack wondered if the call had dropped. Then Mary Pat's voice returned. "All right, Jack. Good luck." The line went dead. "Well, hell," Jad remarked. "Sounds like President Ryan needs us to save the day again." "Think this'll score us another White House dinner invite?" Carrie asked. "Dinner?" Jad replied. "Been there, done that. This time, I want a ride on Air Force One." Despite everything, Jack felt his split lips curl into a faint smile. This situation was a complete mess, no doubt about it. But if he had to walk through the gates of hell, there were no better men to have beside him. "He really is that Ryan," Isaac said, his earlier humor gone. "Good grief, son," Jad said. "I know you third group guys are the junior varsity, but try to keep up." "All right, team," Jack said. "Looks like we need to get a closer look at that balloon." "There's an issue with that," Kyle said. "The balloon's nearing the maximum altitude my bird can safely reach. If we're going up there, I'll need to drop 3 of you off first." "Actually, there's another problem," Carrie cut in. "One of the ground crew is uncrating a man-pad." "Hold on," Kyle said. Jack was thrown against his restraints as the helicopter abruptly dropped. The dome flashed past on the left and disappeared as Kyle leveled the skids just above the treetops. "You're sure it was a man-pad?" Kyle asked, banking the helicopter sharply to the left. "I'm a sniper," Carrie said. "I'm pretty good at identifying targets. That guy was unpacking an SA-7 Grail surface-to-air missile. Copy that," Kyle said. "If we stay low, I can use the terrain for cover, but if that Grail gets a line of sight on our engine, we're finished." Someone would have to neutralize the missile operator. Jack glanced at Carrie. The Green Beret was staring back at him, waiting. "I'm going after the balloon," Jack said. "I need you to do some sniper work." "Thought you'd never ask," Carrie replied. "If only I had a decent spotter." "The sooner you stop talking, the sooner we can start putting steel on target," Jad said. "I'm coming with you," Isaac stated firmly. Carrie gave him a measured look. "That depends," he replied. "Do you have a Ranger tab?" "Obviously," Isaac answered, a hint of indignation in his tone. "Why does that matter?" "Because we're about to make Ranger Rudder proud," Carrie said with a grim smile. As Carrie had quickly briefed them, Ranger Rudder was Major General James Earl Rudder, a lieutenant colonel during World War II. His legend was built on scaling the 100-foot cliffs at Pointe du Hoc under devastating German fire, leading his battalion in a daring assault that supported the Normandy landings. The action became a cornerstone of Ranger history, though Rudder paid a steep price, being wounded twice and losing half his men. Jack sincerely hoped their own improvised cliff climb would have a far less costly conclusion. "Scepter, this is Reaper." Carrie's voice crackled over the radio. "We're at the base. Beginning ascent now." While Jack had been coordinating with Mary Pat, Carrie had been searching for a vantage point to engage the mercenaries holding Widow's Peak. The dome's top was mostly flat, but its northeastern edge featured a sheer 50-foot cliff overlooking the surrounding land. While a series of switchback trails provided easy access from the dome itself, the granite walls discouraged any other approach, for ordinary people, that is. The commandos of Triple Nickel had repeatedly proven they were anything but ordinary. Carrie was confident he, Jad and Isaac could scale the northern face undetected and establish a firing position to eliminate the missile operator, clearing the way for Jack and Kyle's balloon inspection. At least that was the theory. Kyle had dropped the Green Berets off using the rolling hills as cover, then flown a mile west to sell the illusion of disinterest to the mercenaries. Now the real work began. "Roger, Reaper," Jack responded. "Call when set back in the helicopter." Kyle steered the conversation elsewhere. "We never did discuss what you plan to do if I actually get you up to that balloon." Jack didn't appreciate the emphasis on if, but he understood Kyle's pragmatism. The balloon was still climbing, making the pilot's job increasingly difficult with every foot of altitude. "No, we didn't," Jack admitted. Kyle waited, then pressed on. "Even if I can get us that high, we won't have the power to hover. We'll get one pass." "Noted," Jack said. "What's on your mind?" "I'm thinking I'll figure it out when we get there," Jack replied, simply. "An interesting, if slightly terrifying approach to aviation," Kyle remarked dryly. Just then, Carrie's voice returned. "Scepter, this is Reaper." Jack felt a surge of relief at the sound, a feeling that vanished with Carrie's next words. "We've got a situation." Carrie pressed himself against the cold, wet granite, his fingers searching for purchase, ignoring the 50-foot drop and the wind trying to peel him from the rock face was easier than he expected, because a far more immediate threat occupied his mind, the presence of someone waiting above them. "Scepter Reaper," he whispered into his mic, "I think there's somebody on the ledge above us." Once again, Jad's almost supernatural instinct for danger had saved them. While Carrie relied on his trained skills, Jad possessed a sixth sense for trouble, and that sense was screaming now. Jad possessed an uncanny awareness of his surroundings that Carrie could never quite grasp. It didn't matter if it was choosing a different entry point at the last second to bypass a trap or stopping a patrol mere feet from a hidden minefield. Jad just knew. So when his spotter signaled a halt just short of the cliff's peak, Carrie pressed himself against the cold granite without question. Through a series of sharp hand gestures, Jad communicated his suspicion. A sentry was posted above. Carrie heard nothing but the howling wind and saw only rock. Yet Jad's assessment was law. "Reaper, this is Scepter." Jack's voice crackled in his ear. "Go ahead. What's your status?" Carrie glanced up. Jad was 10 feet above, and to his right, leading the climb. Though he couldn't speak, he was listening. With another fluid sequence of signals, Jad outlined the plan. Carrie nodded, thought for a second, then keyed his mic. "Scepter Reaper, we can neutralize the sentry, but we need a diversion. Can you have that friendly aircraft make a low pass over our position? Reaper, Scepter, stand by. You want me to do what?" Bob Lorenzo stared at his radio console as if it had personally insulted him. The unfamiliar voice making the request had to be on the wrong frequency. He'd been relaying updates via SATCOM, and the sudden flood of call signs and questions was becoming a serious headache. Back in the day, from takeoff to landing, his radio silence was absolute now. It felt like he couldn't adjust his altitude without a committee demanding an explanation. For a fleeting moment, the quiet of retirement sounded pretty good, requesting a low pass over the mountaintop. Same voice, same bewildering order. Bob was about to transmit a very pointed reply when another recognizable voice cut in. "Lorenzo, Jack, do you copy?" "Yes, Mr. President," Bob said instinctively, straightening his posture. Decades out of the service, and one word from Jack Ryan could still make him feel like a fresh cadet. "Perfect," Ryan continued. "Let's keep this simple. We have a team scaling that cliff. They need a distraction, something to make the opposition keep their heads down." "A distraction, sir. Understood," Bob said, a grin spreading across his face. "That I can definitely handle." Roger, Lorenzo, proceed as discussed. Bob had to admit, working with Ryan had its perks. "Hey, Lorenzo, what's the play?" Charlie, his backseater, asked. For once, Bob didn't mind the question. "Just watch, kid. he said, his hands moving across the controls. "We used to call this Blackbird diplomacy. Reaper, Scepter, your air support is on the way." "Copy," Carey whispered into his mic. "He's doing the low-pass negative Reaper," Jack responded. "He's got a different idea also. He advises you to hold on tight and cover your ears." Carey was familiar with show-of-force flights. He remembered a time in Afghanistan, pinned down by Taliban fire, when a B-1 Lancer answered his call. That magnificent bird had torn through the valley, afterburners blazing like a vengeful comet. But this felt different. A fraction of a second before it would have struck the enemy-held ridge, the pilot hauled the aircraft into a near-vertical climb, sending the bomber screaming into the heavens. It was a breathtaking sight. Carey verified that Jad and Isaac had received the signal. Both green berets, like him, were flattened against the cold granite. It wasn't the most stable position, but it was the best they were going to get. "Scepter, Reaper," Carey transmitted. "We're ready." Carey opened his jaw, pressed his right ear into his shoulder, and blocked his left with a finger. Whatever the outcome of today's mission, he was absolutely sure this particular climbing technique would never make it into the Ranger Handbook. "Copy, Reaper!" Jack's voice came through. "Snake is inbound now, 15 seconds. A shower of tiny stones stung Carey's face. He glanced upward, assuming they'd been dislodged by Jad. They hadn't. 10 seconds! Jad was motionless, a statue hewn from the mountain itself. Carey knew the reason for that perfect stillness. 5, 4, 3. A pair of boot toes appeared over the cliff's edge. The guard was standing directly above them. 2, 1, execute, execute, X. The third command was obliterated by what felt like the fist of God. Carey had witnessed displays of power before. He realized now he hadn't known the meaning of the word. The sonic boom from the low pass made the concussive force of a breaching charge seem like a gentle pat. It wasn't a sound, it was a physical blow, an invisible punch to the senses. Carey braced for it, was still barely on his feet. The sentry never had a chance. Moving with the speed of a predator, Jad scrambled up the final stretch of rock. Carey followed his own movements, far less graceful. Graceful or not, he hauled himself over the ledge in time to see the sentry crumpled on the ground, and Jad seizing the dazed man by the ankles, letting his rifle hang on its sling. Carey grabbed the sentry under the arms, and in one coordinated motion with Jad, they hurled the mercenary over the cliff's far side. Isaac joined them a moment later, pulling himself onto the plateau. "A little heads up next time, maybe." Isaac whispered sharply. "About the jet?" Jad replied. "No, about the flying human," Isaac shot back. "You've been out of the field too long," Jad said. "Save the commentary for the debrief," Carey said, dropping into a prone position. "We've got a job to do." And what a job it was. "Scepter, this is Reaper," Carey said. "We are in position and set over." Jack looked at Kyle. It was hard to read the pilot's expression behind his mirrored sunglasses, but his posture didn't exactly inspire confidence. "You good to go?" Jack asked. "Those guys seriously getting a lift on Air Force One?" Kyle said. "There's always space for a hero," Jack replied. "Get me to that balloon, and you've got a ticket to the party." "I'm not riding in the back," Kyle said. "First class all the way for you," Jack assured him. "I was thinking more along the lines of the co-pilot's seat." "Deal?" Jack said. "All right then," Kyle said, taking a deep breath. "Let's see if this works." Not the most inspiring pep talk Jack had ever heard, but you work with what you have. "Reaper, Scepter," Jack transmitted. "We are proceeding. The helicopter is returning." If Hendricks hadn't been pointing skyward, Leon might not have comprehended the words. The shockwave from moments before had not only nearly deafened him, but had also almost knocked him off his feet. He'd clutched the winch for balance as men around him stumbled or fell. His initial frantic thought was that the diesel bladders had detonated, but a rapid glance confirmed the rubber tanks were still intact. Aside from a persistent ringing in his ears and a heart hammering against his ribs, Leon seemed unharmed. A scan of the perimeter supported his quick assessment. Men were getting back up, brushing dust from their clothes. On the surface, everything was fine, But Leon knew better. Ear-shattering concussions didn't just occur out of thin air for no reason. Shift was in the air, and Leon's long experience as a soldier for hire told him that sudden changes during a mission rarely spelled anything positive. He was just reaching for his radio to check in with the squad leaders when Hendricks caught his eye. The small helicopter, which had been cautious in its earlier approach to the rocky summit, now threw all discretion to the wind. For a moment, Leon was certain it intended to set down right beside them on the peak. Instead, it shot skyward. "They're targeting the balloon," Leon said, his voice tinny and strange in his own battered ears. "Engage." Hendricks gave a sharp nod. Swiveling, he whistled and jabbed a finger toward the ascending aircraft. The soldier with the shoulder-fired missile launcher hoisted the weapon, tracking the target, and then his head vanished in a mist of red. "Scepter Reaper, we are in contact. Missile operator is out. You are cleared to proceed to the balloon." "Copy, Reaper," Jack responded. Proceeding to balloon. For the first time since this whole mess landed in his lap. Jack felt a flicker of possibility. The balloon and its basket loomed larger by the second in his windshield. The drone was a silent guardian above, and the Special Forces team was holding the line. Maybe, just maybe, this could work. Then Carrie's voice cut back in strained. "Scepter, Reaper, suggest you pick up the pace over." "Reaper, clarify over," Jack said, a knot forming in his gut. "Roger, we're engaged with a force of 20 to 30 highly trained, well-equipped combatants. Our position is not sustainable for long." Over, Jack cursed under his breath, furious at his own short-sightedness. He'd been so fixated on reaching the balloon and so confident in Carrie's team that he'd failed to see the obvious domino effect. Of course, taking out the immediate threat would trigger a full-scale response. Now the Hornets were swarming, and they were looking for a target. Reaper, Scepter. "Straight talk. What's your timeline over?" "Scepter, Reaper. Things get real dicey in about 2 minutes. Over." "Understood, Reaper," Jack said. "Stand by." He turned to Kyle. "How long until we're level with that thing? You still haven't said what your plan is once we get there." Kyle began. "How long?" Kyle glanced from the balloon to his instruments, his jaw tight. "At this climb rate, maybe another minute, then climb faster." "I can maybe shave it to 45 seconds if I push the transmission into the red," Kyle said, his voice tense. "But hear me out. If I do that, the metal stress could cause structural damage. After that, we land immediately, or we risk a total failure in the air." "We just need to get those men off that rock," Jack insisted. "You can set us down in the gravel lot at the bottom of the dome for all I care." "All right," Kyle conceded. "But my 2-minute clock starts now. After that, we land or we become a smoking crater." "Noted. Start the clock." Jack had meant it partly as a grim joke, but Kyle was all business. The pilot pulled up on the collective until the warning lights glared crimson, then punched a timer on the console between them. When pilots talked about their machines, they meant every word literally. "Reaper, Scepter," Jack transmitted. "We're on our way. 90 seconds over." This time, Carrie didn't reply with words. Instead, 2 quick clicks came over the radio, each punctuated by the distinct crackle of rifle fire in the background. Jack hefted his own rifle, staring at the balloon that now filled his view. It was definitely time to figure out what he was supposed to do once Kyle maneuvered them alongside that giant floating basket. And then his phone vibrated in his pocket. "Charlie," Bob's voice came through annoyingly calm. "How's the digital sleuthing coming?" "Damn it," Charlie muttered. His focus shattered. "Damn it, damn it, damn it. I'm guessing that didn't go well," Bob remarked. "I was so close," Charlie replied, frustration sharp in his voice. "I cracked how the intruders are attempting to rewrite the Corvair's flight systems. I managed to wipe a few of their subfiles, but the other operators spotted me and locked me out. Then I tried to command the Corvair to only accept my IP address, but the intruder was faster. His radio signal overpowers mine, so the drone keeps defaulting to his network. Like when your phone automatically connects to the strongest Wi-Fi?" Bob asked. Exactly, like that, Charlie confirmed. The genuine astonishment in the engineer's tone nearly made Bob smile. Nearly, but the sight of the Corvair on his screen chased away any hint of amusement. Charlie, Bob said, his voice tightening, tell me I'm seeing things. Is that drone altering its course? The image expanded as Charlie adjusted the sensor view, but Bob didn't need the feed anymore. He could see the Corvair banking sharply against the sky with his own eyes. Maine, this is Snake, Bob transmitted, his words clipped. Inform the president we're out of time. The Corvair is braking station. I am moving to interdict over. Bob ignited the afterburners, his mind calculating the intercept trajectory. Every pilot learned how to merge into a formation without colliding with a wingman. Now, Bob was applying that skill in reverse, aiming not to join but to meet head-on. We're not going to survive this, are we? The fighter pilot, part of Bob's brain, was all vectors and velocities. But the man beneath the helmet felt a sudden, unexpected respect for Charlie. There was no panic in the question, no desperate pleading, just a stark, honest inquiry. Bob owed him the same honesty. Yeah, partner, Bob said, his voice steady. We are. I wish there was another path, but there isn't. If this jet was built to let us eject separately, I'd order you to punch out right now. But it's not. I'm going to fly us directly into the heart of that drone. There's a ghost of a chance the impact leaves us intact enough to eject afterward, but I wouldn't bet on it. Okay, Charlie said, his acceptance simple and clear. I understand. Bob's left hand settled on the throttle as he made a last-minute adjustment with the pedals, keeping the Corvair's ghostly form centered in his canopy. I'll tell you the truth, Charlie, Bob said. You've been one hell of a backseater. Good enough to earn a call sign? Charlie asked. Bob was momentarily surprised. Until now, Charlie had shown zero interest in the military traditions that came with crewing a former Air Force jet. Then again, as the old saying goes, nothing focuses the mind quite like staring down your own end. If Charlie wanted to face it with a call sign, that was a fair request. You bet, Bob said. How does cowboy sound? I like it, Charlie replied. All right, then cowboy it is, Bob affirmed. Hold on tight, cowboy. This will all be over in about a minute. Bob firewalled the throttles and breathed a silent, fleeting prayer for his wife. She deserved so much more than a notification and a folded flag. A heartbeat later, a violent impact slammed Bob's head against the canopy frame. Go for Ryan, Jack answered. It's Mary Pat. Hey, Mary Pat, Jack said, working the action on his rifle. I'm a little occupied at the moment. The U-Kiev is leaving its station, Mary Pat reported. Damn it, Jack snapped, then immediately flushed with embarrassment. Mary Pat was a hardened Cold War veteran and the director of national intelligence, but to Jack, she'd always been something between a favorite aunt and a second mother. You didn't curse like that in front of your second mother. At least, not if your actual mother was Kathy Ryan. We'll be on the balloon in 15 seconds, Mary Pat, Jack said, forcing focus. For the first time, the rectangular gondola was fully visible. It resembled a tiny windowed space capsule more than a balloon basket, with a cluster of tanks and pipes on its roof hinting at a pressurized cabin. Don't bother, Mary Pat said, her voice carrying a new heavy weight. That's why I'm calling. We can't hold position any longer, not with that drone breaking its pattern. Kyle's voice crackled over the comms. What are you saying? Jack demanded. We're at maximum altitude, Kyle shot back. Transmission overheats in 20 seconds. The friendly jet is going to ram it, Mary Pat interjected. No, Jack said, a sudden desperate edge in his voice. Give me a shot. I can. Damn it, Mary Pat cursed. Mary Pat, Jack asked. Our aircraft experienced a mechanical failure, she stated flatly. It's all on you now, Jack. You're the only play. A cold dread settled in his stomach. What went wrong over there? On his end, Bob might have grinned if he weren't wrestling the controls. Old Charlie actually sounded let down. They hadn't plowed straight into the drone. The guy was earning his cowboy nickname fast. "We had an unstart on Engine 1, Bob reported. A what?" "Engine 1 flamed out," Bob clarified. The computer automatically throttled Engine 2 back to idle to compensate. "Why would it do that?" Charlie pressed. "To keep us from spinning into the ground," Bob said, his tone dry with one engine at full afterburner and the other dead. The yaw would be uncontrollable. "So, what's the plan, for heaven's sake, cowboy? Let me fly the plane for a minute, will you?" Bob's hands moved through the restart sequence from pure muscle memory, even though it had been decades since his last unstart. In the old analog birds, a pilot had to manually reduce thrust on the working engine to counter the violent swing. Those planes didn't even have a failure light. You just knew which engine quit by which side of your head you smashed against the canopy. They'd added red warning bulbs later, after a few nasty accidents. Bob never needed them. A sharp jerk to the right meant Engine 1 was out. A jerk left meant Engine 2. Simple. He completed the sequence, watching the gauges climb back to normal. Then he lit both afterburners. The analog counter dropped to 0. He'd just used his last shot of triethylborane, the chemical that ignited the burners. For better or worse, there was no turning back. He usually liked to confirm ignition with a glance in the rearview periscope, but this time he didn't bother. The sudden massive shove from 65,000 pounds of thrust was confirmation enough. "Cowboy, tell me you still have eyes on that drone," Bob said. "Loud and clear, Lorenzo, come right to heading 110. "Attaboy," Bob said, banking the Habu sharply to its limit. "It's increasing the gap." Charlie noted, his voice tense. "What's our move, Lorenzo? We're going to catch it. 15 seconds. Kyle's countdown continued in Jack's ear. "You know anything about high-altitude balloons?" Jack asked abruptly. "That's a stratospheric model," Kyle answered. "Service ceiling over 100,000 feet, filled with non-flammable helium. Your rifle isn't going to poke a hole big enough to matter. 10 seconds. Jack fixed him with a look. "What? There's a startup company about 40 minutes east of here," Kyle offered, almost sheepishly. "They do passenger flights to the edge of space, budget version of SpaceX, basically." "Do their balloons look like that?" Jack asked, gesturing upward. "Well, yeah, pretty much." A dozen frustrated replies flashed through Jack's mind, none of them useful. Sure, it would have been nice if Kyle had mentioned this earlier during the briefing, but the new information didn't really change the tactical reality. A hacker was riding in a capsule slung under a bulbous high-tech balloon, successfully hijacking a drone. Out of habit, Jack swept his holographic sight across the capsule. It was a utilitarian box, not exactly elegant, but according to Mary Pat, it was doing its job perfectly. Jack generally believed that enough focused force could solve most problems, but this was shaping up to be the glaring exception. The whole situation felt absurd. A cutting-edge drone being stolen by a guy in what was essentially a fancy picnic basket dangling from the sky. Even if the helicopter could hover, which it absolutely could not, and even if Kyle could somehow position them close enough for Jack to reach the capsule without the rotor blades slicing through the balloon's tether, which was a physical impossibility. The capsule's sleek exterior offered no handholds. Jack spotted a handle near what he assumed was the entry hatch, but there was no platform to stand on, even in some wild fantasy where he could teleport onto the surface. And given how the day was unfolding, the hatch was likely locked from the inside anyway, pushing this entire idea from the realm of the fantastical straight into the impossible. Jack wasn't getting inside that capsule, which meant he had to disrupt the hacker's operation. 5 seconds, Kyle warned. Jack settled the EOTech's red dot on the capsule's window, taking up the trigger slack. The capsule was pressurized, meaning its windows were probably thick, layered glass, the light 5. 56 millimeters round from his AR-15 would likely shatter on impact without penetrating, even if he miraculously cracked the glass. What then? His chances of hitting the hacker inside were slim. His chances of stopping the broadcast by killing him were 0. Stopping the broadcast. "Time's up," Kyle said flatly. Transmission's complete. We're finished. As the helicopter's nose began to dip, Jack saw it, the parabolic antenna mounted on the capsule's side. "Wait!" Jack snapped, grabbing the cyclic with his left hand and pulling back. "Hard! What the hell are you doing?" Kyle shouted. Jack didn't reply. Releasing the cyclic, he shifted the holographic dot onto the antenna, steadying the rifle with his left hand. He started pressing the trigger the instant the red circle settled on the dish-shaped antenna. The first shot cracked out, and Jack kept firing round after round. Sparks erupted from the aerial as he emptied the magazine. Then the AR's bolt locked back, and Kyle shoved the Robinson into a dive. Jack was out of time and out of ammunition. "I've got it," Charlie said over the comms. "You've got to be more specific, partner," Bob replied, strain in his voice. "Kind of busy up here." The SR-71 remained a cutting-edge aircraft nearly 6 decades after its debut. It excelled at many things, but mid-air link-ups were not one of them. Though the Corvair drone hadn't yet gone hypersonic, it was past Mach 1 and still accelerating. Even if the UCA had been flying straight and level, the speeds involved would have made Bob's task a nightmare. The Corvair was doing anything but flying straight. It was climbing, turning, and gaining velocity all at once. Short of throwing in a barrel roll, there weren't many more maneuvers the agile drone could use to make Bob's job harder. And let's be honest, while ramming the Corvair was noble and the right move, the idea of suicide didn't get more appealing the longer Bob thought about it. "The Corvair," Charlie repeated. "The intruding signal's strength has dropped way off. It's still there, but our signal is dominant now." "English cowboy," Bob pressed. "Our Wi-Fi is stronger than the neighbors," Cowboy translated. "If you get me closer, I think I can seize control of the Corvair and reinstall its original flight software to overwrite the hack." As if it had overheard them, the Corvair suddenly leveled its wings, settling into a steady altitude and course. Bob adjusted his bank angle, centering the drone in his windshield before rolling level. He'd reached a decision point. "Okay, partner," Bob said. "We only get one shot here. I can either take that thing down now or get you close enough for your computer magic. Not both. If you're wrong and the Corvair kicks into hypersonic flight, it's gone for good." "I can do it," Charlie insisted, his voice tight with conviction. "I swear to you I can do it." Bob studied the Corvair's shadowy outline against the sky, weighing the risk. A memory flashed, a training exercise years ago, where a similar gamble had paid off, the rush of success, sharp and clear. He pushed the thought aside, focusing on the drone ahead. As the mission commander, the final call rested squarely on his shoulders. Bob didn't have a death wish, but he fully grasped the weight of the consequences riding on his choice. He wouldn't be the first pilot to lay down his life for the mission, and he certainly wouldn't be the last. Yet Bob wasn't flying solo, he was part of a crew, and his backseater was pleading for his faith. He knew, deep down, if it were Skunk or any of the other Air Force officers he'd flown with making this request, this internal debate wouldn't even be happening. The line was clear. Either Charlie was a genuine member of his team, or he wasn't. "All right, cowboy," Bob said, nudging the controls to slip into formation behind the drone. "The stage is yours." In Washington, D.C., the atmosphere in the Situation Room was thick enough to cut with a knife. Mary Pat had been beside President Ryan through countless tense situations, but this one threatened to top them all. "Mr. President, this is Lorenzo. How do you read me?" came the voice over the speaker. "Loud and clear," Lorenzo Ryan responded. "Go ahead, sir." "We're positioned behind the Corvair," Lorenzo reported. "Whatever your ground team was attempting seems to have shifted the odds back in our favor. I won't bog you down with the technical specifics, but the short version is my backseater believes he can retake control of the aircraft." A wave of relieved murmurs and tentative smiles traveled around the table. Mary Pat, however, remained stone-faced. Her seasoned instincts screamed that Lorenzo hadn't delivered his full update. "That's welcome news, Lorenzo," Ryan said, leaning forward intently. "But I have a feeling there's another part to this story." Correct again, sir, Lorenzo confirmed. If my backseater's calculations are off and that Corvair kicks into hypersonic speed, it's gone for good. The brief optimism evaporated, replaced by confused and worried looks. The unspoken question in Lorenzo's report sailed over most heads in the room, but not the president's. You're asking for authorization to intercept and bring down the Corvair now, while you still can, Ryan stated flatly. Yes, sir, Lorenzo replied. That is precisely what I'm asking. This time, no murmurs followed. A profound, tomb-like silence swallowed the room. Even the typically smug Senator Brown had lost her condescending grin. Everyone understood the presidency aged a person, but few ever witnessed the exact moments that carved years from a leader's life. This was one of those moments. What's your assessment, Lorenzo? Ryan asked. After a crackle of static, Lorenzo's voice returned, stripped of all pretense. I think my backseater is a brilliant kid, sir. But if he's mistaken, a catastrophic number of people are going to die. President Ryan stared down at the polished table for what felt like an eternity, the weight of the world pressing on him. Finally, he lifted his gaze, his decision made. Yes, they will, Lorenzo, he said, his voice firm. So you tell your backseater he better damn well get my aircraft back? Over Widow's Peak, Texas, Jack's previous notion of a rough helicopter ride was instantly rewritten. The aircraft didn't just descend, it plummeted with a violent lurch, sending his unsecured rifle crashing against the cabin ceiling. Only his seat harness kept him from following it as his arms and legs flailed wildly against the sudden zero-G sensation. For a heart-stopping second, he wondered if the airframe itself would hold together. 5 seconds out, Kyle announced. His tone as casual as if he were commenting on a baseball score. Jack, who had previously found the pilot's demeanor grating, began a serious mental reappraisal. "Reaper, this is Scepter," Jack transmitted, fighting to keep his voice steady. "We are 5 seconds from the LZ, over." "Roger. Scepter, be advised, this is a hot LZ, I repeat, hot LZ, over." Kyle threw the helicopter into a sharp banking turn, finally granting Jack a view of the chaos below. Hot was a dramatic understatement. The 3 Green Berets were still pinned on the cliff edge, firing at whatever targets they could find, but the fight was no longer one-sided. The mercenary force had smartly broken into 3 distinct groups. One team of 4 had taken cover behind a cluster of vehicles, large boulders, and scattered equipment at the southwestern edge of the rocky dome, their fire disciplined and searching for the incoming helicopter. The mercenaries' muzzles flared with the steady, controlled rhythm of experts, pinning the Green Berets under a relentless hail of bullets. 2 assault teams positioned to the south and southeast advanced under the suppressive fire laid down by their comrades. They moved in a practiced leapfrog, one element laying down cover while the other bounded forward. Had these men not been trying to kill his friends, Jack might have admired the hypnotic precision of it all. These weren't just hired guns with automatic rifles. They were artists of violence, executing a flawlessly synchronized contact drill that would impress even his fellow campus operatives. Trapped in a lethal crossfire, the Green Berets were moments from being overrun. The attackers would have to fight their way up the winding switchbacks to the overhang. But given the brutal ballet unfolding below, Jack harbored no delusions about the outcome. His friends were going to die. 2 seconds, Kyle announced. Coming in hot. Hot was a dramatic understatement. The helicopter closed on the cliff face with such terrifying speed and at such a steep angle that Jack initially thought Kyle was aborting the approach. He wasn't. At the last possible instant, Kyle pivoted the chopper's nose and slammed the skids onto the northernmost edge of the rock shelf, directly behind the still-prone Green Berets. The violent landing jarred the aircraft sideways, slamming Jack against his harness. His fingers fumbled for the quick release, and he unbuckled, half-stepping, half-tumbling onto the solid rock. As usual in these moments, his body was moving before his mind could catalog the sheer insanity of it. He was battered, barely able to walk. His own rifle was still in the cabin, and the air was buzzing with incoming rounds. What exactly did he think he was going to do? He had no concrete plan. That wasn't the point. His team was in the thick of it, and Jack Ryan wasn't about to watch from the sidelines. "Go, go, go," Jack roared. The Green Berets were spread along the cliff's edge from west to east, starting with Carey and ending with Isaac, all facing south. At Jack's command, they sprang into motion. Carey rose to a knee, continuing to fire, while Jad and Isaac bolted for the helicopter. They didn't make it. Isaac's knee exploded in a spray of blood and tissue, and the big man crashed to the ground. Jack covered the distance in what felt like slow motion, his battered legs screaming in protest despite the adrenaline surging through him. Isaac was a solid 260 pounds. Even with Jad's help, getting him into the helicopter was impossible. So Jack didn't try. Instead, he snatched up Isaac's fallen rifle, dropped to a knee, and started looking for targets. "Carey, get him to the bird," Jack barked between shots. "I've got cover." The triple-nickel team sergeant didn't waste breath on a reply. He just moved. 1 second, he was at the cliff's lip. The next, he was beside Jack, a sudden, solid presence. "All right, third group," Carey grunted, heaving Isaac's arm over his shoulder. "I'm used to hauling dead weight, but you gotta give me a little something here." Jack heard Isaac's pained curse, Jad's strained grunt, and Carey's shout, but the Green Berets faded from his immediate focus. The sheer number of targets below gave him a moment's pause. It was like a shark staring down a swirling school of fish, except these fish were shooting back. The fabric of his shirt sleeve snapped as a round passed whisper close to his skin. Time to get to work. He panned the reflex sight across the rocky dome, settling the red dot on the nearest advancing mercenary, and squeezed the trigger. Ding always said when you're overwhelmed, start with the 50-yard target. This guy wasn't quite 50 yards out yet, but he would be soon if Jack didn't stop him. The mercenary collapsed onto the dirt. Jack shifted his aim and squeezed the trigger again and again. He fell into a steady cadence, the rest of the world dissolving until his entire existence was the crosshairs, the trigger's resistance, and the sharp crack of the rifle. He was a machine of pure focus, devoid of bravery or terror, simply tracking from one combatant to the next. He could have been locked in that trance for a minute or a month. Time had lost all meaning. Then a heavy impact between his shoulder blades broke the spell. Whirling around, Jack found himself nose to nose with Carey. "Get your ass in that bird now!" Scrambling up, Jack's concentration shattered. The sensory flood he'd been suppressing hit him like a truck. Every bruise throbbed. The helicopter's engines roared, and the sharp scent of gunpowder filled his nose. He tripped over a loose stone, his balance gone. "Oh, no, you don't!" Carey growled, seizing Jack by his collar. "You're coming with us!" The Green Beret hurled Jack into the helicopter's cabin. He tumbled across the seats, colliding with Jad and narrowly avoiding Isaac's mangled leg. Carey piled in on top of him, cramming 4 men into a space designed for 2. "Go, go, go," Carey bellowed. The world lurched as Kyle complied. If the earlier flight felt like a broken elevator, this was a missile launch, except their destination felt decidedly infernal. With Isaac's agonized cries, Jad's furious swearing, and Carey's strained grunts filling the cramped space, Jack wondered if they'd already arrived in hell. The air reeked of copper, perspiration, and panic. The aircraft's transmission screamed in protest, and a vicious wind clawed through the open door amid the chaos. Only Kyle's voice remained steady. "Brace for landing," the pilot announced, his calm tone almost making Jack doubt the severity of their descent. He shouldn't have. The helicopter didn't land so much as it achieved a controlled crash, hitting the ground at a speed that was just shy of catastrophic. Just shy, the violent impact introduced Jack to parts of Carey's anatomy he'd have been happy to never encounter. The force of the collision tossed him around the cabin like a pinball, his body striking a dozen hard surfaces before everything went dark. Jack swam back to consciousness to the dual sounds of Isaac's screaming and something oddly mundane, a ringing telephone groaning. He pushed himself upright and tumbled out of the blood-smeared cockpit onto solid ground. True to his word, Kyle had gotten them off that mountain ledge. Also true to his word, the pilot hadn't taken them far, just to the Widow's Peak parking lot. But what a scene awaited. Jack attempted to sit up, but the spinning landscape advised against it. Even his brief glimpse had shown him enough. Jad and Carrie, somehow still moving, were frantically tightening a tourniquet on Isaac's leg. Kyle stood before the crumpled nose of his aircraft, perhaps mourning the landing skids now pretzeled around the fuselage. It had been one hell of a touchdown, but it was the view beyond the wreckage that sent a wave of relief through Jack. A river of flashing red and blue lights was streaming off the highway, pouring down the park's access road. In about 15 seconds, he calculated, he'd be answering questions for the third time since this whole mess started. Here's hoping this round involved notepads instead of knuckles. The phone kept ringing, each shrill tone a fresh assault on his pounding skull. He fished the device from his pocket, hit the answer button, and raised it to his ear. "Hello, Jack." "Hey, Mary Pat." Jack's mouth was filled with the gritty taste of dirt, and his throat burned as if he'd swallowed broken glass, which, considering the helicopter's wreckage around him, wasn't out of the question. "Oh, thank heavens," Mary Pat's voice crackled through the phone. "You're still with us." "Yep," Jack managed, the word draining what little energy he had left. He shut his eyes, planning just a brief respite, but time slipped away. Jack? "Still here?" he murmured, choosing to keep his eyes closed. The world was less nauseating that way. The wail of sirens was deafening now, meaning if he looked, he'd be blinded by flashing red and blue lights. His stomach churned at the thought. "You pulled it off, Jack," Mary Pat said, her voice tight with relief. "We have the drone back under control. You actually did it. Griat," Jack slurred, the word thick even to his own ears. "Jack, you don't sound right." "Exhausted," he breathed. "Just so tired. My head is pounding." "You've likely got a concussion," Mary Pat stated. "Police and paramedics are almost there. Do you need anything?" "Yes." Jack sighed, his eyelids heavy. "Probably gonna need you to get me out of lockup again." He switched the phone to speaker, laid it on his chest, and surrendered to the waiting darkness. "So, that's the end of it?" Leon shifted his gaze from the swarm of police lights racing toward them to Hendricks. Both men stood on the cliff ledge. The unknown shooters had just abandoned, the very shooters who had derailed everything. "I believe so, mate," Leon said. "I don't fancy our chances of shooting our way out this time." The granite underfoot was strewn with hundreds of spent shell casings, while he'd happily put a bullet in those gunmen given the chance. Leon felt a flicker of reluctant admiration. They'd scaled a rock face he'd have deemed impossible, ambushed a larger force, and made a getaway straight out of a Hollywood blockbuster. The dark, sticky pool of blood near his boot suggested they hadn't escaped entirely unscathed. No matter, Hendricks was correct. This was the finish line. "What do we do about that?" Hendricks asked, nodding toward the balloon. Leon studied the garish blue contraption, thinking almost nothing in this operation had gone according to plan. Using an MS-13 protected brothel, with a few corrupt Briarwood cops in their pocket, to ensnare the engineer, Daniel had been a brilliant move. But working in this small town had proven far trickier than anticipated, as the last chaotic day had brutally demonstrated. His MS-13 contacts had been willing to sacrifice the low-level traffickers running the brothel as part of the cleanup. Yet with several of his own men dead or unaccounted for, Leon feared the loose ends were fraying. Maybe the balloon provided an unexpected exit. "Cut it loose," Leon ordered. "You certain?" Hendricks asked. Leon gave a single firm nod. Maybe the client's man drifts away, and the Americans never learn who hired us. "How does that help us?" Hendricks pressed. "This hasn't gone as we pictured," Leon admitted, a wry, almost sarcastic smile touching his lips. "But we're not out of the game. The Americans will be desperate to know who tried to hijack their precious aircraft." That information is a valuable commodity, valuable to the Americans. To them, yes, Leon said, but it's worth far more to the client. They'll pay a fortune to keep their name out of this. Pay who? Hendricks frowned. You? Leon stated plainly. You saved my skin once. Now I'm returning the favor. You're going to slip down the back of this mountain just like those shooters came up. Then you'll negotiate with the client. Use the secrets in my head as your bargaining chip. My silence for their money. Take care of our team back home and the families of the men we lost here. We may have failed the mission, but we don't have to leave empty-handed. What about you? Hendricks asked quietly. Leon let out a long, weary sigh, his earlier sarcasm melting into grim resolve. I'm the commander. The captain goes down with the ship. Texas is famous for the Alamo, isn't it? Sometimes you make your stand. He glanced toward the distant town, remembering a quiet conversation in a diner just 2 nights prior, where a waitress's casual remark about local legends had unexpectedly solidified his distrust of their MS-13 allies. That small moment had hinted at the betrayal simmering beneath the surface, a psychological shift that prepared him for this very outcome. This is mine. Ever heard of it? Hendricks shook his head. It was a small church in Texas where a band of freedom fighters held their ground against a much larger Mexican force, Leon explained. A tactical blunder, really, but it made them legends. Maybe this hill will do the same for us. I'm not leaving you behind, Hendricks insisted. You will, Leon replied, his voice turning sharp. If you don't get out, this whole mission was for nothing. I'm your commanding officer, and my final order is for you to retreat. What about the others? Hendricks asked. Leon's expression softened. We're prisoners now. I'll handle the surrender terms. We'll keep up a noisy defense to cover your escape. The Alamo held for 13 days. We can manage 24 hours. That's enough time for you to take the planned route to Cuba and finalize the deal with our client. The authorities love to negotiate, and I'll give them plenty to discuss before we give up. Hendricks gave a slow nod. I understand the logic. But you have to tell me who the client is. Agreed, Leon said. He uttered a name, and Hendricks went pale. Exactly, Leon said with a grim smile. Now you see why I kept that quiet. Their resources are vast, and I plan to use them. Here's the phone for contacting the client. All the details are saved under preset 1. He pulled the mobile from his pocket and handed it over. Good luck, Captain, Hendricks said. My luck dried up years ago, Leon replied, raising his prosthetic arm. Now go, quickly. Hendricks offered a crisp, formal salute before turning to descend the mountain. 4 hours later, near Saghand, Iran, David Miller was exhausted. Part of it was physical strain. While special operations training was meant to forge mental and physical resilience, pushing soldiers to peak condition, David had once compared the endless drills, obstacle courses, and forced marches to running a marathon. Finish the race, earn your medal, and you're set. He'd been painfully wrong. Borrowing from American doctrine, Israeli operators believed selection started fresh every single day. Earning his Shaldag unit pin was just the beginning. His initiation was a brutal 24-hour cycle of fitness tests, marksmanship, and navigation under full gear. Most days left him drained, and now he knew why. Trekking through the Iranian mountains with heavy equipment was demanding enough, but doing it surrounded by hostiles added a relentless mental weight. 12 hours prior, he'd have craved relief from the scorching sun. Now the night brought its own trials. The temperature had plunged to the mid-50s Fahrenheit, and the rock beneath him had long lost the day's warmth. A steady wind cut through his clothes, his muscles aching for a chance to move. Yet beyond the physical discomfort, he was fighting a more stubborn foe, sheer fatigue. Still awake, David? David was very much awake, but he still flinched. Elad, his team leader, moved with a ghost's silence. An invaluable skill for a man who slipped unseen through enemy territory. As much as David appreciated that stealth, Elad's sudden appearances never failed to startle him. Yes, David replied, his voice low in the darkness. At 1:30 in the morning, local Iranian time, anyone else might have been sound asleep. David was not. His job was anything but normal. While the world dreamed, he was pressed against the viewfinder of a thermal camera, its lens fixed on the hidden entrance to an enrichment facility buried deep within the Sagan mine. The rest of the team were in position. Nimrod was dug in on the far perimeter beside Yossi, who peered through the scope of his rifle. Benny maintained watch at their backs. The usual quiet friction between them was gone tonight, replaced by a tense silence. Minutes earlier, a crackling update had come over the S8 comm. Their mission was on the brink of a shift. "Good," Elad murmured from beside him, "because you're about to understand exactly why you signed up for the Shaldag." David was intensely thankful. His face was hidden by the camera. The past 2 days had been a relentless parade of fear. He believed in the unit's purpose, but privately questioned whether he possessed the grit to truly belong. How Elad seemed to peer into his doubts was a mystery, though by now David half believed the man could read minds. 10 seconds, Benny whispered. David's pulse hammered as the shadows around him made final subtle adjustments to their gear. Short of a direct firefight, this was the most perilous instant for a recon team. Somewhere high above, a pilot was trusting their coordinates to release ordnance on an unseen target. It was the ultimate act of faith. 5, Benny counted. "Get ready," Elad said, his hand firm on David's shoulder. "You never forget your first." For a split second, David wondered if his exhaustion had mangled the Hebrew. Then Benny's count resumed. 3, 2, 1. A searing flash tore the night apart, followed by a deafening thunderclap. The ground shuddered violently, a shock wave slamming into David and nearly wrenching the camera from his grip. A deep, groaning roar, like the earth itself splitting, rolled from the mine as sirens began their frantic scream. David's screen washed out in a blaze of white. He scrambled, cycling through spectrums, desperate for a view through the boiling dust. Then the haze cleared. "Oh, my God," he breathed, the English words escaping unconsciously. "Oh, my God." "What do you see?" Elad asked. "The facility, it's just gone." "Yes, it is," Elad said, clapping his shoulder. "Do you want to make the call?" David finally pulled his eyes from the viewfinder to look at his team leader. Elad was grinning. "Yes," David said, a new certainty steadying his voice. "Yes, I would." "Yossi," Elad called. "Coming," Yossi grunted, crawling over. David turned to see Nimrod had already slid into Yossi's old position, securing their rear. This moment, he realized, had been choreographed by all of them. David took the offered headset with fingers that only slightly trembled. He settled the earmuffs, adjusted the microphone, and gave a nod. Yossi keyed the transmitter. A tone signaled a secure link. David spoke. "Alpha 1 is Barak." "I say again, Alpha 1 is Barak, over," a voice answered from 2,000 kilometers away. "Well done, Alpha 1. Continue the mission. David fully intended to do just that. Epilogue. 2 days later, National Harbor, Maryland. How's the nose?" "It hurts," Jack said, fighting the impulse to touch the surgical tape. It no longer felt like a melon was attached to his face, but it was still painfully tender. The doctor insisted the tape would reduce the swelling. Jack was skeptical, but it was the least of his concerns. Between the twin black eyes, his split lips, and the gap where his front teeth used to be, he looked like he'd lost a legendary brawl. The damage you could see was only part of the story. His chest and back were a canvas of deep bruises from beanbag rounds and the boots and fists of the men who had held him. 2 ribs were fractured, and even the simple act of rising from his seat sent jagged bolts of pain through his system. Injuries or not, Jack wasn't missing this. "I think you clean up nicely," Lisanne offered. He was in his best suit, but nice was a stretch. The same couldn't be said for his companion. Dressed for the unseasonable warmth in a simple white sundress, Lisanne's dark hair fell over her shoulders, one of which was neatly stitched from a bullet that had come far too close. The hostess had blinked twice before leading them to a table outside, which suited Jack just fine. "Nervous?" Lisanne asked. "Not at all," Jack replied. "You're a terrible liar," she said softly. He was, in fact, profoundly nervous. The memories from Briarwood, Texas, were still raw. A brutal 24 hours tangled with the near theft of a hypersonic drone and a nuclear-armed Iran. While the immediate Iranian crisis was contained, the fallout was still raining down across Washington as various agencies scrambled to piece together the full story. Jack, with his typical sledgehammer approach, had dealt with the immediate threat. The bureaucratic aftermath wasn't his problem. His beat, theoretically, wasn't even America. Isaac would recover, Amanda had her daughter back, and Bradshaw's crew was in custody. A measure of justice was coming. Kyle was getting a new helicopter and a ride on Air Force One with Jad and Carrie, though whether he'd be allowed near the controls was another matter. These details, like the final outcome in Iran, were now blessedly outside Jack's circle of concern. "Do you think she'll actually show up?" Lisanne asked, the earlier levity gone from her voice, replaced by a worry he saw mirrored in her eyes. "Absolutely," Jack said, taking her hand. "We're at the best sushi spot in the city. It's a perfect day. We're right on the water, and she gets to skip school." What teenager would say no? He believed every word, yet he had no real certainty she would come. Under different circumstances, he'd have ordered a beer and enjoyed the view. The National Harbor was impressive, a bustling mix of trendy restaurants, shops, and the giant Capitol wheel turning slowly against the sky. Their patio table offered a front-row seat to the Potomac, the river flowing past just a few yards away, but he had no idea if any of this mattered to a 14-year-old girl. "Is this your party?" Jack turned at the hostess's voice to find Emily standing there. She was dressed in what seemed a uniform, an oversized black marbled t-shirt, a short skirt, and sturdy black boots. Her hair and makeup were done, a small silver stud glinting in her nose. She could have passed for a college student. She was a girl whose mother was losing a long fight. "Emily," Jack said, standing up. A fresh, sharp pain lanced through his side, which he ignored. "Join us?" She studied him for a long moment, her gaze wary and assessing. She reminded him of a skittish Mustang he'd once encountered on a ranch out west, all coiled energy and mistrust, wanting the apple in his hand but deeply suspicious of the hand that offered it. Back then, patience and a piece of fruit had built a fragile bridge. He hoped today the offer of a meal might do the same. Perhaps a simple meal could bridge the gap today. "All right," Emily replied, pulling a chair from the table. Jack settled back into his seat, his gaze shifting to Lisanne. He'd crossed paths with Emily once or twice, but she was essentially a stranger. This moment belonged to Lisanne. "How are you holding up, sweetheart?" Lisanne asked gently. Emily stared at her aunt, her posture rigid and hands balled into tight fists. "Why did you ask me to come here?" she demanded. Lisanne hesitated, visibly startled by the sharpness in her niece's tone. Jack, however, wasn't thrown. While no authority on teenage girls, his experience with Bella, a fiercely honest soccer player from a small Texas town, had taught him a valuable lesson. Teenagers like Bella and Emily valued directness over pleasantries. He chose to be blunt. "We want you to come live with us, Emily," Jack stated plainly. Emily's head snapped toward him, her focus shifting with sudden intensity. "I already have a mother." She shot back, her challenging glare, daring him to contradict her. "We know you do, honey," Lisanne said, her eyes glistening. "And she loves you more than anything. But she's very sick, and we just don't know how long her recovery will take. Nobody does." "I want to stay with my mom," Emily insisted. "You can't," Jack said, keeping his voice calm and low. "She's entering a court-ordered rehabilitation program. After that, she'll need time in a transitional living facility. You need a stable home. Your grandmother's health is declining, and your grandfather is her full-time caregiver. They adore you, but they can't provide that right now. We can, and we genuinely want you with us," Lisanne added, placing a hand on Emily's arm. "So very much. We aren't trying to replace your parents. We're just offering a safe harbor until your mom is well again." Silence descended once more, but this time Jack let it linger. Instead of speaking, he reached across the table and took Lisanne's hand, giving it a reassuring squeeze. She returned the gesture after what felt like an eternity. Emily spoke again, her voice quieter. "You two aren't even married." "You're right," Jack conceded. "But we plan to change that. Once you're settled in with Lisanne, and we have a clearer picture of your mom's situation, we'll set a date. Until then, it'll just be the two of you at the house." Emily's eyes locked with his, a flicker of disbelief crossing her face. "You'd schedule your wedding around me?" "Absolutely," Lisanne affirmed without hesitation. "You're going to be one of my bridesmaids? But I just made you cry," Emily whispered, her own voice beginning to waver. "Oh, sweetheart," Lisanne said, a soft smile breaking through. "I love your mother dearly. If a few tears are the cost of looking after her daughter, I'll pay it gladly." A quiet sob escaped Emily, though she didn't move to embrace her aunt. She didn't pull away either, and in that small, unyielding space, there was a fragile understanding. Maybe that was a start? "Okay," Emily murmured, wiping her cheek. "Okay, so what happens now?" "Now," Jack said, a genuine smile spreading across his face, "we go introduce you to my folks. Ever taken a tour of the White House?"